officers, deputy presiding officers, clerks, all of them deployed by the IEBC at all of these various polling stations. It is now your duty as a voter to go out there and vote. Polling stations are open as early as from 6 all the way up until 5. And we are here as KBC Channel 1 to give you blow-by-blow coverage, 360, wall-to-wall of how this election will be panning out up until it's concluded and results announced. I'm Doreen Arange Okello.
And I am Daniel Wahomena. Good morning to you. It's going to be a very busy day for Team KBC because we've got reporters in all the 290 constituencies in the country. Those are the geographic ones. And there is one more that we will be covering, and this is specifically for the presidential election. We're talking about the prisons. We will be having our teams going out to Committee, the industrial area prison, Langata Women's Prison, and that means that we shall be covering that. And what about those presidential candidates who have confirmed where they will be voting? The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party lead presidential candidate Raila Odinga and Mama Ida Odinga will be voting at All Kibra Primary School at 10 a.m. And the running mate, Martha Karua, is going to be voting at Mugumo Primary School at 6 a.m. and that is in Kirinyaga County. So that will be covered at 6 a.m. We also have got More Wahiga of the Agano Party, who is going to be voting at Upper Hill High School at 6:30 a.m. while the running mate, Ruth Musher, will be voting at Umoja One Primary School. And we also have got Rigathi Gachagua is going to be voting at Sagana Primary School. He's a running mate to Deputy President William Ruto, who is running for the presidency under the UDA party. And our coverage starts now. We have got Beatrice Gatonye, who is already on our screens. Beatrice, it's a very good morning to you, and you could tell us about the preparations and how the people have queued up to cover, to get ready to vote, and also what you have seen around at Kimunyu Primary School in Gatundu South constituency of Kiambu County. Over to you, Beatrice.
Thank you very much, Bentra Njue. I'm coming to you live from Kimunyu Polling Center here at Gatundu South. And what I can tell you as of this moment, IEBC officials, the presiding officers, the DPOs and the clerks are already on location, ready setting up the stations for voting. And a number of people are already out here. My camera lady will be showing you the pictures here. Quite a number of people just waiting for the stations to be opened at exactly 6 a.m. And they are ready here. They are already here, just waiting to line up and start voting. And security is tight. Security is tight. I can spot a number of security officers here. And as we know, every polling center will be having 2 police officers manning this station. I want to take you inside so that you have a look at how the preparations are going on. The IEBC officials are already setting up the stations. This is one of them. They are yet to start setting it up, but the ballot boxes are already set up, and a place where the voters will be voting from or marking their papers is ready. This is Kimunyu Polling Center. This is Kimunyu Polling Center, and quite a number of people are already here. Many of them checking in the list whether their names are appearing. This is one of the polling centers. The clerks are already here, setting up the station for voting. So by 6 a.m. we are expecting that all the stations at Kimunyu polling center will have already been set up, ready for voting. Quite a number of voters are already out, and by 6 we are expecting a bigger number of people walking in here to vote. Remember, Gatundu South has registered voters, 79,860 registered voters, and has 152 polling stations. It has 4 wards. Kiamwangi has 13,808 voters, registered voters. Kiganjo has 19,067 registered voters. Ndarugu has 14,486 voters. And Genda has 32,449 registered voters. Remember, it is a constituency where President Uhuru Kenyatta comes from, and the former president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, the Kenya's founding father, also came from here. So we'll be following to see the president and his family later as they vote, and we'll be bringing you more from Gatundu South. But as of now, what I can tell you is that the IEBC officials are up, setting up the stations with ready for voting. Just to speak to one of the IEBC officials, habari asubuhi.
Nzuri sana.
Mmelala vizuri?
Tumelala vizuri.
Materials ziko tayari, kila kitu kiko tayari, unaweza kusema nini?
Yeah, everything is okay. I think the remaining part is with us to prepare everything and then go with time. Yeah.
Do you think by 6 a.m. you will be ready?
Yeah, by 6 a.m. we shall be ready and we shall be okay to continue with everything.
Are you satisfied with the security in place?
Yeah, security are okay. In fact, they are working with us hard by hard. And I hope before the meantime, we are going to work together.
All right.
Yeah.
What is your call to the voters from Kiamunyu?
From Kiamunyu? I think I don't know them by name, so personally I don't know them, but I wish they are going to cooperate with us as we give them the very best service they have ever seen, maybe for those elections which were there before, until the last vote count. Yeah.
Okay, I want to speak to one of the clerks just to have a feel. Don't run away. Hey, you're serving Kenyans. You have woken up so early this morning. How are you, ladies? Did you have a good night?
Yeah, we had a good night.
You know this is going to be a long day and a long night too?
Yeah.
How prepared are you?
Okay, here, tuko well prepared. Okay, we are waiting for voters. As you can see, everything is ready here. And we are ready. Tuko tayari kwa kazi.
One of the clerks are saying that they are ready. Another lady over here, hey, this place is very cold. You are so set up for the day. How are you feeling?
We're much grateful. Just waiting for the voters. Isn't it just ready? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
For a great day ahead.
Look forward to a great day.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you can see, Kiamunyu Polling Center, the clerks are already here, very excited, energetic. They're saying they're ready for the voters. They know there is a big task ahead of them, and they're saying they're ready to execute it. The polling center is Kiamunyu here in Gatundu South, and as you can see, the voters have already arrived. Quite a number of them have woken up early. Kando na kibaridi kikali, they are already here, and I can tell you that the security is tight, and as of now it's just preparations of setting up the polling centers, polling stations, to ensure that everything runs smooth come 6 a.m. when the centers stations will be open for voting. So Ben Troy, this is like I have said, it is a constituency that has produced 2 presidents, and I'll be keen to be following, and for sure I'm waiting to spot President Uhuru Kenyatta while he'll be voting, and I'll be bringing you that much later. So here at Kiamunyu in Gatundu South, everything is set. The IEBC officials are set up, they're energetic, they're saying they are ready for the voters. So we'll be following the happenings here at Kiamunyu and many other polling centers, including Motomo, where President Uhuru Kenyatta will be voting much later. So I take you back to the studio, and we'll be coming back to you later. Ben Troy, my name is Beatrice Gatonyangetich. I come to you from Gatundu South.
Well, thank you very much, Beatrice Gatonyengetich, and she is reporting from Gatundu South constituency. Remember that President Uhuru Kenyatta will be going to cast his vote at Mutomo Primary School, which is in Gatundu South constituency, much later. So that's the first of our reports that we're going to be giving you throughout the day. Team KBC has started their task. And right now, let's move over to Ben Troy.
Indeed, and just to add before I throw it to Dorit, is that we've started from the president's backyard. The constituency has produced 2 presidents, as BT has alluded to, and it's only fair that we begin there. And it's not only the only place we will be. We are in 290 constituencies. Doreen.
79,800. As mentioned by Beatrice Gatonye there, and it's quite interesting. I mean, just when you look at Gatundu constituency and the larger Kiambu county, as we have said oftentimes, this is the county to watch. Why? We are talking about 1.2 million voters. In fact, the second most largest county with, high voter turnout. So clearly, this just forms the larger part of those counties to watch. Again, just given the fact that we know the president is coming from that particular county. But away from that, as you've mentioned, polling stations get open as early as 6 a.m. across the country, and that will be going on up until 5 p.m. So we just want to inform you, basically, as a voter, when you get onto this polling station, what is expected of you, what you will be doing there, and just basically how you will be carrying out this entire voting process. Just to run you through quickly in terms of as you get to that polling station, whichever polling station you will be heading over to vote. So the first thing that you need to have is your ID copy, that or a passport. And that passport needs to be a valid passport, because also, as mentioned by IEBC, if it is an expired passport, then that might just lock you out of this voting process. So you either need a passport, a valid one, or a voter's card. Now, the minute you have that, you head over to the polling station, and the presiding officer will just be able to identify you via the KIMS kit. Remember, as mentioned, this is a primary form of identification. That is the KIMS kit. Now, in the event that this particular kit fails, and in fact, even before that, IEBC has made provision for both of your 10 fingers. So in the event that, the pinky finger fails, they'll head over to all the other fingers up until they have exhausted that. In the event that that fails, then they will employ the alphanumeric form of identification. That simply means that you present your ID, which is what they will use to just get in your details, which will be used in form of identification. Now, in the event that the KIMS kit and the alphanumeric form of identification fail, then the IEBC will now resort to the manual register, because just yesterday afternoon, the Court of Appeal averted that High Court ruling of having both of them in tandem. So that simply means that the physical register will still be present, but as a last resort. So that is what will be used in the event that the KIMS kit and the alphanumeric format of system of identification fails. After that has happened, you head over again, where you'll be given the 6 ballot papers. That is of the president, the governor, the senate, the senator, the women representative, MP, as well as the members of county assembly. Now, there are various forms of voting, as again prescribed by the IEBC. You either tick, put a star, or put a full stop. So these are the 3 forms that you can use in terms of ticking the ballot paper of your preferred candidate. So in the event you tick against the one that you prefer and put an X against the one that you don't prefer, then that will be considered as a spoiled vote. So you either just put a tick, a star, or a dot. Those are the only forms that IEBC has recommended. After that has happened, then you head over to the various ballot boxes, which again have also been keyed by color: white for the president, moving to blue to the governor, all the way up until beige for the MCA. So you place each of these ballot papers in each of the ballot boxes, and the event you get a confusion, that is why the clerks are there to just provide a better guidance for you as a Kenyan to which box you're placing each ballot paper. And slightly just before that, in fact even before you place the ballot paper, there's that aspect of stamping, whereby each of these ballot papers will be stamped just for proper, again, verification, because in the event they are not stamped, then again also this would be considered as a spoiled vote. Now, This is again why you've seen oftentimes why you see the number of registered voters does not tally with the number of valid voters, just because of some of these things that get to happen in between the voting process. So after that is stamped, then that's where you get to place each of that ballot paper in each of the specific ballot boxes, and then slightly after that you get your finger marked with the indelible ink. So that is the last process of voting. Thereafter, again, a voter leaves the polling center because, again, you do not want the whole area to be crowded. So that is basically the process of voting, as that would begin from 6 a.m. today. Troy.
Indeed, and perhaps to add on that, Doreen, immediately after you're done voting, and this is not only a recommendation by IEBC, it's only fair as a Kenyan, you just go home, don't meal around the polling station, go home, tune in to KBC Channel 1 or any of our affiliate radio station and follow keenly from your home. Remember, it's a public holiday, so you have all the time to follow keenly at home, but not milling at the polling station.
Well, and also something just to add on to what Doreen has said, if you look at number 5 on the screen, those ballot boxes are color coded, and every ballot paper has got a color code that accompanies that. So if you're going to have the one for the member of the county assembly, you'll notice that it is brown beige in color. So depending on the color code, remember, if you have got a pink ballot paper, then you take it to the ballot box that has got a pink lid on it. If it's green, you go to the one that has got green, and also if it's yellow, you go to the one that is yellow. So that's how the procedure works. Otherwise, it will be considered a stray ballot. Troy.
Indeed. Let's move to our magic wall here, and as you can see, this is one of our colleagues. This is Jackie Wambiru, live from Nakuru County. Jackie, if you can hear us, kindly bring us up to speed. We see people have already lined up and are ready to cast their ballot. Jackie?
Well, a very good morning to you right there back at the broadcasting house. Well, we're coming live from Gilgil DB Primary School in Nakuru County, where we can witness long queues where voters are already streaming in at the polling station so as to exercise their voting rights. And remember, this polling station has 626 voters registered. In Gilgil constituency, the registered voters are a total of 95,654. Nakuru County has 2,055 polling stations, and we shall be traversing across various constituencies just to give you an update of how the voting process is being carried out. And we shall be speaking to just a few voters right here who are queuing up so that come 6 a.m. when the polling stations open, they shall be able to vote for their preferred candidates. And just to speak to a few, good morning sir, waitwa nani kwanza?
Naitwa Stephen Amadadi.
Ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Ulifika hapa saa 9 lakini bado tujaingia.
Una matarajio yako ni yapi siku ya leo?
Matarajio yangu ni mazuri tu, ili tupige kura kwa amani. Mtu akipiga kura aende angoje matokeo ili kura ikuwe ya amani, isiwe kama hiyo miaka ingine.
Asante sana. Ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Mimi nilifika hapa saa 8.
Saa 8. Na matarajio yako ni yapi siku ya leo?
Matarajio yangu ni kungoja wafungue gate, tuingie, tuvote kwa amani, kila mtu arudi kwake.
Kila mtu arudi kwake.
Yeah.
Wewe ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Leo mimi nimetoka kwa saa 8. Ndio sasa tumekuwa kwa raini mpaka saa hii na tumekuja kuamua hawa watu wawili. Sasa watu wa vote na waende nyumbani vizuri na wagoje matokeo.
Message kwa Kenya siku leo?
Wawe na amani yote tu. kabisa, ndio turudi job, kila mtu mahali yake.
Well, there you have it. Those are just a few sentiments from voters. Some came as early as 2 a.m. so that they can be able to exercise their voting rights early this morning. And just to give you an update of how many registered voters across various constituencies. Remember, the constituencies in Nakuru County are 11, and the most being in Naivasha constituency, where the registered voters are 157,128. The Nakuru Town West constituency has 112,127. Nakuru Town East has 125,551. Kuresoi South has 66,000 with 168. Kuresoi North on its part has 68,516. Molo has 77,027. Rongai has 84,624. Subukia 53,970, while Njoro has 113,274. Gilgil, as I stated earlier, has 95,654. Bahati on its part has 97,040, while the Nakuru County has 55 electoral wards, and we shall be traversing to be able to give you an update. But for now, we stick at Gilgil DEB Primary School and await when the gates open so that the voters can be able to exercise their voting rights as early as 6 a.m. What we witnessed inside earlier on is the polling clerks just preparing, getting ready so that they can ensure that that the voting process is able to continue seamlessly. Well, thank you so much. We shall be updating you as we progress. I hand you back to studio.
Indeed, Jackie Wambiru, live from the newest city in Kenya and one of the most populous counties, that is the county of Nakuru. And Doreen, you were earlier on the magic wall, touching on some of the most populous and counties to watch, and Nakuru was one of them.
Exactly. Nakuru has a total of 1.05 million registered voters. So it also falls within the top 6 county with a majority of voters. As we ran you through earlier, we're talking about counties of Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kakamega, Meru, and Machakos. Those are the top 6 counties with the highest number of voters. And again, also one interesting thing about Nakuru is that it falls also within the 10 counties that we call as battleground counties. We have Nakuru there, we have Bungoma, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia County, Marsabit, amongst a host of other counties. And also, as we said, is that when you talk about battleground counties, we're just basically saying that these are counties whereby you might find that a specific candidate used to enjoy support, or they could still be enjoying that support, but because of the efforts and the inroads made by another candidate or various other candidates, then this becomes an area to battle for. So just by the basic understanding of battling for a particular area, that is basically what Nakuru has become, a battleground area. So it just simply means that the votes could tilt either way, and this also becomes, clearly one of those counties to watch. So just as you have our reporters there, tracking for you, we are also here to ensure that you are up to speed and abreast with basically what is happening across the various 47 counties, the 290 constituencies, as well as the various polling stations that are there. Wahome.
Well, thank you very much. And talking about the counties and the constituencies that we've got here, that we are covering this today, interesting developments coming in yesterday. And 2 counties will not have gubernatorial elections, that is Kakamega County and Mombasa County. And this is because there was a mishap with the printing of the ballot papers, and the printer admitted to it. IBC Commissioner Justice Nyakaya did speak to O'Brien Kimani last night and confirmed that the printer admitted to that. And we're also not going to have 2 National Assembly elections happening in West Pokot County, because those matters have got to be addressed. One other place where there's not going to be an election, where only 5 ballot papers will be issued, is in Kericho County, because Beatrice Kemei is unopposed as the woman member of the National Assembly representing Kericho County. So that is one elected member of the National Assembly who's going in unopposed. We had it in 2017 when Kikuyu MP Kimani Ichung'wah was elected unopposed. So that means if there's nobody else on the ballot, then your position is declared early enough by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So those are some of the developments that are going to be taking place. And remember, the IEBC has said that they are going to gazette new dates for Kakamega County, Mombasa County, and the two constituencies in West Pokot, one of which is Kacheliba constituency. And for those of you who know, the Honorable Samuel Pohisho, he is a former member of Kacheliba constituency in West Pokot County, and now has served as senator in for West Pokot, and also has been the leader of majority in the National Senate. So those are the areas that we're going to be taking a look at closely over the next few days. Troy.
And Wahome and Doreen, if you've noticed, is that we were at Gatundu South, then we've crossed over to Gilgil. One thing is evident, even when we were having this show, we started this show at about midnight, is that people had started circulating photos on social media, actually lining up and preparing. And you've heard that the guy there talking about 2 a.m., the other one was there as early as 3 a.m. Kenyans, we are known for the last minute, but when it comes to election, it's quite encouraging. We are there hours before the polling stations have started. And as you can see on our magic wall here, this is one of us. This is Nancy Okware, and she's on standby to give us a feel of what is transpiring. Incidentally, we've started with the ladies.
I mean, just as you're saying, Troy, I mean, Kenyans would be last minute in everything, but when it comes to voting, this is one of those things that you just see some of those peculiar incidences and circumstances, and I would say it's a good thing, because oftentimes we always have total number of registered voters not tallying with the valid votes. We have seen that from 2013 to 2017 and up until now. So clearly we just try to see how that, will pan out. Troy?
Yes. Let's bring in Nancy Okware, live from Kajiado County. Nancy?
A very good morning to you, Ben Troy Njue in studio. We're coming to you live from the Nonkopir Girls Secondary School right here in Kajiado East, that is in Kitengela. This is where one of the polling centers, and right now as we speak, so many voters have already arrived here, waiting probably in the next 20 minutes to be allowed to cast their ballot. Right now what they are doing is that they are confirming their details, just to ensure that they know where they're supposed to queue so that they can cast their ballot. But what we've witnessed is that they started streaming in at this polling station as early as 3 a.m. just ready to cast their ballot, and to ensure that they do not get to queue for many hours. So many of them were actually woken up with whistles very early in the morning so that they can come out in their numbers and cast their ballot on time and go back to their houses and probably wait for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to conduct its duty of ensuring that they get the credible results that they are anticipating. Nonkopir is one of the polling stations that are located here at Kajiado East constituency. Remember that it is a constituency with over 201 registered that is polling stations, and of course the constituency itself has over 116 registered voters. Later on we'll be moving to a number of institutions where the various candidates are registered. That is the gubernatorial candidates. We do have David Nkedienye of Jubilee Party, and he will be casting his ballot at Kitengela boarding school, that is in Kajiado East. We also have Olelenku, who is the incumbent governor, and he will be he's vying under the orange Orange Democratic Movement, and he will be casting his ballot at Lenkisim Primary School, that is in Kajiado South, and also Kato Olemetito, who is running under United Democratic Alliance, will be casting his ballot at Oltaisika Primary School in Kajiado South. So for now, that is all that is happening here. The voters are trying to identify what streams they belong to so that they can queue and wait for the next probably 15 minutes so that they can actually exercise their democratic right. For now, it's back to you in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Nancy Okware in Kajiado County, and she's going to be reporting to us from there. And it's very interesting about something about Kenyans and the time that they've arrived here, waking up with whistles and also the queues that they've made. Something else about some conduct that you should have anytime you go to the polling station, because this has been reported previously. Now, there are those who are given priority when it comes to a polling station or a polling center. There are the elderly, persons living with disabilities, expectant women, or those who've got very young children. Now, if you've got a young child, let me just give you caution. In 2013, they realized that one child was being used as a conduit for cutting the queues. So what the IEBC officials came up with was a clever scheme. And this is what they said: look, we shall not allow anyone to cut the queue. So if you go in with your infant, you just know that there is going to be indelible ink on your fingers and also on the fingers of the infant. So you will not use one child to cut. 5 people cannot cut a queue with one child. So let us respect each other. If you get to a polling station at 9 a.m., be patient. There are those who got there at 3 a.m.
All right.
Roy.
And something else I've noticed that today morning it's Gao Power. As you can see, we now have...
we are here. We have been here all night.
All right.
Right. So just before you go to Ruth, we are saying that 2/3 is being met in every capacity.
This is 3/3, actually. Ruth Wamboi is one of us and is currently in one of the polling stations in Narok County. Ruth, over to you.
Naam, asante sana Dori na Range mkiwa hapo studio na Daniel Wahome. Niko hapa katika kituo cha upigiaji kura cha Masikonde ambacho kiko Narok Kaskazini hapa kwenye kaunti hii ya Narok. Kwa hivi sasa nilipoamka tunaona hali ya anga iko shwari, japo kuna kibaridi cha asubuhi, lakini hali ya anga iko shwari kabisa. Kunakaa kwamba itakuwa ni siku ambayo iko sawa kabisa. Saizi nilipo hapa hivi naona kwamba kama mpiga picha wangu anaweza kuonyesha, laini ilianza na mapema kabisa kuanzia huko kwenye entrance ya gate hii ya shule hii ya msingi ya Masikonde. Watu wamejitokeza kwa wingi kabisa, wanangoja kituo waanze kupiga kura kuanzia hapo mida ya thenashara. Na nimetoka saizi tu hapo ndani kuangalia jinsi IBC wamejipanga, na ninaona kwamba ndio wanaanza kufungua hayo makacha ili itakapotimia saa 12 hali ya upiga kura ikaweze kuanza. Na hapa kama naweza zungumza tu na wakazi hapa hivi wawili, naona hapa mmoja hata amejiami kidogo hapa anakula mandazi, atuambie ni vipi, aliamka saa ngapi?
Kwa majina ninaitwa Justus Mwendo. Niliamka saa 10 nikuje kupiga kura. Nikiwa mkazi ya Narok nichague kiongozi mwenye ananifaa. Alafu katikati ya wananchi wenye wako hapa, chenye tunaweza himiza ni tukue na amani.
Na ni vipi ilikuwa ni kwamba lazima ungerauka leo kama mpiga kura wa kituo hiki kuhakikisha kwamba umejifikisha hapa?
Ni kwa sababu msukumo wangu ni kwa sababu laundi ndio tunataka uongozi bora, na tunataka uongozi yenye sawa na manufaa yake. Juu ukiangalia uongozi ya raundi ilikuwa na masukumo, maisha ngumu.
Atueleze Wewe ni mkazi wa hapa na
Mimi ni mkazi hapa, naitwa John Karanja Mwangi na kwetu ni Narok. Kwa kwetu kusalo kwetu ni hapa Narok. Sasa tumeamka kitu saa 10 kuja kutupa kura, na kulingana vile naona hali ya hapa sasa hizi kwa mambo iko shwari kabisa, kwa sababu KBC wamejipanga vizuri vilivyo, hatujana shida yote.
Na sasa wewe kama mpiga kura vile umejitokeza siku leo, ni matarajio gani utakapopiga kura yako ambaye uko na
tusaidia kutuletea mambo utarahisisha maisha yamekuwa ngumu, tuone mambo vile itakuwa, tuone kama tutaweza kufaidika, tuchague mtu atakuja kukua na manufaa kwetu.
Naam Dorin, kama unavyoona hali ndio hii, na nitaendelea kufuatilia kwa kina kuhakikisha kwamba watazamaji wetu hawapitwi na lolote linalofanyika katika kaunti hii ya Kajiado. Kwako studio.
Asante sana Ruth, na kwa kweli watazamaji wetu hawatapitwa na lolote lile. That was Ruth from Narok County, again one of those counties that clearly is also being looked at, given the fact that it also falls within the Battlegrounds counties. I mean just Wahome and Troy, looking at that, just look at that queue. We are also clearly seeing a good voter turnout of the youth population, which again also quietly averts the assumption that has been going out, but that we're having a total of 38.94%, amounting to 8.4 million out of the possible 22.1 million youth voters. So there's that aspect of let's believe that all of them will actually come out and vote.
And perhaps, Doreen, to add on that, you've heard, even without asking them, they're talking about first things first is that they would want a new leadership because perhaps because of the high cost of living, they're talking about tubadilishe uongozi and with a clarion call for peaceful election.
Yeah.
So cast your ballot, go home and wait for the results. Wahome?
All right. So yes, that's a story that is resonating all across the country. And remember that from some of these teams, that our teams that are there, one of the early teams that we're going to be having is one from Kirinyaga County, where Martha Karua is going to be voting at around 6 a.m. at Mugumo Primary School. But right now, finally, Edward Collins Omondi is in Homa Bay County. Edward Collins Omondi, update us on the activities down where you are.
Good morning, Ben Troy and Doreen Range. We are at the Homa Bay Primary School where voters have been lining up. Others were as early as 4 a.m. and there are those who did not sleep. There was a lot of whistles everywhere, but I guess they've been waiting for this opportunity. And the process, of course, is supposed to begin at 6 a.m. exactly, and IEBC officials and security officers, they have been manning this facility the whole night. So we'll take you through what will take place as soon as the first voter is given access to the polling station. And this is one of the stations here. So they will begin from this point. That is the identification area, I want to believe, and they will go all the way, and they'll be picking their ballot papers, and after picking their ballot papers, of course, they'll come to the booth over here, and that is where they will be marking the ballot papers. There are two which have been provided, of course, for efficiency in time management, and after that, they will be first slotting in the ballot for the presidential candidate, and followed by the member of the National Assembly, and the member of the County Assembly, and the senator, and after that the woman member of the National Assembly, and the last one on the queue is the ballot box for the governor position. And of course, even the lead is intentionally colored differently. There you have the blue, the other one is pink, and we see a yellow one there, beige, and there is
one that is closely resembling green, and the presidential one is white. Now, the far end of the room is, these are the agents. Of course, they're here representing different interests. They have been assigned by their respective candidates to come watch over. They're going to be here the whole day from 6 a.m. all the way to when this exercise will be coming to an end, and that I'm talking about the vote counting. Now, we'll speak to some of those who are early today, and they have been waiting in line. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
My name's Robert Ouko. I'm a resident of Homa Bay County. I wake up very early in the morning to come and exercise my democratic right through voting. And right now, as I speaking, we are here with most of our fellow electorates. We just want to exercise our democratic rights.
You are the first one in line. I'm assuming that probably you are the first one to come to this polling station.
Yeah, we were here by 6 in the morning.
No, but it is not yet 6, sir.
And 8, I mean 8.
All right. Yeah. So it is your time to vote, and of course there are things which you want your leaders to help you as the people achieve. What are some of these things that you feel that those who will be elected need to do to help the people of this region?
For example, some of our roads are not in good conditions. So we are expecting that if we can elect new leaders, so they can improve our infrastructure. As for example, our hostels. Most of our patients are really complaining. When there's some of the services which you need in Homa Bay, you can't even access, but you can go to other neighboring counties like Kisii and Kisumu. But this is the right time. We are going to elect new leaders, so at least we can get to another standard.
All right. So, Troy, I'll take you to the next... the next stream. Of course, they are dotted here. They're around 3, and just to get a feel of how this exercise means to so many people. Some have been up the whole night, and they are hoping that by getting to the line as early as this, they will be able to also go encourage their colleagues who are yet to wake up to come and have a feel of this exercise very early. So we are at the second stream, and the line stretches as far back as the eye can see. Habari ya asubuhi.
Nzuri sana.
Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Jared Udongo.
Unafanya kazi gani?
Mimi nafanya kazi ya driver huko Nairobi. Niliamuka huko Nairobi saa 4 na nikafika hapa around saa 9 hivi niko hapa.
Na ni nini ambayo ungependa viongozi ambao wanaenda kuchaguliwa leo, ni maneno kama yapi ungependa kuwaambia? Maendeleo aina gani ambayo kama Mkenya unataka kuona katika taifa hili?
Maendeleo yenye mimi nataka kuona Kenya tukishapiga kura, tunataka kuona new president ikiingia atufanyie kazi yenye alikuwa ametuahidi, kama free primary education, watoto waende mpaka shule ya kikuu. Maendeleo ingine ni kama watu wote wasikia mzuri, wamama waende hospitali kama ikiwa iko free mzuri. Maendeleo kama maji ingie kwa kila boma ya mtu, stima. Hizo ndio maendeleo tunahitaji tuingie kwa mtaa wetu.
All right. So what is your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Ken. Yeah, I'm a student.
A student, what are you studying?
I'm studying computer science as a course, and I'm here to represent the youth and also to shout out my voice using my vote.
Is this the first time you're voting?
Yeah, this is my first time voting. I wish for the best.
How old are you?
Oh, currently I'm 20. Yeah.
There were concerns that young people have not registered as voters. Now, those who are going to make the decision today are age 35 years and above. What do you say to those young Kenyans who are probably your age mates and they have not had the opportunity to register as voters?
First of all, there is let me say it's a rumor. Most of the youth have their votes.
No, but the statistics, IBC released the statistics and said that young people, most most of you guys never registered.
Yeah, because the voter registration was not covered up enough so that the youth can come out to go and vote. But as far as I'm concerned, most of the youth have their votes and they will come and vote. I know that. And remember, around 8 million of the youths are going to cast their vote today, and that counts. When you minus that 8 million from the youths, I don't think if the president can reach the 50+1. So the youth have the same in this country.
All right. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
You're feeling shy. Why are you feeling?
I'm not shy. I'm just okay. I'm relaxed.
What is your name?
I'm Malaki also Otieno.
What do you do?
I'm a businessman. Here in Bay.
What kind of business do you do, sir?
I'm a pharmacist. Yes.
So, what kind of policies do you want to the incoming administration to prioritize? Because you, as a pharmacist, of course, there are ways that you want your business to improve.
Yeah, like what I want for let me say, if a new government comes in, what we will expect as a pharmacist, not even as a pharmacist, as anybody who is doing business, will need a free and fair environment for the business.
All right. All right, that is a feel of what to expect, and of course it is spread all across the country. It has been 5 years in waiting, and the opportunity is here. This is one of the counties in the South Nyanza region, and of course there has been a lot of attention that has been going into this whole exercise, and the front runners, of course, you have watched them all this couple of months. Evans Kidero, the former governor of Nairobi County, and the county woman member of the National Assembly, Gladys Wanga, they will be battling out for the position of the county governor. And there has been that feeling that that time has come for the region to choose leaders who will help aspire development. And some have been saying that the last 10 years have not been friendly in terms of the achievements of devolution. The people are also hoping that those who will be elected today will be able to speak to the needs of farmers. They will also be able to speak to the needs of the fisher folk who form the backbone of the economy of this county. We did speak to the county commissioner, who said that this exercise will be as secure, and people should feel safe when they are practicing their democratic right to choose their leaders, people who will steer this country for the next 5 years.
And as you can see on your screen, that is Azimio One Kenya Coalition running mate Martha Karua in her constituency of Gishugu in Kirinyaga County, where, as you can see, because it's just a minute to 6, she wants to cast her ballot. Later on, she will be having a presser on the same.
Well, and also, yes,
got the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Deputy Presidential Candidate Martha Karua casting her ballot at Mugumo Primary School in Gishugu constituency in Kirinyaga County. That's her native home. And you can see the exuberance and excitement from supporters as well as those who've lined up to support her as she casts a ballot. She is among the first stakeholders in this election to cast their ballot. And as you can see, I think at this point is presenting her ID card for verification. That is identification by the KIMS kit, and once there is identification, obviously the 6 ballot papers, and then she will go marking them at the secret booth. And you will remember these ballot papers have different colors. And we are live from Mugumo Primary School in Kirinyaga, Victor.
Absolutely. It is that D-Day that we've been talking about for the last 5 years, and finally it's here. Good morning. My name is Victor Lowe, and this is a live broadcast starting at 6 a.m. until the end of the tallying of this particular election. We are situated across the country. There are reporters, of course, to give you, blow by blow what's going to happen from different regions, different constituencies, for you to know what is happening around you. And of course, Jen Wamboy is also here to give us what is happening on the smart world. Jen, good morning.
Good morning. A warm welcome once again. This is Kenya Decides. The live broadcast does continue. The big day is finally here. As per the Constitution, every 5th year we are to go to the polls, and this is specific to the second Tuesday of every month.
Sorry, Jen, to cut you short, just for a minute.
Yeah.
See what is happening on your screen. Now, that is identification by the KIMS kit. And you see she's keying in her details, or they're being keyed in by the clerk there, and that is the identification of Martha Karua through the KIMS kit, so that later then she will be issued with the 6 ballot papers. There is a court ruling, and probably once we get our lawyers, we shall be able to engage them this morning to understand the import of a judgment released yesterday by the Court of Appeal that appeared to stay the orders on the IEBC. There must be a manual register at the polling station. Now, the IEBC has not come out clear just yet, but you will also remember it is legal, actually very legal, that the backup for any electronic register must be manual, and therefore it behooves the IEBC as a matter of priority and law to have the physical register, rather the manual register, appearing in that polling station. So much so that if the KIMS kit fails, or if the electronic register fails, then you still can continue voting through the manual register. But as it is going probably by the Court of Appeal, and will be guided by the lawyers we'll be talking to this morning, it appears like this election will be electronic completely. See the thumb, Martha Karua placing her thumb on the KIMS kit for identification. And the good thing, Victor, about the KIMS kit is that when you went for your biometrics,
right,
they took every single bit of your finger. So much so that if you work in a quarry and you lost, what do you call it? If you lost your biometrics on the thumb, right, or even on your index finger, you can still be identified with your small finger, because the biometrics are yours. That's the good thing about the KIMS kit. But there is also a register for your information of people who don't have biometrics. You know, the people who don't have biometrics in your finger.
Exactly. And IBC, with that stay order, that it means that the KIMS system is going to be the primary source of identification in this general election. And the court said that in cases where the system completely fails beyond repair, that is where the manual register will be used. But as it is right now, the KIMS system is the primary source of identification on this particular day. All right, Martha Karua, at exactly 6 a.m., there she is.
An early bird.
Yes, an early bird. As per the communication that she had earlier, that she was going to cast her ballot at exactly 6 a.m. And exactly 6, she was there. A challenge to us.
She kept time.
She kept time, and that's one thing that also many Kenyans are up to today. On my way here, I could see a number of queues, and even from the live broadcast that we have been receiving from across the country, everyone is up and excited, ready to cast their vote today. But remember to carry your ID or your passport, something that will be able to assist all the officials at the IEBC in the polling station that we will go to be able to identify you first of all before they go on to verify identify you biometrically, because if you don't have your ID card and there aren't any alternative ways to be able to identify you, then it might pose a challenge.
Could there be a problem here? We should get sound just a bit, but it appears like there is a small standoff here, not big in the sense, but mother's face tells you
something is not right.
Yeah, the facial expression even from the IBC official.
Yeah.
Because as per the timeline, she ought to have left that particular station onto the next.
By fair. So we don't know whether the expression is out of the failure of the Kim's kit or the identification of Mother Karua as a voter.
Or it could be cause of attention. I mean, probably she's the first the first voter to arrive at the polling station, so we would understand.
But finally she has been identified, appears?
Finally. Good. Okay. Don't mind about the shots. Don't mind about the shots. That's the beauty of live broadcast.
I mean, it's important for of you to understand.
Exactly.
This shot is very important, and sometimes our cameramen go through a lot of trouble to get this shot. You can imagine, even if it means lifting your hands up like you want to pray and still get our shot. Is what is important.
Now this is live.
360-degree coverage.
360 degree.
That is exactly what we
quite literally. All right.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of live broadcast. Some of the things that you've said, what to go through. This is live, unedited, raw footage. So it's sometimes, hectic even for the reporters and cameramen just to get you that particular shot that you want to see on your television on this amazing day.
And I hope you can get Gladys Mungai to tell us what has transpired there, because, come on, is this the Deputy President?
That is Deputy President William Ruto in Sugoi.
So early. Sugoi Primary School, that's where the Deputy President William Ruto is voting. Again, also early. The other time, I think in 2017, him and the President cast their ballot at around 10, 11 a.m. I think it probably was an instruction or an agreement amongst candidates to wake up very early.
They ought to lead by example.
It's good.
As you can see, he's already receiving his ballot papers. That means he's already been identified. He presented his ID card or passport, was identified biometrically. And the next step is to get your ballot papers.
All right, and I just right behind him is the wife, Mama Rachel Ruto, accompanying the Deputy President. He is the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate voting in Sugoi Primary School, that is in Uasin Gishu County, as he casts his ballot. But I still have a small interest in what transpired in Kirinyaga, because it appears like still good. We are back in Kirinyaga, as you can see. It appeared like there was a standoff. You saw even there was a bit of a walkout, but then again, Mother Karua has been identified, and therefore she will proceed to vote. And so is Deputy President Dr. William Samoei Ruto in Sugoi. So far, we have one presidential candidate voting, that is the Deputy President, William Ruto. We also have one Deputy Presidential candidate, and that is Martha Karua, also voting. And remember, we are also live from Sagana Primary School, where Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy Presidential candidate for Kenya Kwanza, will be voting, as well as at Old Kibera Primary School.
Yes.
Babaman, Azimio, a presidential candidate, Raila Odinga, will be voting from Old
And see the most important bit about the presidential candidates voting early at this particular time, to give the voters time, because there's always that expectation, Mheshimiwa anafika sangapi, Mheshimiwa anafika sangapi. So you tend to disrupt the flow of the voting process. So when you come at this particular time, it's already 6:11. You vote, go back home, let wananchi do their bit, and then you also go home and wait for the results. This is the best way to set precedents in terms of go, cast your ballot, and go back home.
Have you ever wished that you are a fly on that booth? So probably you can see what's happening 360? Yeah, 360.
You want to have a compound eye?
360 degrees of the booth.
This is the time that even from this set you'll wish that you want to crane your neck.
But the beauty of this again is it's a right, it's a political right for every citizen, as enshrined in the Constitution, the right to vote in secret ballot. To protect you and your decision-making process as to whom you're going to vote for.
And today is a special day in so many ways. And of course, I've seen numbers and hundreds of Kenyans coming out to vote. But let's emphasize even more that this is the very day you got to make a decision. And Victor, I always say, you must believe in something.
Exactly.
And the reason why you wake up today to vote for your candidate is because you believe in them. So if you believe in your candidate, wake up. And in good time, go and vote. Exercise your democratic right. And by the way, bad leaders are elected by those who keep away from the vote.
Absolutely. So much as that is happening, IBC said that there are some particular places, constituencies in the country where they'll not participate, more so, notably Kakamega County and Mombasa County. The gubernatorial...
But that is only in the gubernatorial
Only
election.
on the gubernatorial positions. The rest of the positions will go on as planned. Of course, Chebukati said that there was some mix-up, and even in some parts of the constituencies there was some mix-up in terms of the ballot palettes, which were later on have lifted to their respective places. There you have it, Deputy President William Ruto casting his ballot now. That is one of the the shots that all journalists usually wait for. There you go.
There he is.
There he is.
Casting his ballot.
A historic moment.
I would assume he has voted for himself, obviously.
But you cannot speak for him.
Yeah, but I would assume he has voted
just speculating
for himself. That's just speculation. But it is important to say, wana Mombasa, wana Kakamega, uchaguzi ulioahirishwa ni wa ugavana peke yake.
So which the dates will be later announced by the IEBC.
And probably the IEBC will gazette the dates of the new dates of the election probably this week. But what you have to do is wake up, vote for your president, vote for your senator, vote for your woman rep, vote for your MP, and vote for your MCA. The only seat that you're not going to, or the only ballot you're not going to mark, is the gubernatorial ballot. If you go to Kachaliba and Pokot South, you will vote for your president, you will vote for your governor, you will vote for your senator, you will vote for your woman rep. The only person you will not vote for is your member of a National Assembly, but you'll also have an opportunity to vote for your MCA. So that doesn't mean that the election has been postponed in Kachaliba or postponed in West Pokot or Pokot South or in Mombasa or Kakamega. The election is ongoing. Yes. Only that there's one seat or that one ballot that will not be able to mark today because of a mix-up. And I don't know whether this again brings into question the preparedness of the IEBC, because I mean, a day to the election is when you discover there's a misprint.
And you can imagine even the printer, the guys who printed this particular ballot papers actually said, yes, we acknowledge it, but this is such a big mistake considering how long have we been preparing for these general elections. They got the tender in good time, went to the printing process, and they still happen. But then again, that does not mean that, voting will not take place. It will still happen. Just a few selected positions in particular areas of the country will have some challenges. And of course, IEBC is going to be giving out the dates as to when these particular elections will be happening. And even as you can see from that footage, there is an IEBC agent who is going through every particular ballot box with the candidates that have already casted their votes to just ensure that they're putting those ballot papers in the correct boxes. Again, the ballot papers, the colors are the same as the lead of the particular ballot box that they're supposed to go into. And in just not too long, we will be sharing with you some of these terminologies that are going to be used by IEBC to just help you understand what is a valid ballot paper or a valid vote, what is invalid, what is stray, what is rejected, among many other jargons that we'll be letting you know in not too long.
All right, if you look at the leads of the ballot boxes, they correspond with the ballot paper. So it is important because the jargon you're talking about is the spoiled ballots, the stray ballot. Spoiled ballot is when you mark either you have more than 2 marks in one ballot paper, or you mark outside the box, or you, in a way you've dotted against several candidates. That's a spoiled vote. But of course, when it goes, if you, for example, the pink one is for the member of a National Assembly.
Yes.
If you put that the ballot paper for the woman rep in that ballot box of a member of a National Assembly, that's a stray ballot.
Yeah.
But when it comes to counting, it will still not be counted as a valid vote because it is a spoiled vote because it's strayed. And therefore, it is important that you check your ballot paper. The color on your ballot paper corresponds with the lead of the ballot box, yani rangi ya karatasi ya kupigia kura inapelekana ama inaandamana, inaambatana na rangi ya kifuniko cha kijikebe ambacho utaweka kura yako.
Bas. What he said.
It is important.
You know, I'm just wondering if Kiore could get it all that mixed up. What about me? What about me?
The struggle is real.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
All right. Can we head over to Sugoi and probably see what the deputy president is doing? Because I think he's done, and probably once he's done, though it's very early in the morning, I think he will address the press.
Yes, he definitely
and talk
will.
about how he sees the exercise so far, if he has any concerns as a presidential candidate, and he will be talking to the press in a bit. But from the other side of Kirinyaga, we also understand Mother Karua is almost done she's done with the process. So can we listen in to Karua? Okay.
Where my name was now found.
And what's your call for Kenya? This is their democratic rights. What's your rallying call for Kenyans to exercise this particular privilege?
I'll tell them I have voted. You can see the ink. Kindly get out and vote. It's our day today to determine the direction this country takes. Make your voice heard.
As a voter, how do you feel?
I feel good and confident.
Thank you.
Just the last one from me. Of course, this is almost all actually for you. Deputy presidential candidate of a coalition party. How it
to go out there and vote. She said that she's already cast her ballot, and therefore it is also your responsibility to take take part in that exercise. She's still talking. We'll get clear pictures or her comments later on in our subsequent bulletins. Now let's cross over to Sugoi Primary School. The deputy president is talking to the press.
Wants a peaceful process. We even have had a spontaneous prayer, and that prayer was all about having a peaceful election. So I'm very happy that this morning the exercise of choosing the next leaders of Kenya for the next 5 years is now underway, not just here, but everywhere in Kenya.
Obviously experiencing some technical problems with sound there, but the deputy president, and it's very important in this exercise, Victor, for a candidate to say the exercise is ongoing well, because what it does, it also puts confidence in his supporters as well as the country. The exercise is okay. Otherwise, at this point, you can imagine at 6 a.m., if a candidate came out and said the process was either tedious or just, shoddy, it would cast a lot of aspersions on this process. So I think it is very important. So can we go back to the deputy president?
Sure.
Okay.
The people. The people of Kenya will choose. And let me say that in moments like this is when the mighty and the powerful come to the realization that it is the simple and the ordinary that eventually make the choice. And this morning, in their simplicity, in their being ordinary, every Kenyan will choose the next leaders for our country. And all of us submit to the authority and the power of the vote as exercised by every Kenyan. It is upon all of us to respect the choices of the people of Kenya, as will be done today in every part of the Kenya and in every part of the republic. And I look forward to a victorious day. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba nimefurahi sana asubuhi ya leo kuungana na familia yangu, mke wangu hapa na jamaa wa kijiji yangu hapa Kosachei katika location hii ya Sugoi. Nimefurahi sana kwamba tumepata nafasi asubuhi ya leo mapema ili tuweze kupiga kura, na Wakenya katika sehemu zote wapate nafasi ya kuamua viongozi wao wa miaka 5 ijayo. Mimi niko na imani ya kwamba wananchi wa Kenya wataweza kuamua viongozi wenye mpango na sera na agenda ya kupeleka taifa letu la Kenya. Leo ni siku ya muhimu sana kwa sababu uchaguzi huu ni uchaguzi tofauti. Ni uchaguzi ambapo Wakenya sana watapigia kura sera na mpango. Tofauti na pale nyuma ambapo tulikuwa demokrasia ya taifa letu la Kenya imefika mahali hapa, mahali tunaweza kuchagua mpango na sera yenye inaweza kufaidi wote katika taifa letu la Kenya, sio kuchagua tu viongozi wapate vyeo. Kila Mkenya anapiga kura leo kuchagua viongozi, lakini zaidi kuchagua mpango ambayo kila kiongozi amewaeleza Wakenya, na ni jambo la muhimu.
All right, the Deputy President speaking to members of the press after casting his ballot. Still some technical issues there with sound. You can imagine everybody struggling to get that picture and sound of a Deputy President after casting his ballot. But so far, listening to him, confidence in the IEBC and confidence in the process so far. And that's what we have heard from the Deputy President. Remember, the Azimio la Umoja Deputy Presidential candidate. Let's go back to the Deputy President in a bit.
Mbele katika njia ya demokrasia. Unless there is any other issue, I wanted to say that I am a very proud Kenyan this morning that it has come to this moment. I know that I am running for president the first time, and it's quite a moment. And I am confident, and I trust in God the way I have in the past, that these two will come home. So I am looking forward to a great day. I am asking every citizen wherever we are to choose our leaders in a peaceful manner and to respect everybody's choice of whoever they want to vote. Free of intimidation. Let us respect everybody's choice, even if it is different from yours. I think it is the essence of democracy. I want to IEBC. You are an independent organization. We expect, as the people of Kenya, that you will carry out this exercise respecting your mandate, understanding school.
Having that press conference with the media, of course calling out on of course, calling out on Kenyans to come out in large numbers to cast the ballot, as well as asking the IEBC to be independent, and even you as a voter to go out there and take part in that democratic exercise. It comes once in 5 years, so stand to be counted as a patriotic Kenyan, because that is the only way you are going to make a decision on how you are going to be governed in the next 5 years. So make your choice. It doesn't matter who you vote for, so long as it's your choice. So, yeah, that's why we have...
Absolutely. The Deputy President emphasizing on respecting everybody's choice. Let's vote peacefully and respect everybody's choice. But again, as you say, Olo, calling on the IEBC as an independent institution to conduct the exercise with fairness and as an independent institution. And that's the clarion call from the Deputy President. Now, interestingly, after tonight, there are people who have new titles. As you would imagine. Yeah. If you're looking at, if Raila Odinga wins, he becomes president-elect, so does Martha Karua become deputy president-elect, so you don't continue referring to her as NAK Kenya party leader. Yeah. If Deputy President William Ruto wins, he drops the title, the tag of Deputy President, and becomes president-elect. And then you have Rigathi Gachagua now, not as Madeira Member of Parliament or former MP, but as the Deputy President-elect. So their titles will be changing today, including people who will become former governors.
Exactly. Even we have Wajakoya and Mwaura as well, Jen?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, that's how life is. It can change within a span of a minute, a day or so.
A lot to call this election. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah. They walk in as regular citizens when they're going to receive the certification, and whomever the country will have elected becomes the elected president, referred to as president-elect, and the deputy president-elect. Of course, swearing in does come after a period of days that is, of course, allowed in the Constitution.
And so could become petitions. So could become president-elect George Luchiri Wajakoya, and so could become President-elect David Wahiga Mwaure. It is a possibility. Get out and vote. Make this happen. If you believe in something, go and vote for it, because that is what is essential today. And by the way, in the polling center, I know some of you love your parties, but there are no materials, election materials allowed. And I mean campaign materials, not election materials, because the ballot papers are election materials. No campaign materials are allowed anywhere near the polling center. So your UDA t-shirt, your Azimio t-shirt, your Roots Party symbols, please leave them at home. Please just dress up for the election.
And yesterday we were told by Archbishop himself, dress up. Dress the part. Look good as you go to elect your preferred candidate.
Let that vote feel you.
Let it feel good.
Feel like, yes.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah. So, and I still insist, leave back your symbols, as you go to the polling center, leave them back.
All right.
As you go to the polling center.
And that is just meant to ensure that there is peace at the polling stations, because again, as the Deputy President has said, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and let us respect each other's decision in this particular process. So when you show up in your printed t-shirts marketing a particular party, and maybe somebody else is also there wondering why you're doing this, it might bring a lot of chaos that is unnecessary.
I'm so sure even the residents themselves won't allow, even the police won't allow. Today is a neutral day for everyone. I mean, time for election campaigns ended almost 2 days ago, so today is that day. You go and cast your ballot in peace and go back home.
And I don't know whether you have observed, interestingly, and this to be the first time, I think observer missions in Kenya this time round are in their numbers. Of course, we have had observer missions coming to Kenya to observe the elections, but there are so many observer missions in this particular election. And of course, you would understand the strategic interests of Kenya for the different parts of the world. Kenya sits in a very strategic place, and I think for every person who is coming out to vote, as you go out to vote, have this in mind, that Kenya is so strategic, not only to you as a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, but also to people out here, because tell you what, Kenya is the wealthiest nation in East Africa, and also a transit route for a lot of countries in Africa. That means then, if anything were to happen, we are starving our brothers across the East Africa region,
largest economy
and part of the continent.
And so you can imagine the kind of... I'm told that we have almost 8 former heads of states in the country, and former prime ministers of different jurisdictions. We have got, high-profile members of the IGAD and the Observe Mission coming from different parts of the world, not even in Africa alone, but even across in Europe, call it. So Kenya has a lot to offer to the international community, and even being the fact that the president is also Kenya is enjoying some seat in the Security Council. So
absolutely,
we have to behave well in this election.
So, President, you mentioned Joaquim Chissano is here from Mozambique. He's a former president. We got the former Tanzanian president Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. I think you also have the president of Ethiopia, the former president of Ethiopia, and the former prime minister of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam Desalegn, is also here. We have opposition leaders in Uganda, Kizza Besigye and Bobi Wine are also here. And I don't know whether you remember the statement in 2013 of choices have consequences.
Absolutely.
Made by Ambassador Johnny Carson. He was the Undersecretary for African Affairs, Secretary of State, Undersecretary of State for African Affairs. He's actually amongst the people who were here on an observer mission, and therefore that tells you the interests that generate from this election in the Republic of Kenya. So yes, as you go out to vote, the stakes are so high. Kenya is respected in the globe of nations. So kindly get out, vote, go home. Wait for the results.
And Jen, I think because of the transition, we are coming completely from one regime and heading into the next. So there are no spaces for loopholes and mishaps, as people would say. We witnessed yesterday by the IBC some ballot papers moving from one point to point B to point A. Other constituencies like the county Kakamega County and Mombasa not able to vote for their governors. Something I think Chebukati and the team will be in a position to address pretty fast, and they said that they are going to announce later this week when polling will take place in those respective constituencies, that is in the Kakamega and Mombasa counties. So as it is right now, other elective positions in those counties will continue nonetheless. Only the governor position in Kakamega County and Mombasa County will not take place because of the small hitches that IEBC mentioned yesterday. So, Jen, the process of voting, much as you say that, those are live pictures from Baringo, and Betty Kiptum is there, so we'll catch up with her later on to give us an update on what's happening. But so far, so good.
Yes. That's quite interesting. A police officer is casting his ballot.
Exactly.
Those are not pictures you see every day of police officers, casting ballot papers, and most of them are strewn across the country. So this one must be lucky to be serving somewhere around where they registered as a voter. This one must be lucky, and which tells you the importance of this exercise. As long as you can and you're able to get out, go and vote. Assist even the ones that are not able to go and exercise their democratic right, as long as they're interested, because there are others who
might not,
for one reason are not interested, and I would want to know why you're not interested in voting, but get out and vote. Afande
is a moment of
proudly in his uniform, looking good.
Even after this, we'll go and vote, by the way. After the show, we'll go and vote, and we'll come with an exhibit, evidence.
We will vote.
We will vote.
Absolutely. So we continue with the live coverage of the elections. Today is D-Day. About 2-3 years ago, we were speaking about 2 years to come, the year 2022. And here we are. Today is Tuesday, the 9th of August, 2022, the day that has been spoken about for the last 4 years and continuously so, and here it is, which tells you nothing is permanent in this life. So you need to keep your mind open. And here we are today, after casting the ballot, everybody goes home, we wait for the results. Your candidate could win or lose, keep an open mind.
Yeah.
And the beauty of it, at the end of the day, you'll now be seeing the social media flooded with those pictures of the indelible ink on everybody's pinky finger, and also between the middle and the index finger, proudly showing that they exercised their democratic right.
But sometimes it's too much. Anyway.
No, you only get to do this after every 5 years.
Every 5 years.
Anyway.
So get drenched.
They must
get
know.
Cleaned.
It's a whole
Is it
trend.
a manicure or pedicure?
I think you will have to use like about 2 more days before the ink gets off your finger. But it's good. It's evidence that you have voted and you have exercised your, your right to vote as a citizen of the Republic of Kenya. We have our reporters strewn across the country, speaking to each one of them, and particularly in these strategic places, the old Kibera Primary School, where Raila Odinga will be voting. He is the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate. At Moguma Primary, where Mother Karua has just voted, and we brought those pictures live to you in Gishugu constituency. At Upper Hill Secondary School, Wahiga Mwaure of Agano Party will be voting there. At Umoja 1 Primary School, Ruth Musheru, the running mate of Wahiga Mwaure, will be voting there. We also have our reporters there. At Sagana Primary School, Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy presidential candidate for the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, is voting there. Gishoke Washira is on standby. At Sugoi Primary School, where we just came from, the deputy president was voting, and we'll keep monitoring events there because Timothy Kipnusu is there. And then there is Idangalasia Primary School.
For Wajakoya.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya will be voting at Idangalasia Primary School.
Okay. So that is Mombasa, and so far so good. I believe that that is Bungoma County and Mombasa County respectively. As we promised that this is the place where you're going to get the 360 coverage of this election. So this is where you have it, because remember, we are #1 and Kenya is watching. Kenya is watching.
Absolutely.
Kenya is watching.
And we have promised you coverage of this election like never before. And by the way, at some point we'll also be heading to the diaspora. Oh, Aisha Jumwa, the UDA candidate for the gubernatorial seat in Kilifi County, finally casting her ballot.
Exactly. Aisha Jumwa, Kilifi, woman representative, there she is, patiently waiting.
She is the Malindi
absolutely.
MP, Malindi constituency MP, and now seeking to be governor, facing quite some competition from George Keithy of PAR. There's the ODM candidate also in Kilifi, quite a competition there. And you will discover that for the last 2-3 weeks, Aisha Jumwa has disappeared from the national stage. I think she was concentrating on her campaigns.
And this we witnessed with some, most of the politicians across the country, at some point they disappeared. You have to go back home nonetheless. I mean, there's no way you will be here in Nairobi and your house is on fire somewhere on one corner. So
that's identification.
Exactly.
Through the Kim's Kids, Aisha Jumwa, and some of the places that have very interesting competition. One is Kilifi. You also have Kiambu, is where our eyes also will be cast.
Yes.
Bungoma, with the Ken Lusaka Wangamati competition. In Homa Bay, where Edward Kabasa is pitching tent. Kidero Evans and Gladys Wanga. And Siaya, by the way,
that is
Siaya, Senior Counsel, James Agri Orengo and Nicholas Gumbo.
Somebody said that Siaya people are lucky, they have got engineer and a senior counsel, just on a lighter note though. So
I see.
Either way, they have a choice to make. They have a choice to make. And there you have it, Kilifi. A paper is given out. Which color is that, Jen? Probably
she will get all the ballot. And it is also important that we tell our viewers who are watching us this morning, do not pick a ballot paper that is not stamped. It is important that your ballot paper is stamped before you pick it. Otherwise, an unstamped ballot, it's a different story altogether. So ensure that all your 6 ballot papers bear the stamp that the clerk is holding there, and they are stamped before you mark them. It will be very important.
All right, so far from the pictures that we've been receiving from 6 a.m., so far there is no any other hitch that is reported. The process moving on swiftly and smoothly, and we expect this to continue throughout the day until 5 p.m. And please note, do not go to the polling station a minute past 5 p.m. or 2. Utasumbua watu wa IBC bure. I mean, where were you from 6? I mean, it's a process that have been prepared for the last 5 years. Then you want to go there 5:02 or 5:06. Come on.
The only exception is for those that will already be in the premises of that particular polling station.
Yeah.
If you are there before the clock strikes 5, you still will be allowed to cast your vote.
Exactly. Have you seen someone running after a flight?
You know the typical Kenyan habit of rushing to...
Acha ifike for 50.
Acha ifike for 50. I ran there. In any case, there's nothing IBC can do because you must exercise your right to vote. So even if you run there 2 minutes to 5 p.m. and you're inside the polling center, you will still vote. But, I mean, what are you doing? Today is a public holiday.
No, sadly, somebody will just go there a minute or two past 5 p.m.
And the beauty of this time around, there's a limit.
There's a limit.
In every polling station. 700 or less.
For every polling station.
Yeah, or less.
700.
So...
that means you cannot queue more than 100 people in one stream. So yeah, just wake up, go and vote. It is very important. And I mean, it's good that you finish up early and then go do your own things.
Holiday.
Watch,
you know, and take
watch us. Yeah, go vote and then come and watch us as we talk to you.
Dr.
Fred Matiang'i was not very philanthropic with holidays this week.
Yeah.
He only gave up one. That means after tonight, things go back to normal. And you know, that man, sometimes he's philanthropic. This time, he was not in the mood. So you do Tuesday is a public holiday, then on Wednesday,
normal
Kenya
programming.
goes back to business. And that is what is important.
Can you money?
We have a country to build. You do this, and then tomorrow we go back to normal business.
Exactly. So, on a serious note, 5 p.m., that is the end of the exercise today. We've been preparing for this for the last 5 years. And of course, you ought to also have prepared yourself mentally and even psychologically for this day so that you take part. That's a split screen, Sugoi, Kilifi, Mombasa, and Kisii County. So far, so good. We have our eyes. Now, that's just a split screen of 4 places. We told you 360. Today we are doing around 45. We are not yet done. Yeah, we've moved.
390 constituencies, 47 counties. All eyes are there to ensure that you're properly briefed on what is happening. By the way, there was a gunfight last night at Eldas. Wow, there you go. That is Aisha, Katana, Jumwa, Karisa. Those are her names. 4 of them voting in Kilifi. The UDA candidate voting. Of course, we expect the other candidates to also be streaming in. We shall be showing you the pictures. These are persons of interest in one way or another because of how stiff the competition is in some of these constituencies. You go to Murang'a County, you have 4 Irongos and 1 Mbai. Fighting out for the position of governor in Murang'a County. Probably Jen now can prepare to take us through the jargons of the election.
Now, we will be getting to the jargons in just a bit, but as you can see on your screen, that is just a clear run-through of the election process in itself once you get there. But just to remind you so that you know when you get there, you have all the information you need. Of course, polling stations officially opened at 6 a.m. and as we have mentioned, they will be staying open until 5 p.m. today, after which they will close the process of allowing voters to come in. The next step is that you are supposed to show up at these polling stations with either your national ID or your passport for identification. Once you have presented that, they go on to identify you electronically using the KIMS kits that are available at each and every polling station. Now, once they have done with that, they're also going to issue with 6 stamped, again, emphasizing on them being stamped ballot papers. 6 of them for the 6 elective posts. Yes, and as you can see, there's an official that will be guiding each and every Kenyan once they get to the step of depositing these ballot papers to the respective ballot boxes.
And maybe this reduces now on the stray ballot thing.
Yes.
Because most of the people will now put the ballot papers where they should be. What we're not too sure about is about the spoiled ballot papers. And I hope the IEBC has done enough civic education, as we have, because we've also been assisting them in terms of how to mark your ballot properly so it doesn't end up as a spoiled ballot.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the case of spoiled votes really took center stage in 2017 presidential court petition. We all remember there was a big number of spoiled votes which was contested, and even CJ Maraga asked a very funny question. It was simple per se, but even the landed friends could not understand how it worked. So to avoid such kind of queries or question or situations in future, it's important that IEBC officials are there to help you drop each and every paper in the correct box. So I think, as you've said, Kyoria, is to reduce.
And I think the point you're talking about, these spoiled ballot papers and stray ballots, was posed to Senior Counsel Paul Mwite by Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga. And the stuttering that came from Senior Counsel Paul Mwite was evidence things were going to be thick at that point. We had more than 500,000 spoiled votes, in that election, that very particular time. But it is important then, as you go to the polling booths, that you mark your ballot paper correctly. It is either by a tick or an X. Now, I saw something on Facebook yesterday, some very nasty jokes of you go, if you like me, you put a tick. If you don't like me, you put an X. Or you can still vote for your favorite candidate with a tick, but when you get to my picture, you put an X. That is political chicanery, if I were to call it that way. That's political chicanery. There's only one mark in that ballot paper, and that mark is for your candidate, the candidate you want to vote. That's why you should put the mark. And there's a box. So you either tick or put an X on the candidate that you like, on the candidate that you are voting for. So do not put another mark anywhere on that ballot paper except on the box of the candidate that you are voting for. Tuseme kwa Kiswahili, dada. Najua tutarudi kwako tuonyeshe jinsi ilivyo. Pale kwenye kijikaratasi cha kupigia kura. Candidate ambaye unamtaka, ambaye unataka kumpigia kura, unaweka sahihi ya alama ya tick ama alama ya X. Makasi. Ama alama ya tick. Na ni kwa candidate ambaye ama mwaniaji ambaye unamtaka peke yake. So yule ambaye humtaki, wachana na yeye, funga macho. Unayemtaka mwekee tick, tumalize hiyo story. Otherwise ukienda hapo kuanza kufikiria unampenda nani, umpendi nani, utakuwa unaharibu kura yako na haitahesabika. Kwa hivyo ukifika pale, weka tick ama X, alama ya X kwa yule ambaye unamtaka. Hii story mingi italeta shida.
Italeta shida necessary. I like the way you are speaking in English and translating for yourself. You're your own Google Translate, But this is very vital information. There are only two types of marks that are allowed on the ballot papers. Rightfully said by Victor and Curia, a tick and an X. Now we'll be taking you through some of those terms that you are going to be doing them practically once you get there, from what is considered a valid vote, what small mistake you might make and make your vote become invalid. We will be graphically showing you from the graphics and footages that we have here in studio so that you know what not to do and what to do.
All right. And have a look at those ballot boxes, because yesterday I also saw somebody trying to fault that we had talked about colors and we had missed on the colors. There they are. First of all, the lead gives you a lead because the ballot paper that you're marking has a color that corresponds with the lead of that ballot box. But also, that ballot box is written. For people who can read, it is written. Presidential, governor, senator, woman rep, MP, and MCA. They are clearly inscribed. But for those who cannot read, for one way, in one reason or another, then the ballot paper color corresponds with the lead of the ballot box.
But let's just face it, Curia. You know, some of us are colorblind. Pink and purple, it's almost the same thing. It's like white.
And again, that's where there's that agent there
to
who
guide
walks
you.
through
Exactly.
the process
Some
of
are
depositing
colorblind.
those
White
ballot papers. Yeah.
look like baby pink, baby yellow.
Particularly beige.
Looks like cream.
Beige and yellow are two colors that might challenge people here.
overstretched its imagination there on beige, because surely I too had to
some people
beiges. Yeah. But anyway, that's just
red.
This is just to ensure they're distinct. You can't mistake one color for the other. All right.
I think IBC tried to test our patience as Kenyans. So all of us went to, we have got, how do you call it? The eye clinic today?
Yeah.
Free eye checkup.
Absolutely.
If you can't correctly
today
pick the color.
is a lesson on colors. I saw somebody say yesterday that there would be a purple color. There's no purple there.
There's
right?
no purple.
It's pink and beige.
There's pink, there's beige, there's green, there's blue, there's yellow, there's white.
Okay.
Each of them correctly labeled, as you can see on your screens right there. You can actually read the senator from here.
Yeah.
You can read the member of county assembly from here. The pink one, members of the National Assembly. The white one for the presidential, and the blue one for the governors.
And by the way, do not assume that because the ballot box is pink, it should represent the woman reposition.
No.
It is for the member of a National Assembly. I know
Yes.
pink is associated with ladies, but not this time. The IEBC has a different idea. So clearly, as you go to the polling center, be sure to be very observant. And there's no hurry.
There's no hurry.
It's an exercise that lasts about 5 to 6 minutes once you go in.
Okay.
It's an exercise that takes about 5 to 6 minutes, but there's nobody who will come to hurry you and tell you, you know what, you need to move. There's nothing like that.
Take your
Once
time.
you're inside that polling station, you will be able to vote. Take your time. Read through the ballot paper. Identify where your candidate is, because some ballot papers are very long. Identify your candidate, where they are, and mark in the box where they are against their name, and that is it. There's no hurry.
There's no hurry.
There's no hurry.
And also, one thing people need to understand is that each county has a different number of candidates who are on those particular ballot papers. Because you might find somebody later on saying, Mbona yangu ilikuwa na 4 and yours had 6 for the same elective post. Understand that different counties have different numbers of candidates in this elective positions.
The only one that is constant is the presidential.
The presidential one, only
because
4.
it has 4.
Yes.
4 presidential candidates and their running mates. So you will see Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, William Ruto, Rigathi Gachagua, Professor Wajakoya and Justina Wamai, as well as Wahiga Maure and Ruth Musheru. That is how short the presidential ballot paper is. It's a very short ballot paper for the presidential election, comparing to 2017, Victor Olo, when we had quite a number. Lining up. I think we had about 7 candidates.
And 2013 we had 8.
And 2013 we had 8. In 2017 we had the likes of Shakalaka Jirongo. Now he's a candidate in Kakamega
County
for governor. We also had the likes of Mohammed Abdul Badida. This time round it appeared like the IBC tightened the noose a bit. Some of them disqualified either on papers or procedure.
It's rather expensive printing the ballot papers for all these 8 candidates. Then having one candidate. So I think IBC went back to the drawing board and did their due diligence in terms of vetting the candidates, who is capable, who is not, and that's why we have 4 candidates, so to speak. And
what's interesting, Victor, this year we have the shortest list of presidential candidates, and yet we had the highest number of aspirants submitting for this particular position, from
almost over 18,
almost 55 that submitted their names.
But cumulatively, the country have over 18,000 people vying. And so far, we only have slightly over 1,000 positions people are vying for. So around 16,000 people will go home empty-handed today.
But they must have reconciled with that fact, because
it's a double-edged sword.
It is.
You do
we
or
are
you
in
don't.
County right now. And Judy Dakolo is there, monitoring events for us. That is Kakamega County. Molembe Nation, as they also turn up in the numbers. And
you see that?
The lines are not as
queuing.
long. Yeah. The lines are not as long. So get up early, go and vote. Don't wait to come out at 3-4 p.m.
Ukisema ulikuwa unangojea laini ipunguke.
Ulikuwa unangoja laini ipunguke kwa sababu laini si mrefu sasa. Watu watoke wakapige kura. And that's just it. So we were talking about the IEBC and the contestations there were as regards the presidential candidates, and there were quite a number that went to the Bomas of Kenya for clearance. Some of them disqualified because of their signatures. The signatures are not enough. Some of them did not have a valid academic credential. And it is interesting to see some of them have already now converted to become supporters of the 4 main presidential contenders. Because you have, for example, the Mwangi of Milk, the governor for Kirinyaga, for Muranga rather, has already thrown his weight behind Raila Odinga. You have the likes of Jimmy Wanjigi, not really coming out to say where they are leaning, but you would guess where they are. People like Nyambane, Walter Mongari has already thrown his weight behind the Azimio leader. So these absolutely that kind of, after the IEBC disqualified some of them, they have already thrown their weight behind other candidates in this presidential election. We are still in Kakamega. The pictures you see there are from Kakamega County. And as the IEBC officials continue to identify voters, guide them through the process, and this IEBC official will be with you. The only place they will not go with you is to the booth as you mark your ballot paper. They will not accompany you to the booth. You will go to the booth on your own. You will mark the ballot papers according to the candidates you want to choose, and then they will also help you in identifying color against lead or color against ballot box, and where you will cast that ballot paper in which ballot box based on the different positions that you will be voting for.
And to see Kyura, it's quite important to seek for help. If you are at the polling station and you're not able to get it right by yourself, please seek help. That's why we have got IEBC officials trained and well equipped to help you go through that process. You don't need to get out of the polling station saying that you ought to have done something but you didn't because of something probably that you did not get it right. So
easily identifiable.
They are exactly.
They have a badge and they have that reflective jacket.
Seek for help.
Which has the writings on the back.
IEBC official.
So far so good.
So you don't have to go ask another voter out there. So
far so good.
Something to look out for, Victor. Mutoma Primary School.
Yes.
In Gatundu South. The President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, will be voting from Mutoma Primary School. He has already declared his intention. He has already declared who he supports. So we really expect, obviously, for him to get out and vote. He will be at Mutoma Primary School. That is where he will be voting. And I think Mamangina also votes from Mutoma Primary School. The only person who doesn't vote from All right, it is important to emphasize once more that it is your responsibility as a voter in this election to ensure that your ballot paper is stamped by the IEBC at the back. So all the 6 ballot papers that you get, once you have them, check the back whether they are stamped. The 6 of them, whether they are stamped. You have 6 ballot papers, ensure they are stamped by the IEBC at the back. If they are not stamped, it will be a different story, because I mean that then is not a valid ballot paper because it is not stamped by the IEBC. So as a way of ensuring that your vote counts today, ensure that your ballot paper is stamped by the IEBC at the back, and each one of them, not just one, each one of them, 6 of them,
That is part of the security feature. To authenticate that piece of paper is valid and is for the IEBC. And once that is done, make sure that it's completely dropped inside the box.
You have Rigathi Gachagua.
Right.
I don't know why he looks like a Benga star. A Benga music.
The God Papa.
Yeah, coming out to vote at Sagana Primary School in Madeira constituency.
Perhaps we just want to know who the lady is on a wheelchair. That is in Madeira, of course, Rigathi Gachagua.
And I don't know these leaders, because I see the UDA candidate for Mukurweini, he's the current speaker of the County Assembly of Nyeri. He's accompanying Rigathi Gachagua. So you can see probably they're here in solidarity with Rigathi Gachagua before he goes to vote. And you can see the wife of Rigathi Gachagua, Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, is also with them. But there's something you realize about voter mobilization in Mount Kenya, and I hope it is also done across the country. The old people, there are vehicles that are specifically marked to ferry the old people to polling stations so that they can go and exercise their vote. But probably Rigathi Gachagua, seeing the way they're accompanying her, wow, it could be the mother actually.
Chances are.
Could be the mother or an auntie. But let's see. I'm sure Ishoki Wachira will be filling us on details about it because this is what is happening in Sagana Primary School, where Rigathi Gachagua will be voting. Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy presidential candidate of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. We will be letting you in on what is transpiring there. This must be a relative.
This looks a relative.
This must be a relative to Rigathi Gachagua, because you see how keen he is. At least one thing I'm sure is that Rigathi Gachagua lost the father, the brother, two brothers actually. Not too sure about the mother. So Gishoki Wachira will be filling us some details on who exactly that is. Could be an aunt, could be the mother, but we'll be sure once Gishoki Wachira lets us on the details. Now, look at that picture. You see the lady back there at the back, alone on the booth, marking her ballot papers.
And that's what it should be.
Yeah, that is what it should be. You will be alone there.
Take your time.
This is the time when you're making a decision on your own at a very critical juncture. You make the decision on your own because you believe in the candidate that you'll be electing today. And why you believe in them is up to you, because in one way or another you believe they are going to change your life in one way or another if they assume office. So get out and vote.
That's quite like a judgment day.
Yeah,
it is.
Choices have consequences.
Yes, the judgment day, you will face the panel.
It is.
Peke yako, like, Jen tulikuwa na wewe, you see, Jen, we went to church the same Jen. No. Jen, come.
Tulivotia nani?
No. You will face the panel. All right, so there you have it. Rigathi Gachagua, they're taking part in that process.
What I would want to know from what is happening there, because that's an old voter, one. And I don't know what Rigathi Gachagua is doing there, whether it is to assist the voter or what is happening. Because in most cases, an assisted voter should be assisted by the IBC.
The IBC official has the ID. That must be an ID. So he had to help in putting down the details correctly, because the lady can't read, or probably she can't write. So somebody had to help her out. And the person who amekuja naye ni Rigathi Gachagua mwenyewe. So he had to tackle it.
Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua.
He's among the 22.1 plus million voters taking part in this exercise, or around 46,232 polling stations across the country. You have no reason at all not to vote. You have no
And
reason.
by him casting his vote, that means then the Kenya Kwanza coalition top luminaries, that is presidential candidate and deputy presidential candidate, will have finished up with voting and probably retreat back to their homes or to their election centers, where there will be monitoring events. As regards Azimio, the only person you're waiting for is the presidential candidate, and that is the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And once he votes, then we can say Azimio Kenya Kwanza have voted. We are yet to see the voting of Professor Luchiri Wajakoya and the running mate, Justina Wamai, as well as David Ohiga Maore, and the running mate, that is Ruth Musha.
All right. So the fingerprints and the biometric for the lady is ongoing right now. That is in Madeira constituency. And the process is so simple. After that is done, if one finger doesn't work, remember IBC recorded in the KIM system all the 10 fingers. So if one fails, they'll have to go to the next one until they get it right. That is how the process is across the country with the primary source of identification, that is the KIM system. Only a situation as prescribed by the law is only the place where they'll be using the manual register. We have got split screen on what's in Gishu, Madeira, Baringo County. Betty Kiptum is there. Quite impressive because, you know, police officers there, that is in Baringo, quite a place of interest because of the issues to do with insecurity. So the Interior Ministry had to move in swiftly and to make sure that everybody is taken care of there in Baringo constituency. We have got the issue of cattle rustle, which is not so much at this particular point because of the security level. We have to commend Kenyans because this particular exercise is taking place today with a lot of excitement. There is no anxieties as compared to the past years where on this particular day, people would, you know, vote and rush back and decide to hide somewhere. Today is quite different. There's a level of excitement. There's a level of excitement which I think should be the case. Live pictures there. Madeira constituency, Rigathi Gachagua, the lady is still being taken through the process.
And that's the second step of the process.
Yes.
Once they have identified you with your national ID, they go on to identify you electronically with your biometrics. And the next step will be getting the 6 ballot papers. Then you proceed to the booth, cast your vote, and then you will be directed to depositing those particular ballot papers to the designated ballot boxes.
Stand to be counted. Stand to be counted. Take part. It comes once. Yes.
And as you can see, they've already identified her from the image that we can see from this far.
And it's captured.
They have identified.
Okay. So that's how it is today. We are waiting Mutomo Primary School, where President Kenyatta will be heading perhaps later on in the day. But somehow we are yet to find what time. Luchiri Wajakoya has not yet voted yet. We also have Waiga Maore, not yet, and Raila Odinga, not yet.
But if history is anything to go by,
we can confirm this is not
Rigathi's
mother. I had doubts about the mother because the mother, I think about 3 years ago, Rigathi Gachagua lost the mother also. And that means that this is not the mother to Rigathi Gachagua. But it is definitely a relative to Rigathi Gachagua. Once you know how related they are, because it's a very critical moment. It's a very important picture, that one, in so many ways, and significant for that matter. We will be informing you who that is. But they have been identified. Now it is their turn
step
to go now to
receive the ballot papers.
All right. Okay. In regard to the presidential race, let us emphasize on this one, Victor Olo, because of the people in Kakamega and Mombasa and Kacheliba and in Pokot South. Your coming out to vote will determine the percentage of the presidential vote. A candidate to win in this election needs 50+1 and win in more than half of the counties. That is, get more than half of counties and 50+1.
1.
So it is important that even in places where elections are not happening for particular seats, and that is in Pokot South as well as Kacheliba, gubernatorial seat in Mombasa and Kakamega, get out and vote. Go vote for your president, go vote for your senator, go vote for your woman rep, MP and MCA. And even you that still is dilly-dallying at home, get out, go and vote. Your vote determines the percentage. You are the one who decides whether we finish this thing first round or we remain in this election cycle and continue being here for another 60 days.
Can you plead with the Kenyans, please? Save us.
Because again, it's taxpayers' money at the end of the day.
It's you who decides, and because if no one gets a clear win, another 60 days of campaign, we do an election for the second round. And so it is up to you, and the IEBC for that matter.
Either way, we need to move on. I mean, elections should come, people should vote, then we go to the next step. Kids should go back to school, if you may ask me.
Because they stand to be disrupted if we actually go for a rerun.
Kids need to go back to school. Go back to our, jobs. People need to go about their business as usual. Election should come to Malize Maneno 50% plus 1, the way it's required by law, and we are done.
In any case, the good old professor, George Albert Omore Magoha, only gave them a break of 2 weeks, and then they should be back to school.
He said tomorrow kids should be back in school. Kids should be back in school on 10th.
Wake up, you're a parent, let's finish up this thing. Everybody get out and vote. It is your vote that determines the percentage the presidential candidates get, and then we done with this election. If it is not won in the first round, you can be guaranteed we will be going, for the second round. If the IEBC does not conduct the job properly and declare a winner validly, it goes to the Supreme Court. Maraga already set the bar too high. There's no going back about it. If it is nullified, we still go back to the election. So there's a big role for you as a voter to play, and the IEBC also as the Independent Election Boundaries Commission to do this process and do it with fairness and justice, so that at the end of the day, everything is credible and the country can move on.
We all have a role to play in this election. Just because you are a citizen, it means you need to exercise your vote, your right to vote. So in the next 25, 26 or 28 days or so, we have the new president being sworn into office.
I have a number plea to all of you and our colleagues in other media houses. We also need to report something else. So, Kenyans.
We move on.
We also need to report something else.
This whole year has pretty much been about electioneering.
Election and
campaigns, all over the place.
All right or not, though. We are here to give you coverage. Nonetheless, that is our job. All right. So, whatever you're going to do, make sure that you do it correctly. Don't get it wrong, because it will affect you for the next 5 years. That's the way it's supposed to be. 22 million Kenyans taking part in this election. It's so far so good. The cues from the photos, the picture you're seeing on your screen there, Kenyans already up and early. No party colors, as you can see, neutral colors, and that's the way it's supposed to, which means Kenyans are sharp and they understand how it's supposed to be done. This is not a rally.
All right, we expect hourly updates from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. That means probably by 8 a.m. or 9, we'll be receiving a press conference from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, speaking so far about the exercise and where the exercise has kicked off without any drama, and where it has kicked off with some sort of drama that we are yet to hear of any place, and the turnout. And I think they will keep updating us on the turnout in this election as we progress throughout the day. It is very important to note that at the end of the day, one of the things we'll be monitoring on this set is the turnout. 22 million Kenyans are registered as voters to participate in this election. How many will participate is the big question today. But so far from what you're seeing, you can see the lines continue to grow bigger. So it is important that all of us get out. If you're a registered voter in the Republic of Kenya, get out, exercise your democratic right to vote. And the right to vote is also something we call inalienable, in the sense that it is a right you acquire once you hit 18, and it is inherent. That means even prisoners are voting today. Even those confined in our prisons
They have a
are
right.
still voting,
Yeah.
because the right to vote is inherent and inalienable, and therefore get out and vote.
All right.
Yeah.
A quick update here. Much as we continue with this one, Court of Appeal, remember, suspended orders directing IEBC to use a manual voter register as a backup for an electronic register. That happened yesterday. Mombasa, Kakamega, governor races were suspended, and of course IEBC said that they will give an update later in the week on when those particular counties will have their elections done. Parliamentary polls also for Pokot South and Kachiliba were suspended. IEBC also taking care of that. We also know that 8 IEBC officials from Homa Bay, Kisumu and Bungoma counties were arrested and sacked after they were found meeting two candidates for parliamentary.
You were having the Last Supper with candidates, and the IEBC discovers that, and they're fired.
Yeah. By the time you're eating,
Wait. Focus on that picture on the screen right now of that lady holding a baby. If you are pregnant, you know, there's a TV station somewhere in the US that said pregnant women don't get out to vote.
In Kenya?
In Kenya. This is the very moment to show that we do. If you're pregnant or you have a baby in your hands, you will be given priority to vote. Like you can see,
she's handing over
the lady now. She's a new mother. She's going to vote and go home. And if you're pregnant, you will be allowed to do that. There's only thing you cannot do is transfer the baby.
No.
Because the baby, once you have the indelible ink on your finger, the baby will also have ink on the indelible ink on their finger. That means you cannot transfer the baby. At least we know you cannot transfer pregnancy. But the baby, you can transfer. But it will not be possible this time. Because as the mother gets the indelible ink, even the baby, so will the baby. And therefore, every baby will be checked to see whether they have indelible ink. If they do have,
and there's a reason to that. Kenyans will use peculiar ways of eating, cutting shortcuts and getting our ways done. Naomba tu nipite tafadhali, niko na mtoto mdogo, angoja, mtoto amevote. Enda huko nyuma.
That is what will happen to you. So do not play those games of transferring babies to each other. It will not happen. Do not carry a fake baby. Do not carry fake pregnancy. Just as a Kenyan, as you know, as a Kenyan who loves their country, and knowing that you're participating in a very solemn duty as a citizen of the Republic of Kenya.
And today is a holiday.
It is.
So you have the whole day to queue. You're not queuing and going to work or anything of that nature. You're queuing, voting, and going back to your humble.
So let me ask you a question, Jacob Benjen. What does this as a Kenyan, curious.
This day. This day reminds me of our independence as a country. Because there are times people who bear the skin color, you and I, would not participate in such exercises. When we talk about self-internal rule, this is what we mean about. This is what we mean. That the decisions of running this country are made by us. They're not made somewhere else. There is a time people used to take flights here, to fly to Lancaster, to go and decide how we are going to be governed as a country.
Right.
Today we make these decisions here. And by the way, as you wake up today, you will be participating in a constitutional process, and you will be doing what is figured out in Article 1 of the Constitution, where all power belongs to the citizens. But today you will be delegating it to the people you elect. So if there's anything this reminds me, is that we are truly an independent and sovereign nation.
Absolutely. And even Jen, what does it remind you, even for the future generations to come?
You know, this particular general elections, starting with just the mood that the country is in, looking at the campaigns so far, because one, they were very heated. They say we've seen so many aspects of the nation being used as politicking tools. But just looking at this election so far, it reminds me of how far we've come as a nation. And especially going back to the 2007-2008 period in our country. Looking at that election, then the 2013 elections, 2017 elections, so much has happened so far in this election that we've had in the past 2 decades. But looking at this year alone, peace is something that we can see quite literally. politicians are leading this particular voting process. We've seen the Deputy President, we've seen Martha Karua, we've seen Rigathi Gachagua also casting their votes. And we're going to see many others. And just borrowing from history, we expect President Kenyatta around 9, 10 there, looking if history is anything to go by.
Think
so
about
this
it.
in here, we've come so
Victor,
far.
Yes.
Also.
What about me? What about me?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. What about you? What does it remind you?
Okay, it reminds me that freedom is sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Freedom is sweet. Have you ever been arrested, simply stopped by the traffic cop, and your freedom is curtailed for just like around 2-3 minutes?
Pressure.
That pressure. That reminds me that freedom is sweet.
Bishop David Wahiga Mwaure, the presidential candidate for Agano Party, is about to cast his ballot. This is Upper Hill, secondary school. This is where he will be voting. As you can see, his lineup, and never drops his collar to always identify himself as a man of
an ordained minister.
An ordained minister.
I don't know how it would be if he gets elected. Would his dressing code change?
What?
Dress code. How would he drop his collar?
It will change. The Malawian president, the president for Malawi, is also an ordained minister. Has actually was a televangelist at some point in the US, but that is Chakwera.
Yes.
But you can see he has dropped. He never detaches his Christianity and ordained minister in his speeches, but he's always presidential, even in his dressing.
Yeah.
So much of what you'll be hearing from Wahiga Mwaure if he becomes president is a presidential speech list with a sermon here and there that will always remind you that he's an ordained minister. And it is also very important. But as he's identified, you were talking about freedom and its
exactly. It reminds me of that we enjoy. Almost 60 years later, after our independence, we have been enjoying that free space to do whatever we want as Kenyans. I was giving an example. You get arrested, or just a normal traffic check. This, that, and then weka ka. Then you see other people coming and going. You usually feel, what have I done? And exactly, ni nini hawajafanya watu? Only to start realizing that those people did something right that you did not do right. So once you make this kind of decision, it's akin to that. Make a decision so that you don't go back years ago where, as correctly put it, some few people would fly to Lancaster, come with some notes written somewhere, and then say, this is what you're going to do.
The scramble for Africa.
You get what I'm saying? So as Kenyans, the freedom is sweet.
Identification of Wahiga Mwaure ongoing. You can see his fingerprints. That is what you call biometrics, being taken by the IEBC to identify him positively as a voter, and particularly the polling station.
That is done.
And you know, the gentleman was running for MP at some point in Kamukunji, went to vie for governor in Lamu, wanted to be governor in Nairobi, and now seeking for presidency. And as you can see, he's at Upper Hill. But as you were talking about freedom,
humanly speaking, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's okay to dream. It's okay to have aspirations as a person. I mean, you try as much as you want. You never know.
I mean,
how many times did you do a screen test? How many times did you and here you are today, Kyoria?
Focus on the election.
Even you, Jen, how many times did you get it wrong?
But Raila Odinga is a good example.
Exactly.
Collective 25 years.
Kyoria, how many times did you do a screen test and tell, we will call you, don't call us?
Kyoria amekataa hiyo story kabisa.
So it's good to dream.
Absolutely. As you were talking about freedom and looking at those cues there, in my mind I was remembering, because you asked what this election means for us.
Yes.
At some years when there used to be Mlolongo.
Yeah.
Where just by seeing the line or the queue, you would tell who is the next candidate, and people just used to vote like that. And the returning officer then was a district commissioner, reporting directly to the president. So the election was, I would say, quote unquote, predetermined and rigged.
Yes.
From the word go. And now we have a country where people queue, cast their ballot. They don't even know the outcome until the IEBC, announces the results.
And you see, by then it was like 1, 2, 3, 4. Where? Talk. Okay. Where? And that's how it was.
And you know what would happen, because it happened in my constituency at some point. Somebody would come with money because you're queuing here. Somehow bribe the supporters of your opponent, and then they would move from this queue to this other queue, and that is how you know you've lost the election.
You've lost the election.
So we have really come from far.
And also that's the beauty of secret ballots, as is enshrined in the Constitution.
And imagine the ballot papers would travel all the way from Loyangalani to Nairobi to be counted at the KICC. And somebody would make an announcement at what point of the night, God knows when. We didn't have, we didn't have televisions, the system that we have, the technology we have right now. You'll only hear the announcement on KBC radio, all right? So that's how far we've come. So you go there, make sure that the freedom that we enjoy. All right.
In Mathira over there.
There you have it, Kirinyaga County, Madeira, Uasin Gishu, and Upper Hill, that is Waige Maura, where Maure already taking part in the process. He is getting identified. The papers are the ballot papers, given to him so that he can go ahead and vote. Very important for him, very important.
Maura Wahiga is getting his ballot papers. So Rigathi Gachagua is casting them, right? Yes. He has to be guided, by the way. He almost occasioned.
And we talked about this a while ago. You remember we talked about this?
Yeah.
That's why that
he almost
lady
occasioned a stray ballot.
Yes.
Regarding Gachagua.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
That there is an IBC official who is there to help you, and some people are colorblind. We talked about this. Pink and purple is almost the same thing.
Yeah.
So you'll be guided so that you drop that ballot in the correct box.
Bishop David Ohige Maure has his ballot papers in his hand, so he will proceed now to the booth to mark his ballot papers. And I'm still confident, Victor, I am still confident that at some point, because we have made strides over the years, at some point we will be able to vote from anywhere in this country without necessarily having been. For example, when the station opened at 6, us who are here, we should have voted, for example, and vote electronically, and that's just it, and your vote is still valid. So I'm still hopeful that we can get
it. Happens in other countries.
Yeah, it happens.
But you're right, because who knew, even Jen, who knew that at this point we were using biometrics?
No.
Years ago, it was Mlolongo system. 3,000, 4,000 people in the same polling station, but right now it's streamed to only 700.
There's a mad dash somewhere here. This is regarding Gachagua.
Exactly. I think the lady, he's assisted the lady. Now, his turn.
It is his turn now.
It is his turn right now.
Okay.
So the lady is done. She's out. Now it's time for Rigathi Gachagua to cast his ballot. Very well. Very well.
And that there is Kagushia. Speaker Kagushia, John Kagushia, is the current County Assembly Speaker of Nyeri County Assembly, right now running for Member of Parliament in Mukurweini constituency on a UDA ticket. That is John Kagushia.
All right.
Yes. John Kagushia. Accompanying Rigathi Gachagua, the Member of Parliament for Madeira. And Madeira has a new candidate running on a UDA ticket. Remember, Rigathi Gachagua had paid for the UDA nominations before he was named running mate. So UDA had to do a quick dash and identify a candidate who will be replacing Rigathi Gachagua in Madeira. How he will fare? Quite an interesting one, because he faces quite some stiff competition.
At the booth, making his choice as well. It's a process that is going to run until 5 p.m. It's a process that's going to run until 5 p.m. And if you can see, it's quite peaceful, it's quite, easy there at the polling centers. Initially, it would be chaotic. We have personally covered elections in parts of this country where at a particular time of the day, things would change. Things would definitely change. Gunshots, goons would come and kick the boxes. But there you have it, Wahiga Maure already at the booth. Again, as you said, Kioria,
You'd love to be a fly there.
Yeah, to be a fly there and say, zzz, at the callers, check, then come back. Like
First of all, I don't know whether Wahiga Maore and his party have a governor candidate in Nairobi, for example, and he's a voter in Nairobi.
Yeah.
I would want to be a fly there and see who exactly did he vote for as governor.
Or be a fly.
And as the presidential candidate.
Yeah, he is a presidential candidate. So by far the assumption is he has voted for himself. But I don't know whether you remember in 2013 though, that was propaganda. When it was alleged that in Rurumo Primary School where Jeremiah Kioni voted, the Honorable Salim Mudavadi got no vote from that polling station. But that was propaganda then, because in a statement of facts, it was indeed discovered that Jeremiah Kioni did not vote from Rurumo Primary School, as was alleged. And something that's very interesting that has come out in this election, Victor Olo, particularly for governor candidates, you needed to keep checking on your running mate every morning, afternoon, and night, because the possibility of disappearing on you and ghosting you was very high.
Very high.
Very high. Very high. And there are some of them who have suffered that fate. Manson Oyongo Nyamoya from Kisii suffered the same. In Machakos here, Maliti of Maendeleo Chapter.
Yes.
The running mate went to support Nzioka Waita. Then he wakes up in the morning and discovers, I don't have a running mate. So he also has to dash now to Wavinya Ndeti and support them. So, I mean, it has been quite a tough time, particularly for governor candidates, having had to check on their running mates every morning, afternoon, and night.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal for
Fantastic. And I think we'll be waiting to rush to him because he obviously will address press outside that polling station. So we don't stand by for that. Rigathi Gachagua now
out with
being identified.
In with Rigathi. The identification perhaps waiting for Rigathi to set up. There we have him already now.
Everybody is not ready just yet. I think the media team is just setting up so that they're ready. So let's head over to Wahiga Maore. Okay, Bishop has changed his mind, or maybe he's looking for scouting for a better place to do the press conference. So we'll get him. But I see because the members of the press are still following him, and this is definitely our job. We have to identify and get you the best pictures as possible. So once we have him on, we shall bring it because that presser is definitely going to happen. I think he was just moving away from the door entrance of the polling station so that it doesn't cause distraction. But there he is. And Rigathi Gachagua being identified. Can we just probably head over to Wahiga Maore?
My type.
Wahiga Maore speaking to members of the press after voting.
We're still setting up systems. So, but I'm happy to be here. I am happy to have exercised my right to vote. And I have voted for my candidates without fear or favor. I wish to remind Kenyans again and those who are still waiting to vote that this is not just a constitutional right, but it's like a divine or sacred right to vote a leader. While it's God who gives us leaders, He uses us to choose. So you're being there, you'll be fulfilling a divine mandate. You've been praying, and God will answer your prayers today. I am very excited to have voted as a new person and as a new presidential candidate, and as a presidential candidate getting up to the box. I am looking forward, and for you as well, if you vote, you should look forward to a new and a bright future. There is hope for this country because you Kenyans, you know you're hardworking, you have goodwill, you want the best from your country. Secondly, you know we've got a great country and a blessed country. And the sky, even beyond the sky, is a limit. This is a country that we can and we will turn it into a first world. I explained my agendas so you know them. The campaigns have stopped. Mine today is to say this is a golden opportunity. What I'm seeing ahead It's an occasion, a moment to start all over, a golden moment. I called it an Obama moment. I call it an Obama, a Mandela moment, a time for us to move forward. We can do it. Tunaweza, tutaweza, tutaendelea, na Mungu atatusaidia. Kwa hivyo, if you have not left home, or you are not sure whether you want to vote, just go in there. Say a little prayer. Kenyans, we are prayerful, we are God-fearing. A little prayer, and you'll know how to vote and which way to go. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the members of the media. They were up by 5. I was up even before that, and they have been running up and down. Some of them even came to my house and started with me there. They do a great job. Thank you. We will see you later as the results keep streaming. And unless the media, I don't know if you want to ask a few things.
Yes, maybe.
Yes.
Just Your Excellency, after casting your vote, what do you see? What is your expectation after the results?
I expect to win. I expect Kenyans to vote for me, and I expect and for me, I have dreams. I will come in with a big broom and make Kenya great as it should be. That's my dream. Yeah.
Your Excellency, you are 4 of you on the ballot. Possibilities, the actual only one of you will win. Should you lose, will you concede?
If I lose, I will concede, and I will shake the hand if I'm near whoever will win. Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you. You too. Good day.
Fantastic. That is Wahiga Mwaure exuding confidence in the process this morning as he votes at Upper Hill Secondary School. And it looks like every candidate will have voted by 10 a.m. Because so far we have Martha Karua, we have presidential candidate William Ruto. We also have Rigathi Gachagua now casting his ballot, as you will see that on your screen in a bit. And we also have Wahiga Mwaure having cast his ballot. So far, those are 4 people that you would say are of interest in this election. That means 4 more to go, because there are 8 for presidential candidate and their running mates. Yes. And therefore, that makes 8. And there you have Rigathi Gachagua, even taking a moment to pause for a photo. Yes. At some point, I think you saw the IBC officials having to tell him to remove the kofia so they can positively identify him. Yes. And they have done so.
And this is an important step. You know, much as Rigathi Gachagua is known, the IEBC have to ensure that the data they have is actually reflecting the person that has presented themselves as Rigathi Gachagua in this particular case.
No room for mistakes.
No room for mistakes.
And there he goes. He is the deputy presidential candidate for the Kenya Kwanza Alliance and UDA party. He is still the Madeira MP, which ceases today after the people of Madeira elect a new member of parliament, and probably Rigathi Gachagua assumes a new title after tonight, or not, depending on the decisions you make on the ballot paper. He is done. That means then in about 2 minutes, he will also be addressing members of the press outside the polling station. Probably he has to wait for the wife if they are in the same polling station.
But that was very fast.
That was very fast.
After identification, taking his ballot papers, casting his vote, depositing them in the proper ballot boxes, and now being marked.
The indelible ink.
Yes, right there.
It's also possible that they're not in this station with the wife. The wife. Because I think it goes by alphabeticals. So Geoffrey and Dorcas, you would assume they are in different polling stations in this polling center, for example. But one thing is guaranteed: in about 2 minutes, Rigathi Gachagua will be speaking to members of the press after casting his ballot. There he goes. We will be talking to him in a bit. We have our team of Geshoke Washira and Mogo Kamunya as our team in Madeira constituency, and particularly this primary school where Rigathi Gachagua is voting. Members of the press preparing themselves, but in the meantime, elections are ongoing in Machakos, as you can see from your screen. The lining up of members of the public and registered voters, for that matter, as they come out to vote. We head over to Nyeri, Madeira constituency. Rigathi Gachagua is speaking. He's yet to, so once he does, we will head out there, and you can see serenaded by the wife, Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, and the MP aspirant, MP candidate for UDA in Mukurweini. That is John Kagushe.
And also to note, the weather has been cooperating so far, considering the unstable weather phenomenons that we have been experiencing. It's hot today, it's cold tomorrow, it's freezing the other day. So for much as it's a chilly morning, at least there aren't any areas that are reporting rainfalls. At least the queues are well in place. People are ready to cast their votes.
All right.
Hope the weather cooperates for the rest of the day.
I don't know whether we have Rigathi Gachagua ready for introduction. But the queues using that are on your screen are from Machakos County, where voting exercise is still ongoing. We will be heading over to Madeira, where Rigathi Gachagua is speaking clearly. We've lost the signal a bit, but we'll be trying to get it a bit in a bit, so we speak to, or we hear what Rigathi Gachagua has to say about the voting exercise, and if they have any concerns as regards the organization of the exercise. That is still Machakos County. And you see, the turnout is really good. At 7:42 a.m., the turnout in Machakos is quite interesting. It's fantastic. This is another place where it promises quite a battle between Wavinya Ndeti of Wiper Party and Nzioka Waita of CCM. Let's go to Rigathi Gachagua in Madeira.
Of the economy, many people are disappointed and were saying they will not vote. But apparently, there has been a change of heart, and I'm very grateful. I want to ask our people, including those who were disappointed between 2017 and 2022, they still have another chance to elect another government and give it a chance. And they cannot be left out. So I want to appeal to all Kenyans for the rest of the day to come out and vote, to remain peaceful, to respect one another, and we ask government and all its institutions to allow the people of Kenya to express their will. We had been told that people have been mobilized to bribe voters, to scare away people. So far, nothing of that has happened. If there has been a change of heart on the part of government, we are grateful. If it's because we caught them out and they chickened out, then we did the right thing. But we want to ask for the remaining hours of the day between now and 5. Let everybody come out to vote, and let institutions of government leave the people of Kenya to elect their leaders democratically. And that way, we shall have a beautiful country, a prosperous nation, and happy people. And therefore, I want to thank everybody, and I wish you a nice day. Because Wali. Oh, hey. You got me. And I want to ask all my supporters, also Deputy President William, to not call me before they are voted, or to try to engage me in a way. I'm only engaging people who are like me who are voted. Because when you vote, you're on another level. Those who have not voted are on a lower level. Those who have voted are on another level. And you journalists, you also want to vote. Mwende mpige kura. Ukimaliza na hii picha mwende pia mpige kura. Hii ni mambo yenu ya kesho. Tupange na kesho yenu. So don't just say you are covering news and you don't. Yeah. The reward given to people who do not vote is to be led by fools. Once you don't vote, you will be led by a fool. Sawa? Tuangaliana. Swali? Oh. We are like tuko na stations za kweli. Okay. Is it not alive?
Even commitment live.
We are live. Okay. We're down.
Right, very well. That is Rigathi Gachagua, that is Mathira, deputy presidential candidate for UDA. Live pictures there. He's just addressed the media after casting his ballot, calling out on all Kenyans to come out and vote. With some allegation there that there were some allegations that people were being bought to vote.
And the candidates
are yet to get
have verified that the ballot boxes are indeed
see all the security agencies stationed in those particular polling stations, and when we get them, we'll give you those details promptly. So those are live pictures from Kisumu, Kisumu County to be specific. We are yet to know which polling station is there. And yes, people also came out to vote. Governor Anyang' Nyong'o defending his seat against Jack Ranguma, who was the first governor of that particular county. Anyang' Nyong'o defeated him in the last general election. And Jackson Ranguma is back to dethrone Anyang' Nyong'o, who is now the current governor. And he'll be defending his seat as well. Live pictures there. All right. So as that is happening, Kisumu will also be getting those live updates from our reporters there in different parts of the country. Remember, Kisumu is part of the larger Nyanza region. We have got 4 counties there. We have got Homa Bay, Kisumu, Migori County, and Siaya counties, which are also going to be picking their next leaders. How it's going to pan out is a matter of interest as well. Ranguma defending, coming back to clinch his seat that was taken away from him by Governor Anyang' Nyong'o. Yes, even police officers are also voting, Jen.
The polling station seems to be very peaceful, which is a very good sign, and it's something that we have witnessed across all the polling stations that we have been able to interact with. Very organized. You can see all the queues right there. Very short for that matter, given it's about 12 minutes to 8 a.m.
Yes.
It's looking very good, and we do hope that in a matter of time, there will be more people turning up to cast their votes today. But so far, the peace that is evident in this particular footage here is it's beautiful.
All right. So that is a lady from Mathira. Let's just listen to her and let's get what she's saying.
Tuambie jina lako, umeamka saa ngapi, na utuambie ujumbe yako kwa Kenya.
Jina yangu James Jogo.
Ngoja kidogo.
James Jogo na Kariuki. Jina James Jogo na Kariuki. Nimetoka Nairobi na make kufika hapa 6. Mimi ningeomba tuchaguane na amani na tusichochane ndio turudi makazini. Mwenye atashindwa akubali.
Sikia kwa msichana sasa juu. Tuambie jina lako.
Naitwa Julie.
Tuambie jina lako, tuambie uliamka saa ngapi kuja kupiga kura na ujumbe yako kwa Wakenya kupiga kura. Kama
Naitwa Judy Murugi. This is my first time voting. Niliamka around 6:30, and I'd urge Kenyans to vote wisely. Yeah.
Yes. Kwa majina naitwa Rea Gadhigi ya Gashanja. Niliamka saa 11. Nikaanza kujitayarisha nikakuja, lakini kitu ile imenifurahisha sana. Nilikuwa nafikiria ati nitakuwa wa kwanza, nikapata watu wamejaa. Tuseme kwa ukweli, Wakenya wamejitokeza na wamefurahia hii uchaguzi. Tunaomba Mungu atusaidie tukue na amani, tukishaguana na hata baada ya kuchaguana tukue na amani katika Kenya hii yetu. God bless you, Kenya.
God bless Kenya. Indeed, that is a strong word from the lady there in Mathare constituency. God bless Kenya. I mean, at the end of the day, we even saw the leaders, after all was said and done, they went to kneel down.
That is exactly what happens when we say that Kenya is a God-fearing nation.
Exactly.
And because we start by acknowledging the supremacy of God in our preamble of a constitution, may God bless Kenya indeed. And you know, that's also our prayer in the national anthem. Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu.
And it's also encouraging to see that young lady right there. Her first time voting.
For the first time.
And she showed up. She showed up.
All right, we have live pictures from Kisumu, the lakeside city of Kisumu. Voting also ongoing. I think from the exit you see the lady, the old lady being assisted as she exits the polling station. But things there are running smoothly. Also, we have a weekly for catch reporter on standby there also in Kisumu County, and we'll also be linking up with him as well as Simon Achola, who is in Siaya and Bondo constituency to be specific. Raila Odinga hails from Bondo, though he has represented Langata constituency in his entire political life as member of parliament. He has represented Langata constituency, but he hails from Bondo. Bondo for some time has also been represented by his elder brother, Dr. Oburu Ogenga, and that's where Simon Achola is pitching tent, and very strategically so because it is the home of Raila Amolo Odinga. This is Mutomo Primary School. Mutomo Primary School is where President Uhuru Kenyatta will be casting his ballot. And Mama Ngina also casts her ballot from this polling center. That is Mutomo Primary School, Gatundu South.
Is it Gatodo or Gatundu?
Gatodo.
Gatodo.
Gatodo South.
So you remove the N and you add
There's no
O.
S. There's no S anywhere there, Victor.
No N. No N.
The people from the mountain.
No, as in...
The N is written, but it is silent when we pronounce.
So pronounce it correctly.
Yes, so it is Gatodo.
Good.
No, you know where Victor comes from. They put S in everything.
Gatondo South is where President Uhuru Kenyatta will be voting at Mutomo Primary School.
Yes.
And even the former First Lady, Mama Ngina Kenyatta, will be also voting from Mutomo. The only person who votes from Lavington is Her Excellency, the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta. But you can be sure. I don't know whether today she will accompany the president, because in previous elections, courtesy of the president being a candidate, she has always accompanied the president to Mutomo Primary School to vote, and then goes later to...
It will be interesting to see how that will pan out, because the president is now voting as an outgoing president.
Yeah.
As a citizen now. After voting, he'll be a former president.
Yeah.
And then now there's that bit of transition, 2 years to prepare for the transition. If at all we not have a runoff or a court, whatever.
After voting, he still remains president of the Republic
shield
of
of power. Exactly.
The day he stops being president is the day he hands over the sword and the Constitution of Kenya to the next president. That even means even if the Supreme Court nullifies this election,
still the boss.
Or we have an election to do if the candidates don't get a 50+1 constitutional threshold for presidency, we will still have President Uhuru Kenyatta as president of the Republic of Kenya. In Kirinyaga, something interesting. I don't know whether we can get that. Purity Ngirish. She's a leading candidate, independent candidate in Kirinyaga, is voting in that race. She is running against Anne Waiguru of UDA. There's the former governor, Ndathi, who is running on TSP ticket. Charles Kebiro of Jubilee Party are amongst the candidates. And I think there's Gitau of Safina Party in that race also. Gitau is a former MP for Mwea. he is also in the race. But this is the first candidate we are seeing in Kirinyaga, other than Martha Karua, who is the deputy president candidate for Azimio, the first candidate in the gubernatorial race in Kirinyaga, Purity Ngirishi, and now exercising her right to vote at a place called Kaideri Primary School, because I've heard you want me to give those names the accent, right?
But again, it's
Kaideri Primary School.
Thank you for that. But it's also important to note that even the counties where elections for the governor seat did not take place, Governor Joho is still the governor.
Oh yeah.
Governor Paranya is still the governor, so they can still call shots in their respective counties.
Maybe it's also something we need a guidance, because the Constitution does not foresee a situation where, and it is important that they tell us about the transition in counties where an election does not happen. Because in the national government, it is possible that an election
definitely they should know no vacuum.
Yeah, there's no vacuum.
All right.
And probably then, because this is the first instance we are having in that gubernatorial position, it is important they tell us whether in the assumption of office, particularly in counties, there is an assumption or there is that provision for if an election does not happen, what happens?
The governor still takes charge, because what happens? Because the deputy governor cannot take over because of the instances, the Constitution. An election has not taken place, so until there is that transition bit after an election, that's when now you hand over power to the incoming governor. So presumably Governor Joho is still, on the seat, as well as Oparanya.
Looking at the Constitution, there are timelines for which the presidential petition takes, and it assumes that the president is still in power. And there's no vacuum at that point. But you will remember, even in the gubernatorial race, the timelines are that immediately, and I think of 1 week after announcement, the governor is sworn in as the new governor.
Yes.
The petition, if you want to challenge the gubernatorial outcome, has a period of 3 months under which you can challenge it, but the person who has been declared by the IEBC is guaranteed of being sworn in as long as they've been declared winner.
Yes.
But for this one in the presidency, there's a particular timeline granted that must be followed, and strictly so. And if the election is nullified, and we'll be going to Igembe in a bit, but that's just it. So I think the lawyers will guide us at some point what happens in Kakamega and Mombasa, and whether governors continue. The governor for Kakamega, Wycliffe Oparanya, and Joho continue to be the governors. We now link up with Dennis Nyang'ao, who is in Igembe, Meru County. Dennis, if you can hear me, good morning.
Kuingia vituoni kutekeleza wajibu wao kidemokrasia. Na hapa nilipo ni katika kituo cha Maua High School, ambapo wapiga kura wamejitokeza. Maafisa ambao wanatekeleza wajibu huu pia wameketi ili kuweza kusubiri Wakenya ambao wametia foleni ili kuweza kutekeleza haki yao kidemokrasia. Haya ni masanduku ya wapiga kura wote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wote wamethibitisha kwamba vifaa vyote vipo na wajibu sasa umeanza kutekelezwa. Moja kwa moja tuingie pale nje kwenye foleni, tuone hali ikoje kutoka kwa wapiga kura ambao wamejitokeza kuweza kutekeleza haki yao kidemokrasia. Basi ni asubuhi kabisa, giza bado lipo, na hapa ndipo tulipo katika kituo cha kupiga kura cha Maua High School. Habari yako? Unaitwa nani?
Esther Kaki.
Naona umeamka mapema sana kutekeleza wajibu wako kidemokrasia. Hisia zako zikoje?
Nikuchagua mwenye napendeza na niongoza vizuri.
Aha. Sawa, asante sana, nimeshukuru sana. Huyo ni mmoja ambaye ni binti ameraukia mahali hapa kuweza kutekeleza wajibu wake kidemokrasia. Habari yako Aisha?
Mzuri sana.
Unaitwa nani?
John Metogo.
Umeamua kwamba lazima utekeleze wajibu wako kidemokrasia?
Kabisa.
Hii ni KBC Channel 1.
Okay.
Sasa ombi lako kwa vijana wengine ambao labda hawajaamka kufikia mida hii unawaambiaje?
Naweza waambia waamke mapema kabla ya saa 6 waweze kuwa wamemalizana na hii shughuli.
Asante sana. Basi tunaingia katikati. Hii ni foleni, ukiangalia foleni bado ni refu. Na wapiga kura ukiangalia, ukitazama kule nyuma, foleni ni refu, foleni nyingine upande mwingine ipo, wamejitokeza kwa wingi, japo kuna manyunyu katika maeneo haya ya Meru, na kwamba kidogo mvua inanyonyota, manyunyu yapo kwa wingi sana. Na eneo hili linajulikana katika masuala ya kilimo cha miraa, na ikikumbuka kwamba waziri wa kilimo Bwana Munya alifungua soko, akatangaza rasmi kwamba soko la miraa limefunguliwa. Na hapo jana tukizungumza na baadhi ya wakazi wa maeneo haya, walisema kwamba leo watasusia masuala ya uzaji na mauzo ya miraa ili wajikite katika masuala zima la kupiga kura. Aise, habari yako?
Mzuri.
Unahisije kupiga kura siku ya leo?
Nahisi nilikuwa na furaha sana. Manake ni haki yangu.
Ndio mara ya kwanza kupiga kura, mara ngapi?
Mara ya kwanza.
Mara ya kwanza. Kwa hiyo unawaambiaje wengine ambao hajafika?
Waruke mapema. Kupiga kura.
Asante sana. Ni kama unavyoona kama kawaida, natafuta jinsia kidogo, naona. Mama, habari yako?
Mzuri.
Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Lydia.
Naona umeamka sana mapema sana.
Asubuhi na mapema. Kabla saa 12.
Unawaambiaje Wakenya wengine ambao hawajaamka?
Waamke mapema, wajiamrie.
Asante sana. Ni kama ulivyosikia kutoka kwa huyu mwenzetu, mama ambaye ameraukia kituoni kuweza kupiga kura, kutekeleza wajibu wake kidemokrasia, amchague rais, mbunge, seneta, gavana, MCA. Kituo hichi kina takriban wapiga kura wengi sana, na vile vile naambiwa katika maeneo haya ya Igembe Kusini kuna jumla ya wapiga kura 168,128. Nikiripotia KBC Channel 1 tokea maeneo haya ya Igembe Kusini, Meru County, jina langu ni Dennis Nyang'au.
Dennis Nyang'au
there.
Kuzungumza na wapigaji kura kutoka eneo la Igembe hapo awali. That was earlier. Let's head over to Ngirishi Purity, who is speaking from her polling station.
The day they make a decision between good and bad, and kila mtu atokeleze, because you need to blame yourself for the right or the wrong that you do today, because we say bad leaders are voted in by good people who don't vote. So the good people should come out, go vote for good leaders, so that we can have good leadership in our county, so that we can have something that we can all be proud about in the next 5 years.
Labda vile umewasili hapa, umeona turnout iko sawa ama iko chini?
Iko sawa. I would say it's the same as it was in 2017. Actually, I think it's a little bit higher since. And I pray that even as it gets a little bit hot and the day goes on, people will come out and vote. The ones that probably went to work in the morning, wakuje, kila mtu make sure amevote.
Talk to us about the aspect of security and how IBC has conducted this exercise so far. As a candidate, are you satisfied?
I would say it's quite good security-wise, and apart from the small hitches, we all understand human history, but also I got very concerned about, the propaganda thing that was going on last night everywhere. Opponents and people who are running against each other have been throwing papers everywhere, putting up very stupid and silly propaganda. Some of them very, I would say it's very annoying, and some of it is actually very criminal. And I hope steps should be taken, it should be followed up, so that people can learn next time. At least let's do politics, do it peacefully. Let us be courteous with each other. Let us not be, it's not good. What I've seen this morning is not very good.
It is very illegal for voters also to speak some section of the political divide, to want to say they are going to Linda Kura, as popularly known, and that issue, according to IBC, could somehow lead to decline in public credibility of the board. What did you tell your followers this morning?
Kulinda Kura, let me
me tell you, like for example, right now as I was coming down, of course I've seen outside the polling stations, some of the leaders were trying to do the voter bribery, but I hope that there's enough security, and I hope the security agents are doing their work, and IBC people are also doing their work. There's people who are trying to do the voter bribery, but well, in my own opinion, I don't know how many people you can bribe in a place where you have 378,000 voters. So, well, I think it should also be stopped. It's not the right thing to show people that once we stop campaigns, you can still go on with campaigns, which is illegal. So I hope the ones that have been going on with it are being, that issue is being looked into. And kulinda kura, okay, in Kirinyaga, literally we take it as it is. It's not about credibility. It's also kulinda IBC to make sure that anybody who has ill motive of coming maybe to disrupt the process or something like that, it's like we say, what do you call it? Mtaani, 10 people per place. Like people are trying just to make sure that everything goes the way it should, that nobody disrupts, nobody goes against the rule of law. So it's like people not taking law into their hands, but making sure that the law is followed. Just doing it so that they can probably even call cops if it is necessary, call IBC if it is necessary. They're just saying that they need people to behave. We all need to behave, especially during a time like this. We need to behave because all of us don't want a repeat of polling again. We want to do it once and for all, and we go back to our work. So everybody wants to go back to their work. Everybody wants to go back to their farms. So people wanalinda kura ndio wale ambao wamezoea kudisrupt ama kuleta furugu katika polling stations, wanajua kwamba wananchi wako ngangari, watalinda ile ambayo inawahusu. And I think it's okay, wacha wananchi wakiwa vigilant so that those ones who want to do voter bribery can be stopped. Those ones who intend to do the disruptions are stopped, because there are people who have said it openly. They've come out and said we're going to disrupt. Yeah, there are people who have come out openly while the IBC is trying their best. There are people who are trying their best to discredit. So in my opinion, let us also help IBC to do their work in peace. And if you see people trying to do voter bribery outside where you are,
all right, that's Wangui Ngirishi expressing confidence in the process, but of course raising several issues as regards the election, but not on the part of the IEBC, but part of the candidates in this race, saying there's some bit of propaganda that happened last night, and I think there were some posters and leaflets, that's what she's saying, but all the same expressing confidence in the process. Wangui Ngirishi is an independent gubernatorial candidate in Kirinyaga.
All right, so now let's head to Lagdera and get the sound and feeling on what's happening there. Let's take a listen.
From Lagdera constituency in Garissa County. This is Garissa county number 7. And it's one of the counties in the arid areas. A county that has been experiencing a drought in the past years. And of course, residents in the area have been migrating from one part of the region to another in search of greener pastures for themselves and for their livestock. And of course, Lagdera constituency is in Garissa County. Garissa County has 6 wards, and I'm at Modogashi Talent Center, constituency Talent Center, where we expect a good number of registered voters in this area are able to exercise their constitutional rights. And I'll be having quite a good time with some of the residents and the presiding officer to just give us a glimpse of what has been happening and whether the process has been going on smoothly. Well, we expect a low turnout of voters at Ladera Modogashe turning center, bearing in mind that it is an area where the residents keep on migrating in search of food and water for their animal, for the livestock, and for themselves, because this is an area that has been hit with drought in the past years. And of course, we expect the process to be smooth, and the presiding officer will be coming to touring this area by around 6 when the time allocated for the process to go end will be at that time, and we'll just keep you posted about what will be happening in case of any reactions from residents or area leaders. We'll keep you posted about the same.
Thank you very much. That's Fred Mwoki from Ladera in Garissa County. And right about now, we want to head over to Richard Munga, who is in Thika constituency. This was earlier. Richard?
Yeah. From Thika Town constituency, and at the moment, as you can see behind us, voting started in earnest in the morning at 6 a.m. Of course, we've talked to the officers in charge. Everything is going smoothly at the moment, and as of now, we are stationed at the Mugumoine polling center. It's one of the polling centers, of course, in the township ward, one of the five wards in Thika Town constituency, which has about 44,623, of course, voters. And we have been talking to a couple of voters, and well, they too, of course, have exuded confidence in the process. They say that everything is being observed inside the stations. Of course, you have voters being identified first of all and authenticated by the KIMS kit, which is followed with them getting the 6 marked ballot papers. Of course, we have the president, we have the member of National Assembly or the MP. We also have the member of the county assembly. You have the women representative. You have the senator, as well as the governor. Well, we shall be keeping tabs, of course, on what's going on in other polling stations around Thika Town constituency. As I did mention, we have 5 wards in Thika constituency. Currently, we are the township ward. Of course, we also have the Kamen ward. We have Hospital ward. We have Gatuenyaga and Goliba ward. We shall be bringing you timely updates in regards to what's happening. But for now, back to you.
Fantastic job, Richard Munga, coming to us live from Thika constituency and the wards therein, covering every bit and every corner of Thika constituency. And you would agree that indeed the exercise has kicked off in good time and without much drama, Victor.
Absolutely. And that's how we expect it to be, across the country. So far, from even our reporters, even the messages we're getting here, the feedback, everything is under control. And Jane, if you take a look at what's happening across the country, so far, everything is under control.
And that's the general feel that we are seeing from all the polling stations that we have checked in with. Straight from the images that we are seeing even back here on our smart screen, you can see it's very peaceful, very organized, and it's something that we need to laud the IEBC and even the citizens for just showing up, being organized, following the guidance of the officials and the law service officers that are there to ensure that it's a smooth process from start until they close the gates at 5 p.m. today.
Well, the exercise is ongoing across the country. It's 2 hours now on since the polling centers opened. They close at 5 p.m. It's 8 a.m. That means you have several hours to actually wake up and go and vote. Even for the undecided, you still have time to decide this morning
to make up your
who you will vote for. Yeah.
To exercise your democratic right.
The last minute. You remember what they were telling you when you were doing your KCSE?
Yes.
The last minute can save a dying dog or dying donkey.
Imagine you're being called undecided voter. No. Really? Undecided voter. How do you even go to bed and sleep and say, I'm an undecided voter?
Now, it is possible, particularly if there's nothing scintillating about the candidates offering themselves, but it is also easy to choose the lesser evil from the bigger evil, if that is your consideration. But you have time to decide. What you have pictures there are pictures from Murang'a, and Carol Jenga is in Mathioya constituency. Mathioya is one of the 7 constituencies in Murang'a. Who is that?
We are ready to find out.
Let's get to see who that
person is.
And Murang'a is your home county, Kuria?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. But this is Gatundu now. We've switched over to Mutomo Primary School. Who could this be? Could it be the former First Lady or the part of the First Family? Because I understand quite a number of them vote from Mutomo Primary School.
Yeah.
There's quite a connection between the president and his village. Despite coming from a First Family, there's quite a connection between him and the First Family. That's who this is. But this is an elderly person. I don't think this is anybody from the First Family. He's an elderly who's been brought to vote or to exercise their right to vote.
Wow.
And this is just it. Anybody who can be aided, as long as you have a way of helping the elderly to come out and make their decision, kindly help them. And look,
regardless of her age, regardless of her age, she has shown up to exercise her political right, democratic right.
I'm just trying to ask myself, how many times has she voted? Probably ever since 1963.
So for you to just vote in 2013 and 2017 and decide you're not going to vote again, come on.
And look at this. This gives us a beautiful contrast. Just earlier we had a young lady who was voting for the first time. Now we have this elderly lady who is voting for maybe the umpteenth time, but she still showed up.
Everybody has an opportunity to vote today. The young and the elderly. And of course, and I say the young, not the ones below 18.
As long as you're an adult citizen.
And you have a valid identification as a voter. Not just acquiring an ID. Because acquiring an ID is one thing, registering as a voter is another. So registering does not. And I think that was, there was a proposal in the BBI, if I'm not wrong, of anybody who assumes the age of 18 and becomes a Kenyan citizen by the fact of being issued with an ID, becomes an automatic voter. And that was a proposal. And I think that should happen.
This is a serious challenge, even to the younger generation, people who are voting for the first time. We saw a lady who said that she's voting for the first time. There's always time for you to start afresh. So you know what happens? That lady, for example, let's just look at her age. She's being assisted. The IBC officials are there. She's been driven there to go and vote, which means the decision that she'll make is for the good of her country.
A vote still counts.
Yeah, the vote still counts.
Yeah, and irrespective of how you feel let down by your governor or by your woman rep or your senator, MCA or MP or even the national government, irrespective of how badly you feel failed by them, you still have a responsibility of waking up with hope to vote for people you think can do better.
This is the chance to change that decision.
And lamentations should not be from anybody who did not participate in voting. Like I'm saying,
if you haven't voted, you have no right to go lament.
And bad leaders are elected by you who decided to sleep while others are waking up to go and vote. So wake up and participate in this solemn duty of electing the next leaders that will be our leaders for the next 5 years.
All right, Jen and Jacob, let me just ask this. How would you compare this election and probably 2017? Let's not go far away. 2017, the mood, the preparation, the turnout so far at this particular point. How do you gauge, Jen?
First of all, just starting with the mood. Number one, we have seen every polling station has been peaceful so far.
Yes.
We haven't had any politicians sensationalizing people at these particular polling stations. People have showed up and are orderly. People are orderly. And thirdly, people are actually adhering to the instructions that were given about wearing clothing that could be representing different political factions. T-shirts that are branded certain political parties, just to ensure that there isn't any aggression that might be stirred up at these polling stations. And I think that is key in just looking at the differences that we have seen from the previous general election to this particular general election.
That is Dala, Kisumu.
Is in Kisumu?
That is Dala.
Now, if you, how different is this election? Probably in terms of orderliness, like Jin correctly puts it. There's a bit of orderliness, and the IBC was well prepared in terms of even lining up people for different streams. The question of turnout, we cannot correctly predict the turnout well up until later in the evening, but this is not good for a morning. This is not good for
because we have different streams. These are not like, for example, this one line. Let me just go to the smart world. This one line, another one, and that one. So we have got different streams in a.
There are different streams. As I was coming to work this morning, I saw a number of people who had actually come out to vote. For example, at Moy Avenue Primary School, there was Mudhuru Primary School, St. Peter's Clavers along OTC, and several other places. And you realize the number of people who had turned up by that time in 2013 and 17 is not the same number as this. The number was lesser. But it could also be indicative of people who want to lay back a bit and then come out later.
Last minute?
Exactly.
As compared to, but I'm saying in a morning of an election, in some places, these are not very good numbers.
That is a comparison between 2022 and 2017. Okay, all right. Let's just wait and see, because as you correctly put it, numbers will never lie. Later on in the evening, when they start trickling in and our smart board will start to change, Jen is ready with that.
Because take it for example, sorry to cut you short. Every stream should have 700 people. Right? 700 or less. If they were less, then there would be, let's say, 400, for example. 400. This line has only about 15 people.
Oh, but probably some have voted and have left.
Let's assume they have. Are you saying then they have voted? 300 of them have voted?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
What's the time?
So it tells you these numbers are not good.
8, so 2 hours gone already. Tutakuja baadaye.
We shall talk about because even this is the longest line, for example. If there are people who have voted,
assuming the door is somewhere here,
that starts from there, because the classroom is just a bit there.
Exactly.
So assuming people who voted from 6 to 8 now, let's say they were 200. This is not 500.
Let's wait see.
But then again, it's still early morning.
It's early morning.
Yes.
People should get out and vote. And of course, this is also a pointer to, if you're staying home waiting for lines to subside, these lines are not big. Come out and vote.
This is the time you should be going.
Get out. Okay. So I think if we talk about this one, probably you and I and Jen, we are also missing from that line to make it 700, so to speak.
Absolutely.
So we'll also go.
But remember, some of the work we do is very essential. So we may miss the opportunity, but hopefully that we don't. We don't miss the opportunity to also participate in this exercise. But it is important that everybody gets out to participate in this electoral process, because it is as important as your future. The way you imagine your future is the same way you should imagine what is called voting. And there's nothing as predetermined. Get out, vote. Your candidate wins through the votes that you cast. Otherwise, that's how the exercise is ongoing in every part of this country, from Mount Kenya, Nyanza, to a northeastern, the coast, western and eastern. That is how it is ongoing, including Rift Valley. The exercise has kicked off very well in almost all parts of the country. We will be getting updates from the IEBC, and also we expect probably to hear from our team in Wajir, because there was a gunfight last night at Eldas in Wajir. Eldas is represented in Parliament by Aden Kanan. It will be important to know whether, because it was at the point of collection of election materials, to know whether there was any effect on the election and where that gunfight emanated from, and we'll be knowing those details, of course, as the day unfolds.
All right. So I think it's also important that much as we are urging Kenyans to go out there and vote, Jen, perhaps you can also take us through the process and give us the numbers between 2013, 2017, and 2022. Perhaps we should start with the numbers and see, as she's preparing for that, it's also important to go back memory lane and see what really happens, because numbers never lie.
There it is.
There you go.
You have them on the screen, Jen.
Okay.
That's how that's the voting process. The voter enters the polling station, the valid ID or passport. And then you are identified electronically through the KIMS kit. Those are your fingerprints. It could be your thumb, it could be any finger, but that's how you're identified using the KIMS kit. But the thumb is very convenient, right?
Okay.
Then a voter is issued with 6 stamped ballot papers. Victor, you can take us through the colors. You have the white as the presidential ballot. The blue one as for the governor, yellow for senator. There will be pink for member of parliament, green for woman rep, and finally beige for MCA.
Okay.
Now remember, all these ballot papers are officially stamped by the IEBC, so you also need to ensure that the ballot papers that you get are duly stamped as you proceed on to cast your vote.
What you have there is Mwangi wa Iria, the governor for county number 021, the county of Murang'a. He was a presidential candidate. You saw his billboards all over. On Usawa kwa Wote party. Just about 2 weeks ago, he defected and decided to support Azimio. Obviously, after his bid to run for presidency, he ran into headwinds because he didn't have the requisite signatures, according to the IEBC. Now, turning up to vote, this should be in Kiharu, because he's from Kiharu himself, in Murang'a County. That is where he will be voting. And we also have Professor Anyang in Seme voting there. He's seeking for a second term as governor for Kisumu County. Mwangi Area obviously is not seeking a second term because he's done with his 2 constitutional terms. But he says he has been promised a ministerial position in the Azimio government, if indeed Azimio forms government, and that's why he's out to vote. And then we have Professor Anyang Nyong'o seeking a second term as governor, Kisumu County. Victor?
Oh, yes. He's battling it out with Jack Ranguma, as Ayla said, who was the first governor of Kisumu. He came back and said that, I have to take my seat back. But that is how democracy works. He thought that it was going. And the same thing is happening in Vihiga County. Governor Otichilo, who is the current governor, battling it out with Akaranga, who was the first governor. So the first governor came back to defend his seat. And it's quite interesting to see how this will pan out.
Taita too as well. You have John Murutu, who wants to recapture his position as governor, battling it out with the current governor, Granton Samboja, the likes of Dan Mazo, who was the former senator for Taita Taveta. Quite a number of governors who have failed, including in Kiambu, William Kabogo. Also seeks to recapture his seat in Kiambu. So is Joseph Ndathi of Kirinyaga. He was the first governor seeking to recapture the seat, and so is in Laikipia too, where the former governor Joshua Irongo is battling it out with Derito Moreithi in this election.
It's quite important to note that governors have a 2-term limit. So you serve for 2 terms, you go home. But with the senatorial seat, there is no term limit. That is why even most of the governors who are outgoing decided to go back to the senatorial seat. We have got Gotwasin Gishu, Jackson Mandago, who is now running for senatorial seat. We also have got Narok Governor, who is also coming back to take the Senate seat. Even Kivutha Kibwana, yes. Coming back from governor seat. And for them, there is no problem. They've done their 2 terms and coming back. So with the senatorial seat, you can go as many years as you want.
Absolutely.
That is Governor Anyang Nyong'o together with their wife taking part in that process. Jen, this is quite important for people of Kisumu. Jen?
Well, this is quite important in so many ways, and not just in Kisumu, but across the country. And particularly when you talk about governors who want to recapture their seats, I've just remembered, in Tana River, we also have a battle shaping up between the current governor, a retired army man, and Hussein Dado, who was a CAS in President Kenyatta's administration currently, resigned to go run for office. Hussein Dado seeks to come back as the governor for Tana River. That's the indelible ink
that
on
is,
Governor Nyong'o's finger, and that is to certify that Governor Nyong'o has indeed voted and therefore cannot go anywhere, whether in Seme,
that is fine.
Koru,
certified mark of quality,
or wherever. He cannot vote again, because he already has that ink.
2 to 3 days. So you cannot run to a polling station and do some dubious means. All right. You talked about Tana River County. We had an interview with Tana River County Governor Dado, who said that in that particular county, one interesting bit that the county assembly consists of different members of county assembly from different parties. Even him is the only member of ODM in that county. Only.
Tana River has a very unique way of voting, but also you would get it obviously from communities and in that county because it touches Garissa.
Exactly.
Largely, you will see members
and the issue of negotiated democracy.
Obviously,
it takes
coming in.
In such regions, like a year ago, they already known who is going to be the next member of parliament for a particular constituency, who is going to be the governor of that county. So it's quite tricky. Issue of negotiated democracy and where we are right now, how it affects the democracy in totality in some parts of the northern bit of Kenya, that side of Tana River. We had a guest in studio sometimes back. He said, you can imagine you want to have the negotiated democracy in Nairobi.
You could have it, but it would precipitate a crisis of monumental proportions if you were to go that way. This is pictures
do you
of
really miss
from
home?
Murang'a
When
County.
you see Murang'a people? Do you really miss home?
These are pictures from Murang'a County, Kiharu. One of the top Kenya Kwanza luminaries, Ndindi Nyoro, is the member of parliament for Kiharu. I think he votes from Wango ward in Kiharu. But the Honorable Mangio area, the governor, is from a different ward inside Kiharu. Kiharu is one of the biggest constituencies in Murang'a. But let's just listen into Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the governor for Kisumu.
Grabbed interview. Of course, our reporters are working on that sound, and yes, we are determined to give you that coverage. So that is Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, governor of Kisumu, already cast his ballot, accompanied by his wife, Mama
Dorcas Nyong'o, or Mama Lupita, accompanying Professor Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, the governor for Kisumu County, seeking a second term, and we'll be trying to establish contact with the reporter there to see whether the sound is okay, so we can listen in to Professor Nyong'o. But before we went to Professor Nyong'o, I was telling you about Murang'a County, and particularly Kiharu constituency is among the biggest constituencies in Murang'a County. It has more than 100,000 registered voters. Well, the rest probably have 70, 80, and Mathioa Kangema boasting of about 60,000. Kiharu has more than 100,000 registered voters, and it runs from Abadeas all the way to Murang'a town. So you can imagine the stretch of Kiharu constituency represented by Ndindi Nyoro.
That reminds me of way back the Kasipul Kabondo constituency. It was actually, before it was split, it was the biggest constituency, because a member of parliament would say, before I finish my 5-year term, running from this corner of the constituency to the last bit was a bit of a problem, so it had to be split.
And talking about Kasipul Kabondo constituency, we are in Homa Bay, indeed.
We are in Homa Bay.
The pictures you're seeing then will be bringing to you once they're clearer, are of former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero, now seeking to be governor for Homa Bay County as an independent candidate. That obviously after ODM had some form of negotiated democracy where they gave the ticket directly to Gladys Wanga, the current woman member of parliament for Homa Bay. But once we go back to Evans Kidero, we will tell you, because that's where he will be casting his ballot. And you have seen him arrive with a wife, Susan Boyer, as he comes in to vote.
Exactly. Gladys Wanga
as he comes in to vote, now seeking to be governor for Homa Bay. This shift is quite an interesting one. How people shift from city politics to village, and village, quote unquote, not to say that that is a village. So that is how, interestingly, politics works. And of course, from what you see, look now, the numbers are surging at this point. You can see from what you're seeing on your screen, the numbers are surging. And it is important we continue encouraging Kenyans to come up in the numbers and cast their ballot for the candidates they are supporting. And it is also important as you wake up to leave to your polling station to be very emphatic that you're not going to the polling station to vote against a candidate. You are going to vote for your candidate. Leave alone the person you want to vote against. They are not your business. Your business this morning is to vote for your candidate. That means the mark you're putting on your ballot paper is one only, and it is only for the candidate you want. So you'll not be going to tick against the candidate you want and putting an X against the candidate you do not want. You have no business with the candidate you do not want this morning. That time ended on Saturday evening during the campaign time. That's when you would say the candidate you want and the one you don't want. But for now, you are going to vote for the candidate you want for the next 5 years. That is it, Victor. Look at it this way. I think this polling station, people are not lined up. They are starting now to line up. But you can see from behind there, the numbers are good. So if people continue coming,
this is Mombasa, to be specific.
This is Mombasa. If people continue to come out, this could lead us to a better turnout. But I am still not convinced.
So let's cross over. We have been told that that is a live pictures from Homa Bay.
Evans Kidero.
Evans Kidero. That's Evans Kidero also waiting to cast his ballot. He's battling it out with Gladys Wanga of ODM. Gladys Wanga of ODM. Evans Kidero was the first governor of Homa Bay, of Nairobi County, then shifted base to Homa Bay County. There has been a lot of back and forth on 6 piece. Now that Gladys Wanga is under ODM ticket and Evans Kidero is an independent party, an independent candidate in Homa Bay County, which raises a lot of, back and forth. There is no problem with that, actually. There's no problem with that because there's that independent bit of it. That is Homa Bay. He's patiently waiting for his turn for him to go and cast his ballot. That is Evans Kidero coming from the other side of Asumbi and trying to get his way. Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue. Homa Bay County with a lot of interest in the larger Nyanza region. And we are likely to see how it's going to pan out because if you see, Gladys Wanga was given a direct ticket by ODM party, something that raised, they wanted to go for a nomination, but it was also negotiated. We have people like John Mbadi who had to step down. We had got teachers, Akelo Misori, for example.
Even Oyugi Magwanga,
yes,
Gladys Wanga at some point
to support him.
Agree to support
Gladys Wanga.
Not to be an alarmist, but there's an idea of candidates arriving at a polling station, finding people lining up, and then all of a sudden finding themselves at the front. It's not it's not a very good picture. So the time you come to the polling station, please stick to the line.
But
and let's just see how that goes. But anyway,
Heshimiwa given a free will, and then you go.
Okay.
Kisumu again.
We're back to Kisumu.
The numbers, the line has not increased yet. Actually, the last time we were talking, it was still here.
Yeah.
All right?
Still
continue to remain the way it is.
Still at the same point.
But it seems that there are several streams. There's another stream here, for example. If you can see, probably there's another stream there. That line coming to this classroom. All right?
All right.
So,
there you have the picture on the screen. Governor Ali Hassan Joho. He's out to cast his ballot for the president, senator, woman rep, MCA, and MP, because clearly he doesn't have a successor just yet.
Not for the governor yet.
Not for the governor yet. He will not have a successor just yet because the IEBC, in its misprinting,
they acknowledge that it was from the printer itself and
obviously misprinted the ballots for Mombasa and the ballots for Kakamega County. Governor Ali Hassan Joho, the governor for Mombasa County, lining up. No, he's actually speaking to a clerk of the one of the clerks, or rather an agent.
Still waiting.
And obviously lining up, waiting for his turn. I'm sure his presence here has excited some of the people around there, as you can visibly see from the people lining up behind him. But this is just it. Everybody is exercising their right to vote. And it is important to note, even if there is no gubernatorial election in Mombasa, for the people of Mombasa, the governor is out to vote. Okay. A cameraman was interested in the sneakers of Governor Joe. But he is going for identification. But what is important to note is that even if there's no gubernatorial election in Mombasa, and this is for the people of Mombasa, get out and vote. Your governor has led by an example that the only election that is not happening in Mombasa today is the gubernatorial election. Otherwise, the election for the other 5 positions available today are up and are continuing. And you can see Governor Joho is out. I understand we have Professor George Wajakoya. He will be voting from Idangalasia in Kakamega County, if I'm not wrong. So once we're done with Governor Joho, we'll head over to the Professor Wajakoya. But as you can see, Governor Joho being identified, he's gotten his ID. Some of what you're seeing is just check with the IEBC official who is there. He has been identified.
I think there's some sense of order there.
We will wait. I didn't see a standoff at any point there.
Not at all.
So I would expect either.
He's stepped out.
Let's go to Kakamega.
Okay.
Right off. No, we have
Bungoma County.
Is this Bungoma?
That's Bungoma.
Bungoma. We have Senator Moses Wetangula, and he is the current senator for Bungoma, and among the top luminaries of Kenya Kwanza, the principles of Kenya Kwanza, he is among them. And there you go, as he goes to exercise his right to vote, also in Bungoma County. Quite a contest shaping up between his party's candidate, who is the now the Speaker of the Parliament has been dissolved, or is naturally dissolved. So Ken Lusaka is the former Speaker of the Senate, who wants to be governor now in Bungoma County for a second time, because he was governor for the first time and then
came back and
toppled by Wangamati Wycliffe.
Yes.
Now it is Ken Lusaka against Wycliffe Wangamati. What is interesting though in Bungoma is that Ken Lusaka came in power through New Ford Kenya.
Yes.
As governor for Bungoma. Then party leader then was Eugene Wamalwa. And then he beat a Ford Kenya candidate to become the governor for Bungoma. In 2017, Wycliffe Wangamati becomes governor in Bungoma through Ford Kenya and topples Ken Lusaka of Jubilee Party. In this election, you have Ken Lusaka going back to Ford Kenya, or going to Ford Kenya for the first time, seeking to recapture the seat in Bungoma, and now you have Wycliffe Wangamati running on DAP Kenya Party as governor, and the patron in that party is
That takes us just back to the history of Ford Kenya in Bungoma. We know the story of Simba, where it all started, Kenyan Wamalwa. People of Ford Kenya has a strong rooting in Bungoma County. That is governor, former governor of Nairobi, Evans Kidero Asumbi. That's how they call him. Asumbi. Asumbi.
He's from Asumbi.
Exactly.
Okay.
He's waiting for his turn as well. That is in Homa Bay. He's been battling it out with Gladys Wanga of ODM. There you have it. So Split screen of Evans Odhiambo.
And it's some quite stiff competition here in Homa Bay between Evans Kidero and Gladys Wanga. And it has also pitted some of the people who were asked, because, for example, it is alleged, and we have seen it in news, some kind of cold reception towards Gladys Wanga's candidature from John Badi, who is still the chairperson of the ODM party, and the Millie Mabona, who is the member of parliament for Suba South. Right? Suba South, member of parliament for Suba South. Some quite cold reception on Gladys Wanga's candidature, and the truth of the matter is they have not warmed up to Evans Kidero. Even so, you have them what you would say lukewarm support.
They really need to be a bit neutral.
Neutral for what, when your party has declared that it has a candidate? Because parties, particularly when you subscribe to a doctrine of a party, I don't think you have so much of a choice other than the support of of your party. But then dynamics are different in different counties.
Kuria, Homa Bay, Mombasa, Bungoma.
In Bungoma, you have Wetangula. And right behind him somewhere, because I saw it earlier, there you go, somewhere at the door, you can see Ken Lusaka, the former Senate Speaker, and the former governor also for Bungoma County. And in Mombasa, you have Joho.
Also now.
So he was being identified at a different place, then went to the line up, and he already has his ballot papers. The yellow one that you can guess is for the senator. Who do you think he voted for?
Who do I think he voted for?
Mohamed Faki Mwenye Haji, the ODM candidate, who is the current senator for Mombasa.
And
I would guess.
Did you set a fly?
I said I would guess. And you never know whether the dream of being a fly has actually been actualized.
Getting that mark of quality, that is getting mark of quality, the ink, and now we are seeing Governor, that is Senator Moses Wetangula, also getting his papers for the process. He's taking his ID. Governor Evans Kidero, there of Homa Bay, also going about the business. So it's now time for Senator Moses Wetangula to take it to the booth, of course, and Joho is done. It's done. You know, there is that sense of happiness you get once you're done with all this process, because you never know. You might find yourself at the polling station and you're told, hey, Baba, unajua hapa your biometrics are missing. Chaos. It feels good. It feels good.
Jen, you probably can tell us the importance of one carrying their ID as they head to the polling station.
Now, once you get to the polling station, the first things that they use to identify you is the national ID or your passport. Once they have validated that it is you, and you can remember with the Gachagua, they actually asked him to remove his hat so that they can verify whoever they're looking at is the exact same person that they are seeing on that particular document that identifies you as a Kenyan citizen, and that is your national ID or your passport. Then from there, they go on. The voting period. And as you can see from the pictures on your screens, they are able to cast their votes in secret ballot. Wetangula there on your screen. And you know, Victor, as you said, they are happy to do this particular exercise, and it's also in the process in itself. And we'll be taking you through how you actually mark this particular ballot papers to make sure that your vote counts. Because, you know, looking at the 2017 general elections, from the number of registered voters that were there, around 19-point-something million, and those that were considered valid, it dropped down to 15 million votes. All right, so a difference of over 4 million. And this time around, we want to ensure that you know how to mark your ballot paper, which marks are allowed on this particular ballot papers, what to do and what not to do once you get to that booth and you are casting your vote.
All right. The process is ongoing, which started at 6 a.m. running through to 5 p.m. You have to make yourself to any polling station, a polling station that you're registered in, and make sure that you stand to be counted on this D-Day. The world is watching.
Joho is about to address the press. It will be important to hear from him, particularly on the postponement of the gubernatorial election in Mombasa, because he's a critical player in Mombasa. If we can listen in to him in just a bit and hear what he has to say about this election. There goes Governor Ali Hassan Joho. Okay, once we have Governor Joho ready, we will be going direct to him. But on the other end of the screen, you see, let's head straight to Mombasa and listen in to Ali Hassan Joho.
Hali ya hewa pia kidogo asubuhi ilikuwa na matata mvua, lakini mvua ni baraka. Hapa mimi nimepiga kura, lakini nimesikia tu watu wengi wakisema kwamba processes ziko very very slow. So it is my humble request to the IEBC officials to try and find ways so that they can expedite the process, so watu waingie haraka na watoke haraka. But otherwise mimi nimepiga kura vizuri.
Kuna baadhi ya vituo ambavyo bado havijaweza kufunguliwa kama pale Mvita. Umejaribu kutafuta sababu ni zipi?
I spoke to our candidate, yule wa ODM, who has been in touch with the election manager wa county. They gave some reasons, but mimi sioni kama ni za kutosha, kwa sababu they said they were blocked in the morning by some truckers, so they couldn't leave on time. Paka hizo malori zikiondolewa, then they left thereafter. But they have also assured our candidates in Vita that the hours missed would be compensated, meaning kama walifungua masaa moja nyuma wataongeza. So, but even though I don't think that's a valid excuse, because people woke up at 5 in the morning to go and vote at 6. That's what should have happened. Hiyo ingine yote ni story ya kujieleza tu, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba people should have voted at 6 as it is stipulated in the law. Well, first and foremost, unfortunately, these are two counties that currently have been led by the two deputy leaders of ODM. Sijui ni coincident aina gani ambayo inaweza kufika hivyo, lakini lile la muhimu ni kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu hakutaka leo tupigie kura gavana, lakini haikimbii. Inshallah tukiwa hai itarudi tu, na mimi ni kuomba tu tukue watulivu, na pengine speculation ni mingi. Watu wanasema it could be a cause, to suppress the numbers, but we are urging our people to come out and vote for our president, vote for our women rep.
And Joho speaking there about some delays in the starting of the exercise. Let's head over to one of the principals of Kenya Kwanza, Moses Otangula, speaking in Bungoma.
Kenneth Lusaka as our governor, so that he can be able to rectify the ills that have bedeviled our big county, and to make sure that Bungoma gets back on the trajectory of development, on the wheels of development devoid of conflicts of interest and rampant abuses of state resources and county resources. Tuko hapa na Mahele Primary School kwenye mimi hupigia kura. Nimekuja kupiga kura asubuhi hii nikiwa na Speaker wa Senate ambaye ni governor mtarajiwa wa Bungoma, Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, na mbunge wangu Kalasinga Majimbo Joseph, MCA wangu Barasa Mkhongo, Speaker wa Assembly yetu ya Bungoma. Tumepiga kura, wapiga kura wako katika foleni tayari kupiga kura, wanaonekana wachangamuvu na furaha. Obviously wakiona kiongozi wao nikija, furaha huwa inajaa kawaida, na nina hakika watapiga kura vile tunatarajia kwa mrengo wetu. Asubuhi hii nimeongea na rais wetu mtarajiwa William Samoei Ruto, tayari amepiga kura, amemaliza kule Uasin Gishu, alikuwa anaelekea Nairobi kwenda kwa command center, ambayo baadaye sisi tukishamaliza, mimi na Speaker Lusaka tutaenda kujoin ili tuweze kumonitor countrywide voting. Tuna hakika tukiwa na nguvu ya Mwenyezi Mungu na ile nguvu yenye tumekuwa nayo tukikampeni Kenya mzima, kwamba ushindi ni wetu na Wakenya watatupa nafasi ya kuunda serikali ili tuwasaidie kurekebisha maovu na madhara ambayo wamepata katika miaka 10 iliyopita. Tupunguze bei ya maisha, bei ya gharama ya mbolea, gharama ya mbegu, gharama ya matibabu, gharama ya mkate, gharama ya unga, gharama ya mafuta, gharama karibu ya kila kitu ambayo imepanda kuzidi uwezo wa mwananchi wa kawaida. Na watakia Wakenya wote popote walipo kura ya amani, kura isiyo na visanga wala fujo, ili waweze kuchagua viongozi wao. Wale tutashinda tuwe serikali, wale watashindwa wawe wapinzani, wawe responsible and loyal opposition. Not loyal to government, but loyal to the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. That's what loyal opposition means, that you are loyal to the laws of the land, you are loyal to the Constitution that brings you into office regardless of which side you sit, so that we can build our country. We have no spare country, we have only one country called Kenya. Let me finish by thanking you, the media. You have done a wonderful job, especially in our region, in informing, disseminating news, and making sure every single individual in all languages is kept abreast with what's going on in their locality, so that they can be able to exercise their civic responsibility ya kuchagua wale watu wanataka, na watachagua wale wanataka. Na hapa Bungoma tunajua wale wanataka ni sisi Kenya Kwanza. Asante sana.
Swali moja tu.
Very good.
You have the Senator for Bungoma, Moses Wetangula, who is seeking to recapture that seat for the third term. Speaking there, he's a Ford Kenya party leader and a top principal in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. He's just finished voting and he's accompanied there by Ken Lusaka, the former Senate Speaker. We want to head over to Kilifi, where Gideon Mung'aro is voting in at Dabaso Primary School in Dabaso Ward. He is the ODM candidate for governorship in Kilifi County. So the pictures you have there are of Gideon Mung'aro casting his ballot. Participating in that exercise. Each ballot on each ballot box, Gideon Mung'aro, the ODM candidate for the governor position in Kilifi County. We already have seen that is the UDA candidate, the Malindi Member of Parliament, Aisha Juma, already casting her ballot very early at around 6 a.m. And right about now we have the candidate for ODM, Gideon Mung'aro. He's the immediate former CAS for lands in President Uhuru Kenyatta's government, resigned to go run for governorship. And he has quite an interesting history with ODM because he came to Parliament as Kilifi South, I don't know, Kilifi South or North, MP as MP on an ODM ticket. Then in 2017, after being removed from his minority whip position, he moved to Jubilee Party, tried to seek office as governor in Kilifi on a Jubilee Party ticket. He lost to Emerson Jeffakingi of ODM then, and about now he's returned home to run for governor on an ODM ticket. His former party, Emerson Jeffakingi, in the meantime, has found a new home, his own home, called PA.
All right. Happening across the country. Of course, our reporters, as we earlier said, we've been telling you that this is a place that you're going to be getting wall-to-wall coverage on what's happening across the country. Let's do something. Have you voted? Go on your social media, take a picture and send them on our social media platforms. Just show us how patriotic you are and tell us where you are watching from and even where you have voted. That's an exhibit that you have voted, okay? And we'll be sampling them in and during this live broadcast happening right now. We are also based at the Bomas of Kenya, where Sarafina Robi and O'Brien are also based. We'll be touching base with them later on once we have got that press briefing by the IBC chair, Wafula Chebukati.
And the presses by Wafula Chebukati will be happening right at the Bomas of Kenya. And today there will be several of them. Beginning tomorrow, because we expect by tonight presidential results will have started trickling in. Briefs will move to hourly briefings by Wafula Chebukati. It is important to note that it's 3 hours, exactly 3 hours now since the polling centers opened, or since the polling stations opened, and quite a number of Kenyans who have come out to vote, but we still prod on Kenyans who are registered voters. 22 million of you to get out and vote. Unless you have another valid reason, get out and vote. It's 3 hours since, and the exercise so far is encouraging. Let's get out and elect the next leaders that will lord over, or that will be leading Kenya for the next 5 years. I almost said lord over Kenya, and that is not possible in our democracy. We have a vibrant constitution that does not allow anybody to lord over us. These are pictures you're seeing from across the country. We have teams in Wajir, in Garissa, we have teams in Siaya, Kisumu, teams in Murang'a, Thika, we have teams in Kitui, Machakos, every part of this country. Yeah.
And that's how we do it, the best way we know how. Later on, Jen will be handling that, must be late in the evening. The grey map will start to change from grey to different colors. The prompt kind of analysis that we're going to give you and the numbers is unparalleled. So this is where you are supposed to get those numbers later on in the evening. But before then, you must make sure that you get counted by voting, because those numbers will not change before you vote.
46,229 polling stations opened at 6 a.m. and you clearly are a registered voter in one of those polling stations.
Yes.
So go and vote and exercise your right to vote. And voting is ongoing everywhere, and in places where it is not ongoing, it's only in the positions of governor in Mombasa and Kakamega, and in the constituencies of Kacheliba and Pokot South. Right about now, we want to head over to Migori County, and that was earlier.
Naitwa Vincent Ogola na tumeingia hapa mapema sana saa 11. Tulikuwa tuna expect kuingia na kupiga kura alafu tuende, lakini process imedelay kidogo, lakini sasa hii inasonga na tunafurahia sana kupiga kura na tuna expect kwamba our democratic rights will be
Very good. So that is Uriri Vocational College, and they say that they arrived there a bit earlier to cast their vote. Now from Migori, let's head to Embakasi East, where we also had some actions there earlier on. Let's take a listen.
Ningependa kuambia watu, ukishapiga kura, piga kura na amani. Ukimaliza, enda nyumbani, goja result. Mimi naona mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Hakuna ile kugoja kura hapa kwa sababu IBC imepanga. Mimi naona mambo yanaendelea vizuri sana. Watu ukipiga kura, enda nyumbani, goja result. Na ukae na amani na ubiri amani. Shughuli kila mahali imeanza vizuri Embakasi East. Sasa general watu wamepiga simu na mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Hakuna mahali popote kura haijaanza na hakuna mahali popote kumeshuhudiwa any incidents of hitches yoyote. Mambo yanaendelea vizuri, isipokuwa kulikuwa na shida ya maagents asubuhi ambao hawakujua watakana kuja na photocopies ya ID, so walikuwa wamefungiwa nje, lakini sasa mambo yanaendelea iko sawa. Naona mimi wakati nimeingia kupiga pale Kim's kit to verify nimeona imetake less than 30 seconds.
Identification iko sawa, process iko very fast. Venye tumeanza nimeona inaendelea haraka. Hatujaona tashwishi yoyote hadi penye tumefika sasa. Message yenye tunapea viongozi wetu wenye tunachagua wakitangazwa washindi, mwenye ametangazwa mshindi afanye kazi vizuri juu tunawaamini. Amani tunaomba sana ndio tusikue na vita venye imekuwa ikiendelea, na hope this time around hatutakuwa na vita yoyote.
Inaitwa Jackson Mokua, Jack Mox, mkaaji wa Utawala, na nimepiga kura. Process iko sawa, vile nimeenda kitambulisho nipepeana, vile naenda inatangazwa, vile inatangazwa nimeona hii sijaiona vitu kama ile nimeona miaka ingine ile imepita. Nimepiga kura miaka mingi, lakini ya leo iko sawa.
Expressing their opinion as regards the exercise so far. Let's head over to Kakamega and now we'll link up with Judith Akolo. Let's see what is happening there. But this is earlier. This is what Judith Akolo covered.
Jina ni Kakai Ferdinand. Nimetoka Kisumu asubuhi saa 12. Nimefika hapa kutafuta jina langu, sijapata kwa stream yenye nitaka nipigie kura. Nimetafuta kama ni F sioni, kama ni M hiyo sioni. Na hapa nilipiga kura last time.
Majina naitwa Sylvia Ambio Bata. Nimekuja hapa 6. Mimi mkaji hapa Kakamega. Nimefika hapa 6. Najaribu kuangalia majina zangu zote. Hapa kwa stream hakuna. Nimejaribu kabisa. Hakuna mtu ambaye anatueleza vile tutafanya. Sasa sijui wataki tupige kura ama ni nini. Na lazima tuwapishe serikali. Lazima tuwapishe. Wapendwa wasipende watuwekee pale, si tuwapishe serikali.
Majina naitwa Sajina Cherobol. Nimekuja hapa since asubuhi, nimetafuta jina. Sijui hata naenda stream gani. Na initially tangu nianze kuvote, nimekuanga nikivotia hapa. Unakuja, unajua tuleta yako, unakuanga umemaka. Unajua tuleta yako inaanzia ile, unaingia hapo. So nimezunguka hizi stream zote, wananiambia leta yangu hakuna.
Right, that's earlier in Kakamega County, Kikuyu. But now let's head to Kikuyu constituency. You know, the Shona community was granted what you would say citizenship in Kenya by President Uhuru Kenyatta, originally from parts of South Africa, and now they're exercising their right to vote for the first time in Kikuyu constituency.
Sana niko huru kwa sababu sio kitu rahisi, ni kitu ya kufurahisha sana kuchagua watu wenye unapenda, watu wenye unataka wakuwe viongozi.
Nasikia vizuri. I feel at home, yani niko sawa.
Mipango imeendaje huko?
Mipango iko sawa, wanatuelekeza vizuri.
Nimefurahia, but nilikuwa naogopa, but sasa nimeona niko huru na kuvote, niko sawa tu.
Wengine tuko hapa, wengine wako HGM, wengine wako Mama Ngina, tuko wengi sana. Na wengine bado wako kwa njia wanakuja. Sasa venye tunaingia tunaona si ni watu tu kama kawaida kama sisi tu. Sasa tunaendelea.
Sijawahi, lakini nafurahia kwa sababu leo niko hapa.
hata mimi nilikuwa tunaogopa, tunashindwa, tukienda tutafanywa nini, lakini tumefika tukaona mambo iko sawa, hata sisi ni Wakenya, tuko kama Wakenya wengine.
The head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta.
In Mutomo Primary School. There, he's arrived in Mutomo Primary School to cast his ballot. He's there at exactly 9 minutes past 9. So let's just say that he's arrived at 9 a.m. We are yet to see whether he's accompanied by former First Lady, Mama Ngina Kenyatta. But clearly, he's all alone, and he's walked in to the polling station.
And nobody else can access that polling station.
Even our cameraman has
up until he's done.
Yes.
Because other than the other times when you've been dealing with him as a candidate, right now he's the outgoing president of the Republic of Kenya. And obviously, it's a tough one to access that polling station at this point. I don't know whether we will get a vantage point at some point to see whether to see as he votes.
Yeah.
But President Uhuru Kenyatta is inside that polling station at Mutomo Primary School, where he's bound to cast his ballot. Can we listen in a bit?
The nuts. Probably he's going to get the nuts.
Yeah.
Director.
Okay.
Right, so
we don't have the sound just yet, but once we do head over,
he'll address the media thereafter.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't.
Probably he's also a voter.
I don't.
He will grant media
to grab an interview from him at this point will be very difficult. But he's a politician after all, even if he's the president of the Republic of Kenya. Maybe once he sees the thousands of microphones lining up to hear from him, he will oblige and speak about the process. But sometimes it's very difficult. I remember other than 2013 when he spoke to members of the press after voting. I don't remember if he did that in 2017 after voting, because now you're dealing with the president of the Republic of Kenya, and there are so many things happening today that he needs to be in charge of.
Exactly.
In the country. So whether he will grab an interview is, a matter of wait and see. Outside the polling station once he's done with voting. But that's Mutomo Primary School.
But as journalists, we'll have to push him.
We'll be casting his ballot.
Hey, can you see? Yeah, that's it. That's alone is just a picture.
And he's an easy man.
He is.
So he will just laugh off and show you his finger.
Wow,
there he is.
Have it.
He's actually
now
casting
the media has been granted that access. He's a voter.
He is a voter.
He's a voter as well. Much is a president.
And knowing then that the transfer to the biometrics happened under his reign.
Yes.
I don't know, but he probably has a very special number as a voter.
How would it
different
be
from my own and yours? President Uhuru Kenyatta casting his ballot there at Mutomo Primary School, accompanied by, who is that? Other than his aide-de-camp that I've seen and his security, nobody related to him that I've seen in that picture. But the president is at the booth marking his ballot papers. Immediately after, then he will be casting his ballot on putting them in that ballot box. The president exercising his right to vote as a citizen, because he is a citizen, and then other things. Other than the fact that he's a president, he's a citizen and a voter in the Republic of Kenya. And you guess, who he will vote for in some of his positions, because the president has already made his endorsement clear as regards to the presidential position. And so he has in other positions, bearing in mind that he is the presidential, or rather he's the running mate. He is the party leader of a Jubilee Party. The president is the party leader of a Jubilee Party. He's done with marking the ballot paper, so right now he's headed to casting them. The Azimio party chairman, he is the party leader of a Jubilee Party. the President of the Republic of Kenya, and a voter in Mutomo Primary School. And you still have the IBC official guiding him over the process. The president being guided over the process as he cuts. And by the way, he's accompanied by the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, as you can see, Victor.
Yes, but one thing is certain, that security is paramount. There is no lapses. No room for security lapses there. He's a man of interest at this particular point because he is the outgoing president. He's made his choice, which is also quite open. And the fact that he's also voting is something to admire. This is something that people rarely see, the other side of the president. People never expected, some people would even ask themselves, kwani president pia anapiga kura? He's a voter. He is a registered voter. Actually, it's called Kenya One.
And it speaks to the significance of this process.
Yes.
That even the President of the Republic of Kenya, despite him being not a candidate, he has come out to choose who he wants to take after him, as well as who will be his governor in Kiambu, for example, who will be his senator in Kiambu, and including in his ward in Ishaweri. He also wants to, elect the person who will represent him and the people he's represented in Gatondo South for quite some time. We're still looking to see whether the president will agree to an interview. But like I said, it's quite a difficult task, but he could, you never know, he is a politician. He could grab an interview, but if he doesn't, you would understand. He is a president, and sometimes even the times and moments do not allow him to enjoy the luxury of taking up interviews. The president is done with voting at Mutomo Primary School. And yes, that means then that we have several other candidates now, the people you would say people of interest that are yet to vote, and that is Raila Odinga, who will be voting at the old Kibera Primary School. That is where he will be casting his vote. We are yet to see the voting of Professor George Wajakoya, the Roots Party presidential candidate, and his running mate Justina Wamai. But so far, Deputy President William Ruto, the UDA candidate and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance leader, has voted at Sugoi Primary School, and his running mate Rigathi Gachagua has also voted at Sagana Primary School. The presidential candidate for Agano Party, that is Wahiga Mwaure, has already voted at Upper Hill Secondary School. The running mate Ruth Musheru, we had to know whether she has voted at Umoja 1 Primary School, and so has Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. The president is speaking, actually. Can we listen into him? It was indeed a short one, as you would guess. And those ones are the ones, normally, they're flying questions. There's Polycarp Igathe, the Jubilee Party candidate in Nairobi. He's running for governor now, speaking. Let's listen in. In Nairobi County on a Jubilee Party ticket, running against Johnson Sakaja of UDA, and there are several other candidates from different political parties. Nairobi has quite a number of people running for governor. I think the senatorial seat has attracted more than 7 candidates in Nairobi, and all running either as independent or on political party platforms. And that's just it. Victor, from your end?
Absolutely. And we all know the history of Polycarp Igathe, how he came to be the preferred candidate, and now he's running for that particular seat. Remember, he was at one point the deputy governor of Nairobi, and former governor Mike Sonko, only for him to leave office after a short stint at that particular office, and now he's back eyeing the top seat in the capital city. Those are live pictures there. We were really trying to get a word from the president, but clearly it was not possible. It was not possible. So that's how it is sometimes in this field. That's how it is. We are continuing to give you wall-to-wall coverage on what is happening on this election day, a day that Kenyans are going to the ballot to elect their leaders who will be leading them, including us, for the next 5 years. And that is the way it's supposed to be. That is our democracy, which we are exercising. 22 million or so members are registered voters across the country, with over 46,232 polling stations across the country opened for this particular exercise. Just a quick recap. Nairobi, Mombasa County will not elect their next governor, as well as Kakamega County, and IEBC said that they will give a date later on this week on how that those elections will be held. So that one is as far as that is concerned. Elections continuing, polling stations opened at 6 a.m. and will run through to 5 p.m. A reminder, take your time, go and vote, stand to be counted. Very important. All right. We are still here and giving you wall-to-wall coverage, and you only need to stick here for the best coverage ever, because we are yet to engage our reporters who are across the country, from Baringo, Northeastern, Kakamega, name them. They'll be giving us live updates when and how we get them from different regions of this country. All right, Curio.
Yeah, indeed, it is a process that is not taking more than 6 minutes at, what do you say, an average of it, not more than 6 minutes. So it's something you can actually run very quickly and participate in and become among the 22 million Kenyans who are turning out in the numbers today to vote for the leaders that will be over the helm of affairs in the next 5 years. We have our reporters stationed across the country to give you an eye view of what is happening there, a front row view for that matter of what is happening. And we also have guests in studio who will be engaging to get just a feel about what they feel about the process, whether they have participated in one way or another, and how they view the process so far, particularly about the announcement by the IEBC to postpone the gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa, as well as the MP positions up for grabs in Kapcheliba and Pokot South. That conversation we will be having here. But just to inform you very quickly, the President Uhuru Kenyatta has already voted at Mutomo Primary School. That is his polling station, accompanied by the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, who obviously does not vote from Mutomo Primary School. There are 46,229 polling stations across the country that opened at 6 a.m. and will close at 5 p.m. So if you're a registered voter in the Republic of Kenya, kindly dash there and participate in that process. The Deputy President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance leader and the UDA presidential candidate, has already voted at Sugoi Primary School. So has his running mate, that is Rigathi Gachagua, who voted at Sagana Primary School in Mathira constituency. Martha Karua, the deputy presidential candidate for Azimio, has already voted at Mugumo Primary School in Gishugu constituency of Kirinyaga County. What we are yet to see is his principal, or her principal, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, the Azimio presidential candidate, who is bound to vote at Old Kibera Primary School in Kibra constituency. At Upper Hill Secondary School, where Higa Maore voted there. He's a presidential candidate and running on Agano Party. And we are yet to see, obviously, his running mate, Ruth Musheru, who is set to vote at Umoja 1 Primary School in Embakasi West. And then we also have not seen Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party, as well as the running mate Justina Wamai of the Roots Party, and where they will be voting. At least, you know, Professor Wajakoya will be voting from Idangalasia Primary School in Kakamega County. Victor.
All right. That is Polycarp Igathe. Also on the process of exercising his democratic right there, he is vying for the top seat of Nairobi to be the next governor of Nairobi. Governor, he is battling it out with Johnson Sakaja of UDA, and that is how it is. So Polycarp Igathe started being the deputy governor of Mike Sonko before he left after a short stint in the office, and now he's back as a joint candidate of the Azimio la Umoja to be the next governor of Nairobi. And we'll just be waiting to hear if at all he'll address the media. What are his expectations, the experience so far? He's going through the process. Remember, we have got 6 ballot papers, and each and every person will be given the papers for them to mark. Live coverage from Nairobi, where we are right now. Polycarp Igathe seeking to clinch that seat. It has been an interesting beat in Nairobi here. We had got Evans Kidero, who was defeated by Governor Sonko. Governor Sonko served his first term, but the second term was riddled by a lot of back and forth from the county assembly until he was impeached. And Anne Kananu was also sworn in, and now we have got Polycarp Igathe now eyeing that particular seat. How it's going to pan out, only the voters will decide. Later on in the evening, we'll know who will be the next governor of the capital city. The capital city of Nairobi has a lot of, things to talk about. We have got Parliament sitting here. We have got UN headquarters sitting here. We have got State House, the National Assembly, call it the International Airport here. And many university headquarters, and we have got University of Nairobi, and we have got the Central Bank. Almost everything is based here in the capital city. So Nairobi is a county of interest. There you have him, Polycarp Igathe, patiently waiting. This is the point that you realize that you are your own man, and you have a point with your destiny. No supporters.
And actually, Victor, I would be interested. I'd be interested in knowing whether Professor Philip Kaloki, the running mate for Polycarp Igathe, is actually a registered voter in Nairobi. Remember, he was to run for governor in Makueni. And then at some point, out of the political horse trading that is normal with Kenyan politics, he agrees to be running mate for Polycarp Igathe in Nairobi. So I don't know whether there was enough time either to transfer the vote from Makueni to Nairobi. So there is a possibility then that amongst the votes that will be credited to Polycarp Igathe, Professor Philip Kalokis will not be there. And it's quite an interesting one. And I think Sakaja too has the same thing because his running mate was running for governor in Nyandarua. I think he even participated in the UDA nominations. I don't know whether he is a registered voter in Nairobi. Quite an interesting one to watch out for by evening.
All right. That's a point of concern. And all right, Kyoria, I think let's take a break. We started from 6, now it's now 9:27. It's always good to take a break, and we'll continue this discussion shortly. We'll be right back.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Here at KBC Channel 1, the national broadcaster, we have a plot.
And as Kenya decides on its 5th president,
Governors,
senators,
members of the National Assembly,
and those of the 47 county assemblies, KBC is ready more than ever before to be your one-stop shop in delivering authentic,
credible and timely 2022 election news on a 24-hour basis.
Only on Kenya Decides.
You have conducted yourself in a very peaceful manner by casting your vote. That was the civic responsibility that was expected out of you. So here's the thing. Keep the peace as you forge ahead and build a beautiful nation, not only for yourself, but even for your kids and your children's children.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. This is Kenya Decides, giving you up-to-date minute in regards to the general election, a process that kick-started at 6 a.m. this morning, and we will be giving you a 360-degree coverage as to how the day plays out, and even after the elections, what you can expect, and of course, giving you the live feeds from every other position that we have our reporters across the country. Now, as you go to vote, there are a number of terms that are used during this electioneering period, and we want to just run you through very quickly what these words mean, and just so you understand, when we talk about a valid vote and invalid vote for that matter, you know exactly what it means, and as you go to cast your vote, you know what to do and what not to do. Now, starting us off, of course, we start with what is considered as a valid vote. There are quite a number of votes, so we start off with a valid vote, which is a ballot paper that is correctly marked, that clearly identifies your preferred candidate, and it is marked with either an X or a tick. Those are the only two markings that are allowed on ballot papers. Now, the next type of vote is what we call a rejected vote, and this one fails to reflect the intentions of that particular voter, and the presiding officer is unable to determine them. But before we continue with this, Victor.
Yes. Before you continue, let's cross over and listen to Tim Wanyonyi, who is currently speaking. Probably this should be in Westlands, where he is a member of parliament, and let's take a listen on what he's saying. There you have him.
How is the exercise like once you start identification to the last stage? How is it like?
For me, it was quite smooth, because once I started, it just took about a minute or two for us to get to casting our vote. Yeah. So identification and all that, hoping the machine will function throughout the day. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Asante. Thank you.
Just a thumbs up.
All right, that is Tim Wanyonyi, who we just got a bit of him. He said that it took him about a minute or two, and the maximum amount of time that IBC projected should be around 5 to 6 minutes, depending on the speed at which you are casting and going through the process. But nonetheless, 1-2 minutes, that's okay. That is okay. That is Tim Wanyonyi. Remember, he wanted to be the governor of Nairobi until there was some backroom kind of negotiations, and he had to drop his bid for Polycarp Igade. That is Tim Wanyonyi. Jen.
All right, now we get back to some of these terminologies that are used in regards to the voting process. We now move on to the second type of vote, and this is what is referred to as a rejected vote. And this one is where the ballot paper does not clearly reflect the intentions of this particular voter, and the presiding officer is unable to determine. And you can see the demonstration right there, where that X is in between one of those borderlines. And in this way, it is therefore considered as a rejected vote. Now, the other type of vote, we have votes that are called stray votes. Now, these ones are well indicated, but the problem comes in when you deposit this particular ballot paper in the wrong ballot box. Kyria.
Absolutely. So it's very okay that you familiarize yourself with this thing, so that by the time you're going to the polling center to vote, that you are very much aware of what could actually make your vote invalid, and that is very much possible, that the candidate you vote for, your vote does not count. And I'm joined on set by Regina Opondo from ILOG, and we'll talk about a bit the process of voting, because you have been with the IEBC as local observers, by the way. You have been with the IEBC for quite some time as they prepared for this election. I don't know whether you've been able to vote, and if you haven't, whether you've asked anybody who has voted, and you can probably comment on the process from the moment a voter gets into the polling station.
Okay, thank you very much. I indeed have voted. I was lucky to have voted this morning, and it was quite interesting to hear Mheshimiwa say that it took 1 to 2 minutes, because from my estimation, and I even did some timing, put on the timer, from the time you get in, so if you once you get into the polling station, they check your ID and they say you can proceed, and you go to the KIMS kit to have your biometrics taken. From the biometrics up until you get all your ballot papers, it takes roughly about about 5 minutes. 4 point something, 5 minutes, depending on the clerks in different polling streams. Then depending on the speed of the person voting, so roughly the process takes about 7 minutes. I also timed myself, and I took 8 minutes. So I think the 5 minutes predicted sounds fairly reasonable, I think, to work with. Yeah, so the voters, I think most of the polling stations that I've been to this morning seems to be quite calm. You walk in, there's a bit of signage, but I think it could be better and have more people directing people where to go. But the polling stations, the polling stations are easily identifiable. So you go and you queue. When it is your turn, you're called in. When you're called in, you go through the process that we've seen various people going through on your screens. You have your identification verified. Then you get your ballot papers. Of course, make sure that they're stamped on the back. You get your 6 ballot papers. Then you proceed to the booth. Most of the ones I saw were fairly secretive, so secrecy of the ballot is observed. And then you also have somebody guiding you, because those colors can be confusing, particularly for men. So there's guidance onto which goes into which ballot box. So there's assistance if you need it. I also saw, a fairly representative number of agents from the political parties and a couple of observers as well, both international and domestic presence, as well as a good presence of security. Yeah.
Comment a bit on the process of identification, because I think that's where the much of the time is spent, because marking the ballot doesn't spend a lot of time in casting. It appears like identification is where the problem is. How much time did you take at the identification spot? For
me personally, it didn't take a lot of time. Actually, it was very quick. As soon as I put in my thumbprint, my fingerprint, it came up. I think the only other one I saw where the thumbprint didn't work, then they keyed in the identification and it was found. So, and then there was a few people who were in the wrong polling stream. So they were then redirected to where they should go. Yeah.
And you're saying cumulatively you took about 8 minutes?
I took 8 minutes, but I know I took quite a bit of time in the booth.
All right.
Yeah. But in terms of the process of from identification to picking your ballot papers, that takes 4 to 5 minutes.
Why did you take some time in the booth?
So I had to think about my choices.
That means then for somebody who has already made their choices, they take lesser time on the booth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
As Ilog, before we hand it over to Victor in a bit, tell me, when you talk about observing an election, what is your role as Ilog? What does observation mean?
Okay, so for us, first of all, as ELOG, we observe throughout the electoral cycle. So it's not just E-Day today that we are observing. From the moment we finished the last election and moved into the pre-election period, we've been observing the various processes that take us up to today. So we've been looking at the legal reforms, we've been looking at some of the petitions that were in court. I think at some point we were also observing the BBI process. We've been doing media monitoring, and then as early as last year, leading up into this year, we deployed long-term observers who've just been monitoring the scenario. And they've been monitoring this through a lens of 7 specific areas. So looking at voter education, voter registration, media and social media, legislative reforms, participation of special interest groups, which includes women, youth, persons with disability, and even with prisoners, and to an extent diaspora voters, amongst many others. So that's the lens with which we've been doing the long-term observation and issuing reports based on that. Violence is also one of the things we monitor. So then leading up to E-Day, where we have short-term observation, we've got observers sitting in polling stations. So we've got about 1,000 parallel vote tabulation observers, and then we've got about 3,000, 2,000 and something general observers, and then we also have roving observers like myself who will be moving around and just checking the environment.
Okay.
So the plan then is at some point today we'll be able to tell you what opening looked like, and we will have numbers to that based on the numbers that we've deployed.
By roving, you mean you'll be roving in Nairobi?
I will be roving in Nairobi. There are others roving in other regions. So we have in Kisumu, I think we have in Nakuru, we have various parts of the country. Yeah.
All right, Victor, over to you.
All right. I'll also probably can also think about this question. ELOG was part of a case which was lodged in 2017. Have you had some of the concerns that you raised in 2017 addressed, even as we head to this election? But before you answer that, let's cross over to Lugari constituency where voting happened, but this is earlier on.
Because I see yesterday, didn't you be a candidate for
The fear was that we'll have lower voter turnout, but the way we have moved in my local polling station, the turnout is good and the exercise is going on well. So let's just prepare for the best. Yeah, we are telling Kakamega residents to prepare and vote in our team once the IBC gazette the new date for the elections. They should turn up in large numbers and vote this exercise so that we can elect quality leaders to lead this country.
So far we have not met any challenges and we anticipate that it will be smooth.
Thank you. That is from Kakamega County, and you've seen the deputy running, or the running mate for the ODM candidate, that is Fernandez Baraza, the running mate who is Ayub Savula there, speaking about the question of the failure for the IEBC to conduct the gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and whether it would have affected the turnout, but he says not much because quite a good number of people continue to get out to participate in this election. There was a question posed to you by Victor as regards the concerns you had raised in 2017 and whether in this election you feel they have been addressed.
Okay. So the role, I think, of observers is, I think, three or fourfold. In terms of our role as observers, of course, is to keep an eye on the vote and the process and to document that. So we normally like to speak of the 3 or 4 Ds. So the first one is to detect if there is any fraud or mischief happening. I think the second is to deter any fraud or mischief happening. Just by our physical presence, we hope that people are less likely to misbehave in the polling station. Delay, and then to document. So the correction I think I wanted to make was that we were not part of the case, but because we document, we have data which was then used as part of the case. And our data is usually public for anyone to use, whether it is the media, political parties, whether you're going to court, etc., or for improvements. So we did make a raft of recommendations. Some of them have been picked up, some have not. Some, I think, remain pending. So things like legislation, I think, should be completed at least a year to elections. We've seen this year, we're going very close to elections and legislation was still being done. And that doesn't help IBC in terms of planning, or the rest of us in terms of being organized, planned, and prepared for that. I think the court also spoke to elections as a process and identified some illegalities and irregularities.
In 2017? In
2017. Okay. So those are some of the things we would like to be able to assess whether IEBC has also improved on that. So in looking at IEBC and other stakeholders who are involved in administering our elections, I think we look at things like compliance to the law, I think we look at best practice, and we look at the environment that is created by all the actors.
Let's talk about best practice, for example. Yesterday the IEBC announces that it will not conduct gubernatorial elections in Kakamega as well as Mombasa, Kacheliba constituency, and Pokot South. Of a mix-up, I think a misprint. Does that, cast doubts on the preparedness of the IEBC, having been with them and monitoring what they're doing since the last election?
Well, procurement is one of the things we were not able to observe, although we've always made recommendations that they should have citizens more actively involved, even in those processes like procurement.
Even as you speak, Wavinya Nditi, the Machakos gubernatorial candidate for Wiper, is voting. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So it is unfortunate. I think there's more attention to detail that is required. And in terms of quality management, somebody should be tasked with that up until the very end. But I also saw that the IBC released a statement and put the blame them at the foot of the printer. I think somebody should be surcharged because this is a cost to the taxpayer. I don't know who should be surcharged. I think once we determine whose fault it is, that person should actually be surcharged, because we talk about culpability and liability for individuals at the level of IBC if they have criminal liability for misbehaving. But I think for even such things that could be negligence, I think somebody should be surcharged for that. If it is the printers, well, let them also have to pay for it or have to experience
One
something.
wonders, Regina, these trips by commissioners to Greece, where this printing was happening, as well as even political party agents, one wonders what exactly was happening in Greece then, if such a misprint can happen.
We can only speculate at this point until we have the finer details. I think for us is to take note of that and give a more comprehensive picture as observers of what happened and what was observed, and ask for explanations, but also make recommendations that improve the process next time so that this doesn't happen again, because it's a waste of taxpayers' money.
And it concerns you as ILOG?
It concerns us, and we're also ready to observe now that they've said they will set new elections. We are waiting to see if there will be improvement and if they will be done well.
Victor, probably would want to hear from your panel on the same as regards this postponement of elections in these 4 areas: Governor, Kakamega, Mombasa, and the constituency elections in Kacheliba and Pokot South.
Absolutely. I just hope that they'll make a good report once everything is done. I just hope they'll make a good report. Okay, so let me introduce my guest here on set. I have got Edwin Ngugi, who's an advocate, as well as Nordin Kakai, who's also an advocate. But gentlemen, you've heard what she said, but let me ask this question. So this one cast a very big indictment on the part of IEBC. People have really prepared themselves. But there is a question of preparedness in terms of procurement of ballot papers, in terms of procurement of electoral materials. Now this is coming to pass the last minute to an election. Starting with you, Ngugi.
Yes, it's sad to note that they're doing this procurement later on, yet they have had the 5 years since the last election, because they have been in office preparing for this coming election. And they were meant to have had a proper open procurement process, which should have resulted to picking the right company that should have been able to conduct a free, fair election.
Yes.
A company that was competent to actually deliver on these issues, because if we are finding out from the polling documents that they are wrong, they are wrongly printed out, then there's an issue if we are finding this out at the last minute. Yet we even had some of the representatives from IEBC and even a representative from the presidential candidates being sent to Dubai to confirm the process a month ago. And so there's a form of incompetence from this company.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me get your comment on that, Nudin.
You know, this takes us back to 2017, the nullification. It was, and they were told clearly, an election is a process, not an event. And it's like that never registered in the back of their mind. Now the process, you also look at one, the procurement, as you said, the company they settled on. For example, no due diligence was done. That in itself is an indictment, because clearly you don't know what you are doing. That is number one. Number two, because if you don't do the due diligence, you don't know whether they are competent or the capacity the company has that you're handing over this contract to. Now, takes you back to 2017, where, if you remember, IBC was split in the middle. There were commissioners playing Team A and Team B. Now, the first day the ballot papers were received in Kenya, some commissioners said they didn't even know these ballot papers were coming today. And Chebukati was on record saying that he brushed it off by saying, you know, you don't have to know everything. Some are busy doing other duties. That in itself was a sign that there is some confusion. The cohesion in working, maybe there's an issue. And then we've clearly seen, courtesy of the latest updates are like Rongai, the elections are going to be cancelled because now the ballot papers, they are not there. So there's an unrest, people are wondering what is going on. It shows you the level of preparedness. It's like they weren't prepared and they were forced into an election which they went into blindfolded. Yeah.
An election in Kenya should be an event, a process, not an event. And as you correctly put it, anyway, ELOG is here, and I still hope that they're going to do a good report at the end of the day, but nonetheless, that is on their beat. Kyoria?
Victor, let's have early pictures of the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, voting earlier. We have pictures of her voting earlier. And of course, when it hits 10 a.m., we expect Raila Odinga, the Azimio presidential candidate, to cast his ballot. Yeah, the lady in black.
This is something you talked about.
Is the First Lady of the Republic. Mama Margaret Kenyatta. Yeah?
There's something we discussed a bit earlier on.
Yeah.
You know, Mheshimiwa Kuje, take your line, Goja, and then vote. That's exactly what she did. Yeah.
And I think she voted first, then accompanied the president. In previous times, particularly in 2013 and 17, the president goes to the vote first, and then you have the First Lady voting later. This time it appears like it is the First Lady who started and then accompanied the president. So we expect the Azimio leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, to be at the old Kibra Primary School any time from now. You can see the preparations there. And once he's in, we shall cross over to Kibra, where he will be voting at the old Kibra Primary School in Langata. But what you're seeing, those are earlier pictures of the First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, casting her vote. And the indelible ink on her finger to prove that she has voted. And there she is. She exits. Now we are in Kibra. This is where Raila Amolo Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party presidential candidate, is expected to vote. Kalonzo Musyoka, who is also a luminary in the Azimio coalition, will be obviously voting in Mwingi, and will be on standby also for Kalonzo Musyoka as he votes. We are yet also to see Musalia Mudavadi, who votes in Sabatia, Vihiga County, also casting his ballot. But right about now, among the top presidential contenders, Raila Odinga is yet to cast his ballot. So is Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. We have Kalonzo Musyoka casting his ballot. Let's have him on. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, the Wiper party leader, actually speaking.
But if it was something we could have separated long time ago, under the BBI process, because it's the only way. I mean, don't call it BBI. Just call it a constitutional amendment act, because it's important for this country. But others come, handsomely say, people are looking for jobs.
All right, that's Kalonzo Musyoka speaking in Mwingi, where he is a voter. Mwingi is in Kitui County, and I think this is the arrival of the former premier, the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya coalition party leader Raila Odinga, who is also the presidential candidate. Of course, that's not him, so I'm told. So we wait for his arrival. He's set to vote at exactly 10 a.m. It's 1 minute to the clock. So that means in about 2 minutes of free, he arrives and casts his vote. Let's continue with the conversation here and talk about the preparedness of the elections. And we talk about monitoring, and we were talking about the IEBC preparedness in terms of what has found us here. But on a general scale, when you look as observers, will the IEBC finally deliver a credible poll?
I think it is premature to make that call right now. Probably towards the end of the week, we would be able to give that assessment. I think there are indicators, that we can look at. So the pre-election environment has been fairly peaceful. There have been challenges around communication, delays in voter registration, voter education, but the challenges have not been so extreme that we wouldn't have gotten to today. So I think we see how today goes, and then we make an assessment about the whole process once it is concluded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there fasts in this election? Because you were observers still in 2017 and 13, and now this election. Are there fasts that probably you have noted as an observer in this election?
I think there are a couple. Let me see if I can remember any off the top of my head.
Except the Shona community voting, obviously, for the first time.
Yes, I think the Shona community voting for a first time. I think the certainty about results at the polling station, I think that is also a first. And I think it's a good thing that helps us in terms of being sure about results being final at the polling station. I think firsts in that way, I mean, outside of IEBC, firsts in that there's a woman candidate, a woman deputy president, I think, on the ballot. I think
there are
first,
actually 3.
Yes. So those are, I think, good firsts. I think I'd thought of a first and then I forgot when we started talking about that. It will come back to me and then I'll.
All right. You were talking about the legal regime around elections, and some of the legislation that came in late in the day, just when we were near the elections. But we'll pick that up in a bit. Victor, you can engage Wakilis, actually.
So let me ask you, gentlemen, what do you make of this day? Starting with you.
What I make of this day is that it's one very important day for us as Kenyans, because we get to exercise our constitutional right. Our constitutional right to vote is actually is actually our constitutional right for us to actually select a leader. And the leader today that we are going to select means so much to us as Kenyans, because we have to choose a president who is going to run this country for the next 5 years.
Yes.
We are aware of our current status as a country, and whoever we choose today is going to make sure that this country either has a turnaround or continues going south. The other thing that we have to know about today is that we have a right to vote for our MCAs who make decisions for our areas or wards in our where we live, close by. And these MCAs are going to make these decisions which will help us. Maybe if your road, the road next to you, or security issues or electricity or water issues around where you live are a concern, the MCA is one of your representatives who is going to go into the local assembly or a member of a county assembly and actually make a law that is going to affect you directly in that area where you live.
All right. You know, Kakai, what really I'd love to understand from you, you can also pick it from there. We have got different constituencies where elections not happening. Okay, elections are happening, but different elected positions are not being considered today. An issue with Kakamega, gubernatorial seat, and Mombasa. So what happens in this situation? Do they still remain governors, or there's some silent vacuum in the constitution?
That's a good question, because at the end of the day, it's more or less like what the president is right now. You see, he's having something called temporary incumbency, which starts on the first day of voting and ends when the next president is actually assumes office. Now, if you look at the Constitution, Article 134(2) of the Constitution, it talks about the powers that he can't exercise, like appointment of judges, like the powers of mercy, like giving honors. So there are things he can't do. He's just having some temporary incumbency as he awaits the next president to assume office. Now, when you come back to the governors, for example, it's more or less like the same thing, because he has to, the incoming governor has to hand over. Like what you normally see during the swearing in, they actually hand over. So until then, there will be the governors, because no one is elected. You realize it's like the members of parliament, where there will be no elections. Those who are the current members of parliament are the members of parliament. Now, we have to wait for, ABC will say they'll give out a date when this election will be carried out. The issue is, like what Ayub Savule was alluding to, they feared voter apathy, in that some people thought, or maybe didn't know, that you can actually go and vote the other 5. But maybe they thought, Kakamega today there's no voting.
Yes.
So I give the leaders, Kusaili unasema Kongole, clearly they actually try to inform the people that you can actually come out, vote for the other 5 as you wait for the date to vote for the governor. And the rest, which it's in Pokot.
Yes.
You actually wait for the 2 MP seats. So at the end of the day, the anxiety will be there, that is true, the tension and what have you, because now these voters have to wait for another day. It means if you are a candidate and you had prepared agents, you had paid them, that's a double expense on you, because now you have to do the same thing again, you know, because they can't rely on what you gave them the other day. It wasn't their fault.
Absolutely.
So it's more or less it's a tense situation, but I believe they should stay calm. I saw the ODM candidate in Kakamega telling his supporters to just remain calm and they wait for the election date.
Yes. Ngugi, you know what really happens? We always, there's a proverb. Is it a proverb or what? You carry the pot from the riverbank, and just at the doorstep, it breaks. This is like IBC. Chebukati really tried to carry this election with a lot of concern, because based on what happened in 2013 and 2017, he was ready to deliver with just 1 year to the end of his contract. And now all this is happening right at the doorstep. What do you think is running through his mind?
I don't think there is a major issue with the postponement of this election. As our colleague has said on the other end of the studio, we have only cancelled 2 gubernatorial races. This is Kakamega and Mombasa, and we have also cancelled 2 other races out of many other constituencies.
Yes.
And other counties. We have 47 counties, and out of 47, only 2 which are not voting. And therefore, what that means is basically that after probably 7 days, he's going to gazette another election day for these particular positions, and the people will turn out. And therefore, I would not like to look at it as the breakage of a pot, because the other elections are still running, and by the end of tonight or by tomorrow morning, we'll know who are our candidates and our winners in these races. Yeah.
Allow me to get a clarification on the issue of the manual register, the orders which were given yesterday. So what's basically, on a simple term, what is it all about? Kakai.
Basically, it means when you go to the polling station, you use the proper stream, because you are seeing people have to be redirected.
Right.
You show your identification card. They use the metric. They look for. They check. If that doesn't work, there's alphanumeric. Now, alphanumeric is a search where now the PO will call the agents to confirm as that is being done. If that doesn't, if you also can't be found, and they try, because they say they have 6 kits. If none of them, even after replacing them, none of them works, now they revolve. They move now to the register, the physical register. So that is a matter of last resort, because now they have to make sure that even after replacing the kits, nothing has changed and you cannot be found.
All right.
And I forgot, and as the alphanumeric is done, you have to sign, there's a form 32A that you fill.
Yeah. All right. These are live pictures from Lunga Lunga. Of course, voters are eager. There you have it. They're eager to exercise their democratic right as far as this election is concerned. The turnout is not that bad. And again, coming back from there to that is Kibra, where Honorable Raila Odinga is expected anytime from now to also cast his ballot. Now, Kioria, as I give it over to you, perhaps let me just ask Regina this question. Why a lot of attention by the observers? We have got a number of former heads of states, high-profile guests in the country, and Chebukati, as I said, that the observers were, I think he was just making a joke out of it. That observers ni wengi kushinda Kenyans themselves, just to paraphrase what he said. What is this much attention about Kenya?
Absolutely, because it's a record-breaking number of observers.
Exactly.
From institutions, I think even from beyond the Pacific and Atlantic.
Yes. So, why a lot of attention? So I'll start with the domestic observers. I think for domestic observers, it's part of the way in which we participate in elections, because you can be a voter, you can be in the political party machinery, campaigning, you can be in the media, you can be working for IBC, and you can be an observer. So it is, for domestic observers, it's another role we play in terms of our civic duties. I think for international observers, they play several roles. So I think one is solidarity with the country, so it is a mission to express solidarity with the country and with the local observers. Two, I think our elections have also always proved to be pretty interesting. In fact, in a briefing the other day, somebody said we are very spirited, and new things always come out of Kenya that then tend to influence the way the world exercises democracy or judicial. Our learned friends can tell us more about that. So it is also of interest in that sense. But I think it is always good to have many eyes, I think, because we all have different perspectives. Some are narrow, some are broad. And I think as long as there's a general agreement that we can collectively pull this information together and get an overview of what the election looked like, especially from the side that is not administering, then it can only add value. So I take it as a positive thing. I take it as a positive thing, even in terms of the economy of Kenya. I mean, those that are coming from outside, there's a slight boost, especially at a time like this where there are challenges. So we take it positively as diversity, I think, in observation.
Before I let you go, because you have to rush for other observation missions across Nairobi, very quickly on the legal regime and the delays that, or what affected the IEBC late in the day. Some of the laws are what?
So you had the elections amendment bills. I think there were several of them, and the learned friends can go into the details of that. You had election campaign financing amendment bill. You had laws and regulations, I think, around transmission of results. And if you think about it, it's often said that the election process should be simple and predictable.
All right.
So if things are in place early in time, and we normally recommend, I think it's recommended that at least you finish the legislative framework 1 year or two, so that allows people to put things in place as per the legislative framework.
And we have Nicholas Gumbo, the governor candidate in Siaya County. He's one among the fiercest competitor for James Orengo in Siaya there voting. But of course, you can go ahead with your submission.
Yes. So if the laws are in place 1 year or two, then it allows everybody to plan and to be clear of what the pathway is. But if in March we are still trying to change laws and party primaries are in April and May, and you have things now starting to run parallel, there can be confusion, which we've seen. There is confusion and there are delays in preparedness. So the best case situation or scenario would be that we finish the legislative framework, the policy framework 1 year or two, and everybody's aware of what it is and what the rules of the game are, and then you set up the game and we go to the game. And it is unclear, it is clear what the rules of the game are. What is unclear is who will have won.
All right. You talked about finance capping, election finance capping, and IEBC first of all brings it almost late in the day to Parliament. Parliament deals it a fatal blow, because by the time they were breaking, nothing really serious had come out of the finance capping. So how has it affected them as the electoral body?
Maybe not the electoral body, but I think it affects all of us, because we are aware, and I think it has been alluded to, that money really moves during elections, and nobody is able to see how this money moves. Even we as observers are not able to observe it. There are certain things we can observe in terms of things like public resources. You can see the GK car, you can see, officials who we know work for government going out and things like that. Occasionally you can observe small money changing hand when people are given money, but we really can't tell how money moves in this system. I also feel it's a little bit unfair to blame IEBC, because this is the third election that we have failed to get election campaign financing under control in terms of legislation, and Parliament keeps giving us excuses, or the politicians keep giving us excuses. 2013, the law wasn't passed in time. 2017, we didn't have regulations, and here we are again, a third election, and we still don't have a proper framework for campaign financing.
Which made me ask, I think the question I was asking on Sunday, is it possible then to move the timelines up, in the sense that the finance capping come to Parliament 3 or 4 years before a general election, so that if they delay as much as they want, whether they like it or not, they will have to process this finance capping before they break?
It's interesting, because if you also look at the 2/3 gender principle, we've not been able to pass it through Parliament. And it's not like it didn't have a timeline, because we passed the Constitution in 2010, you had up to 2015, parliamentarians keep shifting the goalposts. So until we have leaders who are willing to do the right thing at the right time, which they know, that question remains. Let's see the people we vote in today, whether they can pick up the mantle and by next election deliver for us a campaign financing law that works and is actually in effect.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Regina Opondo from ELOG speaking to us this morning as regards the observation mission of ELOG and what they have observed so far, what are the hits and misses for the IEBC. But obviously, because she has to rush to continue with the mission in the county of Nairobi, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for joining us. But I'm also joined by Shadrach Wamboi, who is a lawyer. We'll be engaging him a little bit later. I throw it back to you, Victor Olo, as of course we continue to await the arrival of Raila Odinga at the old Kibera Primary School.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Regina as well. Okay, so, gentlemen, let me just ask you the question, the question I asked about the manual register, because people are getting confused. And if you looked at the social media yesterday after that ruling, everybody, I think a majority of people got it all wrong. No manual register completely. Some would understand that, yes, there, but only under certain circumstances. He's explained his side. So do we say that the manual register is still there, but only under certain circumstances?
Yes, that's the simplest form of explanation. Yes. That we have a manual register, but we can only use the manual register if a KIMS kit fails. And the Commission has informed us that they are going to make available around 6 KIMS kits in any polling station, and so we shouldn't worry about the failure. But in the extreme events of a failure of a kit, that's the only time now we go to the manual one. But also, Chebukati last evening mentioned and said that that KIMS, the registers are similar. There's nothing different. So if your name is missing in the KIMS kit, and in the manual, reflect on the other side. It will still be. It's more of printing out the soft copy to a hard copy. That's what they actually mentioned.
Okay, Kagai, what does this election mean to Kenya and to the international community? Because Kenya is considered as a big boy, so to speak, right now. Yeah. In East Africa, what does this election mean to Kenya?
It means it's more or less like our brothers from East Africa are trying to see how we'll run our elections. You know, there are all types of jokes where the people are saying, people are wondering how internet is functioning in Kenya today, because you know our brothers, most of the time it's shut down. So it's more or less, you see, when you're a big brother, people always look up to you. They're trying to see this big brother nature that you have, what is so special about you. So some are here courtesy maybe to learn, to compare notes with where they come from, and some also just want to see what it entails of a transparent election. Now, back to the Kenyan, is that this is an opportunity to hire and fire, because through your ballot you either hire or you fire the incumbent. You get?
You're putting it so grossly, because some people are not going to go home today. I'm happy people.
because at the end of the day, the people you hire, for example, will take care of your interests for the next 5 years. So if you hire clowns, then expect a circus. That is what you need to know. So at the end of the day, Kenyans, depending on the interests that you have, you will vote accordingly. That is why you see in so many instances during the rallies, these principals and big parties, when they talk about a 6-piece, you'll hear someone say, I don't want to vote a 6-piece. I'll give you your vote, but down here, let me decide how I want my vote to go. Because they feel maybe somebody in party X has my best interest, even though isn't in the same party with my principle.
Okay, allow me to cut you short briefly and let's cross over to Rarieda, where Nicholas Gumbo, who is an UDM member, is addressing the press right now.
It was decades away, but we are finally here, and we thank God it is His own doing and making that we are here. Many people would have wanted to be here today, they are not here. The process seems to be going on well. Of course, there's some complaints about the machines being rather slow, but by and large, I think the process is going on well. This is a fairly big polling station, over the 1,300 registered voters. So I do expect, I know of course that most people came in the morning. This is where I did my last rally, and I gave a clarion call to them. This is where I was born. This school is actually built on my great-grandfather's land. I made a clarion call to them to make sure everyone who is eligible turns out to vote. So from what I can see, from the boxes, from the ballots that have been cast, I would want to believe that it's going on well. But we still have about 7 hours to go. So I still expect many more people. There are quite a number of assisted voters. I do hope that those who are assisting them will help them to make the right decision, because this is a very momentous occasion for us as a country, for us as a county, and every one of us, nearly 50 million plus citizens of this republic, and even equally more important to the nearly 1 million residents of Siaya County. So yeah, so far I can say it's so good. The machines could have been faster, but I do appreciate that the electoral officials are trying the best they could. At this moment, probably the only thing I can say is that so far, from what I can see, I've not had any major incidents on this particular polling center. I would want to make a call to peace for everyone. Each election must produce winners and losers. As a matter of fact, elections produce more losers than winners. I would want to see a peaceful process, a fair, credible, and transparent process where those who have won can have the humility to embrace those who have lost. Because at the end of the day, for example, I am vying to be the governor of Siaya County. Of course, I am casting my vote in the hope that tomorrow I'll be declared the governor. But, and be that as it may, and hoping that that is what comes out, it is my wish.
Engineer Nicholas Gumbo, the UDM candidate for governorship in Siaya County, of course competing with ODM's James Orengo in Siaya. Obviously a very interesting contest happening there in Siaya County, and our eyes are all open as the voting exercise continues in Siaya and indeed across the country. And we'll be giving you details about it. But for now, let's head over to Baringo. KANU leader Gideon Moi is voting there, and obviously he will address the press. Let's head over to Baringo. Gideon Kipsile Moi, the Baringo senator, casting his ballot, facing quite some stiff competition from William Kipsang, who is the current member of parliament for Baringo North, now wants to be senator on a UDA party ticket. And here you have Gideon Moi being identified by the IEBC. After obviously proper identification, he will then proceed to be given 6 stamped ballot papers. And like we said, it is very important as a voter to ensure that the ballot paper that you have is stamped at the back by the IEBC. Otherwise, an unstamped ballot is a different story altogether, because it will not be counted as valid. So it is important that the IEBC, you ensure that the IEBC has stamped your ballot papers. I think now the Baringo senator is proceeding to the booth to mark his ballot papers and cast his ballot after that. And we are also on standby at the Kibra, old Kibra Primary School, and I don't know whether the frenzy there by media is an indication that Raila Odinga is on his way in to vote. Yes, I think this is just it. And you can see the supporters, the number of supporters. And entering that gate. Not a clear view just yet if Raila Odinga is in that crowd or behind them. If we can listen in just a bit, see, hear what's happening. The crowd there frenzied about the probability of Raila Odinga becoming president. This is why he's voted for the longest time just yet. And it's been a dream so near, yet so far. Will this time be a reality? Well, it's up to you that is exercising your right today to vote in today's election. But you can see quite a frenzied crowd there. And this must be the group that is accompanying him. And one thing you have to admit about supporters of Raila Odinga, they're very passionate about him, and you would probably be shocked to understand that probably they even went to Karen to get him there as he heads his way as he heads off to Old Kibera Primary School where he's voting. But that's Gideon Kipsilei Moi. I believe that's the wife, Zahra Moi, together with the senator. Awaiting obviously to mark the ballot papers. It appears like the people who are on the booths are yet to finish up on the process, so much so that Gideon Moi can stand on the booths and mark the ballot papers alongside the wife and vote. What is important to note is that even on the booth, you cannot stand alongside your wife. Each one of them has to occupy a booth of their own and make their independent decisions and cast their ballot papers. That is what is important. That is why it's called a secret ballot. And I am sure Wakili Shadrach Wambui has participated in that process this morning, probably by your gauging. How do you rate the process so far?
Good morning to our viewers, and good morning JJ and Victor on the other side of the studio and my learned friends. Of course, just to avoid any doubt, I am yet to participate in the voting process.
You have not?
Yes, I'm yet to participate. I'll be headed to Mathare, Kiboro Primary School to cast my vote.
Okay.
Of course, as in exercise of my civic duty as a citizen of this republic and in fulfillment or enjoyment of my right to participate in voting. But be that as it may, I have had some experiences coming to the studio. I have witnessed a number of polling stations that have opened. I have seen our citizens are quite peaceful in the process, which is a good show that there are people exercising some level of patience during the voting process. People acknowledging that, queuing is not a bad thing after all, if you want democracy to come your way. Remember at some point, some Nigerian scholar told us that democracy is not instant coffee. You don't just get it immediately. So you just need to exercise some level of patience if you want your country to be democratic. We have accepted to ourselves to have a constitution. So what we have acknowledged is the importance of a democratic state. So really, the view I hold quite with a lot of humility is that it's a good show. What we have seen so far, other than the few, there are those called
Wakili, just a second. This is how it's done. You'll have to with us. So let's come back. Okay, so let's go to Goma, where Ken Saka is the president here. Just that.
Identify, unatumia kitambulisho chako, alafu msimamizi wa hiyo kituo cha kupiga kura anaandika report ya kwamba kuna mpiga kura fulani hajaonekana kwa Kimskit na tumechukua kipande yake na tumeona kwamba yeye ni mtu ya kupiga kura hapa, na hiyo report itamkubalia kupiga kura. That is part of the law. So what my governor has said, that we have had a good fight, we have kept the faith, and we finished the rest. We are going to change this country, and we change it for the better. We are going to change this county under the stewardship of our incoming governor, who is before you, and it's going to be all systems go for the people of Bungoma, for the people of Kenya. We thank you. We want a peaceful election. We want a peaceful outcome, and we want those who win not to be exalted. We want those who lose not to be vanquished. We want to remain Kenyans.
Earlier on, you praised the use of the court ruling that say that the manual register should not be used. But we've seen in Mavira, the deputy president candidate, Rigathi Gachagua, had to be identified by a manual register. What do you have to say about that?
The law does not say you cannot.
Because earlier it was him voting accompanied by Lusaka. This time it is Lusaka voting accompanied by Bungoma Senator Moses Wetangula. Right about now, Gideon Kipsile Moi has also was casting his ballot. We want to see if again at the old Kibra Primary School, the former Prime Minister and the Azimio leader Raila Odinga has arrived at the polling station. He's about to exercise his democratic rights, as well as, you know, show his supporters solidarity as they turn out in numbers to vote for him. Deputy President William Ruto, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance and the UDA presidential candidate, has already voted. He voted at 6 a.m. at Sugoi Primary School. So did Raila Odinga's running Mother Karua at Mugumo Primary School. Now it is Raila Odinga's turn. And we also have Gideon Kipsile Moi, the Baringo senator, voting in Baringo. Right about now he's addressing the press. I don't know whether we have a sound so we can listen in, but that's Gideon Moi after voting in Baringo. Now we have Raila Odinga going through the motions of being identified before voting. Is that Mama Ida Odinga? Yes, Mama Ida Odinga. Raila Odinga Jr. is also there. The process of identification. And obviously, if your biometrics do not identify you directly, there's the option of keying in your ID number. Of course, because you have your ID number with you to show that indeed you are Raila Odinga, you are Shadrach Kwamboi, or you are Victor Olo, depending on where you are. That's Raila Odinga now being identified. There was a Court of Appeal ruling last evening that probably muddied the waters for the IEBC. Did it or not? That's a question we can discuss with the counsels in studio, 3 of them. So you can be sure we are going to have a lot of legal opinion on the very same matter from our guests here in studio. And what is the import of that Court of Appeal decision last night, appearing in one way or another to injunct a High Court ruling about a week ago. But that's Raila Odinga on your screen now. Being identified through the KIMS kit, and it appears like everything is going on as planned. He has been positively identified, now being issued with the ballot papers, 6 of them. Victor Lo, this is the moment again when you wish you were a fly on that booth. So you see how Raila Odinga marks the ballot papers. Number 1, whether he votes for himself. Number 2, who he votes in these seats going down. You're talking about a governor, woman rep, senator, as well as the county assembly, particularly in the county assembly, because he must elect a county assembly member. It will be interesting to see who Raila Odinga votes in. That's just a Raila Odinga is on your screen receiving the ballot papers.
The way you said that this is a time that you wish you fly, I would land on someone's forehead. That's where you get that vantage view. Anyway, the lighter note, that is Honorable Raila Odinga right now getting to the booth. This is the point that even the law separates a spouse. You are your own man. The way you said it, not even your wife is allowed to walk with you to the booth. All right? This is something that Raila Odinga has been doing for quite some time. This is the 5th time we can say that he is voting for himself, if at all he will. as the presidential candidate for this country is something that he's been doing, the same polling station. Perhaps you can say that this, the same gate, he's so used to the gate that he walks in to cast his ballot as the presidential candidate, and today he's also doing it for the 5th time as he seeks to get that ticket. As he was saying, how it's going to pan out, the voters will decide. That is all Kibra Primary School, Raila Odinga of Azimio la Umoja taking to the booth to exercise his democratic right as any other Kenya is doing today, 9th of August 2022. We've been speaking about this particular day for the longest time we can remember, and it is coming to pass. It's coming to pass. Again, we'll be looking for another day in the next 5 years. Inshallah, people can say that this is a position that, as a democracy, we attend to every 5 years, unless otherwise. But we've not been there yet. Okay. So, Kioria, even you after this, please make sure that you get that ink. Usikuja hapa kesho without nini.
It is the responsibility of every Kenyan to get out there and exercise your right to vote. But like I said, I'm very hopeful as a Kenyan, very hopeful that at some point we'll vote electronically. Otherwise, this is something we should have been discharged with a long time ago
at some point,
while we were still seated here.
It has taken us time to be here.
It doesn't matter your physical location because, for example, I'm a registered voter, so to reveal, in Starehe constituency, for example. I'll have to leave here, go to Starehe, line up, vote. Some of these things become tedious. So imagine if we would be allowed to vote at any point to whatever candidate you want to vote for. It would make things very, very, very easy. But then again, looking at where we have come from, this is still a step in the right direction. So we're good. Raila Odinga now are still at the booth. He has got to go through the 6 papers. If I were him, for example, Victor Olo, and being the ODM party leader, I would mark against myself and then close my eyes and go and mark against every ODM candidate. So I don't think I would spend so much time. But maybe he's also having to, to look at through the ballot paper, see who deserves which position. And it's also a good thing. You would imagine if I were the MCA of this area, I would want to know whether Baba has voted for me. And I would even try to peep through the window. But there's no window to peep through anyway. He's done. Marking all the ballot papers. And now with the help of the IBC agent, cast each ballot on each ballot box. And you can see the frenzy by the media houses. That is a very important picture. Just like there was in Sugoi as the deputy president was voting, because these are the 2 leading presidential candidates. Either of them, okay, fairly enough, even Wahiga Mauri and Professor Wajakoya, the 4 of them, either of them will be the President of the Republic of Kenya, though the race has been shaped by opinion posters as well as media houses, because you remember in the presidential debate we clustered all in 2 different clusters. The 2 leading presidential candidates are Raila Odinga and William Ruto. William Ruto has already voted, and Raila Odinga now is casting his ballot. There goes the presidential ballot paper. And then to
let me just bring in Ngugi here. Ngugi, what do you make of this particular point right now?
This is a very important point, a moment for our candidates, because they get to also participate in electing the next leader. Most definitely, they are voting for themselves, and they have a chance also, just like any other person, to participate in the process. But also, as I look at the leader of Azimio, I notice that he's donning colors associated with the party, which basically means that I don't know whether he's contravening, but I believe he could be contravening because the colors are actually associated to that party. And so the time frame for those for the campaign ended 48 hours ago, but he's still.
Some would say that color is just a color; they're not branded.
Actually, I wanted to ask Wakili, so probably you can define for us from the point of law,
right?
Because blue is a color. Number one,
just a color.
Number two, the R on his cap can be associated to his name, Raila. Do you think there's a thin line there between campaign material and the brand Raila Odinga?
Right. There would have been controversy then if it was written something as Azimio or
but
something.
The R has some writings at the side, so you can't clearly see.
Raila Odinga. We didn't see clearly. Okay. You can argue it. Yes, landed friends.
Because at the end of the day, you'd say the same thing about Rigathi Gachagua, who had a jacket which had yellow, green, and black, which essentially is UDA colors. You get so that in itself is room for question, obviously, because you see, because in seeing blue, you see Azimio. That's it.
It's a contradiction.
Because Azimio say vote blue. You get
okay.
But also, what is the in trademark law? What we trademark is actually also the color and the logo and the symbol.
Yes.
And what is maybe missing in his outfit is just the logo for Azimio, but he also has the R. But the rest of the colors have actually been owned, and we can only relate them to a certain kind of a party or kind of a support. And this is against, in my view, this is against the rules set out by...
So that is called Azimio Blue now, what if it's putting on?
Any blue color that can be associated, and we know the definite color that is associated with Azimio is actually that blue.
Okay, what do you think?
Particularly, Victor, and I think the context on which the Wakili talks about is particularly when it is won by a candidate.
Yes.
In the person probably of Raila Odinga, for example, or any other candidate going to polling stations, it paints a different picture. But let's hear from Shadrach. What do you think about that?
Yes. I've been following the discussion and I respectfully hold a different view. I think, for one, that a color is just but a color. The only thing that would give some credibility to the arguments by my line colleagues will be if that color was followed by some writing of Azimio. In any event, the R in itself is not a brand for any political party. It is just but a brand, an individual brand. The same way that you, Victor, sitting on the other side of the studio, will decide that your clothes will be branded VO. So it's your clothes. It is not a political party, it is not a political outfit. Now,
but Wakili, if you were to argue that way, yes, we've seen political campaigns with caps written R. Yes. That R is inscribed in billboards all over the country for candidates supporting Raila Odinga's presidency. Yes. It is inscribed in their billboards. Isn't that political rather than a personal brand?
No, it's an individual brand. It is not a brand whose logo has been deposited with the registrar of political parties. Because the threshold should be what has been deposited with the registrar of political parties. What has been deposited with the registrar of political parties is the Azimio as a coalition.
All right. I understand we have pictures of Papa Francis Atwoli voting. The Kotu Secretary General. This must be in Khwisero, his home. That's where he comes from. Khwisero constituency in Kakamega County. And that is the Kotu boss now exercising his rights to vote. He's quite outspoken about his choices, so there's no doubt about where his leanings are, and that is Atwoli. We also have Gladys Wanga. We'll be putting her up on your screen in a bit. Gladys Wanga is the ODM candidate in the election in Homa Bay, running for governor against Evans Kidero. Evans Kidero has already voted as an independent candidate. Now it's the turn of Gladys Wanga to vote as, the governor candidate for ODM in Homa Bay. Victor?
Kiro, you've just reminded me the way you said Gatodo. This way you also pronounce it Gladys Wanga.
Wanga.
Exactly. People say Wanga. Gladys Wanga.
All right. Okay, Gladys Wanga.
Yes.
And you know what Wanga sounds in my language? It sounds like Wangare. You want to say Wangare, but then you can't finish off. But Gladys Wanga of ODM coming out to vote in Homa Bay. Like I told you, Evans Kidero has already voted. This race in Homa Bay was quite interesting one because there had to be a lot of horse trading that was actually, and a deal brokered by Raila Odinga, the ODM leader, because Evans Kidero, Oyugi Wanga, John Badi, as well as Gladys Wanga, all had expressed interest in running for governor in Homa Bay. We have Atwoli there speaking. I don't know whether we have his sound so we can pick him up as he speaks.
Very keen to help and assist to make sure that the required ballots are put into their rightful places. Here we expect 100% turnout, and we are very positive for positive and peaceful results, and in the entire Western Kenya. I have been monitoring from our colleagues, friends, and some of our agents. Everything is going on well as planned, though people are eager to vote and finish early and wait for results.
Nimekuja hapa saa 10 kamili kwa gate. Wakati nimefunguliwa hapa saa 12, nimeenda kuangalia jina nimepata. Nimeingia katika darasa kupika kura, nimeambiwa kwamba machine error. Kwa nini? Imeenda wapi Likuyani? Mimi nauliza Jepko ya kwamba mimi ni mtu wa Likuyani.
Kenyans will never cease to amaze. But then she was expressing her frustration, you know.
Does this remind you of password?
Password. Sirikali's idea, you know, she's expressing her frustration. She woke up at 4 a.m. to vote, and then machine error, you know. So we'd all imagine. And probably this is just an example of what we might get to hear later on in the day, because, you know, it's now almost 11. In some places, they might experience certain kind of stuff. But I'm so sure IBC is on top of games.
There has been some delays in Turkana. Buckley Feather reports the same because, for example, some of the election materials that were supposed to be dispatched last night arrived today at 9:45 a.m. And that means they get to the headquarters, they have to be dispatched to polling stations, which tells you the exercise is quite delayed, particularly in areas of Turkana North. And we are on top of that situation. Buckley Feather will be giving us a bit of an update on the same. That means then there are polling stations really that didn't open at 6 a.m., not even 9, because if at 9:45 is when they arrive, probably the polling centers will open at 11. Owing to issues of logistics, and we are monitoring that situation, Victor.
Yeah, that will create an automatic delay. Okay, Kira, probably we can just come back and ask our analyst here. Ngugi, you wanted to comment on something to do with the international relations that Kenya portrays through the ballot. Go ahead.
The reason why the international and international friends are very much interested in today's event is because previously, as Kenyans, we have not behaved well. You remember in 2007, 2008, we had a very an event which I would not want us to repeat. We had the post-election violence. And so the international community is very much interested in our elections today because they want to see whether we have learned. And I believe as Kenyans we have learned from our past that this is just a decision we have to make, and we can live together as brothers and sisters. And so that's why they may have sent even many other observers. We have the presidents who are in the country and international community representatives because they want to see what is going to happen, whether we are going to make sure that
even
we
as
have
we
a free,
speak
fair
now,
election.
Gladys Wanga now going through the process in Homa Bay. She is the ODM candidate. She is the ODM candidate in Homa Bay County, and there you have it. To exercise her democratic rights. She is going head-to-head against Evans Kidero, who is an independent candidate in Homa Bay County. A gruesome. It's quite intense in Homa Bay County. All right, continue.
And so that's why they are. And actually, I would like to comment on that, because my observation from earlier on when former governor of Nairobi was voting in Homa Bay this morning, earlier on, you could see that there was not much attention. But now with Gladys Wanga, you can actually observe that the media is more interested, and there are more people who are more interested, and there's a crowd already that is interested in meeting their candidate. And so this is quite different. And so the international community, back to that conversation, and our neighbors, as a big brother, a country that has a very strong economy, a country that sends out and wins in international games, Kenya is quite a point of interest for the international community as well. Kenya has a very strong community whereby our former, or rather, our sitting president currently has been very vocal and has actually created certain relations.
He's a
Pan-Africanism, whereby he has created relations with countries outside Africa. And so these friends that we have made over the last 10 years are more interested to see whether these relationships are going to continue with the incoming government. And so they are interested to know who is next, who is going to come next. And also in view of the pandemic that just happened, the coronavirus pandemic, and the war in Ukraine. As a country, we are trying to get out of it. We are trying to make sure that we are able to make sure that we produce the best elections, because we produce the foods, we export foods to the other parts of the country, of the world. And so this is quite important to the international community, because they want to know whether our horticulture, they will continue receiving flowers from Kenya after this election, because it is quite important.
Absolutely. And, you know, Nordin, when you talk about corona pandemic, a lot of things went south, more so the tourism industry. And we all know the tourism industry is one of our gold, so to speak. We reap big from tourism. And you'd imagine how many people would shy away from coming to Kenya if at all the election doesn't go as it's supposed to be.
If it doesn't go as supposed to be, then you get those things like the travel advisories.
Exactly.
Which doesn't help. Back in the day, there was a mishap in CNN where they said hotbed of terror. And you see that is bad publicity, and it actually doesn't help as a country which is trying to re-engineer its economy, which has suffered courtesy of the COVID. So you get the sense that even this, the observers, the international or the local ones, or actually the ones from within Africa. Thing is, you find most of them, it's, you see, as a country, like we talk about the economy, their interests. There are those who have actually invested in the country. So they have to see how the interests are going to be post the election.
Just hold on to that thought. I'll come back to you. Gladys Wanga is almost addressing the media in Homa Bay County. She's already cast a ballot, and her general feeling and how the process went. Let's just cross over to Homa Bay and listen to Gladys Wanga.
Well, good morning to all of you. I think so far, so good. The process has been fairly smooth. We are receiving challenges across the county of KIMS kits failing to work and returning officers not giving authority for use of the manual register. So we want to urge returning officers to please allow use of the manual register, because the people most affected by the failure to be identified by the KIMS kit are the elderly. So we don't want the elderly to be turned away or to be made to wait for too long. That is the major challenge we have had. We had certain instances of slight disturbances, chaos here and there, but those have been contained by the authorities. So now we are hopeful. People are voting. I want to continue urging our people to come out. Wherever you are, if you haven't voted, come out and vote. We want 100% voter turnout here in Homa Bay. So otherwise, things are looking up, upbeat, and looking forward to a win.
Are you confident of your victory?
Very, extremely confident. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi na nimeiona tayari.
And on the flip side, if things might not go well, will you concede defeat?
Things will go well. Things will go well.
We know that the goal is to get Homa Bay moving towards one direction. Are you committing that irrespective of the result, as leaders you're going to work towards uniting the country and making sure that the money that is sent from the national government works for the people?
Our biggest priority is Homa Bay people and service delivery to them. So that remains our sole objective. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Briefly. Process mar voter chenro mar gombola dhi nyime to gi chide mobiro kato riembo dok dala ne kech lwet yok nyal masin chok nyal bedo identified.
All right, now that is Gladys Wanga already addressing the media. She's just switched to the mother tongue, which is quite okay. All right, so she said that there is a point of concern that she's raised about the manual register, and it's something that we just talked about not too long ago about the use of manual register, and she said that there are some instances where the elderly could not vote because of a case or two, because of the issues to do with the fingerprints or the thumbprint, and now she's raised that. Allow me to ask you this, Shadrach. This is something that has been talked about over and over and over again, and now Gladys Wanga has spoken about it. What do you foresee?
Well, Victor, I think there is to some extent there is a misunderstanding of the ruling or ruling actually that was read yesterday. Of course, setting aside some of the orders that were given by the learned Justice Thronira Thande. Now, one thing is for sure, we need to understand things in their totality. Number one, we have embraced the use of technology when it comes to the registration of voters, the identification of voters. And the use of technology during the identification of voters was to help for us to get what we call a credible result during the election, because we had instances in the past where we had complaints of dead people, or rather allegations that dead people arose during the election date, they voted and then they returned back to their graves. So in an attempt to avert that possibility, we have accepted for ourselves the use of the electronic identification. Now, we know too well that the electronic voter registration or identification can also fail. And knowing too well that it can fail, then we have adopted some complementary mechanisms to ensure that indeed we do not have a voter who turns up for the election date and he's turned out, or rather he's denied the opportunity of participating in the elections. So other than the identification of your fingerprints, if the machine fails to capture your fingerprints for one reason or another, because probably like you, Victor, we work sometimes in this mijengo, and because of your constant use of simiti na mchanga, then your fingerprints are just they fall into error and you cannot be identified by that king's machine. So because you have not been identified by that king's machine, then we'll allow the alphanumerics. We'll take your ID details. We'll key in your name, Victor Law of ID number 20 what, blah blah blah, and then after keying in, then we should get the information popping up from the machine itself. So if we fail on those two limbs, then what the Court of Appeal said yesterday, and this is what should be understood, it did not say that we cannot use the manual register. No, it said that we will only allow the use of the manual register after authorization has come from the Commission itself. So really, the problem, as you understand from Her Excellency Wanga, as you had mentioned her name, is that the indication is the Commission is not giving authority to the presiding officers to identify these people using now the manual register. With the KIMS kit having failed either through the identification of the fingerprints, alphanumeric, and now during the use of the manual register. So the question then is what is the working relationship between the returning officers and the presiding officers, so that the presiding officers can get timely authorization to allow people whose identification has failed using the KIMS kit, so that it can be done properly and in good timing. Thank you.
And you don't see any alarm being raised by that statement?
There is, you see, at the end of the day, that is what a politician would do, because they are trying to make sure that IBC is on toes at the end of the day. But I believe that we pray for the best, because it's still early in the day, and if there's a mishap anywhere or there's a problem, it can be fixed. There's still time. The only issue is that if...
All right, hold that thought a bit, Wakili, for a moment. Let's head over to Nyamira, I believe, where the Interior Cabinet Secretary, Fred Matiang'i, was voting, and this is earlier. Let's have a look. All right, Dr. Fred Okengo Matiang'i voting in Nyamira, and right about now we'll head over straight to Murang'a, but let's listen in to Matiang'i first, and then before we head over to Murang'a County.
Based on what IBC tells us to do. So it had nothing to do with the security, so I don't want to comment about IBC matters. I mean, I have no role in it, and I have no powers under the law to comment on, electoral administration. That is really the province of IBC. But I have been told by the regional commissioner for Northeastern that they have resolved the matter, because all of us through the night, both the Inspector General, myself, and our regional security team, we said, let IBC guide us and give us a decision to enforce, and we will enforce that decision, because once IBC decides this is Mary who's going to be in charge of this, escort Mary to that particular place to preside over. That is exactly what we do. We escort Mary, but we are not the ones who are going to appoint Mary or John or Andrew. That's IBC. We are all on the alert, and all the security agencies are on duty, and then we'll ensure that every Kenyan votes. No one is going to have a problem accessing their polling station. No one is going to have a problem, going out to do what they want to do as far as this democratic process is concerned. That's all I can say at the moment.
All right, that's Fred Matiang'i. Now we in Murang'a County, where the Jubilee candidate for the governor position, Jamlek Irogo Kamau, is voting. As you can see him on the booth, sifting through them. And I think this is the list of MCAs. There must be so many. You can see how he holds his ballot leaflet. as he signs, or rather ticks against the favorite candidate, and then he will move to casting the ballots. It's quite an intense race in Murang'a County. Jamlek is running against UDA's Senator Irongo Kang'ata, and Farmers Party's Irongo Nyakera. There is also the former PS for Water, Irongo Wairago Wamai, as well as Mbae James of Usawa Kwawote, and there's still one more candidate, quite a number of them, but pundits say the race is between the two, Jamlek Kamau and UDA's Irongo Kang'ata, as well as Farmers Party's Irongo Nyakera. But I've told you there are other candidates, including Irongo Amai or Wairago Amai, who is a former PS for Water, immediate former PS for Water. Jamlek has spent quite some time on that ballot, on that booth. I think right now folding them up before joining to cast the ballot paper. You've got boxes here clearly indicated, and there he goes, Jamlek Kamau. But before we witness probably hear from Jamlek Kamau once he's done with voting, let's go to Kakamega and hear what Cleopas Malala, he's the ANC candidate for governor in Kakamega. Let's hear what he had to say. Remember, this is one of the places where the gubernatorial election is not happening in Kakamega.
IBC walituambia wiki iliyopita, tulikuwa na mkutano nao, wakatuambia kwamba wako tayari kabisa kufanya uchaguzi wa hapa Kakamega. Wakatuambia kwamba makaratasi za governor ndio zilikuja za kwanza. So swali ambazo tunauliza ni kwamba kwanza kulikuwa na verification kabla ballot papers ziprintiwe kule Greece, na kukawa na commissioners ambao walitumwa kule Greece kuangalia na wakaverify na wakaauthorize kwamba makaratasi zote ziko sawa kabla uchapishaji. Vile makaratasi zilitumwa hapa Kenya, zilitumwa wiki 2 zilizopita. Tena commissioners hapa wakaverify. Itakuwaje wanangoja masaa machache kabla kura ndio wana airisha uchaguzi wetu? So, mimi ningependa kuhimiza wakazi wa Kakamega na wale ambao wananipenda, tafadhali mjitokeze kwa wingi, muende mpigie William Samoei Ruto kura ya urais na wale wagombea viti katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza.
Now that is Senator Cleophas Wahungu Malala of Kakamega making his remarks there and raising some matters of concern. He's also running for the gubernatorial seat of Kakamega County amongst other 7 candidates there. That's as far as that is concerned, and we are still continuing with this coverage as the best way we know how. Somebody made a joke that Kiore, when you went to Kigumo, ulikuwa site, ulifika home.
Well, I'm not home in Kigumo, but I'm closer home. Because Murang'a County is my home county, but I feel more home when I am in Mathioya. That's my native home.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So whatever you can see on the scroll of your television is there that Professor Wajakoya is yet to vote. We are yet to ascertain some of the information coming from that side of Western Kenya, why he's not yet voted. But we are keeping in touch with our reporters there, Sylvia Kolo, to give us the real details of why that has not happened. That is Lunga Lunga. Already now, I think that's a candidate who is already voted. The excitement there is always imminent after voting. So that's the way it is. That's the way it is. All right, so coming back to here in studio briefly, Ngugi, allow me to ask you this question, because when you see certain, candidates coming out of the polling station, for example, Matiang'i said that he doesn't expect, doesn't work for IBC, the security sector is intact. And just yesterday, we had in particular, Kiore, if I get it right, in Eldas, there are some cases of insecurity. Do you really think this is something that the security sector should go back and say that was just an isolated case?
I think so, because we remember what I've just had said previously. This is a very special election. In Kenya is very special. And as a leader, you are supposed to speak peace. You're supposed to make sure that whatever you bring out is actually encouraging voters to turn out. And in any case, if they end up commenting on these other small issues, maybe a single case, which I believe you're right by saying that they're isolated cases, then if they speak on them, they are going to push away the voters who might be on their way to the polling stations. And so it's important for even any leader out there to encourage the members of the public to actually come out and vote. If there's any issue, any mishaps, what is going to happen is that IEBC is working on it. We still have quite some time before the stations close at 5 p.m. for IEBC to rectify some of those kits which are not working. And so we shouldn't worry about the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me come to you, Nordin. It's 11, and so far we've not reported any case of eventuality, any case of insecurity, or name it. What's your projection moving forward? Because it's almost midday.
It means that first and foremost, those aspirants are behaving, because anything that comes with chaos or whatever is majorly courtesy of their supporters. So it means the calmness that we have, yes, there might be pockets of apathy where people haven't moved to vote, but I'm guessing they would want to go in the afternoon, which is a risky event because you might be locked out if you get there past 5. But we just hope that people turn out, they vote, and we go back home and wait for the results at the end of the day, hoping for the best. And whoever wins, you support. Whoever doesn't win has 5 years to plan and come back again. Yes.
Okay. I don't know, what's your take on that, Shadrach?
Now, I understand fully well that, we have always had thieves, we have always had armed robbers. We have not just recruited police officers to participate in this election. So really, the instances of theft will always be there. What is important is that when media people are reporting some of these instances, is that we do not blow things out of proportion. We do not just give credibility to something that lacks credibility. So that if there is an instance of someone fighting with their relatives somewhere, we do not attribute it to the elections. But so far, so good. There has not been any, at least to my knowledge, any issue that has been reported that revolves around, election violence.
We will allow you to continue just a bit, but let's head over to Murang'a County. And I see my colleague Carol Jenga is on standby with Jamlek Kamau, who is the Jubilee gubernatorial candidate for Jubilee Party in Murang'a. Carol Jenga, good morning. You can engage Jamlek now.
Good. Thank you, JJ. Back in studio, we are now in Kigumo, and right here is Makomboni Primary School, where Jamlek Kamau has already casted his vote, and he will be telling us how the process was, and he's joining me right here with me. Jamlek, thank you so much for giving us this interview. Maybe you can just start by explaining to us maybe how the process was. Have you found any hitches? And then from there we can proceed.
Okay. Well, I think the process is quite okay. Of course, once you get in here, you go through the process and you get the votes, and the papers, of course, seem to be quite long, especially for the MCA positions. But that's understandable, given the number of MCA aspirants that we have. But basically, the process seems a little bit slow, yes, but moving. Voter turnout looks a little bit low as well. So far, so good. And I think this is a lifetime moment for any person to make sure that they come out and vote and express themselves in regard to how they want this country to be governed and how they want the counties as well and all the areas of representation. And those people who have not come out to vote, please just come out, vote, exercise your democratic right to vote, and make sure you get readers that you want for tomorrow.
Okay, we've gone to various polling stations, and we can see the older generation coming out to vote as compared to the younger generation. Maybe you can speak to them through KBC and tell them to come out maybe and vote.
Of course, the older generation sometimes are always very fast in coming to vote. They know their rights very well. Unfortunately, sometimes you find that the younger generation sometimes do wait for incentives to vote or reasons that sometimes we don't understand. But yes, indeed, that happens. I've even seen in quite a number of polling stations, the older generation are the ones who are coming out. The younger people are not so keen, but also they express themselves and say that sometimes they come in the afternoon when the lines are a bit low. So that is something that maybe by the end of the day we'll know whether the younger people came or not. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can speak on the voter turnout. We have seen it is very low. We've gone to various polling stations. What could you attribute to this?
I am not very, very sure why the voter turnout is that low, especially here in Mount Kenya. But where I am right now, as you can see, it's quite cold, very cold indeed. And that could actually be a factor, although the coldness may not stay the whole day. But by and large, I have not seen this before, because even in 2017, when we were doing the two elections, at this time the lines were all over, in fact, up to the gate. But now you can see the lines are just a few people, and it's what time, 11 o'clock. So there is concern, of course. There is clear concern, of course, in Mount Kenya. There could actually be a very, very serious voter apathy in Mount Kenya, in which case that will have serious ramifications for not only us, but so many other candidates who maybe their hopes were pegged on Mount Kenya. But again, these are things that we can wait and see.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that has been Jamlek Kamau, who is a candidate for the gubernatorial seat right here in Murang'a County. He has already cast his vote. He has shared with us his expectations and what he thinks about the whole process. And now we'll be moving now crisscrossing now to other sub-counties and other polling stations to now get to see what the voter turnout is in those counties. JJ, back to you in studio.
Much Carol Janga in Kigumo constituency of Murang'a County. That's where Jamlek Kamau has been representing as Member of Parliament and now running for Governor. Thank you, Carol. We'll be coming back to you later, but we can say there's quite a problem here. And if it continues the way it is, and we'll probably get the numbers from the IEBC, it looks like there will be quite a problem in terms of turnout. Shadrach.
Yes, I mean, what we can hear from Mheshimiwa Jamlek is that what he attributes to the low turnout to himself is the cold weather. Number one, that could be a reason. And number two, especially in the Mount Kenya region, remember, we do not have per se a kingpin in these elections. The prevailing view seems to pit Raila Amolo Odinga as against William Ruto, so that people from the mountain do not feel like they have their own to go and vote for. In any event, it has only been a call to support either Raila Amolo Odinga or William Ruto. So to that extent, I would believe that should be attributed to the low voter turnout. And secondly, we even mentioned, even previously when we were doing the registration of voters, that as far as the IBC was concerned, their expectations was not even met. We had hoped against hope that a majority of the young Kenyans, because this country is just youthful, a majority of us who are between the year 18 years and 35 years will be going out there to register as voters. But they didn't register as voters. So that should also tell with the high number of the elderly in our society turning up to vote as opposed to the young men and young women in our community. So to that extent, yes. And of course, you also agree to some extent with what Mheshimiwa is saying, that young men and women, for justifiable grounds and reasonable grounds, they rely so much on incentives in terms of kitu kidogo, so that they can go and participate in these elections or any elections. And of course, they should know too well that in as much as it is a right and you can choose not to enjoy your right in any event, but you have also a civic duty. This is your country that is at stake. People have stolen this country left, right, and center. We have nothing left even to buy. Even the ones that that is left to buy, they will still exaggerate prices. That is why you see big buildings in this town with empty houses. They have never sold those houses. Why? Because some of these proceeds of crime have been used to invest in these buildings, and the economies of scales, demand and supply, is not one of the influencing factors when it comes to the sale of these houses or apartments. So you end up getting so many buildings in town and everywhere else that have no occupations, no occupants. They have not been sold, and the people who are selling them are not even moved. They are not bothered that these things have not moved because this money is not theirs anyway. So really, the kind of frustration you see from young men and young women is that. But I'm hoping that this platform, when you give us this platform, we use this platform so that we can encourage our young men and young women not to lose hope in their country. After I leave this studio in the fullness of time, probably in the next 1 hour or so, I'm going to rush to Kibora Primary School so that I can ensure, against all odds, even with my, the embarrassment I have faced from my leaders, the kind of theft we have experienced of public resources, I will not lose hope with my country, so that I will leave a country for the future generations.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Victor, it was long coming from the time of registration of voters, and once the IBC released the figures, you could tell actually there was a problem. First of all, because the youth kept away from the registration exercise. If it is coupled with apathy, then to be the devil's advocate, we're looking at very bad numbers in terms of turnout today.
Absolutely. And the same question I want to throw to my guest here. When you look at the turnout, responding to what Kyori said,
yes, there's a low turnout in terms of voters, and especially young people. And the reason maybe that could be attributed to that might be because the young people have no representative on that, or rather, someone they can relate to in terms of the presidential candidates. Because when you look at the candidates who are vying, the youngest is Dr. William Ruto, who is actually 55 years of age, who is past the age of 35 years. And the oldest is Honorable Raila Odinga, who is 77 years of age. And so they have no one, probably they don't have a push because they don't feel like one of their own is actually out there.
Yeah.
But they need to remember that we are the leaders of today. And if we go out and vote, the leader who is actually going to become the next president of this country is likely to appoint one of the youthful members, or even avail those jobs that are not there, or even work on the economy that is going to help we young people out in this country. And so my encouragement is that the young people should actually go out, vote, and make sure that they...
Wakili, sorry to be the one to interrupt you, and we'll keep doing this, but because of time, let me head over to CS Eugene Wamalo, who is also exercising his right to vote. The Cabinet Secretary of Defense, Eugene Wamalo, we're about now preparing to cast his ballot paper. He is from Trans Nzoia County, and I assume that's where he will be casting his ballot. And there's been quite a contestation between him and Senator Moses Wetangula in terms of who is the kingpin around that area, and it has lasted for quite some time. Well, probably this election will sort it out. We will see about that. But that's CS Eugene Wamala, the CS for Defense, casting his ballot, Victor.
they will say that he formed the DAP Kenya. He's the leader of DAP Kenya, perhaps which was formed to rival other parties in the western side of Kenya. But then now, that doesn't matter right now because election is on this particular day. Whoever you're going to choose is your choice. But then you have got defense. That is Eugene Omalo there. And we are likely to see how whether he's going to address the media after this and what he's going to say, having in mind that he's had some not so good words with DP later, sometimes last month, and it was not so good. And again, we also see that he's also pushing some old lady there. We don't know who that lady is. The same happened to Rigathi Gachagua, remember? And now we're also seeing this with Eugene Wamalwa. A clear indication that if you are alive and kicking and you can still feel your pulse, then you still have a chance to go and vote. Yeah, if you can feel your pulse, then it means that you have a chance to go and vote. It's very important. Be counted.
This is an election of historical moments, or what you'd say a monumental history, because never before in a general election has we seen, and I'm not being an alarmist, we have not seen a turnout like this one at this hour, at 11:26. And you know, the IEBC said to address members of the press at around 11. It's 26 minutes up on top of a clock. Maybe people will come out in the afternoon, but these are not good numbers. So we still continue to ask people who are still at home, kindly get out and exercise your right to vote. Like you said, bad leaders are elected by people who choose to sit back and not vote. It is important that you get out today and exercise your right to vote. Wakili, I cut you short when you're making your points, probably you can proceed.
Secondly, yes, thank you. The other second reason why I think members of the public have not showed up this morning is because we had some of the candidates refuse to turn up for the debate, which I believe was a reason why was a very important time for members of the public to actually gauge and get to know who the candidates were, the presidential candidates were. And so this probably discouraged members of the public because they saw that it was not such a serious issue. It was not a serious issue, and they didn't even need to actually turn up today. Okay. And so that's my other reason why I think there's a low turnout. And the third reason why I think there's a low turnout is because probably the weather and many other factors. One, you would, again, COVID, and now the economy. The rate of inflation has affected most of the people, and most of us tend to register up country. And with the cost of fuel going up, with the cost of living going up, the price of unga, I had a friend complaining about the cost of unga. Okay. And so with such economic reasons, members of the public are being held back from traveling and participating today.
Let's take a break. Right, we come back. All right, so it's 28 minutes past 11 at this particular point. Let's just take a very small breather. We are still going on and continue to give you the coverage of this particular election. But then let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Songea songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi hapa, mtoto mbaya sana huyu. What did you just say?
Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you are saying that
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi. What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
It is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Enda kabisa kama uelewi kitu inafaa uelewe.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
Uchaguzi utakuja na utakwenda. Rafiki atasalia kuwa rafiki yako na jirani atasalia kuwa jirani yako. Usikubali tukio la siku moja liharibu uhusiano huo. Kumbuka, Kenya ni kubwa na ina thamani kushinda mwanasiasa yoyote. Chagua amani.
Let's not destroy what we have built for so many years. So show up on the 9th of August, vote peacefully, and go back home.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Allah? We've got to take some time off and laugh, laugh, laugh and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
KBC Channel 1 imejikita kote nchini kukuletea mchakato huo wa Agosti 9 katika kaunti zote 47.
Domo limeisha na kampeni zimefifia.
Sasa msema kweli ni mwananchi, utekelezaji wa hatua itakayosubiriwa kwa hamu na hamu.
Kura ya kumchagua amiri jeshi mkuu wa 5 miongoni mwa viongozi wengine.
Habari na uchambuzi saa 24, hatua kwa hatua, hadi chaguo la Mkenya libainike.
Kenya yaamua katika KBC Channel 1, jicho la Mkenya.
And welcome back. We are glad you are still with us. This historic day, 9th of August 2022, 22.1 million Kenyans taking to the ballot to elect their different representatives on, depending on who you want to vote. But that is a choice that we are making today. And in studio, we have got learned friends, senior counsel, so to speak, who are also helping us to gather and scatter some of this information that we have. I called them senior counsels and they laughed. I don't know why you laughed, Nurdin. You're not a senior counsel.
Because you've talked about the future, which I like, which is good. Where we are headed. I like that. I like the vision.
All right.
I like
but
the vision.
We have got them, and they're advocates of the High Court, Nurdin Kakai Eliud Ngugi, as well as Shadrach Wamboi, that aside. Nurdin, before we took a break, now at this particular point, let's get to understand the effect of this particular vote, if at all it doesn't get the 50% plus one vote.
If we don't get to 50 plus 1, it means
50 plus 1, right?
It means there is no clear winner. So there has to be a rerun between the two.
And that is something that many people are not anticipating.
Which is quite costly, if you ask me, because it's also part of an election which you have to plan for.
Okay. Again, cutting you short.
It's okay.
Let's cross over to Machakos and have a listen on what is happening there in Machakos County.
Thank you so much, John Jacob Kihoria. We're here at Mwanyani. It's just some few minutes after the governor aspirant Nzioka Waita has just voted, and without wasting time, let's just go direct to him. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Asante.
Uchaguzi wa leo umeuonaje? Jinsi watu wamekuwa wakipiga kura.
So far so good. Nimeona watu wameamuka, wameenda kwa kituo, lakini si wengi sana. Na nadhani labda wanangojea muda ifike ndio wengine watoke kwa manyumba, lakini pia process ya IBC hapa katika hii kituo ya Mwanyani imekuwa very fast. Kwa hivyo labda kuna wengi ambao wamepitia na wamepitishwa kwa haraka sana. Kwa hivyo nataka niwapongeze watu wa IBC.
Ukijaribu kuangalia kuna maeneo ambao watu wengi wameweza kujitokeza. Je, umesikia kana kwamba kuna mahali ambapo umepata kura zijaenda vizuri ama zimekuwa shwari?
So far hatuna ripoti mbaya sana, ni shida tu za kawaida. Tumesikia booths za eneo ya Kenanie na Chumbi, polling booths haziko za kutosha, kwa hivyo inabidi watu wasubiri, na hiyo muda wengine wanachoka wakiwa kwa foleni. Pia tumesikia kuna mahali fulani ya kwamba Kimskit hii ya kuchukua vidole haifanyi kazi, na wasimamizi wa IBC wamesema watareboot hiyo kit, lakini imechukua muda sana na wengine watu wamechoka kupiga foleni. Leo asubuhi tuliona ile shida ilikuwa hapo Chumbi, wakati kuna polling clerk moja alikuwa akipeana makaratasi mbili, na hiyo ni wizi wa kura, lakini amepatikana na tunataka idara ya polisi chukue hatua ipasavyo.
Kwa kumalizia, mheshimiwa, una neno gani kwa watu wa Machakos kama watakuchagua kama gavana wao?
Nataka kwanza niwashukuru watu wa Machakos kwa sababu wamenisikiza na wamenipatia nafasi hizi miezi 6 ambazo zimepita niwauzie sera, na wamenipokea vyema, na sasa leo uamuzi ni kwao. Wakiamua ya kwamba watanichagua kama gavana wao wa pili, sisi tuko tayari kuanza kazi kesho, na tumejipanga tuanze kutatua shida za maji, za njaa na shida za kazi kwa vijana wetu. Asante.
We will be telling you more and more of how the voting in Machakos County is ongoing. Back to you, Jacob Kioria.
All right, it's Victor here, but of course with my colleague Jacob Kioria. That is Nzioka Waita, former State House Chief of Staff, who is now eyeing that gubernatorial seat in Machakos County, going head-to-head with Wavinya Ndeti of Wiper Party. All right, Kanini Kega there, also making his way to cast his ballot. Jacob Kioria. All right. That is Kanini Kega, who is a staunch supporter of Azimio la Umoja, also making his way to cast his ballot. We've seen a number of leaders. Tuli has voted, Raila Odinga has voted. We've seen Deputy President also voting at 6 a.m., Martha Karua, and that is Kanini Kega, that is Nyeri, going to the booth now. At this particular point, we've been making a joke out of it, that it's between you and the papers. Between you and the papers. Unless you need some assistance from the IEBC officials. But as it is, it's you and the papers. So far, so good. And of course, we also expect him to address the media for us just to understand and get to know what is happening there. According to Zioka Waita, who just spoke a minute ago, he said that the KIM system kits are working pretty well in Manyani, where he voted. And I think that's a good indication that so far nothing has failed and we can be replicated to most parts of the country, because most of the reporters who are out there and even the leaders who voted have not raised any alarm on the failure on the system kits, and that is the way I think it's supposed to be until the close of business at 5 p.m. We said that you have got time. It's almost midday, and if you're still planning to go to the polling station 5 minutes past 5, utakona sumba watu wa IBC bure. There's no need. You have enough time. This thing has been prepared for the last 5 years. Yeah. Even the elderly are taken there on wheelchairs. What about you? You have to go out and vote. Split screen, Nyeri and Mombasa. Wananchi doing what they should do after every 5 years. All right. Nurdin, so this is it. What you heard from Zioka Waita, so far so good. The KIM system, the kits are working pretty well. We've complained about IBC not doing this and that, but such kind of a statement is somehow a positive one.
Yeah, because I'm also getting some confirmation that where the kits have a problem, they're getting replaced, although albeit late, but they actually get to replace them. So that is also a good sign at the end of the day. You know, Waswahili wanasema mgala huwa lakini haki yake mpatie, because in as much as they're trying, also there are mishaps here and there, but we can see they're also trying. Yeah. All we want is that a seamless election, because you see, we're talking about the turnout is low. What those who haven't turned out to vote or plan not to turn out to vote need to realize that if we don't get that 50+1, we have to now plan for another election. That means whatever you had planned, or if you felt this political process was draining,
and that will have a ripple effect.
Exactly. If this was draining, now you have to contend with the campaigns again, then you have to contend with a new election. So what you have a duty to finish this thing today and sit back, await the declaration from Chebukati, await for declaration from the arrows for the other seats, so that life goes on. Because the more you postpone this, the more you put your life at...
We postpone other problems.
Exactly.
As well.
It's like moving the cancer from the left leg to the right leg. It doesn't solve it, you know. So just, if you're at home, you're watching us, and you had planned not to go and vote, just go vote. The election observer was there told us it's more or less 7 minutes.
Yeah. So Mohaji Chopevo.
Yes, I believe.
Of Nyali. There you have it. That is Mombasa Moha. He was a colleague in the industry and decided to drop his pen and paper, notebook and camera, and go for the legislative role, which he's done pretty well. So he's also taking part in that exercise. This is a point where everybody is going back to ground zero.
Yeah.
It's a point of going back to ground zero, starting all over fresh for the next 5 years. Wamboi, I don't know what's your thought on the kids. What Zioka has said, that so far so good, it's running pretty well, and in places where there's a problem, there's that quick interjection, and IBC is moving, you know, with speed to, rectify the process.
Well, Victor, I think what we should be expecting, because all of us have a legitimate expectation, is that the IBC has been preparing for these elections for the past 5 years. So we expect that should be the order of business throughout the polling stations in this Republic of Kenya. So as far as Machakos is concerned, the particular polling station that Governor Waita makes mention of.
Just to cut short, and let's listen what Honorable Karini Kega is saying. So to Nyeri.
To vote, then definitely you vote for the person you didn't want to vote for. So I beseech the voters in all parts of the country, because I think this is a trend that we have seen literally and especially in Central, where the voter turnout today is a bit low. Maybe it could be attributed to the weather. In some parts it's a bit cold, and it is also still early, so we still have more hours up to 5, but the percentage is not very promising. And that's the reason we beseech our voters to come out in their numbers to make sure that they do their civic life or their civic duty. Secondly, it's also very, very important to inform the voters that when you are going for a transition, it is very, very important for you to participate in that transition, because we will be going for a transition. We will be having a new president by the end of today or maybe by tomorrow. So you can imagine how you would feel if your favorite candidate does not win by +1. And that is the reason one vote is so critical. The presidential vote is so critical because that one vote can make that determination. The same vote, even for a member of parliament. We have been in parliament and I have seen members of parliament who have won, with a single vote, an extra single vote. So basically that one tells you that if you don't do that civic duty, then definitely you'll be doing a disservice to yourself. We will try as much as possible, and especially for us who are aspirants, where you can beseech people, whichever means that you can use to make sure that people come and vote, which are lawful, because basically the laws or the channels that you are using must be lawful. It cannot be in terms of inducement and all that, because it is your right to go and vote. However, you also have a right, if you feel that you don't also want to vote, of course, that's also your civic duty. So I am happy with the campaigns that we have had. I am very impressed because we have not had major incidences. One in the constituency, in the county, we have not had major incidents. It's only that, the smear campaigns, the propaganda, the lies and all that, which I think sometimes they go with politics. But we have had very peaceful campaign period. We have not had, like in the past where you would have people fighting and all that. So I believe that the democracy of our country is growing every day, and that is something that we need to encourage. The challenge to IBC, there is no way you can import ballot boxes or ballot papers from whichever country. You have a department of quality control. And when you are opening the boxes, the material day, that's the time you realize that there are some gubernatorial papers that are not there, some members of parliament positions that are not there. Honestly, that one, IBC, you have to carry that burden, because an election delayed for a day can have different results. So, if, for example...
Kenny, Member of Parliament, Kanini Kega, making his remarks there after voting. There's something he's talked about, the low voter turnout, and he's attributing that to perhaps the weather condition there in that central part of Kenya. But before we continue the discussion, let's cross over to Kisii County and listen to Simba Arati. Oops, it's like we've missed him. Kidogo too. All right, so that's how it is. That is Simba Arati, who is vying for the gubernatorial seat in Kisii County. He's just finished his address there to the media. You were still on the floor, Shadrach, but as you continue that your submission, let me put it that way, also talk to this issue. Honorable Kanini Kega has talked about the low voter turnout, and it's a threat. It's something that we also discussed in the morning, even in Kisumu. When you look at the lines, people are taking advantage either because it's too early, some went for their businesses, and as Kanini Kega said, some could be because of the weather. What do you think?
Well, Victor, if you read keenly the spirit of the speech that has been made by Mheshimiwa Kanini Kega, is that at some point he attributes the low voter turnout to the cancellation of the elections, the gubernatorial election in Kakamega and probably Mombasa and some other 2 or 3 constituencies that the IBC mentioned yesterday. But one thing that the Kenyan citizen must understand is that the IBC has the power, has that discretional power under Section 55B of the Elections Act to postpone elections. Number one, if there are natural disasters or for any other informed or reasonable reason. So that a perspective, if you focus on the issue about these ballot papers, there is a recognition that is made by the IEBC that the ballot papers, especially in Kakamega and those of Mombasa, they have different pictures of different individuals, names. There are errors. So I think it is just good for the IEBC. It makes good sense for the IEBC to resort to the postponement or the invocation of their power under Section 55 of the Elections Act to postpone those elections, because you do not want a situation where you will be going to court saying that you see, I was a candidate, I am not in the ballot paper. Remember, the Mombasa gubernatorial elections or nomination processes in Mombasa and those in Kakamega have been a subject of court discussions. You remember Honorable Sonko, who was at one point to be included in the voter in the ballot paper, at another point to be removed. Just yesterday, a ruling was delivered by the Supreme Court of this country, throwing out his application seeking a review of the judgment that they had delivered on the 15th day of July that affirmed the impeachment that was done by the County Assembly of Nairobi and affirmed by the Senate. So really, the confusion is quite understandable. And again, if you rush to Kakamega, probably your neighboring county in Victor Olo on the other side of the studio, so you will establish that there was also some concerns about the academic credibility of Mheshimiwa Cleophas Malala, so that at some point one was undecided whether these people's names or images are going to find themselves in the ballot paper. So really, the confusion that we have seen, because it's quite apparent, is quite understandable from the IEBC. And this must explain also, and now going back to the question you asked, on the question of the voter, the low voter turnout. Remember, the voter turnout is a question of mobilization. It's how many people are you going to mobilize? The presidential candidate becomes a beneficiary of the mobilization by the people in the grassroots. There are people who are going to vote in, or who would have voted in, let's say for example, Omar Hassan or Sonko, if they were in the ballot paper, and the presidential candidate in that coalition will have benefited from that mobilization. And the reverse is also true. There are people who are keen only on voting for the president. So they are going to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. And people who are in that political outfit or that coalition are going to benefit from that. So when I am not, my election is not going to be held today if I'm a gubernatorial contestant, then it means I'm not going to rally my people. So if I'm not going to rally my people, then it automatically translates that the presidential candidate is not going to have a lot of supporters. So really, this must explain why the voter turnout, other than those, the cold weather. But if the cold weather is anything to go by, I'm hoping that we will be having the sun out by the midday. So that some of these people who are complaining of the cold weather, and they have been all, people from the central the Mount Kenya region have been encouraged.
All right. Well, let's hope the sun will be out and in good time. Professor George Oluchiri Wajakoya is speaking right about now. Let's listen to him.
Koyonzo, I'm told, is on fire. I've just asked those people to cool down. I've been around most of the polling stations and I've told them to cool down. But I'm very disappointed because if they wanted, the opinion polls have been saying 2%. Maybe they meant it. Because why in my stronghold? I have not voted. Please switch off that phone, and if it rings again, I'll send you away. This is very important because I'm addressing members of the fourth estate. Then why should we vote for presidential elections if I'm the only one who has not voted? I'm told Raila has voted, right? Maure has voted. I've just spoken to him to congratulate him. Ruto has voted. Wajakoya has not voted. Why? Is that really something that somebody has to question? Why Kakamega County? Why Matungu Sub-County? Why? Why are these people afraid of? Why couldn't they test the kits? Why couldn't they test the kits? Does it mean if I don't vote, votes will be counted? Or do they want us to go to court? Go ahead, journalists. I'm not really happy, but what can I say? I was supposed to fly back this afternoon. I have to buy another ticket. And you know, from here to Kisumu is very far. So...
Have you perhaps been in touch with the IEBC officials, and what are they telling you?
I don't need to. Because they were there when you guys were there, telling me, oh, you're supposed to be here, like it's not working. Then I'm asking them, what do we do? At all, you have to wait. My people are defranchised. The older generation have gone home. So who will come and vote if they make them? Why rig me out of this election? If the opinion...
All right, the concerns of Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. He claims he's yet to vote, and actually it's true he's yet to vote because there was a problem with the KIMS kit at his polling station in Matungu constituency. Let's head over to Johnson Sakaja, who is voting at St. George's Primary School here in Nairobi. He is the UDA gubernatorial candidate, and he's there being identified, obviously ready to vote. But quite some concerns raised there by Professor George Wajakoya. There you go, pictures live from the St. George's Primary School. But those are concerns expressed by Professor George Wajakoya as regards the failure of the KIMS kit. Let's go back to Wajakoya.
Shall prosper. That's the ground that we stand on. So you all remain vigilant, remain cool, remain calm, and we'll see this thing to the end. So, thank you.
What's your name? Another attempt to just try the KIMS kit. I have no mechanical engineering in my head. I've never done mechanics. So even if I go there, I mean, how do I answer that question? You said another attempt. How? I'm not an engineer. If they tell me they're not working, that means they're not working. Why would I go to do another attempt if they're not working? Unless I'm the most foolish lawyer in the world.
In terms of the voters you have lost, would you give an estimate? Those ones who came and
I have lost millions of votes. You know, this is the strongest. The Kakamega County has the second largest number of voters in the country. And if you go everywhere I've been in the morning, especially in Muira, in Matungu Division, I've been to Bungoma this morning, everybody's yelling me. Sorry about if I answered you wrongly. I do apologize because I didn't get it right. You are right. But if I lose in my strongholds, what happens?
What is the next course of action for Professor Wajakoya? Because now failing to vote is a very unfortunate thing.
Well, let Kenyans decide and say. This will be the first elections where a presidential candidate has not voted because the government has rigged him out.
Maybe, Prof, you're a lawyer of high standing, and we understand that just the other day, the court ruled that the manual voter register should actually be a complementary one. Why, maybe, what do you make of it that IEBC has not provided that as a complementary?
That's why you see me saying that I'm going to do away with some parts of the Constitution. Now you see the answers. This Constitution is vague, the lawyers are vague, the judges are vague, and had I been given an opportunity, those are areas of the Constitution that you're going to look into. Because what is the alternative? The law, as rigid as it is, gives a momentum, but it also gives an alternative. If you go into the Constitution, they will always tell you about restraint of speech. You have the freedom to go out there and speak your rights. In the US, the First Amendment rights, the First Amendment gives you rights to demonstrate or to picket. But because of national security, it also gives you an alternative. So whoever restrains you will tell you, okay, you are not supposed to speak here because of this, but you are giving you an alternative. So coming to your question, that ought to have been an alternative. In case this fails, this is an alternative. Now the Supreme Court judges, and that's why I'm going to sack some of them. Had I been given an opportunity, that is what I was talking about. What alternative has the Supreme Court given to the IEBC? Members of the press, are you getting the reasons why I've been saying that some of these some areas of the constitution ought to be reformed. What alternative is Chebukati given? If somebody has cleverly gone to court and eaten with the judges to make sure that Ruto gets his way, because it's Ruto who was advocating for that, so that they can rig the election. This is how they are rigging the election. Tufanye hivi, Professor ameshindwa kuingia kwa sisi, I've refused to join them. This is an allegation I'm making. And I take it to myself. So do not be responsible for it. Ndio sasa, tukistarve yeye, the way I'm being starved, you'll have no alternative. Now, what if Chebukati came in with the manual, and the court has overruled against the manual? Then I vote through the manual. Will that not be an illegality, members of the fourth estate? Why would I, as poor as I am, as small person as I am, be denied? What was the alternative? And why has the Supreme Court put its nose in an area? And when I speak about corruption in the Supreme Court or the judges, you think I'm a madman. Restraint. Then let's starve them. Then what happens? Look at Kenyans in Australia. They voted this morning. And I was also voted for. You saw the results. Now, if Kenyans in Australia can vote for me the same way they have voted for my opponents, and Kenyans in Kenya cannot vote for me, or they can vote for me, but I cannot vote. Now, if I go there and stand and say, oh, they have now come back at 8 in the evening, we vote for 11 hours, you think those old men are going to come back? Is that not indirect rigging? I am pained. But what can I do? I've done my campaigns in the entire country. I never got anything. No Kenyan threw any stone at me. So they had hope in me. But then now the system is just stealing away that hope. It's okay. Next
question. By the system, you mean who?
The system that is supposed to provide, to make provisions for me to vote. That is the system.
That's IBC rigging you out.
Those are your own words. And please don't put them in my mouth.
Prof, what exactly happened? Is it your fingerprints that couldn't read, or what exactly happened that you were unable to vote?
Didn't we have some journalists who are there? How many people are there who listened to the conversation? They said they have died, you can't vote. They're waiting. I said, it's fine. Peacefully, I walked away.
In other polling stations, the POs are having alternatives. In case a name is appearing, but perhaps the fingerprints are not appearing, there's a way they are ensuring that this voter does not go away. Especially the elderly, they have a problem with their fingerprints. But they are using alternatives to make sure that these elderly are able to vote. So in your case, given this particular situation, because you said that you leave it to Kenyans to decide, masses of Kenyans cannot decide. So what exactly is your next course of action?
No. You asked me a question, but then you deviated from it. You asked me what happened. Let's start it from there. I went there and they said, this is where you are supposed to vote. But unfortunately, the machines are not working, so they could not even have the opportunity to take my fingerprints. But then, however, they told me that they are talking to, and they are going to go into the manual. Then my question is, the Supreme Court ruled against the manual. Is it Court of Appeal? Yesterday. So what manual is going to be manual? You know, that's a question that one ought to. Only a fool, Katangara's fool, can look at the way things the way I'm looking at. Now, even if they brought the manual, and then I participate in the manual, by the Supreme Court decision yesterday, the Court of Appeal, how manual is going to be manual? If they make the kids, what about people who are old who have come in and they have been told, and then they are saying, we shall now do the 11 hours for it. This man has come from very far, coming. Maybe he was brought in a wheelchair, then taken back. Who will bring him again? Those are questions that we need to ask, which means that these guys knew that I was going to win this election outright. That's why they started with 14%, 11%, the opinion poll bastards, 14%, 11%, lunatics. They are lunatics, I'm sorry to say that. Then they came in and they said 5%, now 2%. So that I don't come out. But if it is the president doing this, he will have to be accountable. If it's Uhuru Kenyatta doing this, because he has said Raila must win, he will have to be accountable because he's the president of this country.
Do you think this election should be postponed?
Why postpone? How much money has been? It's up to them. If they want to bring in a lame duck president, we shall have alternatives. They're always available.
And which are the alternatives?
Yeah, you ask me stupid questions, I give you stupid answers. You have asked me stupid questions, you have come here. Please don't ask me any question, I'll not answer you. Next question.
Prof, the second question that I was asking, you had said that you leave it to Kenyans to decide. The masses of Kenyans.
Clearly, Professor George Wajakoya is in a foul mood. He hasn't exercised his right to vote because of a failure of a Kim's Kit, and there's a problem with the Constitution. And obviously, lawyers, including the ones I have in studio, he's accused them of being very vague. Shadrach El Wakili there. That's the accusation by Professor George Wajakoya. But you get a sense of frustration from him as a candidate that he's not been able to participate in this process, and that is as far as it goes. At 11 a.m., the IEBC was supposed to give us a status update on the election. They're yet to. At this point, it's 12:05. They're yet to give us a status update. I don't know whether there's a turnout problem also. But that is as far as it goes. The complaints by Wajakoya, the Kim's Kit was not able to identify him. Therefore, he was told to go and come back as they reboot the Kim's Kit. That is yet to happen. And he expresses concern that he may not be able to participate in this election, and thus just date. Otherwise, Shadrach, the Constitution, and yourselves are very vague.
No, I personally don't think he's making reference to me because I represent him in other matters. I've given him.
But he said lawyers, and you're one of them.
Yes. I mean, I was even there when we refused. We advised him actually to decline the invitation to participate in the presidential debates. I had my colleague there on the other side of the studio saying that the reason we are having a low voter turnout is because some of the candidates refused to turn up. And perhaps just to clarify, the reason we advised Wajakoya to refuse the invitation was that, number one, we had even written to the organizers of the presidential debate and they did not respond. And our reason or our question was, why were we separating presidential candidates? And yet the elections of these presidential candidates will be held on the same date. So today, on the election date, we are having the election for either either the deputy president, Raila Amolo Odinga, Mwaure, or Wajakoya. We do not have a separate date for these voters. So we thought we needed an explanation why they were separating the four from the debate. Now, turning to what Wajakoya is saying, I mean, you understand.
And to interrupt, those are pictures, live pictures of Sakaja as he votes at St. George's Primary School. Go ahead, Wakili.
Yes. Now, we need to understand the frustration that Professor Wajakoya is venting out.
Can I show to you again? Because we'll keep doing that. The member for Rariada constituency in Siaya County, that is Otiende Amolo, is addressing members of the press. Let's listen in just a bit. Probably there are also concerns of turnout from that end.
Two or three incidences where it's alleged that voting started late and that therefore there was a slight delay from the time when they were supposed to start. They raised that, of course, with the presiding officers, asking to be compensated by an equal time of the delay. We will see whether the presiding officers factor that in. Other than that slight delay, and mostly it was caused by lack of lights, because at that time there was a blackout in part of this area, and the lights, which I think are solar based, may not have been charged or something, but I'm sure they'll address that. The second issue that appears rampant is the delay in voting. A lot of people are complaining that the Kim's Kit identification takes a bit too long. In our case, my wife and I, it did not take long. It barely took seconds. But we've received various complaints from various people that identification and therefore the process is taking very long. And that is something that needs to be checked. Hopefully, it's not widespread. The third issue is in terms of identification. There are those who seek to be identified by the KIMS kit, and then it fails to identify them. And in those instances, they've been asking the presiding officers to resort to the manual register. In all the instances that have been reported to us, the presiding officers have declined, saying that they only resort to the manual register if the KIMS kit fails. And by that, they understand it to mean that if it does not work at all. But my understanding of the...
All right. That is Otienda Molo, retired member of Parliament, speaking shortly after casting his ballot there, and he's raised a number of concerns which we'll be talking about shortly. But before then, let's cross over and listen to Johnson Sakaja, Nairobi gubernatorial candidate, just about to address the media. Let's cross over.
Who is not ready?
Right.
Sauti iko sawa?
Sawa.
Senator Sakaja, you've already voted. How are you feeling after the exercise?
I'm very happy that we've gotten to this stage. I came with one of my sons who's helped me to choose candidates. And this is one of the most important aspects of our democracy, the right to choose. It's really what is the right of, that we've got when we got independence, self-determination. The ability for us to go to the polling station every so often and decide who our leaders are. The fight for multipartyism, people paid the price for us to have multiple parties. I've seen some ballot papers which are really long, especially the Senate one. I don't know why everyone wants to replace me. But all in all, it's a proud moment. I'm very happy. It's been a long journey. Many would have wished for me not to be on the ballot today, but I'm there, and I can confirm that we voted for me. Yes, and so...
What's your opinion on the entire process, voting process?
Well, there's a bit of confusion, but I think IBC is trying their best. For instance, I was in one line because they said it's alphabetical, starting with the first name, which is Johnson. But then when you get to the front is when they tell you, no, there's a spillover of this line, so you go to another. I think a lot of that information should be available before people line up. Before I voted, you saw there was an old man who had been here for a while, and he's had to go to another polling station. The directions are not clear. So I think just helping the voters understand the process is an area we can improve on. Number two, what I've seen, because I have agents in all the stations, I have 3,641 agents across the city. We've been getting reports that in the morning, some of them were not allowed. Some of them were being asked for requirements that are different, and I've spoken to the county returning officer because UDA as a party is not fielding agents. It's asked the candidates who have agents. So some were being asked for a letter from UDA, yet they should have a letter from me. The oath of secrecy, which we have stamped, they are saying that it should be stamped by IBC. Yet it's not IBC, it's a commission of oaths. So there's just need for clarity and the same standard to apply in all the polling stations. There are certain areas where KIMS kits are not working, like in Westlands, Farasi Lane. There's one ballot box in Toi Primary that had a cover of Kitengela Primary. So just those small hitches. But all in all, I'm glad to see that people have turned out. The numbers are good. The reports we're getting from my secretariat that there's no incident that is out of the ordinary to the extreme. But I would urge the returning officer, the county returning officer, to make sure that all of those questions on who gets into the station are addressed before the end of the day, so that when it comes to counting, which is the most sensitive time, we have the right teams in the hall.
Do you think it's in order to revert to manual totally, or should we go?
That's a matter that's been determined by court. So my opinion doesn't matter on that. The court gave its position yesterday on the issue of the KIMS kit and the manual register. So we have to abide by the law as law-abiding citizens. Yeah.
And there were some delays in many constituencies in Nairobi, especially Westlands, which made people queue for a very long time, and some maybe gave up and walked away. Do you think that will affect the results of the elections in Nairobi County?
First, we'd like to urge all of those who experienced undue delays in whichever stations to please go back. All the stations are now voting. It's moving on very efficiently.
So if you gave up because of that long wait, please, I would urge you as a candidate to just go back to that station and to cast your vote. Your leaders determine, how we live moving forward. I don't think it necessarily changed the outcome. I think Nairobians have decided, and they have decided resoundingly. And for as long as this process remains free and fair, there'll be a resounding and definitive result. It will not be 50-50. There'll be a defining result at the end of the day. And God willing, we'll have the results possibly by tomorrow.
Are you confident you're going to win the gubernatorial seats?
Of course. I'm hopeful that we are going to win. And we say, inshallah, God willing, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. Yes.
Na kwa Kiswahili ujumbe wako kwa wakazi wa Nairobi, wale ambao bado hawajajitokeza katika vituo vya kupigia kura, labda wanafuatilia kwa runinga hivi sasa na wanaona line ni ndefu, naona hakika nitoke ni vote au nisivote.
Line inaweza kuwa ndefu lakini inasonga. Na line inaweza kuwa ndefu lakini miaka 5 ni refu zaidi kupata kiongozi ambaye hafai. Na viongozi wabaya huchaguliwa na watu wazuri ambao hawajitokezi. So tunaambia watoto wa Nairobi, tafadhali mjitokeze. Kuchaguana ni jambo ambalo sio la kuchukuliwa hivi hivi. Kuna wale ambao wamepoteza maisha yao, kuna wale walioko kwa jela, kuna wale walipitia mambo mengi ili tupate haki hii ya kwenda kuchagua viongozi wetu. So ningependa kuambia tafadhali tujitokeze. It's an event pale mkitokea mnazungumza na wananchi wengine kama sisi wa Kenya, na baadaye tuweke amani. Tumesema kwamba Nairobi round hii lazima tuwe na amani, ya kuwa hakuna shida ya Mkikuyu tofauti na Mjaluo, hakuna shida ya Mluya tofauti na Mkisii. Hata kama vyama ni tofauti, tuheshimiane. Kwa wale ambao labda mtu hakubaliani na wewe kisiasa, kwa sababu ni haki yake, lakini tusitumie siasa kujigawanyisha. Jirani yako ni ndugu yako. Siku ya uchaguzi leo itaisha, kesho bado tuko na Nairobi, kesho kutwa bado tuko na Nairobi yetu. So tubaki kama mandugu na dada.
Pengine mheshimiwa kwa unaweza gusia mpangilio.
Right, that is Johnson Sakaja there, the outgoing, the current actually senator of Nairobi, eyeing the gubernatorial seat of Nairobi County, speaking shortly after casting his ballot. You see, he's gone through a lot, and he's saying that he's happy that finally he's made it this far. We've also heard what Professor Wajakoya said. He's failed to vote because he failed to get his details from the KIMS kit, and he's still waiting as per what he was told by the electoral officials at Matungu in Kakamega County. So he'll just be patient and wait. So let's cross over to Gatundu, and that is where President Uhuru Kenyatta voted earlier. That is Mutomo Primary School a while back. Let's take a listen.
President Uhuru Kenyatta being identified there by the KIMS kit that was earlier before casting his vote, accompanied by a First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, whom I assume, obviously looking at the pictures of her earlier footage, had already voted by the time of accompanying the husband and the President of the Republic of Kenya to Mutomo Primary School for voting. And the pictures you have on screen really are of the president going through the identification process. Victor, have you stopped for a moment to wonder, what if the president got to that KIMS kit and then it failed to identify him like it has done Wajakoya?
I think he's a voter just like any other. He'll be told to wait.
Voter like any other in the sense of a word.
Of being a voter. Oh, yes.
But, yeah, voter, he is a voter, yes, in the sense of a word. But this is the President of the Republic of Kenya. So imagine a standoff there where the IEBC are trying to see him on the KIMS kit, but he cannot be identified. What do you think could happen there?
Let me just make this comment. Kyria, you're thinking too hard.
Don't make the comment. I'm just imagining. I was just imagining in my mind what would happen.
What would happen?
Because obviously it would cast very negative aspersions on IEBC.
Yeah.
Very negative.
Negative picture,
for a person who has voted in these last two elections as a candidate, now that he cannot be identified through the Kim's kit, and probably hapo ndio unasikia mkutano itawisha. But that's the president anyway, winding up on marking the ballot papers and casting his ballot papers, and that was earlier. Now you see him almost finishing up. Yes, and that's just it. We will head over to Nakuru in a bit, but that's Mama Ngina Kenyatta also. Mama Ngina Kenyatta, the former First Lady, also arriving at Mutomo Primary School. Like I informed you earlier, Victor, Mama Ngina Kenyatta also votes from Mutomo Primary School, and this is the process of voting for her. That was earlier. You can imagine she arrived almost moments later after President Uhuru Kenyatta left the polling station. But this is the former First Lady, Mama Ngina Kenyatta, exercising the right to vote.
All right. The new city in town that is earlier on in Nakuru County. Voting started very early. There you have it. That is Susan Kihika also lining up.
This is Ngomongo Primary School, where she votes.
There you had it. There's something we talked about as well. What if Mheshimiwa kuja pange line kama kawaida? All right. Oh, okay.
The presidential ballot, then you go to...
Which color is that, Kyoria?
It's green. Okay. I know what you're trying to do. But the gods are on my side. And finally, I think the ballot box for governor is the last of these end. So yes, green was representing the woman opposition. Senator Yellow, pink for member of a National Assembly, beige for member of a county assembly, and finally the position of governor with blue.
Okay. Na unajua una vote wapi, kwa hivyo haina tatizo. Saa 11:30.
Labda umekaa kwa line ama kila kitu inaenda haraka?
Unaona hakuna watu kama wakati uliopita. So I expected to find a very big queue. Lakini sikupata.
The process was great. It was seamless. I actually got here about a few minutes to 6 and waited in line for my turn. The turnout was good because I could see even at 6 o'clock the line was quite big. I am very, very, very pleased this morning to see that my fellow Kenyans really came out to exercise their civic duty, their democratic rights to come out and vote today. And from what I can see, the process went on very smoothly. The lines were long, not very long, but just long enough to be quite exciting. Yani, to mean people are not sleeping, but they're out here waiting to vote, waiting to make a difference and determine who becomes who in the next upcoming government. But I was also happy once I got inside with the process. Initially, initially I was on because the setup of this specific polling station, there is not different classes or anything, but it's one side of the table and then the other side. So I was on the wrong side of the table and they were able to determine that. And when I went to the right side, then my information came up and I was able to vote. I was able to see them give me the different ballot papers, stamp them and all that. So it was very transparent, a very clean process, so to speak. And even after picking my choices, then I was able to very easily put the ballots where they belong and be done, and the line continued. So I just want to let everybody know, or to ask everyone who is still at home, please make your way to the polling station. It is seamless, it is easy, it is nice, it is peaceful.
All right, Susan Wakarura Kihika, who is the UDA gubernatorial candidate in Nakuru. Earlier in Kiambu, Karongo Wathang'wa was voting. Let's have a look at that. And those are live. Those are pictures from earlier at the in Kiambu. When Karongo Wathang'wa was voting. Remember, this is a gentleman who has had quite a level of problems, but let's listen in first.
It was said that when the machine is not working, they can refer to the manual register. And of course, that is happening. And we are happy because the IEBC is expeditious enough to work on the problems when we raise them. And all we are urging IEBC is, if it was on their side that they delayed the voting process, they should give time to those polling stations. They can add a few hours to those polling stations, and I believe that's what they have promised. All we want is everybody to be given an opportunity to vote.
Karongo Wathang'wa, the UDA senatorial candidate in Kiambu, speaking after voting. Let's go back up and talk about the concerns by Professor George Wajakoya about the failure of Kim's kit and, you know, the processes that led to it. And probably Victor would want to hear from your panel about these accusations of lawyers being vague and the Constitution being vague too, as Wajakoya alleges.
And I think at this particular point, Nudin, you can take it.
Yeah, first and foremost,
a lot of, some grave matters of concern there from Wajakoya.
Yeah, first and foremost, someone has misinformed the good professor. Because as per the orders from the court, it talks about biometrics, it talks about alphanumeric. Now, alphanumeric is the PO plus the agents. And then after that, if you're found via that, you fill a Form 32A, then you're given the ballot papers. If that doesn't happen, that is where now the PO contacts the commission so that they can be able to use the physical register. And that is what he's been told, that they have to contact the commission so that they get the go-ahead to use the physical register so that he can actually vote. So that is what he has not been informed. Now, on the second part, he has talked about Australia as a diaspora voting country, which is not true, because at the end of the day, we only have 12 gazetted countries. That is our East African brothers. Then you add South Africa, Germany, USA, Qatar, Canada, UAE, United Kingdom. So there are 12 only. So at the end of the day, there is some misinformation that he's spewing, which we need to correct. That is why I wanted to correct that before the day ends, at the end of the day.
Okay.
And I believe that he should be able to be given the right to vote via the physical register, because now the two steps above have failed to identify him.
Okay. You know what, Eliud, because he said that he's not been identified yet. Actually, he's not voted as we speak. The same question Kiori asked. What if President Uhuru Kenyatta went to the polling station and found that his details are missing from the Kim's kit? This is the same situation with Wajakoya. So what next?
What's next is what my colleague here has mentioned. If the details are not there on the Kim's kit, you wait until the polling officer contacts probably the returning officer, and the returning officer will get authorization from the commission in itself to actually come back and now authorize the use of a manual register. So it doesn't matter, we are all equal citizens of this country, whether you are a vying candidate or you are a normal voting candidate.
Right.
And so if it would have happened to Uhuru Kenyatta, the president of this country, he would also have had to wait, because there's a procedure that has to be followed. That's all that has to be done, and we have to exercise some patience, because you understand that we have a big number of voters who are supposed to be turning up today, 22 million voters we have until around 16,000 interested candidates who are also supposed to be actually authorizing their right to actually represent the people.
Yeah.
And so we need to exercise some patience. But also something interesting to note about an observation I've made about the earlier voting by the president and the first lady. The president voted first before the first lady. And when the first lady turn came, you could see that the first lady was donning the president's jacket, which basically means that it was a very cold morning and that the first lady was actually feeling cold, and the president was a gentleman and he gave his coat to the wife. So that's something interesting that I've noted about
perhaps
today.
they were twinning. They're twinning.
No, you could note that the jacket is actually oversized for the first lady.
All right. Because I'm still interested in understanding this, Shadrach, allegations by Wajakoya that he's not yet voted. And here's the situation. We only have 4 presidential candidates in the country. And Wajakoya's details are missing from the Kim's kit. They have now to call, the commission to rectify and see a situation, see on how they can save the situation. Now, what happens if this happens past 5 p.m.?
Well, I believe there should be a compensation of the time. There should be an acknowledgement that there has been a delay, of course, inadvertent delay from the part of the IBC officials, which has, of course, hindered the process. But what is important is this, Victor. I think the misunderstanding I was making reference to previously on the ruling that came from the Court of Appeal yesterday, you can actually vividly see it, or the effects of that misunderstanding. So that what we expect, now that JJ had mentioned that we expect the IBC to be having a presser in the fullness of time, we want the IBC to come out clearly and explain to its returning officers, its presiding officers, that the court did not say that we should not use the manual voter register. The court did not say that. What the court has said is that there is plan A. If plan A fails, which plan A means the identification of the voter through the Kim's kit. If plan A fails, the fingerprints cannot be captured. Then we go to plan B. Plan B means we use the ID, the identification, the names and the ID numbers by keying them in. If plan B fails, then the presiding officer must contact the returning officer, who is now the representative of the commission, so that he can be given permission to use the manual voter register. So I think the IBC must come out clearly and explain to the country that the court did not say that we do not use the manual voter register, so that when your name does not appear, then you should now go home and wait. No. Yeah. I mean, the indication I'm getting from Professor Wajakoya, knowing too well that he's a professor of law and he's taught in a number of universities in the United States. So it's probably a misunderstanding. So that what you see is, he says that to the extent that his name has not been his name has not been captured from the Kim's kit, or he cannot be recognized by the Kim's kit, then he does not want to participate in an illegality as far as participating in his name being identified from the manual register. No, I think we need some clarity from the IEBC. We need to tell the Kenyans that if the Kim's kit fail, then we have a plan C and a plan B that is going to help you. So ultimately, the question, and this must inform the earlier question you had asked my colleague, that the threshold that is set in law for the presidential candidate or a president or any person who is going to be elected as a president, the threshold is not on the registered number of people or the 21 million people who have been registered as voters. No, the threshold is on the votes that will be cast today. So that if only 2 or 5 million people will turn up to vote, now that 5 million will be now the 100% vote that we'll be looking at. So that the threshold will be, now from these 5 million voters that have participated in this election, has now one candidate gotten 50% plus one vote. So that we might even have a presidential candidate or a president who has only been elected by 3 million people, I mean, if this voter turnout is anything to go by, but I'm hoping in the fullness of time that all of us shall also go and participate in the election so that we can also add up into the basket of the voters that will be casting their votes today.
All right, Kyore, there you have it.
Absolutely, quite interesting. But I'm interested in asking because, well, assuming the sun comes out, yes. Like Shadrach is really optimistic about, and there's quite a number, obviously, that will come out then if the cold is the problem. But assuming the cold is not the problem, and finally we have a turnout that is unpleasant, and I would want to pose to the two gentlemen you have on your end, Victor, the turnout today, how will it shape the politics of the future? The turnout today, how does it shape the politics of the future? Wakili,
go ahead. Google.
The turnout today basically just informs a lot about the future, that we are going to be a country that basically cannot, for example, we cannot use the previous results to actually state who is the next president. Previously, we've had individuals actually come out, and even the polls that have been going around, indicating that because we have 11 million voters from Mount Kenya, most likely this region is likely to actually sway the vote if they all turn out. But if the turnout today is totally different, we are not going to be able to determine pre-hand who becomes the president before the day of the election. That informs a lot about our next course of action. But if the turnout also is low, for example, democracy basically is not being exercised in this country, because we are going to be saying that only a few people have chosen the leader.
Yes.
So what does that say about the rest who did not turn out? Out of the 55 million Kenyans who might not turn out today, what does not, and if we end up having maybe 5 million people turning out today, is the president going to be the leader of minority? And what decisions is, what kind of decisions is the president going to make, and what will be the effect to the general public?
All right.
So that's a major, actually, effect of today's turnout.
What do you think about that, Nudin?
For me, I believe if you don't choose your leaders with forethought, then you allow yourself to be led by fools or idiots at the end of the day. So if, for example, as he said, you see the turnout that we have today, if people don't turn out and vote, it means they have abdicated their civic duty. Means they could care less about it, and the repercussions are 3/4 of those who get into office are those maybe you really like. And so whatever law they pass, you have to know that whether you voted for them or not applies to you. So that means that moving forward, people first have to understand, the problem stems from people have to understand the importance of voting. You see, there's always a problem where IBC says it does not have the voter education role, and it tries to place it on the candidates or the leaders. You have to realize that they will never do that, because most of them don't even know the functions of the seat they want. So in seeking those elective positions, they will lie to you. They will give you sweeteners that they cannot even achieve.
Yes.
Right now, we just saw a judgment from the Supreme Court talking about now members of parliament, how the CDF is unconstitutional. You can imagine how many members of parliament are talked about CDF. And those who, for example, post this decision from the Supreme Court will still talk about CDF. Realize, but the people are not well informed. It talks about, have we really, you see, the voter education needs to be done so that people understand what role does an MCA play, an MP, a senator. Because most people, when for example, when Sakaja was campaigning, he was being told, you've not seen your development, as an example. Yeah. The other day you heard Orengo saying, I have been a senator, there are no funds. You realize, but people, whenever they see you in parliament, some believe that as a senator you have funds. So you have to understand the different roles you get. So it stems from one, voter education. Because you see, this problem was seen the day IBC tried to get 6 million voters who are youth. And they ended up getting 1 point something million, showing you that even the young people, some of them who talk about voter apathy, either one, for those who are in the middle class, they believe it's not cool to vote. Well, you will understand the importance of voting in the next 5 years. Yeah. Or for those who are not in the middle class and who have decided not to vote, they will get the grip of bad leadership if for example, some creep in who have sinister motives of why they're seeking elective posts. Because we also had the Interior Minister talking about how a certain group of people are seeking elective seats who belong to either wash you get. So you have to understand, if you do not participate actively and choose good leaders, you will end up with dealers.
Okay. Leaders to dealers. Shadrach, yesterday, Mombasa gubernatorial, position had an issue, same as Kakamega, Kachiliba, and some other positions as well. But then now, there comes again the Wajakoya issue. Perhaps we can say that IEBC must be scratching their heads wherever they are right now.
Oh, of course, Victor, I agree as much. Wajakoya Mugala Muwe. He's a presidential candidate. Yes, he's a presidential candidate, and he has quite a following. In any event, he's been ranking number 3 out of the 4 candidates, presidential candidates. So, with his following, he's likely to dent the credibility of the elections. So that what we see is an election that has disenfranchised some of the citizens of this country, and most particularly people who ascribe to some of his philosophies, however wayward you want to believe they are. But really, he has come to the market, he has sold his manifesto, and people have agreed with his with some of his promises. So people are looking forward to the selling of those hyena parts through his election as the president. People are looking forward to the legalization of marijuana.
All right, let's just speak a bit to that because what you had on your screen earlier was election observers coming into polling stations to observe, led by Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former president of Tanzania, and largely because he's leading the East African Community Observer Mission here in Kenya, and quite a number of observers around here. I think Joaquim Chisano, the former president for Mozambique, was in Westlands Primary School. There's quite a number of them going around the country to assess the whole situation, and it is important because all of them filed reports after this election. After tomorrow, probably you'll see reports coming from them, and they are used to correspond and see the general feel of the election. Sometimes the Commonwealth will have a different report from the EAC community, probably based on experiences here and there about the region, or IGAD could have different views, but that's just it. Their reports are very critical in shaping democracy or observation missions across the continent and the globe, Victor.
Absolutely. Okay, you can continue, Shadrach.
All right, Shadrach, finish up on your point.
Yes. So remember that every election in this country will fail or stand based on the principles that are set in law. So that ultimately the correctness or the lawfulness or the illegality of this election is to be measured against the principles in the Constitution. We anticipate that, number one, the election will be simple, will be transparent, will be free, fair, credible, and of course, will lack the improper influence.
Okay, kindly, let's just take a listen what former President Jakaya Kikwete is saying.
Yes, good. How is the process? No, I think the process is good. The process is good because what we look into the process is it is calm, it is orderly. Of course, the reaction, some people think it could be, the speed could be increased, but the important thing, it is calm, it is orderly. There is nobody who is being prevented from voting, which is that is critical. All our prayers is that let it end as it is now, and after the elections, Kenya remains peaceful as it has always been. What part of this country were you visiting? I was in town, so that's why I said let me get out of town. And this is the first place, my port of call out of town. I'm still going around.
Are you here necessarily because this is where the president wanted?
No, not necessarily so. I'm keen, to see several places. So I'll be here, I'll be some other places.
What expectations do you have for this election?
Well, my expectation is that we expect a peaceful election and a peaceful Kenya after the election.
What does that mean for East Africa?
It means a lot. First, Kenya is the largest economy. If a largest economy is peaceful and calm, all of us benefit. But of course, they are our neighbors. When neighbors are in trouble, you also have problems that spill over. So when Kenya is peaceful and things are orderly, it's good for the region. It's in the best interest of all of us.
The candidates are looking forward to both of them or all of them winning. There are those who will probably not be very happy if they don't end up winning. What is your message to our presidential candidates?
Well, of course, everybody who puts his name forward believes he's going to win, or he or she's going to win. That's the first thing that drives people to become candidates. But there will always be one winner. So we hope they will understand that and take it as it is. Good.
His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, really on an observer mission, leading the East African community. And you would agree, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete has interest in Kenya, courtesy of being a neighbor, former head of state, and probably some investments in Kenya. Right about now, let's head over to Uasin Gishu County. Timothy Kipnusu is on standby. Let's listen in on what is happening there. Kipnusu, what's the latest? Timothy?
Many thanks indeed. My colleague JJ Kioria there at the broadcasting house. Yes, indeed, I'm still pitching camp here at Uasin Gishu County. This is the county number 027, and voting exercise is going on smoothly despite having there are some areas that we've experienced difficulties, or the Kimskit having some problems. An area like the Kimplombe ward, a number of officials and of course residents who turned up to vote complained of being on the queue for a long time, and that issue has been sorted out, and the residents are continuing with their voting exercise in Kiplombe. Right now where I'm standing is MV Patel, one of the populated centers where residents are. It's actually in Tarbo constituency. More than 2,000 registered voters are participating in this year's election. And of course, earlier on, very early in the morning, we brought you live from the home area of the Deputy President at Kosachei Primary School. He exercised his civic duty of voting at around 6 a.m. And of course, very early in the morning, in a number of stations, the queue was very long, and but two of the stations that we visited, that is Kamagut, and that's Kamagut ward, together with one of the wards, that is Kiplombe. The number of people that came were large compared to other areas that we've managed to visit. And very important to note is that some of the areas that were experiencing problems, the IBC officials came out very quickly and dealt with those problems in those particular stations. And very important also to note is that in KSS constituency.
All right, thank you, Kipnusu. Just in a bit, we want to head over to Kakamega County, Dangalasia in Matungu. Wajakoya could be finally voting. Let's head over there. We expect, or rather we are informed that Professor George Wajakoya has returned to Dangalasia Primary School in Matungu constituency of Kakamega County, where he is obviously expected to vote. We could head over there and see how the process is going, or whether he will be identified by the Kimskit. Remember, his complaint this morning has been about the Kimskit identifying him, and therefore he was turned back and told go and come back as we try to reboot the system. Will it identify him this time? That's the big question this afternoon. And remember, that he's the only presidential candidate amongst the four who is yet to cast his ballot. Raila Odinga of Azimio has done so. William Ruto of Kenya Kwanza has done so. So has Wahiga Maore also. But now the only person remaining is Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya, who is supposed to do so at Idangalase Primary School. He went there earlier. And definitely the Kim's kid could not identify him, so he was turned back before a reboot of the system. And that tells you the trouble that is in that Idangalase Primary School. It just means that nobody has voted so far then if it didn't identify Wajakoya. But here we are. Those are live pictures from Matungu in Kakamega County as Wajakoya exercises his right to vote. Let's see whether this time he will be identified, and so probably he can cool down, because he was really incensed and saying that the government had crotcheted a plan to rig him out directly. Will it happen this time? Will he be identified? That is the big question this afternoon. Obviously, you saw him complain about the Kim's kid unable to identify him. Because of time, definitely we'll take the final remarks from our guests in studio. Obviously, as we establish contact with the team in Kakamega, let me start with you, Shadrach. Your final comments as we end this.
JJ, let me just speak in my local parlance, and this is what I have to say. Kama utapiga kura, hiyo ni shida yako, na hiyo ni shida yako na ni shida yetu, na ni shida ya watoto wako wale wanakuja, kwa sababu tutapata viongozi ambao hawafai. Wewe utaendelea kukaa kwa umaskini, watoto wa watu matajiri ndio wanaendelea kuandikwa. So really it is important, it is a clarion call that I'm calling upon people who believe in the democracy, in what we are doing. We should not just lose hope in our country. Let us come out in large numbers. Let us vote for the people who we think will lead this country to the right direction. It is not about people that you love. No, you might love someone who is going to mislead this country or take this country to the wrong direction. So let us just go out there, let us vote. Because even while we emphasize that the right to vote is a right, ati ni haki yako, kumbuka bado ni jukumu lako kwenda kupiga kura.
Yes.
If it was not for Professor Wangari Maathai, kama si Wangari Maathai kupigana, basi hatungekuwa na Uhuru Park. Kungekuwa kumejengwa ghorofa kubwa pale. But you see, Wangari Maathai does not live in that Uhuru Park, or neither does her family live in that Uhuru Park. But it was her civic duty. Remember, the constitutional design has changed. Right now, we have Article 3 that gives the obligation of every, gives every citizen an obligation to defend the Constitution. And defending the Constitution means, number one, going to court when you feel that the Republic is under threat. And number two, participating in an important process like this that we have. So let us go out there, as I will be going out to Madare, I'll be going out to Kibora Primary School to exercise my right to vote. I thank you, JJ, and I thank Victor and my friends. I am hoping you also go out there and vote.
Absolutely. Nurdin Kagai?
For me, I'll just start by saying that today you have a chance to either decide to buy champagne for a few or decide on safe drinking water for all. Those are the words of Thomas Sankara. By that, I mean you need to get out and vote. If you believe that your life needs to change for the better, then you need to get out and vote and decide who will shape your life for the next 5 years. I began by saying that this is your chance to hire and fire. And 3/4 need to be fired. So for them to be fired, that vote is very key. Because the more you waste time, the more time it gets to 5 and you are not there and the polling station is closed. Then you revert back to Twitter and Facebook and rant for the next 5 years. You haven't solved anything. So get out and vote, exercise your right and duty so that you can have a country that you believe is best suited for you and the generations to come.
All right, lead.
My clarion call is one, the devolution brought the government to our neighborhoods. The devolution made sure that we have a right to make decisions about where we live and what needs to be done in our neighborhoods by the MCAs. And my call today is that if you don't take part in picking and appointing and electing this MCA, this MP, senator, governor, or the president of this country, then you will not be making any decision about your life. And so if you want to make the decisions for your life for the next 5 years, go out there and vote.
Absolutely. Victor.
Right.
I think this is where we leave it at this particular point. We also need to get out of this place and vote. But before then, we just need to thank you. We started this broadcast at 6 a.m. We opened the studio at the same time the polling stations were being opened, and we've been giving you wall-to-wall coverage. But be so sure that the next team coming in studio will also be giving you that update from across the country, so that you can get updated on what is happening around you. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Victor Lo, and enjoy the rest of your viewing. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. And of course, Jane Wamboi, who has been explaining to you the entire process of voting, as well as what you need to know before you head to the polling stations, has been with us the entire time. Up next is the lunchtime news with Irene Mchuma Odim, and definitely will also be taking you across the country for updates on the elections. My name is John Jacob Curia. We'll see you probably later. And obviously, the results start streaming this evening. So we are in for the long haul, but for now, it's a goodbye. God bless you.
It is important to note that voting in diaspora is happening in 12 countries. That is Burundi, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, United Kingdom, Canada, USA, Southern Sudan, Qatar, UAE, and Germany. Voting in diaspora will take place from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their local time. I repeat, voting in diaspora will take place from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their local time. As at noon today, 6,567,869 Kenyans had turned up to vote. I repeat, as at noon today, 6 million had turned up to vote. This equates to 30.65% of the total 22,120,458 registered voters. As you are aware, election for gubernatorial election position in Kakamega and Mombasa counties, and for the members of National Assembly for Kecheliba and Pokot South constituencies are postponed to a later date to be announced through a gazette notice. Further, the Commission is postponing elections for member of National Assembly in Kitui Rural and Rongai constituencies because wrong candidates' pictures and the details were printed on the ballot papers. It is postponed to a later date to be announced through a gazette notice. In areas where election materials are yet to arrive at their respective polling station due to flooding and other natural calamities, the Commission is working hard to ensure that materials are in place for a smooth conduct of the general election. Regarding security, last night, the Commission was alerted of incidents of gunfire in Elders constituency. Election officers in Wajir County, where ballot materials were stored. During the gunfire, election officials remained trapped inside the offices preparing to dispatch materials to polling stations. Election has been adjourned and voting shall begin once the issue is resolved. In Turkana Central constituency, the Commission was informed of a road accident involving a presiding officer and 2 clerks from Kalakol ward. The 3 were rushed to hospital with minor injuries and later discharged. The officials have since been replaced to allow them to recuperate. We wish the other 3 officials a quick recovery. Due to security concerns raised in Dadaab constituency and 4 polling stations specifically, Maguto Primary School, Bakin Primary School, Bahajo Borehole and Court Borehole are yet to be opened. The Commission is in consultation with security to address the issues raised. The Commission is working through its ICT officers to resolve any reported issues on the KIMS kit by the returning and presiding officers. The Commission has therefore authorized the use of the manual register in Makueni County, that is KBC West constituency, for 84 polling stations. And Kakamega County, specifically Malava, Matungu, Mumias West, Mumias East constituencies for 154 polling stations. As stated above, the Commission has provided 6 backup kits per ward in the event of the failure of the KIMS kit. In conclusion, the Commission urges members of the public to utilize the toll-free line, that is 1543 and 1544, should they wish to bring incidences to the Commission's attention. Where there is a delay in the opening and interruptions of voting at a polling station, the presiding officer shall extend the hours of the polling by the amount of the time lost. The Commission will keep you regularly updated on all development touching on the general election. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you. It is being worked on. It was not specifically addressed, but it is being worked on. We'll give you in the next update. Okay, you want me to repeat the areas where we've allowed manual register to be used? The areas are Makueni County, that is Kibwezi West constituency for 84 polling stations. Then we have Kakamega County, where we have Malaba, Matungu, Mumias West, and Mumias East constituency for 154 polling stations. Allow me to say that when someone goes to the polling station, first you are identified biometrically. If your biometrics cannot allow your details to pop up, then they will use your ID number, the alphanumeric. And by using that, they have to fill a form 32 to show that you've been validated in that way. And if you're not found, then now they'll check if it is the kit or something else that has happened. So ICT officers are on the ground. When they are called upon at the polling station, they check the kit and ascertain that it is the failure of the kit and not any other failure. So these areas that we've allowed, it has been ascertained, and the returning officer has officially written emails to the commission to be given authority to use the manual register. Remember the court ruling that was yesterday, that we have to use that procedure.
My name is Arson Amawi. This morning I went to a lot of polling stations. You find names pasted on the walls. Many people's names are missing, and most of them are getting stranded. What a few of the people go to the queues and get their names. I think it's important for the commission to advise those whose names are not on the walls. Those whose names don't appear on the walls, to check with the kids, because, like I've just said, many people are getting frustrated, and some are turning away without voting.
Naitwa Fredrick Mwitiriri, mimi na NTV. Tafadhali mnaweza tuthibitishia ikiwa mwaniaji wa eneo bunge la Vita na chama cha UDA Omar Shalo amekamatwa. Mnaweza tuthibitishia pia mwaniaji wa kiti cha MCA kule Mombasa vile vile cha Chuda kama amekamatwa. Ikiwa unaweza tuthibitishia hilo. Tashukuru.
Naitwa Jeremiah from People Daily. Up to the questions. What is the reason for the failure of the KIMS kits? And is it something you're facing nationally, or restricted to some areas? Second question is, are you planning to suspend elections in elders as well?
Allow us to respond to those three. There's the issue of whether the candidates in Mombasa have been arrested. We are working closely with the National Police Service, but that information has not come through. We have the toll-free numbers that we are getting information. So we will give you the update in the next brief. So allow me to call upon any commissioner to respond on the two other questions that have been raised.
Thank you for the question, and I will particularly address the failure of the KIMS kit. What we have received so far and addressed is about 200 failure of KIMS kits. Out of 46,229, it is not widespread. Technology do break down. And when they do, we have an alternative of how we need to address that, which we have already done. And I think that is a normal thing that is happening. There's nothing ideal in this world. So we still, we expect that 1 or 2 or 10 may actually also present a malfunction. But that does not really mean that it is widespread. It is only 200 out of 46,000 229.
I wanted to respond to your question. You said outside the polling station, some people, the names are on the register but are not in the kit. I was requesting you give us the names of those stations because that information has not come through, and then we'll follow up and report at our next reporting time. So kindly give us the names. Thank you.
Go ahead and ask them.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Odoma Koremo from the ODM and Asylum Media Center. You have given us numbers concerning the number of people who have voted so far by noon at above 30% or something like that. Are these ranges, is Mombasa and Kakamega within that same range, or whatever you did affected the turnout in those particular two counties? Another thing, there's a report from the ground that in Game constituency in Sierra County, some of the registers, hard copy registers that have been withdrawn. Could you confirm to us in the next presser that this is true? That the RO in Game had withdrawn the manual registers from some of the stations.
Thank you very much. First question on the turnout. What we gave you as turnout as at noon is national, not constituency or county specific. I know why you're asking. So we will give you our data at the end of the day, and you can make that conclusion for yourself. So the other thing is about withdrawal. We are not aware. We are in touch with our all 290 ROs. If there is any such incident, we will be able to find out and give you update in the next update. On Eldas, we have sent a commissioner to the ground. The Eldas issue is not a commission problem, it's a security issue. So we have sent a commissioner today morning with a chopper there to go and find out whether there can be a solution out of it. It's militia taking over the whole place and they are fighting in town. So we are trying to work with candidates plus the security so that we can see whether they can vote tomorrow or later in the day. So that conclusion we'll be able to give you in our next update. Yes, Leila?
There's a question from one of my colleagues in South Sea, and the issue there is there are people who had looked into the portal 3 days ago, and their names were there on the register. They are in the line today. And
repeat, please. There is what?
There are voters who went to the portal 3 days ago, and they were cleared.
Which portal?
70,000.
Yes. But today, when they go to the polling station, their names are not there, and they have not been allowed to vote. This specific polling station is Kirby in South Sea, and many are still waiting even 2 hours after they arrived. How will you address that this will? Going to the portal and finding out that you are registered, and then when you go to the polling station, your name isn't there.
First of all, portal has no link to the KIMS. It is just where we keep our entire national register so that anybody can check. So the issue of possibly when you go and check in your portal, you are removed or something like that might not arise. But we check people using their biometric or their ID. If you cannot be found, if they have that message and it shows which polling station, the message tells you even which stream you are in a polling center. So they should go to the stream specific and find out. But if you give us the details of the polling station, we'll be able to pick up with the, you said it is South that is Langata constituency. So we'll be able to find out specific. So we'll take note, and in our next report, we'll give you an update specific. Yes. So we'll come back after. Last one.
Okay, I have a question. My name is Cecilia Lubanga from Lookup TV, and there was an incident today in the morning from a voter who goes by the name Moses Onyango, who lamented that by the time he was reporting at the polling station where he's registered and supposed to vote at Kangemi Social Hall, apparently it was stated that according to the system, he had already voted, yet he was not yet back. So what can you respond to that?
He has already voted?
Yes, according to the system, he had already voted, but apparently he had not even reported to the polling station. So he came later only to find out that by 8 a.m. it is recorded that he had already voted.
Really? I don't think such situation can arise. Because unless you go there and put your fingerprint on the machine, and once you vote, your small finger is inked with indelible ink, there's no way system can mark you as voted.
He was not inked. Yes.
He was?
By the time he was reporting, of course, his finger was not inked. So he was complaining that according to the system, it was already reported that he had voted by 8 a.m. in the morning.
We are not aware of any such incident, and I don't think it can arise going by our system protocol. Because you can only vote by visiting a polling station. You cannot vote online or anything else. So we don't even have online voting. Yes, so when you go to polling station, it is impractical or impossible for system to tell you have already voted. How will you have voted before you have visited the polling station? And it's a first story we are hearing about that, but we will find out. Will you tell us the voter and the polling station? Then we'll be able to find out from the PO whether there is such occurrence. If the such occurrence is supposed to be marked in the polling station diary. There is a PO's diary that they mark anything that looks abnormal or any incident, including anybody who is not a voter who visited a polling station. Yes.
Sorry, naitwa Bonina nafanya na Wealth TV. Kumekuwa na kizungumkuti kule Meru kata ya Nyaki West ambapo kuna ngombe mmoja kwa jina Mutuma Mugambi amesajiliwa na tume ya ABC, lakini jina yake picha yake haipatikani. So unazungumzia
jina yake na nini haipatikani kwa Kings.
Jina yake na
picha.
A picture.
He's
a voter. He's a candidate.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
He's from Meru. His name is Mutuma Mugambi. Nyaki West. Amesajiliwa na nyinyi lakini picha jina yake haipatikani.
Okay, we have to find out specifically from the register. Otherwise, it's not possible for me to tell you what has happened. But if you can give, since you have a message from him, give us his voter number and ID number and name. Then we'll be able to find out and give you a report. Or in the meantime, you can go to our returning officer. The returning officer has an access to the register of that particular constituency. So you can find out. Yeah. As we give you the details. Because even if I can only ask people in charge of the register to find out using the ID. Now that it's not here physically to put fingerprint. But in a polling station, his fingerprint, if he's a voter, will be able to show. If not, barcode of his ID can be read, can be scanned, or an ID number is inserted into the KIMS kit. Those three cannot all fail if you are really a voter. So we will be back maybe in an hour or two. Thank you.
You had said there's some places that they are flooding. Can you kindly tell us which are these places?
I thought you already said.
I see. We didn't mention exactly, but we're using choppers. Natural calamities, but using choppers. Yeah.
We shall give you specification in the next. It is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for creating time for us. You are in time for the lunchtime news. It is the 9th day in the month of August 2022. Kenyans are turning up in numbers to cast their vote. This as they elect their next leaders. We are in all the 290 constituencies, and our able teams are on standby to give you the latest developments. This morning, President Uhuru Kenyatta casted his vote at Mutomo Primary School. This as he exercised his civic rights. My colleague Beatrice Gatonyangetich was with the president as he casted his vote. Security was heightened at Mutomo Primary School, and voting started as like any other polling station as early as 6 a.m. And by 9 a.m., President Uhuru Kenyatta had already arrived, and he got his name in that polling station, and this was amid tight security. He was also accompanied by his wife, the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, and a number of friends. A contingent of security officers had earlier arrived at the polling station just to ensure that everything goes according as planned. The pictures on your screen are when President Uhuru Kenyatta was casting his vote at Mutomo Primary School in Gatundu, and we can see he did this as early as 9 a.m. as much as all the polling stations were open as early as 6 a.m. And the president has been in the country urging voters to be keen and ensure that the country remains united even after the August elections. And he says he would like to see a united country even as he is leaving office. This as the next president is expected to take office after he concludes his term, and he said he will be stepping aside to allow other leaders to be able to take the country forward. He has always said that he has put his best foot forward to ensure that the country remains united and the country makes progress on development. The president will also be remembered by many, even as he gets out of office, that he really improved the infrastructure sector. Many will associate him with the expressway, the one that connects Nairobi and Machakos County. And Kenyans will be saying this is one of the products they are looking at as an example for other leaders to follow suit. President Uhuru Kenyatta was also accompanied by Ngina Kenyatta, the first lady of the country. There we go, Mama Ngina Kenyatta casting his vote in Gatundu. This as she is exercising her civic right. And they are just among other leaders who are able to cast their votes in the country this morning. And of course, our reporters across the country are in 290 constituencies, and they're giving us updates as events unfold. Earlier on, we had Mama, the First Lady of the country, Margaret Kenyatta, casting her vote in Mutomo Primary School in Gatundu. And these pictures were able to get the pictures for you earlier on in the day as she was exercising her democratic right. That is Margaret Kenyatta casting her vote. And Mama Kenyatta has also been at the fore urging Kenyans to be united, and she will also be remembered by many as one of the leaders who have been fostering for health services in the country. She will be remembered for also giving priority to maternal services, and this has largely been of great benefit to women, especially in rural areas, who have now been able to access the services without many hitches. And we will see various leaders as our reporters are on the ground to follow suit and cast their vote. This has been as they have been traversing the country, urging Kenyans to turn up in numbers on this important day to cast their votes and make their votes matter. And we also heard the Deputy President, William Ruto, who casted his vote earlier on in the day at the early morning hours. He was in Sugoi and he exercised his democratic rights. My colleague Timothy Kipnusu was able to catch up with him at the early morning hours, and there is the Deputy President William Ruto, who exercised his civic rights in the morning hours. He was accompanied by his wife Rachel Ruto. And Rachel Ruto has also been at the front line in encouraging women to support one another towards empowerment. And the Deputy President, while holding his last rally, he urged Kenyans to turn up in numbers and vote in. Let's listen in.
As you have all seen, everybody here wants a peaceful process. We even have had a spontaneous prayer, and that prayer was all about having a peaceful election. So I'm very happy that this morning the exercise of choosing the next leaders of Kenya for the next 5 years is now underway. I want to ask all voters like myself to do this exercise, go vote peacefully and intentionally and deliberately, so that we can choose the men and women who have a plan to take our country to the next level over the next 5 years.
Deputy President William Ruto, there he casted his vote as early as 6 a.m. from Sugoi. And the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who is the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, casted his vote at Old Kibra Primary School in Kibra constituency at 11 a.m. The arrival of Raila at the voting center caused a standoff as hundreds of his supporters escorted him to the voting center. Raila was accompanied by his wife, Ida Odinga, who also casted her vote at the same center. Well, we now cross over to Kisii County, where my colleague Benson Rioba is on standby with the latest updates from that end. Rioba, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mchuma. Good afternoon to you there in Broadcasting House. Now, we are coming to you live from Itiero Girls Primary School. This is one of the polling stations. This is one of the polling stations in Bonchari. Now, as you can see, the lines are getting shorter each and every time. And this has been a recurring theme in all the polling stations that we have visited. Now, Bonchari constituency has a total of 64,630 registered voters across its 4 wards. But I have a feeling that we won't get anywhere near the 70% if this trend will continue. Now, but we are still hopeful that it's relatively early in the day and people will actually come out in droves before the exercise completes. Earlier on, we were at Nakuru polling stations in Bobasi constituency, where Simba Arati cast his vote, and he was also concerned about the low turnout, and he was also hopeful that things will maybe. He was hoping for positive returns in the afternoon. Now, the only negative, the polling has been relatively peaceful in most parts of Kisii, but there was incidents in a place called Nabioto area, that is in Bobasi, or that is in Bonchari constituency. One person was shot last night, and it was alleged that 4 people were trying to purchase votes or ID cards from voters in that area, and that's when the fracas ensued. One person was shot, and the OCPD said that he was shot by a civilian, and the UDA aspirant, that's Cliff Ombeta, said that we'll follow up the matter, and he said that IBC should act fast and jail the perpetrators, or maybe bar the perpetrators from the polls. Now, apart from this incident, it was the election was mostly peaceful, and that's it from us, Irene Mchuma. We'll come back to you during the evening when the actual tallying of votes will start. Back to you, Irene.
Thank you, Rioba. We now cross over to Mwingi Central. Our man in Mwingi Central is Stephen Maina. Let's cross over and hear what he has for us.
And all of them were very eager to vote in their preferred candidates. The mood here among the voters is generally calm. Residents have come out in big numbers, and they're equally very eager and very elated. We've engaged with voters who are voting currently for the first time, and to them this is a historic moment, and this is a very thrilling occasion. I can confirm that voting here at Mwingi Boys High School started around the stipulated time of 6 a.m. However, in polling station number 2, this is Mwingi Secondary School 2, voting was delayed until 6:24 a.m., arguably around 24 minutes into the stipulated time, owing to a technical hitch on the KIMS kit. This was confirmed by Deputy Returning Officer for this constituency tallying center. This is Stephen Kimongo, who explained that the KIMS kit in polling station 2 initially could not pick up any voter biometric, and this delayed the voting process for about 24 minutes. However, the DRO has since assured us that the commission has resolved and has moved with speed to resolve this issue, and currently I can confirm that voting is underway for both polling centers. This is Mwingi Secondary 1 and Mwingi Secondary 2, both of which are hosted here at Mwingi Boys High School. Earlier on, I engaged with voters here at Mwingi Boys High School, and this is what they had to say.
Tumekuja hapa kupiga kura. Isipokuwa sijaona watu wamekuja kwa wingi, lakini najua tukiendelea tutakuwa wengi. Tutaweza kuwachagua viongozi wale ambao sisi wenyewe tunawahitaji.
Watu naona wanaendelea kujitokeza kupiga kura, na ni hali yao ya kuimarisha demokrasia, upiga picha wa uchaguzi wa halali, na watu wamechagua kiongozi wao ambaye wanamtaka bila kuhakikisha usawa, na mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Watu wanaendelea kuwa kwa wingi na kasi si mbaya.
Ninaona shughuli inaendelea mzuri, tunaendelea mzuri. Kwa hivyo tunaona kama tukifikia jioni tunakuwa tumemaliza kazi yetu vizuri. Kuna vurugu, tunaendelea mzuri.
Security imeimarika, na tunashukuru serikali ile inasimamia security. Election itakuwa fair na hakuna vurugu, na tunaendelea mzuri. Maskari wako wale wamekuwa assigned kwa hii station wako imara.
Nataka tuwe na amani, ili nchi yetu iwe na amani, kwa sababu mahali kuna amani kuna Mungu, na Mungu achilia baraka zake. Ninaomba amani katika nchi yetu, naomba amani.
Na ndio nimekuja hapa tuchague kiongozi mwenye anaweza lete maji ya ukulima, juu hapa kunaweza kutokea chakula mingi sana, hata tunaweza lisha hata Wakenya wengi.
It's back to you in studio, John Jacob Kioria.
Thank you, Steve. It is myself, Irene Chungodim, in studio. And Keoria, right now we are crossing over to North Horr, where Sheila Kayaro is on standby. Sheila, good afternoon.
Primary School polling station, the largest polling station in North Horr constituency, with a total of 652 registered voters. Voting kicked off at 6:15 a.m. According to the presiding officer of this particular polling center, Elias Guyo, the 15-minute delay was due to the KM kits that were a bit slow, and this could extend the exercise up to the late hours of the day. I spoke to Galgalo Tuye, an elder of the Gabra community, who was the first voter to cast his vote at this center. He said that after this place, he would go from Manyata to Manyata to get some of the residents to come and exercise their democratic right. This is because some may shy away from coming to the center due to the distance and the harsh climatic conditions, putting in mind that this is a desert area and transport can be a challenge. I also noted that the Gabra community is a close-knit group in the sense that they were assisting the elderly, persons with disability, and the sick to the polling station, and those on the queue were allowing them to jump the queue and vote. I just want to inform you about the member of National Assembly contestants in North Horr constituency, and these are Sabdio Mamo of Jubilee Party under Azimio la Umoja coalition, and she is the first woman candidate in history to contest for a political seat in North Horr constituency. We also have Moliubrae Tulu of Wiper Party under Azimio la Umoja coalition. We have Wario Guyu of Kanu Party under Azimio la Umoja coalition. So let's wait and see who among them the people of North Horr constituency will have decided to be their representative. All I can say, so far so good. My name is Sheila Kayaro Yogo, reporting for KBC in North Horr constituency, Marsabit County. Back to you, Broadcasting House.
Thank you, Sheila. We have our reporters in all the 290 constituencies. Many Kenyans have turned up at the polling centers to cast their vote on this important day. And Wycliffe Okech, who is in the county of Kisumu, is on standby. We will be linking with him later on. Kisumu is being perceived as one of the strongholds for Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga. And earlier on, he told us that we have witnessed a good number of voters who have turned up to various polling centers. And there we have Wycliffe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Irene Machuma Odema, back in Nairobi. We are, of course, coming to you live from Kisumu City right now, where I am. This is Kisumu West constituency, where voting is underway. As basically my colleague Christine here can basically pan around to show you the lines that have been building here since morning. But then right now the lines, the queues are getting shorter. That means the process is moving on smoothly, and voters are able to cast their votes, and after doing so, they are ushered out of the station here. This is Kisumu West constituency with a total registered voters of 82,927. That is for Kisumu West constituency. Those voters are spread across 5 wards with 163 polling stations. Among those polling stations, 3 of them are in prison. That is Kodiaga Maximum Prison. And we've been conducting a sport check since morning. Actually, we began with a sport check in Kisumu Central. That is the biggest constituency in Kisumu County. And just giving an outlook of how the casting of votes began. Actually, Kisumu residents started streaming to various polling stations or other polling centers before the clock of 6 a.m. Some of them got there as early as 4 a.m., as early as 5 a.m., and many of them were just anticipating to partake in this kind of exercise. And just to give you what's happening here right now, Irene, bring on set one of the poll officials at this station here, Millicent, probably to just give us a feel and paint for us how exactly the polling exercise has been unfolding since morning. Millicent, if you may just move here and share with us, introduce yourself and maybe share with us how has been the exercise unfolding since morning. What time did you open the station, and what do you make of the turnout? Introduce yourself first.
Okay, I'm Millicent Awiti, the Deputy Presiding Officer in Nakuru, in Kisumu West constituency, North Kisumu ward. Here we are at Wachara Polytechnic, where we are having polling station A and polling station B. And the polling station voting started at stipulated time, that is 6:00 a.m. and the voters were here as early as 3 a.m. to exercise their vote. They have been so cool, and so far we haven't experienced any challenge with Kim's kids and even the voters themselves. The voting is going on so well and so smoothly. Although the only challenge that you have experienced is that there are some voters who are here as early as 3 a.m. but reaching their turn to vote, they are being turned down because they can't be verified with the Kim's kids and even the voter manual registration. They feel so sorry for that. And with us as the IEBC official, there is no much we can do because we have to follow the rules.
What do you make about the turnout? We understand how many probably in your station here, how many registered voters are in your station, and how many probably, I understand you people gauge the turnout after every 2 hours, and the last one was done at 11 a.m. Yes. What do you gauge of the turnout?
Okay, so far the turnout was good. The first 15 minutes that after we have opened the polling station, we had already registered 27 voters turning up to vote in our polling station. And as time goes by, at 9 they were 79. Then at 11 a.m. there were 159. Then currently there are 380 voters that have turned to vote. That is in only one polling station that is being hosted in here in this entire polling center. Yes.
Maybe if you can gauge that percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, I can say by now it is 60%. Yes.
Thank you so much. Probably before I let you go, going by the when you opened the stations here, 6 a.m. and now, going from now to all through to 5, what do you make? Could we experience probably more voters partake in this exercise?
Yes. So far, the voters are still streaming in. As you can see, there are those who came here as early in the morning to vote. They have already gone back home, and there are some who are still coming to vote. So we are hoping that by 5 p.m. all voters will have casted their votes and will be done and ready to count the votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Irene Muchuma, that is Millicent. Millicent is one of the poll officials at this particular polling center, just telling us that since the stations, or rather this center, opened for doors for the voters to partake in this exercise, the exercise has been smooth, peaceful, and actually there hasn't been any cause of alarm. And like I've mentioned, we've been conducting a spot check throughout in various polling stations, that is in Kisumu Central constituency and now in Kisumu West constituency, and I can authoritatively report that the entire process has been moving on quite smoothly and peacefully, and that the voters themselves are just speaking a message of hope and peace to their fellows, so that they're hoping that by the time this exercise ends, they will have voted for their preferred candidates. Well, this is a process that will continue. The voting will, of course, end at 5. Thereafter, the tallying will begin, and we'll be monitoring a pitching camp in Kisumu West and monitor every development and update our viewers progressively. Back to you, Irene.
Thank you, Wycliffe Okech in the county of Kisumu, and IEBC officials in the area stating that 60% of voters in the region have turned up at various polling stations. And now we cross over to the county of Nakuru. My colleague Jacqueline Wambiru is our person in the region, and earlier on she was able to interact with the Nakuru gubernatorial aspirant Susan Kihika, who casted her vote during the early morning hours, and also the sitting governor Lee Kinyanjui, who is defending his seat, also casted his vote during the early morning hours. It is an exercise that kicked off as early as 6 a.m. across the country. Voters started queuing before dawn across various parts of the country, eager to have their say over who will run the country for the next 5 years. Let's listen in from Nakuru County.
And that preparedness for us as Kenyans is very good, and we'll call up all Kenyans. Let's stick to the process, let's appreciate, let's give people an opportunity to deliver and to be able to participate in this great process, to choose their leaders who will be able to lead in the next 5 years.
The process was great. It was seamless. I actually got here about a few minutes to 6 and waited in line for my turn. The turnout was good because I could see even at 6 o'clock the line was quite big. I am very, very, very pleased this morning to see that my fellow Kenyans really came out to exercise their civic duty, their democratic rights to come out and vote today. And from what I can see, the process went on very smoothly. The lines were long, not very long, but just long enough to be quite exciting. Yani, to mean people are not sleeping, but they're out here waiting to vote, waiting to make a difference and determine who becomes who in the next upcoming government. So I just want to let everybody know, or to ask everyone who is still at home, please make your way to the polling station. It is seamless, it is easy, it is nice, it is peaceful.
People are taking a very short time before they are cleared and they can be able to vote. And therefore, with the exception of a few anomalies here and there, like Rongai, where the MP ballots were not available, I think much of the other areas, the logistical aspect of the election has been very well conducted, and I think we want to commend the IBC at this stage. The second issue is with respect to voter turnout. We have noted that in a good number of our areas, the voter turnout still remains low. And therefore, this is our plea, because we still have maybe 7 hours before voting ends, that people from wherever they are able to come to our voting centers. The process is very smooth. There is no chaos or anything that you may consider unpleasant. And therefore, to come and vote and exercise their constitutional rights.
That is the latest updates from the county of Nakuru. We now cross over to Gatundu, where my colleague Beatrice Gatonye is on standby with the latest developments. Gatonye, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Irene Mchuma, from the studio. I'm coming to you live from Gatundu South, particularly Mutomo Primary School polling center, where the voting process is going on smoothly. We haven't as reported, or we haven't witnessed any incidences. The voters here are very calm and very patient because of the long queues that are being experienced at this polling center. Generally, Gatundu South, the polling centers were opened by 6 a.m. and the voting process started smoothly. We haven't heard of any incidences or security incidences or any election-related incidences here. Here at Mutumo Primary School, we have registered voters 2,154, and there are 4 streams here. And Mama Ngina Kenyatta, Her Excellency Mama Ngina Kenyatta, arrived at this place a few minutes before 9, and she voted from stream 3. After voting, she left. And President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is also a voter here, arrived here at around 10 a.m. and voted from stream 4, which is just behind me. He, according to the list pinned at the wall, President Uhuru Kenyatta is voter number 156. After casting his ballot, President Kenyatta expressed hope that these elections will be peaceful and said that he looks forward to a peaceful election. Later, former Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete arrived here with his team of observers and walked stream by stream, just observing how the election process is ongoing. And after that, he addressed the media and said that so far, so good from all the places that he has been able to visit and even observe the election. He says the election process is smooth, even as he called on the candidates to let the IEBC conduct this process and later on announce the winner, asking the candidates, those who will not make it to be the winner, to accept the results. And just to bring you to speed, I am here with DPO of polling station number 4. Karibu sana. How is the process going so far?
The process of voting is fairly. The turnout of the voters is fairly fine, and we are expecting more voters to be on the queue, and the voting process is peaceful.
According to your polling station, would you say half of the registered voters have already turned up?
Yes, half of my voters have turned out for the election.
I witnessed very old women and men walking in here, including the disabled. How were you able to handle them?
We had the voter assister. He had to fill the secrecy, oath of secrecy form that he will never disclose that information to anyone else.
So that means that they were helped?
Yeah, they were helped.
All right. And any concerns so far, security, any concerns that you would have as a DPO here?
No, everything is peaceful.
All right. Thank you very much. As you've heard from the DPO station number 4 here at Mutomo Primary School, everything is smooth. The process is ongoing very well. Voters are still streaming here, and according to her, that voter turnout is fairly good, as half of the people who have registered here have already turned up. We can only wait and see whether the 2,154 registered voters at Mutomo Primary School Tallying Center will show up by 5 p.m. before the center closes. I take you back to the studio. We'll be following on the happenings here later in the evening as the tallying starts, as the counting starts, and we'll be bringing you up to speed on every event or eventualities that will be coming up from here. Beatrice Gatonye here from Gatondo South, Mutomo Primary School Polling Center. Back to you, Irene Mchuma.
Thank you, Gatonye. Gatonye there from Mutomo Primary School, where President Uhuru Kenyatta, the First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, and Mama Ngina Kenyatta cast their votes early on in the day. Now, to a big one now, and also an interesting and encouraging piece, as more than 300 inmates in Naivasha Maximum Prison turned up to cast their votes, exercising their democratic right, and this was positively received, especially by their leaders in the area. And the pictures on your screen, were able to get them for you earlier on in the day, and it is a gesture that shows Kenyans exercising their democratic rights. Let's listen in to this interesting piece.
Who are supposed to vote for the president today. In prisons, they are only voting for presidential candidates.
Tumepata nafasi ya kuchagua kiongozi ambao tumepewa nafasi ya kujichagulia kiongozi ambao anaweza kuwa na msiko kwa Wakenya kwa ujumla.
Ile kura ingine tutakayopiga tuanzie mpaka hata kwa MCA mpaka huko juu. Tuwachague hizo viongozi wote. Kwa maana viongozi wote hao tukiwachagua tunaona ile kazi wanatutendea kazi mzuri.
Pewe nafasi ili tupata nafasi ya pili kuenda kutumika katika society ama katika jamii, kwa sababu hapa tumewekwa katika njia ya kurekebisha na wengi wamerekebika. Tunaomba serikali ambayo inayokuja itukumbuke.
Well, we also had a special group in Kikuyu which cast their votes earlier on in the day. These as voters turn up in numbers across the country to also witness this historic day, the 9th of August, when Kenyans are deciding on the leaders who will take them through the development progress in the country in the next 5 years. Let's listen in.
Unapenda watu wanataka wakuwe viongozi.
Nasikia vizuri. I feel at home, yani niko sawa.
Mipango imeendaje huko?
Mipango iko sawa, wanatuelekeza vizuri.
Nimefurahia but nilikuwa naogopa but sasa nimeona niko huru na kuvote, niko sawa tu.
Wengine tuko hapa, wengine wako HGM, wengine wako Mama Ngina, tuko wengi sana. Na wengine bado wako kwa njia wanakuja. Sasa venye tunaingia tunaona si ni watu tu kama kawaida kama sisi tu. Sasa tunaendelea.
Sijawahi lakini nafurahia kwa sababu leo niko hapa. Hata mimi nilikuwa tunaogopa, tunashindwa, tukienda tutafanywa nini, lakini tumefika tukaona mambo iko sawa. Hata sisi ni Wakenya, tuko kama Wakenya wengine. Kwa sababu hata ID zenyewe tumepata, tuko nazo. Ni wachache hawana, lakini hata nao wanaumwa, wako na uchungu kwa sababu nao wanasema hawafurahi wakiwa kwa manyumba, wangefurahi wakiwa hapa. Wako wenye hawana ID.
And that is the Shona community which was cast their votes earlier on in the day. Now we have seen several presidential candidates casting their votes this day, and earlier on Agano Party presidential aspirants Wahiga Mwaure has called on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to ensure a seamless voting process as the elections continue. Mwaure, who voted at 7 a.m. at the Upper Hill Secondary School in Kibra constituency, exuded confidence in clinching the country's top seats.
I expect to win. I expect Kenyans to vote for me. And I expect, and for me, I have dreams. I will come in with, a big broom and make Kenya great as it should be. That's my dream. If I lose, I will concede, and I will shake the hand if I'm near whoever will win. Yes, I will. Well, it's God who gives us leaders. He uses us to choose. So you're being there, you'll be fulfilling a divine mandate.
All right, the country has 22 million voters, and my colleague Nancy Okware currently is on standby in the county of Kajiado with the latest updates from that end. Nancy, good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon to you, Irene Muchuma. Indeed, we are still right here in Kajiado County. Right now, we are at Enka City Primary School. We've been conducting a number of sports checks in a number of polling stations just to see how the situation is like since the polls opened at 6 a.m. in the morning. The first stop, we went to Nonkopir Girls Secondary School. That is where there were so many people who had turned up to vote as early as 3 a.m. And after that, we went to Dr. Likimani, that primary school in Kitengela. We also witnessed so many people because it is one of the polling stations in this area of Kajiado East that has the highest number of registered voters. Right now, when we look at the situation right here at Enka City Primary School, what we can see is that the number of people who are coming to vote is actually going down. It is an indication that people came here very early in the morning, and most of them have managed to cast their ballot. It is an institution that is hosting around 8 polling stations, that is 8 streams, and we were told that out of the over 600 registered voters at this particular center, over 400 have already voted, meaning that we only have a few that are left. And of course, the polling center will remain open for the better part of the day until probably for the next 3 hours when the polls are set to close officially. And of course, the vote counting will start at the various polling stations before the numbers, or rather the votes are taken to the constituency tallying center for tabulation. So far, most of the gubernatorial candidates that are vying in this county have managed to cast their ballot. We witnessed David Nkedienye, who is vying under the Jubilee Party. Remember that he's also the former governor for Kajiado County. He voted at Kitengela Boarding Primary School, that is in Kajiado East, and also the incumbent governor, that is Joseph Olelenku, who is vying under the Orange Democratic Movement Party, cast his ballot in the morning at Lenkisim Primary School, that is in Kajiado. We have witnessed early in the morning the votes. 6:30 is when most of the polling stations in Kitengela East, that is in Nonkopir, were allowing members of the public to vote. There were some delays. We also had some incidences where a number of party agents were denied access to the various polling stations. Most of them had a number of issues. For instance, the presiding officers complained that they did not have the valid documents, probably letters from their various parties indicating that they are supposed to be representing them at those various polling stations. So from here we will be heading to Kajiado Central and conducting a number of sports checks in the various polling stations. And of course, later on in the evening, we will be witnessing the vote tallying all the way to the constituency and county level. But for now, it's back to you, Irene Muchuma, in studio.
Nancy Okware there from the county of Kajiado. Earlier on, we have seen several leaders who managed to cast their votes from various polling centers. This afternoon, we are also having Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja, who is vying for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, but the pictures on your screen are coming to you live from Kirinyaga. These are pictures that we earlier had for you when early morning hours we had leaders casting their votes. This is an area where we are having Anne Waiguru, who is defending her seat in the gubernatorial position. We are also having a number of other candidates who are intending to clinch the gubernatorial seat on this August day in the month of August 2022. And now to other matters. Earlier on, as I mentioned earlier, we know that a number of leaders have been ensuring they cast their votes before the 5 p.m. deadline. Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja, who is vying for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, has poked holes into the voting exercise, citing confusion in some of the polling stations and wrongly marked ballot papers. Sakaja, who voted at St. George's Primary School in Dagoretti North at around 11 a.m., called on the IEBC to tighten the loose ends being experienced and deliver a free, fair election.
What I've seen, because I have agents in all the stations, I have 3,641 agents across the city. We've been getting reports that in the morning, some of them were not allowed. Some of them were being asked for requirements that are different, and I've spoken to the county returning officer because UDA as a party is not fielding agents. It's us, the candidates, who have agents. So some are being asked for a letter from UDA, yet they should have a letter from me. The oath of secrecy, which we have stamped, they are saying that it should be stamped by IEBC, yet it's not IEBC, it's a commission of oaths. So there's just need for clarity and the same standard to apply in all the polling stations. There are certain areas where KIMS kits are not working, like in Westlands, Farasi Lane. There's one ballot box in Toi Primary that had a cover of Kitengela Primary. A lot of that information should be available before people line up. Before I voted, you saw there was an old man who had been here for a while. I'm hopeful that we are going to win. And we say, Inshallah, God willing, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. First, we'd like to urge all of those who experienced undue delays in whichever stations to please go back. All the stations are now voting. It's moving on very efficiently.
All right, we are getting you back to Kirinyaga, where the region's gubernatorial candidate Anne Waiguru is currently addressing members of the press. Let's listen in.
I think, as you can see, there's a huge turnout here in Kiamugumo Primary School in Gariama, Geshogo. This is my home, and we are very hopeful about the direction that the vote will take. It was a bit quiet in the morning. For those of you who are here, you know it was very cold. We are very close to the mountain.
Interior Ministry Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i cast his vote at the Manga PAG Girls High School polling center in Borabu constituency early today. Addressing the media after casting his ballot, the CS said security personnel continue to give their support in the election to ensure that Kenyans conduct elections in a peaceful environment. Matiang'i said his office continues to receive security briefs from across the country.
My account commissioner is here. We just, as long as people are queuing the way they are queuing here and carrying on with the activities, we are fine. We are present in this polling station, as you can see, because we are keeping law and order. And if there is anything, we will act only on the basis of what IBC tells us to do. So it had nothing to do with the security. So I don't want to comment about IBC matters. I mean, I have no role in it, and I have no powers under the law to comment on, electoral administration. That is really the province of IBC. But I have been told by the regional commissioner for North-Eastern that they have resolved the matter, because all of us through the night, both the Inspector General, myself, and our regional security team, we said, let IBC guide us and give us a decision to enforce, and we will enforce that decision. Because once IBC decides this is Mary who's going to be in charge of this, escort Mary to that particular place to preside over. That is exactly what we do. We escort Mary, but we are not the ones who are going to appoint Mary or John or Andrew. That's IBC. We are all on the alert, and all the security agencies are on duty. And then we'll ensure that every Kenyan votes. No one is going to have a problem accessing their polling station. No one is going to have a problem, going out to do what they want to do as far as this democratic process is concerned. That's all I can say at the moment.
And from Kese, let's have a feel of what is happening in Homa Bay, where we have heard of voters turning up this morning to cast their votes. My colleague Edward Kabasa is on standby. Kabasa, what do you have for us?
Has been going on for close to 6.5 hours, and all over the county there have been issues which have been identified, things to do with the KIMS kit. There has been complaints by a number of aspirants that their supporters, especially the elderly, are unable to cast their ballot in time despite them arriving at the polling centers early enough. The identification through fingerprint has not been easy for quite a number of the elderly, but IEBC through their POs and all other officials who have been given this mandate, they are saying that it is possible to identify those who have challenges to do with the fingerprints. There is a photo requirement, but it has to correspond or match up to the manual voter register, which of course is used on a need basis. This is Karachuonyo constituency, the western side, Karachuonyo North Ward, and I'm going to be speaking to a number of voters and residents here who have been, some of them have voted, some of them are yet to vote, but we'll get to hear what they have to say. Karibu, what is your name, sir?
Mr. Omulo Duncan.
So by Mr. you are a teacher?
Yes, I am a teacher.
I will hold it for you. So, what is your assessment of the process, and is it fast enough? Because there were complaints about the slow pace.
I came here around 3 hours ago, and so far I've cast my vote. I want to say the process is okay. It is peaceful. The people of North Karachuonyo are very happy, and they are casting their vote in the right way. Yes, sir.
So what is your expectation? Of course, when you're voting, you have a goal. There's a set of leaders that you're voting for. What do you expect from these leaders?
Okay, each and every one of us has a preferred candidate. And up to this moment, I don't want to preempt. I don't want to talk about a specific aspirant, but I want to say that I'm going to win as far as those I selected.
All right.
Yes.
So you are a teacher by profession. We know that county governments are in charge of the early childhood education program. What do you think is needed to be done in this county, especially to improve ECD?
Okay, anything regarding education should be centralized. It should not be done at the county level. And that is why you have seen it is not working out well. So I want to propose to the coming government to allow the ECD sector to be taken back to the national government and not the county government.
All right. We have another one here. What is your name, sir? Simama Tuapa, what is your name?
My name is Jared Odera.
What do you do?
I'm a teacher by profession.
All right. So what is your assessment of the process? Have you voted, and what have you noticed about the voting process?
I came here at around 10:30 in the morning. Up to now, I've not voted. Okay, the process is, I can say it is slow. It's not all that faster. But I think with time, everything will be okay. Oh, okay, we are here, quite a number of people, They are coming, but the most of the time, the time is given to the elderly. The opportunity is given to the elderly. So the youths are still just around, waiting for their turn. Yes.
All right. All right. Now, I'll speak to young people. Of course, we know that the country has a huge population of young Kenyans below 35 or probably slightly above 35. And tuna switch kwa Kiswahili ama tuongee Kizungu?
Kizungu.
Oh, so what is your name?
Okay, I'm called Uma David Odhiambo.
What do you do?
Okay, I'm a graduate of engineering, diploma in electrical and electronics. Power.
Have you voted?
No, I've not voted because I'm giving the elderly the first priority to vote is when we can vote as youths.
But that is an excuse that youth are using, and then they disappear when the sun goes down.
Actually, we don't disappear. We came to vote because we were doing our personal right in terms of democracy. So we came to vote, and that's our option.
The election campaign was centered around the youth, that vijana this, vijana that. As a youth, do you think that the message that was spoken by the presidential candidates or the gubernatorial candidates, did the message sink?
Yes, the message sank because we were expecting some changes to put across in the new government that is coming. So that's why we came to practice our personal right as youth, so that in the expectation of the incoming government, we can salute to every moment that they talk to us.
All right. Yes. Aya, uwes, nani tena aya. Najua unaitwa Kaviki, lakini lakini Wakenya wanataka kujua kwa majina yako ya serikali ni?
Naitwa Migai Victor, ndio jina langu la kiserikali.
To kazi yako ni?
Mi ni peace and farmer.
So, umepiga kura kwanza?
Nimepiga kura.
Na ni nini unatarajia kwa serikali ambayo inakuja ya county na serikali kuu?
Chenye natarajia kwa serikali ambayo inakuja ni serikali ambayo itazingatia nguvu zake kwa vitu vya vijana. Unaelewa, kama kuna wasanii like me, I say I'm a peasant farmer, but I also mix with arts. Sasa ningependa hiyo serikali yenye itakuja mpya itakuwa inazingatia mavijana, isiwe kama ile serikali yenye tumwaiona inatumia mavijana na mwishowe inakuja kusema eti mavijana hawako fiti. You see, ati wazee ndio wako tu fiti all the time. See the way they run things, wanataka tu uzuri kwa wazee na kwa mavijana ni wakuwe tu baadaye, yani watu wakufanyia tu kazi, lakini mema yanakujia wale wazee. For example, ukiona watu wakilipwa ni wazee ndio wanalipwa. Kama ni kazi ya kuvolunteer ni mavijana. Wazee wa volunteer, lakini vijana wa volunteer. Ikifika ni mali ya kukula, wazee wanakula, vijana wanakuwa na mabakio. That is what we don't want. Tunataka ile serikali ambayo itazingatia kila mtu, so tukuwe na umoja. Hata hatutaki kusikia hii maneno ya ati people with disabilities. You know, it is something that they put in our mind, but actually people have abilities. Their abilities are what we should be looking for. Ndio sababu tunataka hiyo umoja. Ndio umeona tumetokelezea, tuna vote sote pamoja.
Okay, thank you. The voting will close in a couple of hours, and thereafter the counting and tallying of results will begin. The tallying center for this constituency is at the Gendia High School, but the county tallying center is at the Tom Mboya University in Homa Bay town. The voters have been lining up since morning. Others have cast their vote. There are others who are feeling that the process is not fast enough, especially the elderly whose fingerprints and biometrics are unable to be detected by the systems. But IEBC, through the officers here, they have indicated that those whose fingerprints are unable to be detected by the KIMS kit are able to have their photos taken and their identity verified by the manual voter register.
Thank you, Kobasa. From your report, it's evident that quite a number of teachers have turned up for the exercise. Well, this marks the end of the launch team news. Remember, the country has 22,102,532 registered voters. These are voters who are expected to turn to various polling stations to cast their votes before the 5 p.m. deadline. But for more details on that and more engagement on political matters on this voting day, the 9th day in the month of August 2022, I now hand you over to my colleagues, Harith Salim and Kamche Menza, who will take you through the afternoon session. My name is Irene Mchuma Udem on Sign Language Interpretation. We have Susan Thuku on behalf of the entire team. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon.
You have conducted yourself in a very peaceful manner by casting your vote. That was the civic responsibility that was expected out of you. So here's the thing. Keep the peace as you forge ahead and build a beautiful nation, not only for yourself, but even for your kids and your children's children. As you prepare to cast your vote in this election, I want you to remember one thing. Just come a bit closer. That's right. That inside each one of you lies the power not only to transform your destiny by casting your vote, but you also have the power to transform the character of this election. Make it peaceful. Cast your vote and go back to your neighbor, go back to your tenant, go back to your clients, and ensure that the Republic of Kenya, this beautiful nation, is the one that wins. My name is Tom Boya.
Uchaguzi utakuja na utakwenda. Rafiki atasalia kuwa rafiki yako na jirani atasalia kuwa jirani yako. Usikubali tukio la siku moja liharibu uhusiano huo. Kumbuka, Kenya ni kubwa na ina thamani kushinda mwanasiasa yoyote. Chagua amani.
Kupiga kura ni haki ya kila mmoja, lakini amani na utulivu baada ya shughuli zima ni muhimu zaidi.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Hello? We've got to take some time off and laugh, and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi wala mahaba, mtoto mbaya sana huyu.
What did you just say? Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you're saying that yeah.
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi.
What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
It is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Enda kabisa kama uelewi kitu inafaa uelewe.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
Naam, mtazamaji, saa 8 na takriban dakika 30 hivi zimepita tangu Wakenya walipojitosa katika kutekeleza wajibu wao wa kidemokrasia pale debeni. Mtazamaji, shughuli iliyoanza tangu saa 12 asubuhi ikiwa ni Wakenya zaidi ya milioni 22.1 ambao hii leo basi watakuwa pale debeni, na ni shughuli ambayo imeanza tangu asubuhi na mapema. Umekuwa na wenzetu kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ambao wamekujuza kila hatua kuanzia mida hiyo hadi sasa. Na sisi kikosi cha Kiswahili sasa sipo peke yangu, ninaye mwenzangu Harith Salim ambaye tutakuchukua moja kwa moja kutoka hatua moja hadi nyingine kukueleza ni vipi mambo yanavyokwenda. Karibu Harith.
Asante. Ndio kama hivyo tena, shughuli imeanza na tumekuwa tukifuatilia tangu asubuhi mpaka sasa. Yapo mengi tu yametokea siku hii ya leo, lakini shughuli kwa ujumla wake ni kwamba shughuli inaendelea kama ilivyopangwa. Kwa hiyo tunatarajia kwa mambo yatakwenda vyema, na dosari za hapa na pale IBC imejitokeza na kuzungumzia, na bila shaka watakuwa wanazitatua jinsi shughuli inavyoendelea.
Na mtazamaji, sasa karibu, hii ni Kenya Yaamua. Tutakuwa tunaungana na wenzetu wanahabari wenza kutujuza ambao wako katika maeneo mbalimbali. Watakuwa natujuza ni yapi ambayo yamefanyika, lakini kwa sasa tufululize kutoka hapa studioni, tufululize hadi kaunti ya Kilifi ambapo mwanahabari mwenza wetu Juni Karisa hapo tayari kutujuza kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa. Je, ni yapi yaliyotukia, na je Wakenya wamejitokeza kwa kiwango gani kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa kupiga kura? Juni, kwako.
Naam, Kamche, na kuja moja kwa moja kutoka Tezo ambayo ni eneo bunge la Kilifi North. Hii katika kaunti ya Kilifi tumekita kambi kuanzia saa 12 asubuhi. Tulikuwa maeneo ya Malindi, eneo bunge hilo, kisha ambapo mbunge huyo wa Malindi Aisha Jumwa alikuwa anatumbukiza kura yake katika shule ya Kakuyuni Boys Secondary School mida ya asubuhi. Alikuwa mpigaji kura wa kwanza katika kituo hicho, na akasema kwamba bado hajapata mshikilio yote wa wale ambao wafuasi wake pia hawajamlalamikia kitu chochote kuhusiana na zoezi zima. Baada ya Kakuyuni tukafululiza moja kwa moja hadi eneo bunge la Kilifi North, eneo la Dabasu ambaye anayewania kiti cha ugavana na chama cha ODM Gideon Mung'aro alikuwa pia yeye anatumbukiza kura yake, na pale tulimuuliza pia yeye mawili matatu, na akaweza kutueleza kwamba zoezi zima katika mahali yuko ama wafuasi wake hawajamlalamikia chochote, ila tu swala ambalo liliweza kukubaliana na wagombeaji hawa wawili ni kuwa wafuasi wao wawe na amani wanapoelekea katika kituo. Baada ya tulipomaliza pale kituoni Dabasu, tukafululiza moja kwa moja hadi eneo bunge la Ganze ambapo anayewania na chama cha PA mgombeaji wa gavana George Kithi pia alikuwa pale anatumbukiza kura yake. Pale George aliweza kutueleza mawili matatu, akawa na lalama za kuhusu kuhonga kura, na aliweza kutaja mawili matatu ambazo sisi kama KBC hatuwezi kuidhinisha, lakini tutaweza kufuatilia na idara ya polisi kuona kwamba madai hayo ya George Kithi kama ni ya kweli. Anasema kwamba kuna wagombea ambao wanatoa hongo hapa na pale, lakini madai hayo hatujayadhibiti kwa sasa. Na pia yeye aliwahimiza wafuasi wake kwamba waweze kupiga kura na amani na waweze kujitokeza. Ili tukiangalia tu mtazamo wote katika kaunti hii ya Kilifi ni kuwa wenzangu wameweza kukita kambi maeneo tofauti katika maeneo bunge 7 hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi, na zoezi linaendelea lakini lingali linajivuta. Hapo asubuhi kulikuwa na shida tu za kimskit, teknolojia kidogo ilileta hitilafu, lakini hilo halikuzuia zoezi kufanyika. Wale wanaosimamia shughuli hiyo waliwaeleza wale wanaosubiri kupiga kura kwamba masaa ambayo yameweza kuharibika hapa asubuhi yataweza kuweza kufanyika, kituo hakitaweza kufungwa saa 11 bali yale masaa yataweza kuweza kuongezewa ili wale wapigaji kura ambao walichelewa waweze kuongeza. Na ni hali ambayo ni taswira ilipo katika gatuzi nzima ya Kilifi. Kitu ambacho kinaleta utata ni kuwa watu hawajajitokeza kwa wingi. Asubuhi kulikuwa na mvuta kati ya wanaosimamia kura na wanaoenda kupiga kura, kwa sababu wengine hawaoni majina yao kwenye sajili na hawaoni iliyobandikwa kwenye madarasa, na walikuwa na maswali kadha wa kadha, lakini hii haikuweza kuwavunja moyo wengine. Wengine waliona wacha warudi nyumbani kisha baadaye wataweza kurudi. Kama unavyoona nyuma yangu, foleni bado zipo chache. Tangu asubuhi tumeweza kudadisi kuwa bado watu hawajajitokeza ukilinganisha na maeneo kadha katika nchi hii. Kwa hivyo tu ni himizo tu kwa wakazi wa gatuzi la Kilifi waweze kujitokeza ili waweze kupiga kura yao, manake kura yao ni haki yao. Gatuzi hili lina kura zaidi ya 580 kati ya maeneo bunge 7, na kila kura ina umuhimu ili kuona kwamba viongozi wameweza kuchaguliwa ambao uongozi huu utakuwa wa miaka 5 ijayo. Kwa hivyo tu ni kuhimiza wale ambao wanaishi katika gatuzi la Kilifi waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi ili tuone kwamba foleni bado mistari inaweza kuongezeka na watu endelee kupiga. Watu watu wamekaa nyumbani wakisema kwamba bado kuna mukshikili wa teknolojia, lakini ni kuwahakikishia kuwa shida kama hizo zimeweza kutiliwa msasa, na kwa sasa zoezi linaendelea. Kwa hivyo yule aliyeko nyumbani aweze kufika kituoni mara moja, lakini kwa sasa sisi bado tunapekua hii gatuzi nzima ama kaunti nzima ya Kilifi. Wenzangu Hibaku yuko Magarini, Nesi yuko katika eneo la Rabai, Asha yuko katika eneo la Kilifi South, na hapa Caroline Jilani yuko katika eneo bunge la Kilifi North. Wote wananihakikishia kwamba hali iko shwari. Hakuna visa vyovyote vya usalama vimeweza kuripotiwa katika maeneo katika kaunti hii ya Kilifi. Bado hatujapata malalamishi kutoka idara ya usalama, kumaanisha kwamba zoezi hili linaendelea bila vurugu yoyote, na kama kuna visa bado hazijatufikia katika meza yetu ya habari. Kwa hivyo Harith na Kamche, mimi langu ni hilo. Nipo katika kituo cha Tezo tu ambapo tulikuwa na seneta anayewania kiti cha useneti kupitia tikiti ya PA, ambaye pia jina lake bado halijaonekana pale kwenye sajili. Tumeweza kuongea na anayesimamia kura ama zoezi zima la kura hapa katika kaunti ya Kilifi, ambaye ni Hussein Gure, na amemhakikishia kwamba wanatatua shida hiyo ili kuona kwamba pia yeye ameweza kupiga kura. Hichi ni kituo chake, kituo kinaitwa Bahari Primary School ambacho kiko eneo la Tezo katika eneo bunge la Kilifi North. Kwa hivyo yeye bado hajapata kupiga kura tangia asubuhi. Majina yake hayapatikani mle ndani, na kwa hivyo ameweza kumuuliza anayesimamia kituo hichi katika kaunti ya Kilifi ili kupata taswira kamili ni kipi kinachoendelea kulingana na kura yake. Kwa hivyo Kamche na Harith, kama nilivyosema awali, tunazunguka na tuko macho pamoja na wenzangu ili kukujuza mengi yanayoendelea hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi. Tutakuwa pale Pwani University kuanzia mida ya saa 12, ambapo tutaona matokeo yatakuwa yanapeperushwa moja kwa moja ili kukupatia taswira kamili katika maeneo bunge yote, ni nani ameweza kuibuka mshindi na ni nani ameweza kuleta shida na malalamishi gani yameweza kufika katika meza ya anayesimamia zoezi la uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Atueleze, je, kutakuwa na kipi kitaweza kusaidika ama watu waweze kukubali yale matokeo ambayo yameweza kupeperushwa pale katika shule ya Pwani University katika mtaa wa Kilifi. Kwa hivyo Harith na Kamche, na kurudisha kwako, mimi naelekea katika maeneo Kilifi South kuendelea kupekua nione kama bado hali iko sawa ama kuna tashwishi yoyote, lakini tutakuhakikishia kuwa tutakujuza kadri yanavyochipuka. Na kurudisha kwa Harith na Kamche.
Asante sana Junei Karisa kutoka kaunti ya Kilifi. Bila shaka unakokwenda pia tutakufuata utuelezee ni yapi ambayo yanajiri katika eneo hilo, lakini kimsingi ni kwamba shughuli kama alivyoeleza mwanahabari wetu Junei Karisa ni kwamba inaendelea vyema katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Kumbuka Kilifi ni moja kati ya kaunti zilizopo pwani ambazo zinatupiwa jicho sana kutokana na ushindani uliopo. Unakumbuka kwamba Kilifi ilikuwa mojawapo ya ngome ya Raila Odinga kipindi kile, lakini hivi sasa kuna kulitokea mivutano na wengine wakatengana. Sasa hivi wanaogombea ugavana ambao kila mtu anahakikisha kwamba atawapeleka wafuasi upande wake ni Aisha Jumwa wa chama cha UDA pamoja na George Kithi ambaye anapigania wadhifa huu wa ugavana hivi kwa sasa ili kumrithi Mason King kupitia chama cha PA, na vile vile yupo Mungaro ambaye anatumia chama cha ODM ndani ya Azimio la Umoja One Kenya kugombea wadhifa wa ugavana katika eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo mengi tutakuwa tunakujuza katika kaunti hiyo ya Kilifi ambayo ni kaunti iliyo na maeneo bunge kama vile Kaloleni na Rabai, Ganze na vile vile Malindi. Kwa hiyo ni maeneo bila shaka ambayo yanawapigia kura yote zaidi ya 100,000. Kwa hiyo Kamche, nafikiri kuna ushindani mkubwa hapa Kilifi. Ni jambo ambalo bila shaka kila upande ambao unataka kupata kura nyingi wanataka wafuasi wao jitokeze kwa wingi kuhakikisha kwamba, kwa sababu mvutano mkubwa uliopo hivi sasa ni katika wagombea hawa watatu.
Ni katika wagombea hawa watatu, lakini cha msingi tunashukuru kwamba Junei alivyotujuza ni kwamba anasema hakuja kuwa na visa vyovyote vya ukosefu wa usalama katika kaunti ile. Anasema amezunguka huku na kule akakwenda akaona kwamba hakuna visa vyovyote vilivyoripotiwa, na imani kwamba wamekuwa wakizungumza kwa karibu sana na maafisa wa usalama vile vile. Pia amesema kwamba japo zoezi ni la kujivuta, lakini vile vile linasonga. Idadi ya wapiga kura sio wengi waliofika, pengine tofauti na pengine ilivyotarajiwa ama tofauti na miaka ya nyuma.
Bila shaka unajua mabadiliko lazima, na pia uwezi kujua pia hali ya hewa imekuwa hairuhusu kwa baadhi ya watu, kwa hiyo unakuta watu wanajivuta kutoka nyumbani nyakati za asubuhi. Lakini mbali na hayo, katika maeneo tofauti mpaka wale wazee wamejitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba wanapiga kura zao kuwachagua wale ambao wanawataka wawakilishi katika nyadhifa mbalimbali katika maeneo tofauti. Na picha ambazo tunaziona hivi sasa ni za hapo awali, baadhi ya wazee ambao walijitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba wanamaliza shughuli mapema ipasavyo, na kama tulivyosikia katika maeneo mengine ikiwemo Homa Bay alipo mwenzetu Edward Kabasa amesema vijana wamejitokeza, lakini wameamua kutoa fursa kwa wazee wapige kura kwanza ili waende wakapumzike, kisha wao vijana ambao bado wana nguvu zao waendelee kupambana na shughuli hiyo mpaka vituo vitakapofungwa. Lakini picha hizo unazoziona sasa hivi ni za awali katika baadhi ya vituo vya kupigia kura humo nchini, ambapo baadhi ya wazee wamepewa fursa za mwanzo kuhakikisha kwamba wanamaliza shughuli hii bila matatizo, hususan ikizingatiwa wazee unajua tena hali zao, lazima wamalize shughuli, wasiwekwe sana ili wapate kupumzika na shughuli iendelee kama ilivyopangwa. Kamche.
Naam, Harith, umenikumbusha kitu kimoja. Namwona mwanahabari wetu Yusuf Farah aliyeko Wajir Kusini yupo tayari kutujuza aliyotokea kule, lakini kugusia kidogo tu kuhusu vile vijana walivyotoa nafasi kwa wazee waweze kwenda kupiga kura. Watu wamekomaa, ni kama nafahamu kwamba inaonyesha kwamba watu wamekomaa, vijana wamekomaa, wametoa nafasi kwa wazee angalau kwenda kupiga kura, kisha wao watakuja kupiga kura baadaye. Naam, Farah, iwapo unatusikia, Wajir Kusini kukoje? Takriban saa 9 sasa zimekwisha tangu vituo vilipofunguliwa. Sijui kama kumekuwa na masuala yoyote, unaweza kutujuza watu wamejitokeza na ni yapi ambayo yanafanyika kwa sasa?
Naam, anawapata mubashara kutoka katika gatuzi la Wajir, hususan eneo bunge la Wajir South, na sasa tumekita kambi katika kituo cha kujumulisha zile kura za eneo bunge la Wajir South, haswa hapa katika shule ya sekondari ya Senior Ogle Chief Girls Secondary School. Na hapa kura zilianza kupigwa mwendo wa saa 12:45, na hii ni kwa sababu kulikuwa na hitilafu ya kimitambo kidogo. Zile vitu vya kupigia kura vilikuwa havijafika, vileweza kuletwa leo asubuhi. Kwa hivyo ile kujipanga ilikuwa bado, maafisa wa tume IBC walikuwa bado hawajaweza kujipanga muro. Lakini baada ya kura kuanza kupigwa mwendo wa saa 12:45, zoezi hilo liliweza kuendelea muro. Hakukuwa na tashwishi yoyote, hakujatokea itilafu yoyote baada ya hapo. Na baada ya pale tuliweza kuelekea katika shule zingine mbili, Habaswein shule ya upili Habaswein ya shule ya upili sekondari kunradhi ya Habaswein, na shule ya Habaswein Primary, ambapo ina vituo viwili vya kupiga kura. Kuna station 1 na station 2, na pale tuliweza kuzungumza na yule msimamizi wa kituo cha kupiga kura ambaye anaitwa Lewis Gitonga, na akatueleza kwamba kwao waliweza kuanza kupiga kura kwa saa mwafaka, hakukuwa na issue yoyote. Lakini baada ya kupiga kura aliweza kueleza wale ambao walijitokeza kupiga kura wamalize na wapate kuondoka, waelekee manyumbani ili waweze kusubiri matokeo. Hapa hapajakuwa na hitilafu yoyote, hapajatokea vurugu lolote, ila hapa vile nilirejea katika shule hii ya upili ambapo ndio kituo kikuu cha kujumulisha kura za eneo bunge la Wajir South, kuna kijana mmoja ambaye aliweza kushikwa na polisi kwa sababu aliweza kuchukua kadi ambayo si yake na kujiingiza hapa ndani katika ofisi hizi. Kwa hiyo baada ya hapo aliweza kuchukuliwa na kapelekwa ndani. Kwa hivyo tunasubiria yule msimamizi wa kura hapa katika eneo hili aweze kutueleza ni kipi kinachoendelea. Lakini kwa sasa ni kwamba eneo la mambo ya zoezi la kupiga kura hapa liko karibu kukamilika. Watu wamejitokeza, wamepiga kura na bado wanaendelea kupiga kura. Kwako studioni.
Naam, asante sana. Umemsikia Farah amesema kwamba ni tukio tu moja ambalo bila shaka limetokea katika eneo hilo kwa kijana kujaribu kujiingiza katika kutumia hila ambazo haziruhusiwi katika sheria, na bila shaka amechukuliwa hatua zilizofaa. Kumbuka Wajir ni county ambayo ina maeneo bunge kama vile Eldas, Tarbaj, Wajir Kaskazini, Wajir Mashariki, Magharibi na vile vile Kusini ndiko aliko Farah, ambaye bila shaka atakuwa anatujuza mengi. Kwa kimsingi amesema kwamba ni yote yamekuwa yakitokea katika eneo la Wajir, na bila shaka mpaka sasa mambo ni shwari. Lakini mbali na hayo kuna maeneo mengine ambayo tunatarajia kupata taarifa zaidi, hususan katika eneo la Tana River County.
Kwa sasa kama unavyoona mtazamaji, hizi ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Tana River ambapo wapiga kura ama shughuli nzima ya kupiga kura inaendelea. Naona hapa kuna kiongozi ambaye anazungumza, sijui tumsikize Dado Godana ambaye ni gavana wa kaunti hiyo.
About 10 minutes ago, I just took around 4 minutes to clear the whole process of voting for all the candidates, and I hope that the election will go smooth all through. As I've seen, I have also gotten reports from the other places that the voting is going on as normal. There are no issues that are coming up.
Ini naona inaenda very slow, inaenda pole sana. Manake watu ni wengi na watu wako na shughuli, lakini process inaenda pole sana, because unachukua almost 25 minutes kwenda ukafike paka uingie kwa uchaguzi.
Hayo ni maelezo mafupi tu kutoka kaunti ya Tana River. Huyo ni gavana wa kaunti ya Tana River, Dado Godana, ambaye pia naye alifika hapo awali kwenda kupiga kura. Na ni kaunti ambayo ina idadi ya watu zaidi ya 315,000.
Bila shaka na katika eneo hilo maeneo bunge ni matatu, kuna Garsen, Galole na Bura. Na bila shaka bali na kuwa ni maeneo bunge matatu, lakini kura za upande ule pia watu ni wengi kiasi kwamba hii mirengo yote inahakikisha kwamba angalau wanapata ufuasi mkubwa katika eneo lile.
Kweli kabisa. Kufikia sasa IBC ilikuwa imetoa ripoti hapo awali, kwa imesema kwamba zaidi ya kura milioni 6 tayari zimeshapigwa kwa sasa kuanzia asubuhi hadi kufikia sasa. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tunafuatilia kujua kufikia sasa itakuwa wameongezeka ama wamepungua, lakini ama wamefikia wapi pengine kufikia sasa. Lakini kumbuka kaunti ni 47 na wapiga kura ni zaidi ya milioni 22, 120,485 katika maeneo bunge 290. Nafasi zinazowaniwa ama nafasi zitakazokuwa zinajazwa ni 1,882. Kwa hivyo katika hii pilika hii yote, na wakina waliojitokeza kila mtu akiwa anatafuta hiyo nafasi ni 16,100. Kwa hivyo hao wote wamejitokeza wakitafuta kujaza nafasi 1,882.
Na mnakumbuka jana tulipokuwa tukizungumza na wageni wetu, ikasemekana kwamba ndio Wakenya milioni 22.1 wamejisajili kupiga kura, lakini tatizo sio kujisajili, tatizo ni kujitokeza siku ya shughuli yenyewe ambayo ni siku hii. Lakini kwa mujibu wa IBC wanasema mpaka sasa kidogo, tangu asubuhi mpaka dhuhuri bado watu walikuwa wanajivutavuta. Kwa hiyo wanategemea labda kuanzia saa 8 kwenda mbele labda watu watajitokeza mpaka vituo vitakavyofungwa. Na kumbuka kuna baadhi ya vituo pia kumekuwa na itilafu za kimitambo. Kwa mfano mitambo ya Kimskit imekuwa na matatizo kujaribu yani imekuwa na shida kuweza kuwatambulisha wale ambao au kuwatambua wale ambao walikuwa wamejisajili kama wapiga kura. Kwa hiyo iwapo shughuli hiyo itaendelea kuchelewa, basi na maana pia shughuli ya kupiga kura itaongezewa muda. Kwa hivyo vituo vitafungwa sio saa 11 bali vingine vinaweza kufungwa saa 12, vingine vikafungwa mpaka saa 1 kulingana na wakati ambao shughuli za kupiga kura zilipoanza na katika vituo hivyo kamti.
Na huo ni mwelekeo ambao ulitolewa jana na IBC wenyewe wakisema kwamba huenda kukawa na hizo hitilafu za hapa na pale. Kwa hivyo vile vituo ambavyo vitapatikana na hitilafu kama hizo, basi watu wasitie shaka kusema kwamba muda umefika na tumefungiwa nje na tumeanza kuchelewa. Hapana, watu watapewa ruhusa ya kuweza kupiga. Na hitilafu hiyo imemkumba pia mgombea kiti cha urais wa chama cha Roots Party Professor George Wajakoya hapo awali, akisema kwamba alifika kule lakini hakuweza kuweza kutimiza ama kutekeleza wajibu wake wa kidemokrasia kuweza kuwekele kura, manake kulikuwa na hizo hitilafu za kimskit. Lakini tuna imani ya kwamba wale maofisa wa IBC walioko pale basi wataweza kutatua hilo na kuwapatia Wakenya ambao wamechelewa kupiga kura waweze kupiga kura. Naibu Rais William Ruto alipiga kura yake mapema awali hii leo katika shule ya msingi ya Kosachei eneo la Sugoi katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Vile vile pia tumemwona Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ndiye anamaliza hatamu yake sasa baada ya miaka 10 mamlakani, amepiga kura yake katika shule ya msingi ya Mutomo, ambapo wanahabari wetu wapo huko wamekuwa wakitujuza kuanzia asubuhi. Tutakuwa tunakwenda kwao baadaye watueleze ni yapi yanayoendelea. Vile vile pia mpeperusha bendera wa muungano wa Azimio Raila Odinga na mkewe pia walikuwa katika eneo bunge la Kibra asubuhi pia wakaweza kupiga. Sasa mtazamaji, mimi sijui kama wewe umeshajitokeza kwenda kupiga kura ama unangoja, manake wengi tunaweza sema hii idadi ndogo ya waliojitokeza kwenda kupiga kura Harith inaweza kuwa ni watu wanasubiri mida ya jioni, ama kunaweza kuwa ni nini? Manake mida ya asubuhi kwa kawaida tumekuwa tukiona watu wakijitokeza kwa wingi kwenda kupiga kura, lakini mwaka huu mambo ni kama ni tofauti kidogo.
Na ndio kama hivyo, unaona picha za awali hizo za rais anayeondoka, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye alipiga kura yake. Kama alivyosema kwamba kura yake ana uhuru wa kumchagua.
Na kura yake ni moja.
Kwa hiyo moja ndio hiyo, amekwenda kupiga kura yake hii leo asubuhi. Unaona kwa karibu mkewe akiwa nyuma yake pamoja na baadhi ya maafisa wengine wa serikali kuhakikisha kwamba jukumu hili linatekelezwa mapema ipasavyo, ili Wakenya wengine pia waweze kuendelea na shughuli kama hiyo, kuonyesha umuhimu. Wanasema kwamba viongozi wanaongoza kwa kielelezo. Kwa hiyo ni kuonyesha umuhimu wa kupiga kura na kumchagua kiongozi ambaye wewe unamtaka awe miongoni mwa wale ambao watakuwa wanalipeleka taifa hili mbele. Na viongozi wote, pande zote, mirengo yote imekuwa ikisisitiza kwamba kwa wafuasi wao wawe makini katika kuwachagua viongozi ambao wana imani nao kwamba wataleta mabadiliko wanayotaka katika uendeshaji wa serikali, na vile vile katika kuamua uchumi ambao umekuwa na matatizo ya hapa na pale. Lakini ndio kama hivyo, kila mtu ana haki ya kupiga kura anakotaka, anavyotaka na anayemtaka. Picha hizi ni za awali ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameshiriki shughuli ya upigaji kura na kuhakikisha kwamba kura yake itahesabika katika uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022. Na mbali na haya ambayo yametokea asubuhi, kumbuka kuna baadhi ya maeneo hayapigi kura ya ugavana na vile vile ya ubunge. Kumbuka jana tume ya ABC ilisema kwamba baadhi ya maeneo itabidi kuahirishwa kwa shughuli ya upigaji kura kutokana na dosari zilizotokea za picha na majina ya wahusika ama picha na majina ya wagombea. Picha inawekwa ya mgombea ambaye si katika vile vijisanduku vya kupigia kura. Kwa hiyo baadhi ya maeneo ambayo kura hazitashirikishwa leo, hususan kura za ugavana, ni maeneo ya Kakamega na vile vile Mombasa, ambapo baadhi ya wale waliokuwa na wania nyadhifa za ugavana wamelalamika sana kwa nini shughuli hii imeahirishwa. Lakini tume ya uchaguzi imesema lazima, iwapo kuna dosari, lazima shughuli iahirishwe ili kura ikipigwa tujue kwamba kinafanyika kwa njia barabara. Na maeneo mengine ni kama vile Kacheliba ambapo kura za ubunge pia zimeahirishwa, na vile vile Pokot Kusini kura zimeahirishwa za ubunge. Lakini nyadhifa nyingine 5 kura zitakuwa zinaendelea kama kawaida. Lakini changamoto kama tulivyokuwa tunazungumza jana Kamche ni kujitokeza kwa watu katika maeneo haya baada ya watu kushughulika hii leo. Manake wao watakuwa wametengewa siku yao tofauti. Nakumbuka mchambuzi wa masuala ya siasa hapa alikuwa anasema manake saizi watu washajitokeza, kama ni ile siku ya ile off day, pengine umepewa mambo naenda ukapige kura, pengine umesafiri kutoka kama ni Nairobi kuelekea Mombasa ama kuelekea Kakamega. Lakini sasa ikifika hiyo siku, sijui kama watapawa hiyo nafasi tena ama kama watakuwa na huo uwezo tena wa kuweza kufika katika maeneo yale, ama kama itakuwa ni tatizo la kukosa nafasi. Harith, nataka kukumbusha tu kwamba kaunti hiyo ya Kiambu ambayo tumetoka kuona kura zikipigwa naye Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, ni kwamba ina zaidi ya watu milioni 2.4. Ni kaunti moja yapo
ambayo idadi ya watu ni wengi sana.
Bila shaka unajua kaunti ya Kiambu ni moja kati ya zile kaunti ambazo ziko katika eneo la Mlima Kenya na ni moja kati ya maeneo ambayo yanakuwa yanagombaniwa sana na mirengo tofauti, hususan sasa hivi unakumbuka kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ametoka eneo hilo na naibu wake ambaye yuko katika mrengo mwingine wa Kenya Kwanza pia amejaribu kuhakikisha kwamba anapata ufuasi kutoka eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo msema kweli tutajua baada ya uchaguzi huu, lakini kila mmoja alikuwa na warai kwa mbinu zake mwenyewe kwa nini Mlima Kenya ama eneo la Mlima Kenya kwa ujumla linapaswa kupigia kura ima Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ama sio Raila Odinga ambaye Rais Uhuru Kenyatta yuko katika mrengo huo, ama naibu rais wa sasa ambaye ni William Ruto pamoja na wenzake akiwemo Rigathi Gachagua kama mgombea mwenza kwa tiketi ya UDA kupitia mwavuli wa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hiyo ni eneo ambalo litakuwa linatizamwa sana kwa sababu hilo, na pia eneo la Bonde la Ufa ni maeneo ambayo yana idadi kubwa sana ya wapiga kura, na vile vile ni maeneo ambayo pia yanatarajiwa wengi wajitokeze kupiga kura ili kuonyesha ni nani ambaye analidhibiti na kulimiliki kisiasa eneo la Mlima Kenya na vile vile eneo la Bonde la Ufa.
Kwa hivyo muda si muda tutaweza kujua matokeo kutoka kule, manake kama zoezi lenyewe ndio hilo limefikia saa 9 tangu lilipoanza. Basi bila shaka kwa siku ni saa 12 tu, kwa hivyo tuko na saa chache zilizosalia kwa Wakenya kuweza kupiga kura. Kaunti ya Kiambu iko na maeneo bunge ni 12 vile. Kunayo Limuru, kuna Kikuyu, kuna Kabete, kuna Gatundu Kusini, kuna Gatundu Kaskazini, Githunguri, Kiambu, Kiambaa, Ruiru, Juja na Thika mjini. Kwa hivyo ni eneo ambalo litakuwa kama alivyosema Harith, linaangaliwa kwa karibu sana kuona kama litaegemea upande gani, manake kura zake ni nyingi ama idadi ya walio pale ni wengi sana. Harith, tukiangalia pia swala la visa, hakuja kuwa na visa vingi. Hatujasikia ripoti ya visa vingi pengine vya kuhusu ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo mbalimbali. Maeneo mengi yamekuwa na hali shwari. Maeneo mengi yamekuwa na hali ya usalama. Maafisa wa usalama wanaonekana wameshika doria vizuri, ama mipango yao tunaweza sema basi iliwekwa vizuri. Manake hakuna visa vingi ambavyo vimetokea, na kila anayejaribu kwenda kombo na sheria basi anakutwa na mkono wa sheria papo hapo. Bila shaka, na ni jambo ambalo tunaomba uchaguzi ufanyike kwa njia inayostahiki na njia ambayo itakuwa inachangia amani ili kuepusha matukio haya. Kwa hiyo ikiwa mpaka sasa hatujapata taarifa za matukio, basi ni jambo la kutia moyo kwamba shughuli inaendeshwa jinsi ilivyotarajiwa. Kumbuka pia tume ya uchaguzi IBC ilitoa taarifa yake mapema kidogo ikisema kwamba watu wamekuwa wakijitokeza na shughuli inaendelea kama kawaida, wanaridhishwa na hali ilivyokuwa. Baadhi ya maeneo yalifungua kama kawaida saa 12 asubuhi, ila baadhi ya maeneo yalichelewa kama tulivyosema hapo mahali. Lakini hivi sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Garissa, eneo la Lagdera, ambapo mwenzetu Mwoki yuko kule anafuatilia mambo yanavyoendelea. Kwa hiyo Mwoki, hebu tujuze ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea kwa sasa na shughuli imekuwaje mpaka hivi sasa?
Shukrani za dhati mwanzo tena kwa kuungana nami katika wakati ambapo unakujia mbashara kutoka eneo bunge la Lagdera, kaunti ya Garissa, ni kaunti nambari 7. Kumbuka kwamba asubuhi saa za biashara idadi ya wapiga kura ndogo sana ilijitokeza kupiga kura katika kituo hiki, ikiteliwa maana ni kwamba kaunti ya Garissa ama eneo hili bunge la Lagdera ni eneo ambapo wakazi wengi ni wa kuhamahama kwa ajili ya kutafuta lishe bora kwa wafugaji, na mara nyingi eneo hili ni kame, kwa hivyo huwa wanahama kutoka eneo hili hadi mahali kwingine ambako kuna lishe bora. Na niliweza kuzungumza na msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika eneo bunge hili, na haya ndo kauli zake.
Yeah, my name is I'm pretending to at the Battleground police station school. So far, it's not the average. There's no any other violence. Things are moving as well.
And maybe you can give us an update of the turnout of voters.
For this, for example, my police station, the number of voters were 114. So far, 65 have already cast their vote. Yeah, the average. Yeah.
Your expectations maybe before the process culminates?
To get at least 100 voters. That's my expectation. Yeah.
What's your message to the area residents?
I want to urge the voters to turn out in large number to vote their leader of choice. Yeah.
Messages of peace?
Yeah, peace. That's very important. We want the decision to be very peaceful and transparent. Yeah. For IBC, it will take our for IBC. I can confirm that everything is set as a plan. I can confirm to you that everything, the process is clear as far as for now. Yeah, I expect to end
Thank you. Na kama alivyosema ni kwamba jumbe za amani zimekuwa zikienezwa katika eneo hili, ingawa idadi ni ndogo sana ya wapiga kura katika eneo hili, kitu maana kwamba ni eneo kame ama ni eneo moja katika maeneo ya Kenya ambayo ni kame, ambayo hukaa sana bila kushuhudia mvua, na hivyo basi ndio maana kwamba wapiga kura katika eneo hili ni wachache mno. Tutasiri kueleza zaidi ambacho kitakuwa kikiendelea katika eneo bunge hili pamoja na kura zitakapomalizika kuhesabiwa. Mimi ni Frederick Mwoki.
Na Frederick Mwoki umemsikia yuko katika eneo amesema ni kame, na bila shaka maeneo kame nyakati za mchana kunakuwa na upepo mwingi, ndio maana unasikia sauti haitokei inavyopaswa kutokea. Kumbuka Garissa ni eneo ambalo lina maeneo bunge 6, Lagdera ni mojawapo, kuna Fafi, kuna Garissa Township, kuna maeneo kama Dadaab na vile vile Balambala na Ijara. Kwa hiyo ni maeneo ambayo bila shaka pia yana watu ambao wanawaniwa na mirengo tofauti.
Magavana ambao wanawania kuchukua kiti hicho ni 7. Wamejitokeza watu 7 wakitaka kuchukua nafasi hiyo. Lakini kumbuka eneo la Garissa ama maeneo kama haya ya Garissa aliyoko maeneo kame ni mojawapo ya maeneo ambayo katika manifesto za wagombea kiti cha urais wamejaribu kuweka masuala ambayo wataweza kupunguza hii hali ya ukame, hali ya njaa, na pia hali ya mifugo pengine kukosa lishe, kukosa maji,
kutokana na hilo kuwa tatizo kubwa. Lakini mbali na hayo, sasa tunaelekeza dira yetu katika maeneo ya Siaya. Tunaye Chola Simon ambaye yuko tayari kutujuza kinachoendelea. Tunaona tayari milolongo ya watu na foleni ipo kwa sana. Labda utueleze hadi macho yetu ama ndio shughuli halisi ilivyo, Achola?
Naam, shukran sana Harith Salim na Kamche Meza hapo studio. Bila shaka shughuli hii iling'oa nanga majira ya saa 12 jinsi ilivyoratibiwa hapo asubuhi, na tunaweza kuripoti hadi sasa Harith kwamba shughuli hii imeenda shwari hapa katika kaunti ya Siaya, ingawaje tumeshuhudia visa vidogo hapa na pale, lakini kwa ujumla shughuli hii imeenda kwa njia nzuri sana, na watu wamejitokeza kwa wingi sana kushughulika katika shughuli hii ya kupiga kura. Kile tuliweza kushuhudia pia ni eti kwamba vijana na wazee wameweza kujituma sana kuhakikisha kwamba basi wakongwe ambao wako katika nyumba zao ama boma zao na wale ambao hajiwezi kwa vyote vile, basi wameweza kufika katika vituo vya kupiga kura na kuhakikisha kwamba basi wameweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii kuu. Kumbuka hii tu ni kulingana na mwito wa wanasiasa kutoka eneo hili ambao waliwataka wazee na vijana waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi, hali kadhalika pia kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba yote yule ambaye hataweza kufika katika kituo cha kupiga kura kwa sababu moja ama nyingine, basi ameweza kusaidiwa ili aweze kufika katika eneo hili. Baadhi tu ya viongozi ambao waliweza kuanza kupiga kura mapema mno ilikuwa ni Oburu Odinga ambaye alipiga kura si mbali sana na hapa katika mji wa Bondo, na aliweza kupiga kura yake kuanzia mwendo wa saa 3:30 hivi. Hali kadhalika tunaarifiwa kwamba James Orengo ambaye anawania kiti cha ugavana katika kaunti hii ya Siaya aliweza kutia kura yake katika kibindoni mwendo wa saa 2:30. Hali kadhalika Nicholas Gumbo ambaye anawania pia tiketi ya ugavana katika kaunti hii aliweza kutimiza shughuli hiyo mwendo wa saa 5 hivi na nusu. Kando na viongozi hao kujitokeza jinsi nilivyosema, pia wananchi waliweza kujitokeza na wengi walifika mapema mno kwa shughuli tu hii ya kutaka kuhakikisha kwamba wanapiga kura. Kumbuka wakati wa kampeni katika eneo hili Raila Amolo Odinga na viongozi wengine katika eneo hili walikuwa wanasema basi vijana na wamama waweze kuamshana asubuhi na mapema sana, na naweza kuarifu kwamba jana usiku kucha tumesikia mlio wa firimbi ukilia kote kuhakikisha tu kwamba basi wakazi wa eneo hili wanaweza kujitokeza. Hali kama hiyo pia tulishuhudia katika kaunti ya Kisumu na maeneo ya kadha katika sehemu hii, ili tu kwa minajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba basi wakazi wanaweza kujitokeza kushughulika katika shughuli hii. Lakini Harith, nilivyosema kwamba kulikuwa na dosari hapa na pale, na baadhi tu ya dosari ambazo zilijitokeza ni kwamba vipakatakalishi vya kupigia kura kidogo vilikuwa vinaleta mushkili kwa wakazi wa eneo hili. Wengi walisema kwamba shughuli hiyo ilikuwa inaenda kwa njia ya pole pole sana. Hali kadhalika wengi walisema kwamba hawaweza kupata majina yao katika vipatakalishi hivyo, na wakataka kwamba waweze kutumia ile sajili ya kitabu kipenda manual register, na wengi bila shaka waliweza kushughulikiwa na kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kushughulika katika shughuli hiyo. Hali kadhalika pia kulikuwa na vurumai ambayo ilizuka katika kituo cha kupigia kura cha Ruma ambacho kiko katika eneo bunge la Rareda. Hii ilitokana na kwamba mgombea mmoja aliweza kugombana na agenti wa baadhi ya mgombezi wake, na ilikuwa ni vurumai hadi akaweza kutoa bastola yake na kufyatua hewani. Mbunge wa sasa wa Rareda Amolo Otiende ameweza kutaka polisi kuweza kuwajibikia swala hilo na kuhakikisha kwamba basi wanaweza kufanya upelelezi na kuhakikisha kujua kwamba haswa nini kilifanyika na kupelekea kwamba mgombeaji huyo aliweza kutoa bastola yake na kuweza kufatua hewani. Hali kadhalika pia hali ya anga imekuwa ni shwari sana, wakazi wamejitokeza, na jinsi unavyoona nyuma yangu hapa tunaambiwa kwamba takriban wapiga kura 1000 wameweza kujisajili katika kituo hiki, na wamekuwa wakijitokeza kutokea asubuhi ili waweze kushiriki katika shughuli hii. Pengine mwenzangu akiweza tu kuonyesha foleni, ni kwamba si refu sana. Hii ni kumaanisha kwamba wakazi wanakuja na waweza kushughulikiwa na wanaweza kufanya shughuli jinsi inavyotarajiwa, na wamekuwa hapa. Ukienda katika vituo vingi katika kaunti hii utapata kwamba basi wakazi wanajitokeza, wanakuja, wanapiga kura, wawe ni kina mama, wa vijana, wawe ni wazee, wote wanajitokeza kupiga kura. Na ili kupata tu mustakabali rasmi jinsi basi shughuli hii imeweza kujiendesha, nitaweza kuongea na wakazi hapa mmoja ama wawili ili waweze tu kutueleza kwamba shughuli hii imeendeshwa kwa njia gani. Habari yako ndugu yangu?
Mzuri.
Naomba ujitambulishe jina na utueleze kwamba hadi sasa wewe umeshuhudia shughuli hii imeenda vipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Kennedy Opio, mimi ni mkaji wa Siaya, napiga kura hapa County Hall. Nimeona watu walikuja asubuhi na mapema, na saizi kama ni kusema kwa asilimia ni kama tuko asilimia 84, na bado watu wanakuja. Na sahii wakati wa uchaguzi tunaongea kwa maneno mawili tu, minority and majority, and we are waiting for the votes to be counted so that we see the majority.
Jinsi tunavyongoja kuona wengi na wachache jinsi ulivyosema, hebu tueleze shughuli hii imejiendesha kwa njia ipi kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa? Pengine ni tofauti na jinsi ulivyoona shughuli za kitambo, ama hii shughuli ya leo imekuwa vipi?
Shughuli ya leo, kwanza wacha nipongeze IBC kidogo, ingawa wajafanya kazi mzuri sana juu ile ya Kakamega waliahirisha. Lakini leo nimeona wakati wameongeza kituo imepunguza foleni, ndio sababu unaona foleni haijakuwa na watu wengi sana, kwa sababu waliongeza Kimskit ama station wameongeza sasa ime
Naam, ndio kama hivyo kidogo. Matatizo ya mitandao kidogo ina mushkil, unajua tena masafa yanaathiri kwa njia moja au nyingine, lakini hapa jaharibika neno cha msingi. Tumepata kile alichokuwa akizungumzia, ni kwamba shughuli imekwenda bila matatizo yoyote, na vile vile watu wanaendelea kujitokeza kutekeleza shughuli hiyo. Kakamega amezungumzia kwamba aliyekuwa anahojiwa amezungumza issue ya Kakamega, swala la Kakamega, na nafikiri tunakwenda huko kusikiliza kidogo Kakamega ni moja ya kaunti ambazo kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana kura zilisitishwa mpaka wakati ambapo zitakapotangazwa tena. Kwa hiyo tunataka kwenda kusikiliza tu kwa kifupi wapiga kura wa Kakamega wanasemaje.
Kabla hatuja kwenda huko Harith, lakini hapa tumetoka kwa Achola Simon kutoka kaunti ya Siaya.
Ndiyo.
Ambayo pia ni kaunti ambayo macho yote pia atakuwa naelekezwa kule.
Bila shaka. Kumbuka
ina idadi ya watu takriban zaidi ya 800,000
waliojisajili kupiga kura.
Sio waliojisajili, lakini hiyo kaunti nzima.
Naam, kwa hiyo na maeneo bunge ni maeneo bunge 6. Kwa hiyo bila shaka kama ulivyosema Kurunzi inaelekezwa huko, na tukizungumzia kuelekeza Kurunzi, tujaribu kurudi kwake tena Achola Simon, tuone kama tunaweza kumpata. Achola, kama naona shughuli inaendelea vizuri, tumsikilize anavyosema.
Na kwamba kuna utulivu mwingi sana. Pengine nini haswa mmeambiwa ama nini imefanyika kwamba kiasi kwamba tumekuwa na nidhamu kubwa sana wakati huu?
Hapana, kuna kitu tumeambiwa, sisi pia ndio tunatumia tu na akili yetu. Juu hiyo mambo ya vita, sijui unapiga hiyo kuguzala kelele hiyo, tumeona kama isaidii. Mimi peke yangu nasema ati hiyo mambo ya hiyo kiherehere, kupiga mawe nini nimewacha, kwa sababu naona kupiga kura niende ngoje matokeo, ndio result ndio itanisaidia maisha yangu.
Jana commissioner wa kaunti hii Jim Joka alisema kwamba maeneo ya kulewa yote yafungwe hadi saa 12 leo jioni. Pengine unaweza ona kwamba inaweza kuwa imechangia pakubwa sana vijana kujitokeza jinsi wamejitokeza na kushiriki katika shughuli hii.
Hiyo imechangia kubwa, kwa hivyo na support sana, kwa sababu sasa imewekwa watu youths, yani wametoka kwa wingi kwa sababu hajaelewa, hajaenda kwa hiyo pombe. Sasa wamekuja kama macho yao wako safi sasa wamejua kitu wamemeleta hapa, wanakuja kwa na wanaenda, kuna mwenye amelewa.
Hali ya usalama je?
Usalama iko sawa, naona security iko tight, hata tusumbui. Sisi pia tunatumia tu akili yetu, kishapiga kura tunaenda, tuagi unao.
Shukran sana Collins. Huyo ni baadhi tu ya maoni ya wakazi wa eneo hili, bila shaka wakisema jinsi wameweza kufurahishwa na shughuli hii ya leo. Wengi wakisema, haswa kijana ambaye tumezungumza naye hadi sasa, akisema kwamba ni muhimu vijana waje washughulike katika shughuli hii, lakini waweze kudumisha amani. Pengine tu nikukumbushe Harith, hapo jana tukizungumza na kamishna wa kaunti hii Jim Njoka, aliwarai wakazi wa eneo hili hasa vijana kwamba waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi, lakini waweze kudumisha amani. Aidha pia aliweza kuhakikishia wote ambao watashiriki katika shughuli hii na kusema kwamba bila shaka wameweka mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wa kutosha katika eneo hili. Akasema kwanza polisi wameweza kupelekwa katika kila kituo cha kupigia kura katika eneo hili. Kumbuka eneo hili lina vituo 912, na alisema kwamba wameweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila kituo cha kupigia kura basi kina maafisa wa polisi. Swala lingine akasema kwamba kando na wale maafisa wa polisi ambao wamepelekwa katika vituo vya kupigia kura, basi kuna kikosi maalum ambacho ekwa huko nje na kina ngoja tu iwapo kutakuwa na shughuli yote ambayo pengine italeta utovu wa nidhamu, bila shaka wataweza kushughulika na kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza kudhibiti usalama. Pengine tu pia tuongee na kina mama pia waweze kutueleza haswa wao wameona vipi shughuli hii, na iwapo shughuli hii imewafurahisha na wangependa pengine iwe vipi. Karibu sana mama.
Kwa majina naitwa Millicent, mkaaji wa Siaya, na pia kituo cha Siaya Council City Hall.
Millicent, hadi sasa pengine unieleze hii shughuli kwanza umeiona imeendeshwa kwa namna gani, na pili wewe umefurahia jinsi watu wamejitokeza leo na kuweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii?
Nimefurahia sana kulingana tulifika hapa saa 9 za usiku na tulipata umati wa watu hapa. Na tulifurahia sana vile watu wamejitokezea kupiga kura na roho moja kuliko ile kura wakati iliyopita. So, tumefurahia sana vile tumeendelezwa kupiga kura, na tumefurahia vile tumepelinio polepole mpaka kwa amani na tukamaliza kupiga kura kwa amani. Ingawaje bado tunaendelea, lakini tunajua bado amani iko kulingana na hali ya utulivu yenye iko.
Millicent, naona pia umejihami na firimbi yako. Wewe ni baadhi ya watu ambao umekuwa kiamsha watu asubuhi na mapema sana. Pengine shughuli ya kuamsha mlianza saa ngapi, na nini kabisa imechochea nyinyi kutaka kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu anaamka na anapiga kura?
Tulikuwa tunataka tuamshe wale bado wanalala, wajitokezee kwa udi na uvumba, wapige kura, tupeleke kura mbele. Na firimbi tulianza kuamsha nao watu saa 9 za usiku.
maamusha kabisa, nimesikia mmepiga usiku kucha
mpaka police station yenye tulikuwa tunaenda kufanya.
Wakati wa uchaguzi kama huu, kina mama ambao ni wengi na wanaweza kupiga kura na wanaaminika sana kwa kupiga kura, unapata kwamba wakati mwingi wao ndio wanapata tuseme wanaathirika pakubwa sana, kukuwa na fujo na mambo kama hayo. Pengine wewe kama mama, pengine ungependa vipi, mwambie utampigia bado ukishamaliza kuzungumza, wewe mwito wako kwa wa vijana, kina mama na hata wazee wa eneo hili, hususan masuala ya usalama?
Ningependa kuambia wamama, vijana, wakati tunapotoka kupiga kura, tupige kura na amani, tusitumiwe kutoa fujo mahali popote, na tulinde usalama wenyewe hata kama bado hatujaletewa maafisa. Sasa nilikuwa naomba wananchi ama wamama ama wazee ama vijana tujitokeze, tupige kura na amani, tuwe na utulivu mpaka wakati tutakaposikia matokeo.
Wengi wakiwa kule nyumbani walikuwa nafikiria pengine kufika hapa shughuli itakuwa ni mingi sana, kwani uende uangalie kimskit inakaa namna gani, upelekwe sijui wapi. Hebu ujumbe wako kwa ule mtu ambaye hajapiga kura bado na ako nyumbani na pengine alikuwa anataka kuja na anaona kwamba kabla niende kupiga kura acha nifanye kitu kingine ama nitachelewa nikipiga kura.
Mtu kama huyo unaweza kumsii aache Kenya anafanya na kuja apige kura, akimaliza kupiga kura aendelee kufanya Kenya anafanya, ili tujitokeze tupige kura.
Naam sana, shukran sana Millicent. Bila shaka hao ni maoni ya wakazi wa eneo hili ambao wamejitokeza kwa wingi sana kuweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii. Haritha, nimekueleza kwamba bila shaka shughuli hii ilianza mwendo ama majira ya saa 12 asubuhi na imekuwa ikiendeshwa kwa njia ya amani sana kutokea asubuhi hadi sasa. Wengi wamefurahishwa na jinsi shughuli hii imeweza kuendeshwa. Hapa Siaya, tukiangalia chaguzi zilizopita, ni maeneo ambayo kidogo kulikuwa na vurumai hapa na pale, lakini hivi leo imekuwa ni sehemu ambayo kuna amani, wakazi wamejitokeza na wengi wanataka wenzao waweze kujitokeza na kuweza kushiriki katika shughuli hii. Bila shaka Harith, swala lingine ni eti kwamba ukitembea katika soko ama maeneo ya biashara hapa Siaya, Bondo na katika njia barabara kuu ya kutoka Kisumu kuelekea katika eneo hili, utapata kwamba mengi ama wingi wa mabiashara basi zimeweza kufunga leo na hazifanyi kazi. Tumetafuta sana mahali pa kuweza kupata chakula cha mchana, hatujapata. Hii ni kulingana na maagizo ama uamuzi wa wakazi wa eneo hili kuhakikisha kwamba leo hawataweza kufanya kazi, ila wataweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anaweza kujitokeza na kufika katika eneo hili. Ni wakati tulikuwa natembea katika soko za hapa karibu, tuliweza kupata kwamba wingi wa biashara zilikuwa zimefungwa. Wakazi walikuwa tu wametulia ama wamefika katika vituo vya kupigia kura na kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza shiriki katika shughuli hili. Swala lingine ambalo pia tumeweza kushuhudia na macho yetu ni eti kwamba usafiri wa umma, public service vehicle, hazijakuwa mingi katika barabara. Tumeweza kutoka eneo la Kisumu hadi katika eneo hili, unapata pengine utakutana na matatu moja ama mbili baada ya dakika 30 ama lisali moja. Hii na kisha kwamba basi wengi hawajaweza kusafiri kuweza kutoka katika eneo hili ama kuelekea katika maeneo mengine, bali wameweza kujikita katika maeneo yao na kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza shughulika na shughuli hii kuu ya kuweza kupiga kura. Bila shaka tutaangazia shughuli hii inavyoendelea katika eneo hili la Siaya County na tutaweza kukuletea habari jinsi zinavyochipuka. Bila shaka si muda mrefu kutoka sasa, Harith, na saini takriban saini saa 9 na dakika saa 9 na robo. Bila shaka masaa machache yajayo tutakuwa tunakamilisha shughuli hii ya kuweza kupiga kura. Kumbuka kura vituo vya kupiga kura vinafungwa rasmi mwendo wa saa 11 jioni, na wakati utakuwa zimekwisha fungwa basi shughuli itakuwa si nyingine bali ni shughuli ya kuweza kuhesabu zile kura na tuweze kujumulisha, na basi tuanze shughuli ya kutaka kujua bivu na bichi. Kwako Harith Salim.
Naam, asante sana. Kamche, umemsikia na kuna mambo mawili yamejitokeza.
Mpe pole kwanza. Anasema hata chamcha hawajapata.
Asante Achola wana kutoka kaunti ya Siaya, amekuwa akituonyesha taswira ilivyo kuhusiana na shughuli ya kupiga kura. Lakini tutazungumzia Siaya baadaye. Lakini kikubwa ni yule alisema kwamba tunatumia akili zetu sasa hivi, hakuna fujo, hakuna nini.
Amani.
Naam, sasa hivi tunaona tuko katika kaunti ya Nyeri, mwenzetu Kevin Washira yuko ange tayari pamoja na wale waliokuja kushiriki, kama unaweza kuona katika hiyo picha hapo nyuma yake. Kwa hiyo Kevin, hebu tujuze hivi sasa mambo yanakwendaje na watu waliojitokeza mpaka sasa kwa mujibu wa IBC wanasemaje?
Asante sana Harith Salem ukiwa hapo Nairobi. Tuko hapa Mathira constituency, hapa ni Nyeri, kaunti ya Nyeri. Na ukilinganisha vile watu walijitokeza mwaka 2017 na ulinganishe 2022 hivi leo, tofauti ni kubwa sana. Huu mwaka uchaguzi, saa hii tukiangalia ni saa 9 na dakika 15, imebakia kitu kama masaa mawili hivi vituo vya kupiga kura zianze kufungwa ndio shughuli ya kuhesabu kura ianze. Na tukiangalia masaa 2 hivi bado watu hawajajitokeza vile walikuwa wamejitokeza mwaka 2017. Na hapa najiunga na baadhi ya wenye wamejitokeza na wameweza kupiga kura. Hebu tueleze jina lako, tuambie ulitoka nyumbani saa ngapi na ulikuja kupiga kura saa ngapi? Angalia kamera.
Asante sana. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Fariz wa Mayo Wabogo. Mimi ni mzaliwa hapa, hii ni kijiji yangu. Nilifika hapa saa 11 asubuhi kuja kupiga kura kwa sababu hiyo ni haki yangu ya kikatiba na ili nitekeleze ile haki nimepewa na demokrasia yangu. Na nasema kwamba vile watu wanajitokeza naona watu si wengi. Nikilinganisha vile watu walikuwa wamejitokeza mwaka wa 2017 naona ile idadi iko chini sana.
Na unadhani ni kwa nini watu wameweza kujitokeza wachache kuliko venye walijitokeza ile wakati mwingine?
Mimi kwa maoni yangu naona, unajua mlima wa Mount Kenya Araude wanaona hawana ile kiongozi wanataka kupigia kura. So wale walijitokeza walikuja kupigia kura wale viongozi wa mashinani. Na pia kuna wale wanapenda labda wale viongozi wametoka eneo la nje na mlima wa Kenya. Ndio mimi naona sababu. Kwa sababu kama angekuwa na ile ndio kuna kiongozi ambaye labda ametoka mlima wa Kenya lakini yeye hana ile jina yake haijulikani sana. Kwa hivyo hawamchukui yani akiwa serious candidate. Naona hiyo ndio sababu kubwa imefanya hiyo kuwe na ile low turnout.
Hebu tusikize kutoka kwa mtu mwingine hapa. Tueleze jina lako na umepiga kura?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Festus Gashole, napigia kula hapa Lagati Polling Center. Tayari nimepiga kula. Uchaguzi watu hawakujitokeza sana na matumaini na ile shinda imefanya hawakujitokeza sana ni viongozi wetu wa Mount Kenya. Wamekuwa wakisunguka wakitupia ahadi ambazo wengi wetu tunaona haziwezi fanyika kwa wakati huu. So watu wakaona ni heli wakae nyumbani sababu ana kiongozi ambaye wanaamini sana ambaye atachunga mahitaji ya watu wa Mlima Kenya. Ningeusihi wa vijana na wa mama na wazee wale wanapiga kula. Tupige kula turudi nyumbani na tukae na amani. Uchaguzi ni wa siku moja lakini Kenya itadumu. So ningeuliza tuwe na tukubali matokeo ule atashinda ndio kiongozi wetu.
Tukizingatia jinsia, acha tusikie dada yetu hapa. Kwa majina unaitwa nani na uliamka saa ngapi kuja kupiga kura?
Kwa majina naitwa Mother Nyaguthi Gadhoni. Mimi ni mpiga kura hapa Lagati Primary School. Nilikuja hapa saa 11 lakini watu leo hawakujitokeza vizuri sana, especially vijana hawakukuja vile last time walikuwa wamekuja. Lakini tunashukuru Mungu tu juu leo hakuna fulugu, hakuna makelele sana, watu wanapanga laini vizuri na tunashukuru Mungu kwa hayo.
Asante sana. Naam, hayo ni baadhi ya maoni ya wapiga kura ambao tayari wameweza kupiga kura. Wamesema kuwa shughuli ya kupiga kura imekuwa bila mushkil hata kidogo. Wamekuja wakapiga kura zao na sasa wanangojea matokeo, na wameweza kuwahimiza wale wawaniaji ambao hawataweza kuibuka washindi waweze kukubali matokeo vile itatokea. Vile vile wamewahimiza vijana wenzao wasikuwe watu wa kuvuruga ama kuleta vurugu ama kutumiwa na wanasiasa vibaya kuleta vurugu hapa nchini. Hapa ni Ragati, ni shule ya msingi ya Ragati, iko katika eneo ya Karatina. Hii ni eneo bunge la Mathira. Na awali kidogo mwaniaji gavana kwa tikiti ya Jubilee Ephraim Maina aliweza kuingia hapa na akapiga kura. Awali asubuhi tulikuwa katika shule ya msingi ya Sagana ambapo naibu mgombea mwenza wa chama cha UDA Rigathi Gachagua alifika masaa saa 12 hivi asubuhi na nusu na akaweza kupiga kura. Vile vile katika eneo la Kieni, eneo bunge la Kieni, Kanini Kega, mbunge wa Kieni Kanini Kega ameweza kufika katika shule ya msingi ya Kahuho na akaweza kupiga kura. Lakini hizo maeneo zote zenye tumezuru leo, idadi ya watu ambao wamejitokeza kupiga kura si ya kuridhisha. Harith.
Asante sana Kevin.
Harith, unaona idadi ndiyo imeonekana kutatiza katika maeneo haya yote ambayo tumejaribu kupata mawili matatu kuyahusu. Nasema idadi ya wale waliojitokeza kupiga kura imekuwa chache. Shukrani sana Kevin Washira kutoka Nyeri. Sasa tufululize hadi kaunti ya Baringo ambapo mwanahabari Betty Kiptum naye ameshika hatamu na anatueleza ni yepi. Betty, kama natusikia, vipi hali ipo vipi kuanzia asubuhi hadi kufikia sasa?
Naam, Kamche na Harith katika wapata kwa hali nzuri sana, na katika KBC tumekuwa tulianza katika Baringo ya ambako tulikuwa Baringo county ya kura sana, walifungua on time or rather kwa wakati, na hakukuwa na watu wengi kabisa. Tatu hivi laini zilikuwa natumai kuwa tangu tutoke pale Wakenya zaidi wamepiga kura. Tukaelekea upande wa Tandui Primary ambayo Gideon Moi anayegombea useneta katika kaunti hii ama anayegombea kudefend kiti cha kaunti hii, kuwapa hizo picha moja kwa moja katika bunge la Baringo Kaskazini ambako kunafaa kuwa na laini ya wapiga kura, lakini kama unavyoona hapana mtu yeyote. Lakini hiyo haimaanishi kufika hapa karibia masaa matatu yaliyopita watu walikuwa wanapiga kura. Ripotiwa na tashwishi yoyote, lakini niko hapa na wa hii primary anaitwa Fala. Naomba Felix unimkaribie uweze kutueleza kufikia sasa naona kwamba hakuna watu wengi, lakini na labda wamefika asilimia ngapi hivi?
Naam, naitwa Felix, ni presiding officer hapa primary. Mapema saa 10 asubuhi wana shughuli mzuri tangu asubuhi mpaka wakati huu. Tumekura kuanzia asubuhi ambao wamekuja wengi. Tumetarajia kuwa na wapiga kura 989, lakini kufikia wakati 37 ambao wamepiga kura asilimia ambao imetufikisha 4.
Haya, tutasema ni hali ya anga ama hali ya hewa pia imeathiri mitambo, manake hatumpati Betty Kiptum na mgeni wake hapo anayejaribu kumhoji hatumpati vizuri, lakini kwa sasa naarifiwa tuvuke boda hadi Lungalunga. Zainab Said anaungana nasi kwa njia ya simu. Zainab, hujambo hapo ulipo? Mambo yapo vipi? Hali ya hewa iko vipi huko na shughuli nzima ya kupiga kura inaendeleaje?
Shukrani sana Kamche na kupata. Hali ya hewa hapa ni kibaridi, kimvua kidogo asubuhi, lakini kijua sasa hivi si haba kimetoka. Asubuhi tulikuwa tunazunguka kuangazia tu zoezi zima la kura vile linaendelea. Kama nilivyokuwa nimekutajia, mvua ilinyesha asubuhi, kwa hivyo ilitatiza ile kupanga foleni, na ilikuwa si mvua ya moja kwa moja, ilikuwa inanyesha inakatika inaanza tena. So kwa hivyo hiyo ilikuwa inatatiza kupanga foleni, lakini zoezi lilikwenda salama. Na nyingi kama kitu ambacho tulitembea Lungalunga Primary walianza saa 12 baadaye, kama saa 12 na dakika 12 hivi zoezi likawa limeanza. Na pia tatizo tu la kwamba baadhi ya watu wazima ile kimskit kusoma vidole vyao ilikuwa na matatizo. Na pia kuna baadhi ya vituo kufikia hivi sasa pia bado zoezi hilo halijaanza kutokana na hitilafu ya mitambo hiyo. Na sasa hivi nitazungumza na afisa mkuu ambaye anasimamia uchaguzi huo, vituo 148 kati ya 744 vilivyo katika kaunti ya Kwale, Bwana Raymond Mamkuzi, atuelezee tu katika mikakati gani inayowekwa katika kituo hicho cha Kakoneni ambacho kumekuwa na hitilafu ya mitambo ambayo imecheleweshwa kuanzishwa kwa uchaguzi, na ni vipi tu wataweza kuweka mikakati kuhakikisha kwamba wenyeji wa eneo hilo mpiga kura katika kituo hicho wanaweza kufanya maamuzi yao ya kikatiba. Kwa hivyo moja kwa moja nitamruhusu tu atuelezee Kamche. Naam, shukrani sana Bwana Raymond Mamkuzi kuzungumza nasi. Mamkazi Raymond mkakubali kuzungumza nasi, tuelezee tu ni mikakati gani inawekwa katika na wewe kama afisa ambaye unasimamia uchaguzi katika ili kuhakikisha kwamba wenyeji wa Kakoneni wataweza kupiga kura hii leo.
Kwa majina naitwa Raymond Makazi na nasimamia uchaguzi wa bunge la Longalunga. Leo hii tumeweza kuanza zoezi hili vizuri. Kuanzia asubuhi tumeendelea, vituo vyote vimeweza kufungua. Japokuwa tumepata changamoto ya kituo cha Kikoneni Primary School number 2 ambayo tumepata hitilafu za mitambo, na tumekuwa tukijaribu kutatua hilo swala. Tumeweza ku-escalate hiyo issue, tukaipandisha mpaka kwa tume ili kuweza kupata mwelekeo mwafaka na kuweza kuwapatia nafasi watu wa Pongo Kikoneni, kituo cha Kikoneni Primary Station number 2 waweze kupata kupiga kura. Kwa kujaribu kusuluhisha hilo swala, tumeweza kupeleka kule mashini kadhaa na wasaidizi wetu wa kupiga kura wa ICT officials wameenda kule na wamekuwa on the ground wakijaribu kutatua shida, na hadi sasa hivi wapo pale, na kwa sasa wameweza kutambua balaa ilikuwa wapi, na tunangojea mwelekeo kutoka kwa tume ya jinsi tutakavyoweza kutatua na kuweza kupata mwelekeo wa kufanya uchaguzi katika kile kituo. Naam. Okay, vile tumekuwa na changamoto na watu wazima kwamba vidole vyao inapatikana shida kusomwa na ile mashini, na tumekuwa tuna njia kadhaa za kuweza kuwasaidia. Ni kwamba ule mfumo wa kuweza kuwatambua wapigaji kura unaruhusu njia kadhaa, moja yapo ikiwa ni ya kuweza kutumia zile namba zao za kitambulisho kuweza kuwatafuta kwenye ile orodha, na baada ya kuwapata pia tuko na njia mbadala endapo vidole vyao pia baada haitaweza kuwatambua. Moja yao ni kujaribu kuscan sura zao, na hata pale inaposhindikana ile, kuna njia nyingine ambayo inamruhusu yule msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika kile kituo akiwa na witness ya agent akaweza kumsaidia yule mpigaji kura akapiga kura kwa njia ya kutumia password ya PO ili kumruhusu aweze kutambulika na aweze kupiga kura. Naam. Kwa kweli utaratibu wa kupiga kura huwa unachukua muda, na kila mtu ana uwezo wake tofauti wakati anapoanza kufanya hiyo hesabu. So mara nyingi, lakini kwa ule uzoefu tumekuwa nao, vituo vya kwanza huanza kuingia mida ya baada ya saa 6 ya usiku, Hapo ndo kidogo wale wa kwanza ni vituo ambao viko vidogo wenye watu wachache, basi huwa wamemaliza kuhesabu na wakaanza kutiririka kuja kuleta majibu yao katika turning center yetu.
Shukrani sana. Kamte, kama ulivyomsikia, amekuwa ni afisa mkuu ambaye anasimamia uchaguzi katika eneo bunge la Lungalunga, Bwana Raymond Mkazi, ambaye amethibitisha tu kuchelewa kwa kwanza kupiga kura katika kituo hicho cha Kanonei, ambacho anasema matayarishi ama kuhakikisha tu kwamba zoezi hilo linaanza yanaendelea, na pia amehakikishia kwamba watapewa muda kwa masaa yale ambao hawakuweza kupiga kura waweze kupiga kura pindi tu vifaa hivi vya kidijitali vitakapoanza kufanya kazi katika eneo hilo. Lakini kwa sasa hivi katika kitovu hiki ambacho kura hizo zote kutoka wadi 4 na vituo vya kupigia kura 148 vitakuwa yanaletwa, yanaendelea, ambapo kitakuwa ni kituo kikuu cha eneo bunge la Lungalunga. Kwa hivyo maandalizi yanaendelea kwa hapo, na kama nilivyokuwa nimetaja pale awali, katika baadhi ya vitu tulikuwa tunazunguka ilikuwa ni hiyo watu wazima kupata zile fingerprints kwa kimombo kwa ile mashine, ilikuwa inaleta tashwishi, lakini walikuwa wanasaidiwa na wale maafisa wa IBC. Kwa hivyo kutoka eneo la Lungalunga tu ni hayo kwa sasa.
Zainab, kabla ni kuruhusu uende kupekua zaidi katika maeneo mbalimbali, sijui kama idadi ya wapiga kura umeionaje, ama wasimamizi wa uchaguzi katika vituo mbalimbali wanasemaje? Je, imekuwa ni ya chini ama watu wamejitokeza pengine kadri walivyokuwa wanatarajia, ama watu wamekuwa ni wachache, hususan tukiangalia kwamba kumekuwa na hizo hitilafu za mitambo? Kuna hao wazee ambao wametatizika kuonekana alama zao za vidole, na vile vile kile kijimvua ambacho pengine huenda kikawa kimewa tatiza wengi. Sijui kama idadi mumeionaje huko?
Zungumza na afisa huyo pale asubuhi, idadi haikuwa ya kupendeza zaidi. Watu walikuwa wanajitokeza lakini kwa uchache. Asubuhi tukizunguka tu hapo Lungalunga town, ajabu, maduka yalikuwa yamefunguliwa, watu walikuwa wanafanya biashara. Kwa hivyo ni ishara kwamba walikuwa pengine wanatarajia utakwenda baadaye, lakini watu waliamka. Kama hoteli kulikuwa kuna chakula, na kwenye foleni pia walikuwa si wengi sana. Tukifika asubuhi, ama nikifika katika kituo cha kupigia kura cha Lungalunga, shule ya msingi ya Lungalunga, ilikuwa ni foleni 5, na kila foleni takriban ilikuwa na watu kama 30. Lakini ilipofika saa 1 hivi wakaanza kuongezeka. Na pia kulikuwa na matatizo yale ya kulikuwa hakuna afisa wa IBC wa kueleza. Ukifika pale anakuambia kama we ni Zainab utasimama hapa. Sasa kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanasinyo, unasimama, ukifika pale mbele unaambiwa kituo chako ni kule kwingine. Sasa inabidi uende ukapange foleni tena mwanzo. Sasa kuna wale ambao walikuwa hawana hiyo patience ya kusema waende wakaunga foleni kwingine. Kwa hivyo hizo ni baadhi tu ya changamoto zilikuwa zina kumbwa wakati wa asubuhi. Lakini kwa idadi pia ukiangalia ni eneo bunge ambalo vituo vya kupigia kura viko mbali. Kwa hivyo kama tuko tunazungumza kama kuzunguka kwenda kama Peroni, shule ya msingi ya Peroni ni hatua kutoka shule ya msingi ya Lungalunga. Hata kwa sasa hivi hicho kituo ambacho hakijaanza kura, msimamizi anasema ni karibu na mpaka ni kule mwisho. Kwa hivyo hata pia wao ilikuwa wana matatizo ya kusafirisha hizo kimskit kupeleka, kwamba mvua imenyesha, magari yalikuwa yanateleza. Sasa wanapeleka za kwanza zinafeli, wanakuja wanachukua nyingine. Lakini kwa sasa hivi kulingana naye anasema kwamba kile ambacho kiko kikipelekwa kitakuwa kinafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo kwa mtizamo tu haijakuwa ile watu wengi zaidi, japo tutazidi kwenda kuzunguka kwenda kuangalia, pengine mchana saizi watakuwa wamejitokeza kwa wingi, lakini asubuhi idadi haikuwa nyingi zaidi. Na pia vile nimekutajia mvua, kuna wengi ambao walikuwa wakiona manyunyu wao wanarudi, wanaondoka kwenye foleni, lakini zoezi lilikuwa linaendelea salama kando na matatizo hayo machache, lakini kulikuwa hakuna kama visa vya utovu wa usalama, hapana. Kumekuwa shwari tu. Maafisa katika karibu kila kituo cha pigia kura kuna afisa, kisha kuna wale vijana wa NYS 3 ama 4. Kwa hivyo kwa upande wa usalama iko sawa kabisa. Hata asubuhi tulikuwa tumezungumza na OCPD Bwana Peter Nzimbi, amesema kufikia saa hiyo saa 3 alikuwa hajapokea kisa chochote cha utovu usalama katika eneo bunge hili la Lungalunga. Kwa hivyo usalama ulikuwa uko sawa. Ni wenyeji tu mvua hiyo kidogo na pengine kutofanya kwa baadhi ya vifaa hivyo vya kidijitali, na pia ile kukosekana fingerprints kwa watu ambao umri wao umezidi.
Shukran sana Zainab, umetupatia taswira kamili ilivyo pale Lungalunga, umetueleza mengi. Wacha tukuruhusu sasa uelekee kwa maeneo mengine katika eneo hilo la Lungalunga ukajione hali ilivyo. Lakini Harith, tatizo hapa limeonekana, wazee kosekana kuonekana zile alama za vidole.
Unajua kuna tatizo ukikonga zile alama za vidole kidogo, pia wakati mwingine watu wanakuwa na mipasuko kwenye vidole na vile miguuni. Kwa hiyo inakuwa tatizo kuweza kutambulika kupitia. Kwa hiyo lazima mbinu nyingine zitumike kama alivyozungumza kwamba huenda zikatumika zile nambari za kitambulisho kujaribu kutafuta. Isipowezekana pia kuna njia nyingine kama alivyoeleza msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika eneo hilo la Lungalunga. Lakini kumbuka kwamba mvua pia imetajwa kuwa changamoto. Tishio la mvua, manyunyu yale yamewatisha watu, na hususan kibaridi hiki. Maeneo ya pwani hawajazoea baridi. Kibaridi kija kidogo basi inakuwa matatizo.
Kila mtu anataka kutulia nyumbani.
Kila mtu anataka kutulia nyumbani. Na biashara zinaendelea kama kawaida. Na labda ni kuonyesha kwamba mbali na upigaji kura, shughuli zinafaa kuendelea kama kawaida.
Hii ni tofauti na ile kaunti ya Siaya kule ambako
Chola anasema wapati chakula, huku chakula kimejaa.
Kule biashara zimfungwa, watu wankwenda kupiga kura, huku bado biashara zaendelea. Lakini nadhani wengi manake hata hapa jijini Nairobi nilipokuwa katika pite zangu asubuhi nimeona kwamba kuna maduka mengi ambayo pia yalikuwa yamefungwa, na imani kwamba watu walikuwa wamekwenda kupiga kura. Lakini pia naona wengi wanasema kwamba hii asubuhi wacha ipite. Wengi wanadhania kwamba hii asubuhi ndio ina watu wengi, alafu wanasema nitakwenda mchana baadaye. Hasa pengine tuweza kwa tutarajia kwamba saa hizi mida ya mchana watu huenda wakajitokeza wengi katika vile vituo vya kupiga kura.
Wacha tuone, ingawaje pia IEBC ilitoa taarifa yake, unakumbuka mwendo wa adhuhuri pale, ikasema kwamba kipindi kile cha 6 mtikati wanasema kwamba ilikuwa kama 30% ya waliojisajili kupiga kura ambao ni milioni 22.1, asilimia 30 ndio walikuwa wamejitokeza. Kwa hiyo walikuwa wanawasihi na kuwataka watu wajitokeze kwa sababu shughuli ya kufunga vituo vya kupiga kura ikifika inakuwa hakuna kuongezewa muda, isipokuwa kama kumekuwa na matatizo katika baadhi ya vituo kama tulivyosikia maeneo ya Lungalunga.
Akisema kwanza kufikia sasa kuna vituo vingine bado havijaanza hiyo shughuli.
Sasa hivi ni alasiri tena imeelekea, ina maana muda unaweza kuongezwa mpaka watu wapige kura mpaka usiku.
Wale wanaona
ndio. Alafu pia IEBC walizungumzia kuna baadhi ya maeneo pia mengine wamelazimika kuakhirisha kura mbali na yale yaliyotajwa jana. Mmoja wapo ni Kitui Rural na Rongai, na sababu ni zile zilizotolewa jana katika maeneo ya Kakamega, Kachiliba, Mombasa na vile Pokot Kusini. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa tunaendelea kutizama mambo yanavyoendelea katika maeneo tofauti. Naam, sasa hivi kama tulivyokujuza kwamba wenzetu wapo katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini kuhakikisha kwamba unapata kile ambacho unahitaji ukisikia na kukiona kupitia kura hizi zinazoendelea kwa sasa.
Kwa sasa, kwa hivyo basi tuvuke hadi kaunti ya Kirinyaga ambapo Gladys Mungai naarifiwa kwamba ana maelezo mawili matatu kuhusu shughuli nzima inavyoendelea kwa sasa. Gladys, sijui kama unanipata, utueleze kama kufikia sasa shughuli hiyo ya kupiga kura inaendaje? Je, foleni bado zipo ama upande wako taswira kamili ipo vipi, Gladys?
Na Kamche, bila shaka kama wale watazamaji tunakujia kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga ambapo tumekuwa katika pita zetu kuangalia jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi unaendeshwa hii leo, na kumbuka kwamba hii ikiwa ni siku ya tarehe mwezi wa 8 mwaka 2022. Mengi yametukia hii leo kutokana na kwamba shughuli ya upiga kura imeanzishwa rasmi kama ilivyoko kwenye katiba na kulingana na sheria, ila kuna mawili matatu kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo shughuli hii katika maeneo tofauti tofauti. Katika ziara zetu katika eneo bunge la Gishugu, kuna maeneo ambayo tumefahamishwa kwamba kuna baadhi ya watu ambao zile nembo za mkono hazipatikani kwenye kile kifaa cha kidijitali cha KimSkit, na vile vile kulikuwa na vuta nikuvute kuhusiana na maafisa wasimamizi wa vyama mbalimbali ambao wanafahamika kama maagenti. Kwa sasa tuko katika kituo cha Lukenya katika eneo la Gishugu na naungana na Luciana ambaye ni msimamizi wa kura katika kituo hiki. Atueleze Luciana, pengine shughuli ya upigaji kura katika kituo hiki imekuwa vipi kuanzia asubuhi?
Tunaendelea vizuri.
Nitakushikia.
Tunaendelea vizuri. Tunashukuru kila kitu inaendelea sambamba. Wapiga kura wanaendelea kupiga na hatujakosa challenges kidogo kidogo, ile watu wanajaribu kuweka fingerprint zinakata, lakini tunajaribu kuwasaidia kupitia MRZ na pia ile supervisor validation mode.
Naam, katika kuwasaidia wapiga kura kuhakikisha kwamba wamepiga kura, pengine ni visa vingapi umepata kufikia sasa ambapo pengine zile stakabadhi zao ama kuhusiana na habari zao hazipatikani kwenye kile kifaa cha KimSkit?
Tujakosa 10 hivi. Lakini bado tunaendelea kuwashughulikia na tunaamini ya kwamba kabla tujafunga watakuwa wameweza kusaidika na kuweza kupiga kura.
Naam. Pengine ukiweza kutueleza kulingana na kituo chako cha kupiga kura, pengine jumla ya wapiga kura wangapi wanapaniwa kupiga kura katika kituo hicho, na pengine kufikia sasa watu wangapi wamepiga kura katika kituo chako?
Tuko na watu 469 na wale ambao wameweza kupiga kura kwa sasa ni 184.
Asante sana. Pengine tangu shughuli hii ilipoanza mwendo wa dhenashara asubuhi, umeshuhudia pengine visa vyovyote vya utovu wa usalama?
Hapana, usalama iko sawa.
Naam.
Tunashukuru.
Asante Luciana, nasema asante sana kwa muda wako. Kamche na Harith hapo studioni, umeshamsikia hapo afisa wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini katika eneo la Lukenya katika eneo bunge la Gishugu, kaunti ya Kirinyaga. Na ilivyoko ni kwamba katika pitapita zetu pia tumeweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wagombeaji wa viti mbalimbali, na kile ambacho kipo ni kwamba wanatoa wito kwa wakazi kuzidi kujitokeza ifikiapo mwendo wa saa 11 kabla ya vituo vya kupiga kura kufungwa. Kumbuka kwamba imeripotiwa ni kwamba laini za kupiga kura hata nyuma yangu sio kubwa sana, na hali hiyo huenda ikachangiwa na kwamba hapo asubuhi na hapo jana kumekuwa na mvua, na hiyo huenda ikasababisha kwamba watu hakujitokeza kwa wingi, lakini inatarajiwa kwamba kufikia sasa hadi mwendo wa saa 11 watu watajitokeza na kupiga kura. Pia kuna lile swala la mvurugano na mvutano kuhusiana na maafisa wa maagenti wa wagombea mbalimbali, na ni kwamba wagombeaji mbalimbali wanasema kwamba tume ya uchaguzi na tume huru ya uchaguzi nchini hakikisha kwamba kila agenti wa kila mgombea anakubaliwa kuwa katika kituo cha kupiga kura kabla ya kura zao kuhesabiwa. Hilo swala kitu kimoja, Luciana. Kiti cha wakilishi wa wadi kina jumla ya watu wengi ambao wanagombea kiti hicho, na ilivyoko kwamba kwa sasa ni kwamba darasa zilizopo haziruhusu watu wengi kuwepo katika darasa hilo ama kama kituo cha kupigia kura. Pengine mnaweza kuhakikisha kwamba usawa uko vipi katika kuhakikisha kwamba kila mwaniaji anawakilishwa ipasavyo?
Okay, vile tunafanya tumehakikisha ya kwamba tuko na wagombea kiti 21. Tunajaribu kuangalia kwamba wanaweza kuingia muda kwa muda wakibadilishana, ndio at least tuweze kuona kila mtu ameweza kuwa ameshiriki katika uchaguzi.
Naam. Asante sana Luciana, nitakuacha uendelee na kazi yako kwa sasa. Kamche, kufikia hapo sina la ziada na kurejesha kwako ufuatilie kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanajiri katika maeneo mbalimbali nchini.
Asante.
Nama Gladys Mungai, shukrana kutoka eneo bunge la Gishugu, kaunti hiyo ya Kirinyaga, ambapo wanatueleza kwamba bado watu sio wengi waliojitokeza. Hii ndiyo taswira iliyoshuhudiwa katika maeneo mengi, Harith, na vile lakini hali ya usalama tumeona maeneo mengi hali ya usalama ipo shwari. Bila shaka, na vile waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Fred Matiang'i pia alizungumza kuhusiana na hali ya usalama. Amesema mpaka sasa hivi mambo ni shwari, na iwapo kutakuwa na lolote ambalo litahitajika kushughulikiwa, basi bila shaka wako tayari kushughulikia dharura zote zitakazotokea. Lakini hadi sasa ni jambo la kutia moyo kwamba mambo yanaelekea kama yalivyopangwa. Nakumbuka shughuli ya kupiga kura mbali na kufanyika humo nchini, kuna baadhi ya mataifa ughaibuni pia yanafanya shughuli hii ambayo kwa ujumla ni 12, ikiwemo mataifa ambayo ni karibia yaliyopo katika huu muungano wa Afrika Mashariki, ikiwemo Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan Kusini, na vile Canada, Marekani na Qatar na UAE pia wanashiriki uchaguzi huu sawia na Ujerumani na Uingereza. Kwa hiyo hapo pia tunatarajia matokeo kutoka Wakenya ambao wanaendelea na shughuli zao huko na wanaoishi huko, kwa sababu pia ni haki yao. Kumbuka kwamba katika katiba na kisheria ni kwamba wana haki ya kuwa na uraia pacha. Kwa hiyo iwapo wako kule na wanaona kuna umuhimu wa kupiga kura, basi bila shaka ni haki yao ya kupiga kura. Kuna jambo moja ambalo limejitokeza katika eneo hili bunge la Gishugu, Kirinyaga, wakati Mungai alipokuwa anatupatia taarifa yake, akisema kwamba kumekuwa na vuta ni kuvute ya maajenti wa wagombea mbalimbali pale, wakisema kwamba wakati wa kuhesabu kura utakapofika, basi kila ejenti wa kila mgombea mwenza ama kila mgombea wa viti mbalimbali, ejenti wa kila mgombea ataweza kuwa katika kile chumba ambacho atakuwa anahesabia kura. Lakini swali lililoibuka, nadhani IBC hususan katika eneo hili ambalo Mungai alikuwa anatupatia taarifa, ni kwamba wamejaribu kuweka maejenti wengine nje. Manake kama unasema wanawania kiti cha wadi ni 21. Kwa hivyo kama watakuwa ni hao wengi hivyo, kila mmoja kuna ejenti wake. Nafasi ile kama itakuwa ni ndogo, basi bila shaka itabidi wengine wakae nje, wapishane kwa zamu. Hawa wakitoka wengine waingie. Lakini IBC na alikuwa amesema kwamba maejenti wote wataruhusiwa kuwa pale ndani, bora una kibali. Manake walikuwa wanafaa wapawe kibali, kwamba si utakujitokeza tu pale uende kusema mimi ni agent wa mtu fulani uingizwe na bado hauna kibali. Hili swala la mawakala limekuwa tangu kitambo. Vyama vinalalamika kwamba baadhi ya mawakala wao hawajapewa fursa ya kushuhudia shughuli inavyokwenda, lakini ni baadhi ya changamoto, kwa sababu mawakala wakiwa wengi, basi na sehemu ni ndogo, inakuwa pia mtihani wao kufuatilia. Lakini cha msingi IBC imesema kila wakala ambaye amethibitishwa kwa wakala kupitia stakabadhi zote zile zinazohitajika na IBC atapewa fursa sawa ya kuhakikisha kwamba anafuatilia shughuli ya kura na pia hesabu ya kura inavyoenda kwa mujibu wa sheria, na vile kumwakilisha yule ambaye anamfuatilizia zile kura zake. Lakini mbali na hayo ni kwamba cha msingi kura zilianza kupigwa mapema leo katika vituo vingi maeneo tofauti humo nchini, na Tana River kumekuwa na shughuli pia ambazo bila shaka zimepelekea wengi kutekeleza haki yao ya kidemokrasia. Kuna picha ambazo zilipigwa hapo awali kuhusiana na shughuli hiyo. Tunaona masanduku ya kura yapo pale. Hizi ni picha za awali tangu asubuhi ambapo watu walipoanza kujitokeza kupiga kura. Huko ni katika kaunti hiyo ya Turkana ambayo tulisema ina maeneo bunge, Tana River au kumradhi, ambayo tulisema kwamba ina maeneo bunge
na madarasa maalum ya kupigia kura. Nashukuru sana wakaaji wa Tana River bado wanajitokeza kwa wingi na hamu ya kupiga kura, kwa sababu mara hii tunataka kukomboa Tana River County, na watu wengi sana vile mlivyoona kuanzia asubuhi saa 11 wengine walirauka kuja kujitokeza kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo tunatumai ya kwamba tutapiga kura ya amani, kwa sababu vile mlivyoona hakuna mahali kuna shida Tana River. Alhamdulillah, tutapiga kura ya amani, tutakupiga kura ya maendeleo, na tunaamini ya kwamba ushindi ni wetu, na insha Allah nyinyi wenyewe mtajionea matokeo.
Watu wamejitokeza kupiga kura vizuri, ndio mnaona vile mnaona watu wanakaa kwa jua na wanapiga kura kupiga kabisa, na tunaendelea vizuri. na usalama iko sawa sawa.
Naam, ni picha za hapo awali kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Tana River, wakazi wakishiriki shughuli hiyo ya kupiga kura. Kumbuka ni eneo ambalo lina maeneo bunge matatu: Garsen, Galole na Bura. Kwa hiyo mbali na huko basi kuna sehemu nyingine ambazo bila shaka shughuli hii pia imeendelea. Na changamoto kubwa kile unaposikia kila sehemu moja ni mitambo hii ya KIMS ambayo bila shaka imekuwa na matatizo, na mbali na hayo kuna wazee ambao wanapata tabu sana kutambulishwa kupitia alama zao za vidole, lakini ndio kama hivyo, hakuna shughuli isiyokosa changamoto za hapa na pale, ila IBC wamehakikishia wapiga kura na Wakenya kwa ujumla kwamba shughuli itaendelea, na bila shaka watahakikisha kwamba uchaguzi huu unafanyika kwa njia huru na haki. Na mbali na hayo Kamche, kuna masuala ambayo bila shaka yanaibuka kuhusiana na hali ya hewa. Unajua wengi wamekuwa wakizungumzia hali ya hewa katika maeneo tofauti. Umeona Kirinyaga vile watu walipokuwa wamevaa, wamejigubika kwenye nguo nzito kuonyesha kwamba, na pia Nyeri alipokuwa mwenzetu Kevin amesema kwamba yani picha tu zinakuzungumzia kwamba hali ni baridi. Kwa hiyo huenda kwamba
nyuso za watu hazingai, manake kama kijua kimechomoza huwa nyuso za ng'aa, lakini kama mvua yanyesha pia kila mtu yajisikia kama ajifunike ama ajifungie.
Ndio, lakini ndio kama hivyo, mambo yanaendelea kama yalivyopangwa na wafanyabiashara katika maeneo tofauti. Kwa mfano ukipita eneo la Mavoko, maeneo ya Sio Kimau, maeneo ya Katani, kuna baadhi ya wafanyabiashara wameona ndio eneo la kuvuna, kwa wameweka biashara zao, wameweka chai na kahawa pale tangu alfajiri, kwa sababu walijua kwamba kibaridi hiki lazima watakokuja kupiga kura hapa watahitaji kitu cha kunywa na labda kile cha kutafuna kujaribu kuifukuza baridi. Kwa hiyo imekuwa angalau baraka kwa baadhi ya wafanyabiashara ambao wamekuwa wakifikiria mbele. Na tukizungumzia hali ya hewa ama hali ya anga meki baridi. Sasa Harith, nataka tumpeleke mtazamaji moja kwa moja hadi Limuru. Huko ndo kwenyewe. David Karanja yupo katika eneo la Limuru. Karanja, sijui kama unanipata. Hali halisia huko iko vipi? Taswira kamili ni ipi? Tumezungumza na wanahabari wenza walioko maeneo tofauti, wametueleza kuhusu idadi ndogo, wakataja kuhusu kijimvua ama kijibaridi kimetatiza wengi. Sijui wewe huko Limuru ambako sasa ndiko kwenyewe utatuambia nini, David Karanja?
Shukran sana Kigogo Harith Salim na Tatoshoka Mchemenza. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Kiambu, ikiwa ni eneo bunge la Limuru, ikiwa ni Kameridhu Polytechnic. Hapa wanasema uhoro wako. Shughuli ilianza mapema asubuhi upigaji kura. Katika kituo hiki foleni zimeanza kuongezeka hivi sasa, kwani wakazi wa eneo hili hawakuweza kujitokeza mapema kuweza kupiga kura, kwani kumbuka Mkenya ni ule wanasema last minute, lakini sasa foleni zimeanza kuwa ndefu ili angalau waweze kutekeleza jukumu lao la kidemokrasia, ikiwa ni kupiga kura ya kuamua nani watakao waongoza wa kipindi cha miaka 5 ijao. Tutazungumzia gavana, seneta, wawakilishi wadi na vile vile wabunge. Kumbuka eneo bunge hili la Limuru linajivunia wadi 5. Tungumzia Ngesha, Tigoni, Limuru East, Limuru Central na vile vile Birioni. Awali tuliweza kuzuru maeneo mbalimbali ya upigaji kura. Tuliweza kuzuru eneo kituo cha kupiga kura cha Kinyogori na vile vile shule ya msingi ya Limuru Township. Hali ilikuwa hivyo, lakini kwa sasa foleni zinaendelea kuongezeka. Kumbuka awali niliweza kuzungumza na msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika eneo bunge hili la Limuru, anaitwa Joseph Musioki, aliyesema kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari na anatarajia kwamba majira ya saa 11 jioni vituo vyote vitafungwa ili tuweze shughuli ya kuanza kuhesabu kura. Kumbuka kituo ambacho kitakuwa kwa hizi zinajumulishwa ni kituo cha shule ya upili ya Kinyongori iliyoko eneo bunge la Bibironi. Arif, tutakuwa tunaendelea kuzuru maeneo mbalimbali ili kuweza kutekeleza majukumu yaliyotuleta katika eneo hili la Limuru, kumfahamisha mtazamaji hali ikoje katika eneo hili la Limuru. Kutoka eneo bunge la Limuru, mimi ni Karanja David, narejesha usukani kwako Harith Salim na Kamchemeza.
Naam, wanasema wengi wanamuita KD. Na bila shaka naona kidogo tunafahamu Limuru na baridi, lakini amevaa tu kijishati chepesi.
Nadhani Limuru imegawanyia wenzake hii baridi. Yaani imesema mimi sitaki leo, chukueni. Sasa wale wengine ndio wameathirika. Hiyo hata haina neno. Ya waangalia tukisema nyinyi kama matatizika peke yenu. Lakini Karanja anatuambia kwamba hali kule ni shwari. Hakuja kuwa na utata wowote wa kiusalama, hakuja kuwa na utata wowote. Hajataja hitilafu zozote za vifaa vya Kimskit. Hajataja kama kulikuwa na kuchelewa pengine kwa kufungua kwa vituo vya kupiga kura, pengine mida kama ilichelewa ama walikuwa sawa. Alichosema ni kwamba wako na uhakika. Amezungumza na msimamizi wa uchaguzi akasema kwamba yupo na uhakika kwamba ikifika saa 11 wataweza kufunga vituo. Kwa hivyo kumaanisha kwamba tunaweza kudadisi ama kusema kwamba wameanza muda uliofaa. Kama kila kituo kilifungua saa 12, kwa hivyo kifika saa 11 wao watafunga, kwamba hakutakuwa na muda utakuongezwa, manake pengine vituo vilifunguliwa kwa wakati uliofaa. Vile vile amesema watu wameweza kufika kwenda kupiga kura. Harith.
Naam, bila shaka ni taswira ambayo tunaonyeshwa katika pembe tofauti za taifa hili kuhusu shughuli nzima ya upigaji kura. Tunafahamu kwamba ni shughuli ambayo imekuwa ikisubiriwa kwa hamu kubwa, na hii leo wengi wamejitokeza asubuhi, na katika baadhi ya maeneo wamelalamika kwamba idadi ya watu bado haijaridhisha mpaka sasa, lakini wana matumaini kwamba huenda wengi wakajitokeza nyakati za mwisho kama ninavyojua kaida ya Mkenya anaweka vitu mpaka nyakati za mwisho. Ndio anasema kwamba okay, sasa mimi ndio acha nikafanye mambo hata katika mlo pia Kamche. Nafikiri wakati mwingine wanaopenda nyama wanakula kama ni wali mpaka anaacha nyama mwisho alafu
lakini ipo hatari hususan kwa zoezi hili.
Hatari ipo pia katika chakula, manake inaweza kuja mtu aiba kura ile nyama na ambapo akilini mwako tayari ushasema mimi dakika za mwisho ninachokimalizia nacho ni hii nyama, alafu unaikosa. Ndio kama hivyo, wengine wanaweza kwenda pale wamechelewa, alafu kukawa na mvutano, turuhusuni tupige kura, na mliambiwa tayari kura upigaji kura, vituo vya kupiga kura vitafungwa saa 11 iwapo shughuli itakuwa imeanza saa 12 kama ilivyoratibiwa. Kwa hiyo iwapo kama bado hujatoka kwenda kupiga kura na una dhamira na nia na lengo na madhumuni ya kufanya hivyo, basi usichelewe na usiakhirishe zaidi. Toka katekeleze haki yako hiyo ya kikatiba, kisha rudi endelea na shughuli zako kwa njia ya amani, ili angalau usipatikane nyakati za mwisho na kukosa kupiga kura kutokana na vituo kufungwa. Lakini kimsingi ni kwamba hali inaendelea kuridhisha kutokana na masuala ya usalama yalivyozungumziwa. Hakuna matukio makubwa ambayo ni ya kushtua katika kipindi hiki. Kwa hiyo mpaka sasa tunaona kwamba mambo yamekwenda kama yalivyopangwa, na itakapofika saa 11 vituo vingi ambavyo vilifunguliwa na shughuli kuanza saa 12 vitafungwa, na shughuli ya kuhesabu kura ianze, kura ya kwanza mpaka itakayoamua mshindi. Lakini baadhi ya maeneo kama vile Lungalunga na maeneo mengine ambayo vituo vimepata hitilafu, basi kidogo muda utaongezwa na wengine wapige kura mpaka nyakati za usiku, ili wapewe ile haki yao ya kushiriki uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022.
Na tukizungumzia muda, basi limesalia lisali moja. Tazamaji, saa hizi ni saa 10, imesalia dakika moja tu igonge saa 10 juu ya alama. Sijui upo maeneo gani, manake saa 11 vituo vya kupiga kura vitakuwa vinafungwa. Kumbuka wapiga kura ama waliosajiliwa kupiga kura ni zaidi ya milioni 22.1. Kama ulijisajili basi upo ndani ya idadi hii. Sijui kama ushawajibika kikatiba ama bado. Tunaripoti kutoka North Horr na mwanahabari wetu Sheila Yogo. Sijui kama ipo tayari ripoti hiyo tuweze kuisikiza yaliyotokea kule North Horr.
Kituo cha kupiga kura cha shule ya msingi ya North Horr ndicho kilicho na idadi kubwa ya wapiga kura waliosajiliwa, ambao ni 652 katika eneo bunge la North Horr. Shughuli ya kupiga kura iling'oa nanga saa 12 na dakika 15 asubuhi, kwa mujibu wa msimamizi wa kituo hiki cha kupiga kura Elias Guyo. Kuchelea kuanza shughuli hiyo kwa dakika 15 kulisababishwa na changamoto za vifaa vya kielektroniki vya KIEMS ambavyo vilikuwa vinachukua muda mrefu kudhibitisha uhalali wa wapiga kura, na swala hili huenda likasababisha shughuli hii kuendelea hadi usiku. Niliweza kuzungumza na mmoja wa wazee wa jamii ya Wagabra, Galgalo Tuye, na alisema kuwa aliweza kutembea kutoka Manyata moja hadi nyingine kuwahimiza wakazi kuwasili kwenye vituo vya kupiga kura, kwani wengi hususia shughuli hii kwa sababu ya kutembea kwa mwendo mrefu hadi vituo vya kupiga kura, na pia kutokana na makali ya jua, kwani eneo bunge la North Horr liko katika jangwa la Chalbi. Ningependa kukujuza kuwa jamii ya Wagabra wanaoishi katika eneo hili ni jamii lenye umoja, na wamekuwa wakiwasaidia wakongwe, wagonjwa na watu walio na ulemavu kufika vituoni ili waweze kutekeleza wajibu wao wa kidemokrasia. Wagombeaji wa wadhifa wa ubunge wa North Horr ni Sabdio Mamo wa chama cha Jubilee chini ya muungano wa Azimio la Umoja, na ningependa kukudokezea ya kwamba yeye ni mwanamke wa kwanza katika historia ya North Horr kushindana na madume katika kinyang'anyiro cha ubunge wa North Horr. Na pia tuna Molubrae Tulu wa chama cha Wiper chini ya muungano wa Azimio, na Wario Guyu wa chama cha KANU chini ya muungano wa Azimio la Umoja. Kwa sasa wakazi wanasubra wakingojea matokeo yatakayobaini mshindi. Kufikia sasa hali ni shwari, na nimeweza kuzungumza na naibu wa kamishna wa kaunti ya Marsabit, Sylvester Mwangulu, ambaye pia anashirikisha uchaguzi katika eneo hili. Ameniarifu ya kwamba kufikia sasa yote ni shwari, usalama umeimarishwa na maafisa wa kitengo cha kukabiliana na dharura wako tayari kukabiliana na jaribio lolote la kuzua rabsha. Na pia amesema kuwa hapo awali kulikuwa na jaribio la kumhonga mpiga kura katika kituo kimoja cha kupiga kura, lakini wameweza kushughulikia swala hilo vipasavyo. Mimi ni Sheila Kayaro Yogo nikiripotia KBC katika eneo bunge la North Horr, kaunti ya Marsabit.
Naam, shukran sana Sheila Kayaro kutoka sehemu hiyo ya North Horr. Ametupatia taarifa nzuri hapo akisema pia wanawake wameweza kujitosa katika kuwania uongozi.
Unajua kumekuwa na changamoto katika maeneo hayo, hususan ukitazamia upande wa wanawake na uongozi. Kwa hiyo iwapo wameanza kujitokeza, basi labda ni ile hali ya kujaribu kuona iwapo watu wamebadilisha mtazamo wao kuhusiana na wanawake kuwa viongozi au vinginevyo. Lakini jibu la swali hilo bila shaka litajulikana baada ya kura kuhesabiwa, na ndipo tutakapojua iwapo tamaduni zimebadilika kidogo au mambo ni yale katika eneo hilo, na baadhi ya maeneo ambayo yana tamaduni ambazo bila shaka wanawake wanakuwa wapendelewi sana kuwekwa mbele katika masuala ya uongozi. Lakini yote 9-10 ni kwamba shughuli katika maeneo yote ambayo tumejaribu kugusia na kuletea taswira ni kwamba shughuli inaendelea. Kuna sehemu nyingine wanaopiga kura wanajitokeza kwa wingi, kuna sehemu nyingine bado idadi hairidhishi, ila polepole ndio mwendo. Anasema kwamba kawia ufike, lakini usikawie sana. Unaweza kufika ukute kituo cha kupigia kura kimefungwa, na kikiwa kimefungwa basi ushapoteza fursa yako ambayo umeisubiri kwa miaka 5. Na iwapo wewe ndio mwanzo umetimu miaka 18, ni fursa ambayo umeisubiri kwa miaka 18 kuitekeleza kisha unaikosa, itakuwa kidogo mtihani.
Na taarifa za IBC kufikia saa 6 walikuwa wanasema watu ama wapiga kura milioni 6, zaidi ya milioni 6.5 wameweza kujitokeza tayari kupiga kura. Tuna imani ya kwamba kufikia sasa watakuwa wanatueleza zaidi iwapo ni wangapi wamefika, manake kufikia mchana ilikuwa ni 30.65 kati ya wapiga kura zaidi ya milioni 22. IBC vile vile inasema kwamba kuna maeneo ambayo vifaa vya kupiga kura bado havijaweza kufika, lakini inafanya kila iwezalo, juhudi zote, manake kuna maeneo mengine pengine yamekumbwa na mafuriko ama matatizo fulani na vifaa hivyo havijaweza kufika, lakini wanafanya kila wawezalo kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba vifaa hivyo vinafika, na Mkenya ambaye bado hajaweza kutekeleza haki yake ya kikatiba ya kupiga kura basi atapata nafasi hiyo ya kupiga kura.
Naam, ni saa 10:05, inamaanisha ni dakika 55 tu zimesalia. Baadhi ya vituo vifungwe ambavyo vilianza shughuli zake saa 12 kamili. Kwa hiyo tunatarajia kwamba wale ambao walikuwa wanasubiri huu ndio muda wao basi wa kutoka kwenda kutekeleza shughuli ya kupiga kura katika maeneo tofauti humo nchini.
Kwa sasa tuvuke hadi kaunti ya Nakuru, eneo bunge la Gilgil, ambapo tunarifiwa kwamba kuna maoni mawili matatu kutoka kwa wale walioweza kupiga kura asubuhi hii ya leo. Huko mwanahabari wetu Jacqueline Wambiru ndiye aliyeshika hatamu, lakini tusikize ni yapi walikuwa nayo ya kusema.
Napenda kusaidiwa, ama kuna wengine kama mimi mjapata jina, so I'm very confused.
Sasa nimekuja hapa kupiga kura, sipati namba yangu. Namba wameandika namba kidogo, na hata mtu za zingine hata hawezi kusoma hizo namba. Sasa nauliza mbona hawakuweka vile walikuwa wameweka last time? Hata sasa watu wengi, hata kuna wenye wanarudi nyumbani juu sasa wameangalia majina yao wamekosa. Sasa tunaomba vile wataweza kutusaidia tupate majina yetu.
Nimekosa jina yangu, nimeitafuta kutoka 6 mpaka saa hii sijapata jina yangu. Naomba usaidizi niweze kufuti. Nimetoka mbali, kula yangu ni hapa. Naomba usaidizi kwa KBC wakuja watusaidie tupate majina, kwa sababu wameandika na tunaba kidogo, na hiyo wakati mwingine tulikuwa tunaandikwa na namba capital letter, na unaambiwa kwa ile namba kwanza unatangulia kuenda naye. Kama unaenda line ya R ulikuwa unajua unaenda kwa line ya R, kama unaenda kwa W ulikuwa unajua unaenda kwa W. Lakini kwa saa hii ile namba zenye zimeanza hapa imeanza na namba ya mwisho ya kitambulisho. Tunaomba usaidizi.
Hii mpango ya KBC nimeona itasubua wengi. Juu kwa sasa unakuta ile kutafuta ile jina yako iko na process kubwa sana. Na siku hizi si watu wengi wameingia digital. Kuna wengi wenye hawajaingia digital. Unakuja kutafuta hiyo jina yako inakusubua sana. Na walikuwa wametuambia utatumia dakika 3 tu uko umepiga kura. Sasa vile mimi nimeona hii mpango yao ni baya kabisa. Wengi hawatapiga kura.
Nimevoti vizuri, nafikiri situation iko vizuri, watu wanavoti kwa njia ya taratibu, sababu watu ya IBC walifanya vizuri, wakaweka hiyo nini kwa mtandao. Huo ulikuwa unaingia tu kwa hiyo link ya IBC, unakuta polling station ambayo uko ndani, wewe tu unaenda unapanga foleni kwa nini ile stream uko ndani. Sasa mimi nimevote.
Haya, mtazamaji, ni maswala mawili matatu hapo yanaibuka. Harith, tunaona kwamba hili swala la vifaa vya KIMSKIT, watu kukosa kuonekana majina yao katika kifaa hicho cha KIMSKIT, ni swala ambalo tumeona limeshuhudiwa katika vituo vingi vya kupiga kura.
Ndio, sijui kama litarudisha ule mjadala tena wa kuwa na sajili. Unajua haya ndio baadhi ya mambo labda wengine walikuwa wameyatazamia. Utakuwa na changamoto katika kutafuta majina ya watu na kuwatambua. Lakini ndio kama hivyo, tunatarajia taarifa kutoka IBC watueleze ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea, kwa sababu mara mwisho walipozungumza walizungumzia hayo kwamba watatatua yale matatizo yanayotokea katika maeneo tofauti, lakini pia tunasubiri tujue kwa sasa wanalipi la kusema kabla vituo kufungwa. Na hivi sasa tutaka tuelekee moja kwa moja hadi katika kitovu cha IBC ambayo itakuwa ni makao makuu yao, ambapo watangazia matokeo rasmi ya rais. Tunataka kuelekea huko, wenzetu wamekita kambi kwa siku kadhaa sasa kutaka kufuatilia ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea, na hususan wakati kura zitakapokuwa zinawasilishwa katika eneo hilo na matangazo kufanywa. Kwa hiyo hivi sasa tunavuka moja kwa moja hadi katika eneo la Bomas kuungana na wenzetu walioko huko.
So Dr. Kakangu, Harith Salim na mwenzangu
Kante Menza mkiwa pale chumba cha habari cha KBC. Sisi tumekita kambi hapa katika Bomas of Kenya, sasa tukitazama vile mambo inavyoendelea hapa, na sasa tunataka kugeuka sasa tuongee lugha ya Kiingereza kidogo ama Kimombo ukitaka. And so asante sana, we shall be linking up later. Thank you very much indeed for your time. And we are here at the National Tallying Center, Bomas of Kenya, where the attention is now slowly but surely turning up to this place where now officials of IEBC have laid out an elaborate procedure or system to ensure that the results of the presidential candidates are trickling in starting this evening. And of course, the tallying process is also expected to start later on this evening. At about 1 o'clock, there was briefing by the IEBC Vice Chairperson, Juliana Cherera, who briefed the nation on what so far has happened. And she said that IEBC so far is very happy with the voter turnout and, of course, the number of people who have turned out. And at that point, she was talking about 6.2 million people who had turned up to vote, or people who had voted actually, which translates to about 30% of the total registered voters in the country, of about 22 million voters. They're expecting this number to pick up later in the day, bearing in mind that voting stations are expected to close at 5, which is about 45 minutes from now. And so you would expect that the numbers have increased significantly going forward. We are expecting a briefing from the Commission later on this evening, and of course they will be updating us on how the numbers are looking at. And of course they will also be addressing the issue of the widespread failure of Kenya Integrated Management System, or KIEMS, Electoral Management System, KIEMS. And so far, it's around 1 o'clock, Cherela said that about 200 KIEMS have so far failed out of the 46,229 KIEMS that have been deployed for this exercise. And I was talking to one of their senior technologists, and he was telling me that their failure rate is about 1%. Out of a global failure rate of about 2%, which is like the global benchmark. And so they're saying that they are still within the failure rate threshold. And of course, this is a number that they are hoping that it is not going to grow going forward. So a lot of action is expected here this evening as numbers start to trickle down here at the National Tallying Center, and that's why we have come to here to ensure that we give you a blow-by-blow account of what exactly is happening here. As usual, I'm not alone here. I'm accompanied by a team of in-house or resident analyst. That is Dr. Charles Mbogwa. He is an organizational leadership expert joining us, and he has been with us here at the Bomas of Kenya since we started this live broadcast on Saturday. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Charles, for your time again.
Thank you.
And of course, Dr. Fred Ogola is also a public policy analyst. He is also joining us. He has been with us actually, and so thank you very much indeed. And of course, you were telling me that you drove all the way from Bondo, which is in Siaya County, to come back to Nairobi so that you can talk to Kenyans. I mean, that's a very high level of patriotism.
500 kilometers.
500 kilometers. Yes. Can you first of all give us a brief of, I know you are telling me that you managed to walk around and see a number of voting stations. What impression did you get?
The impression I got is that the preparedness of IBC in the areas I went all the way from Kisumu Polytechnic, where I was there evening when they're receiving all the materials, and they were clearing everybody to ensure that all agents, media agents have entries, and people are briefed about the process, because they realize that people normally get jittery when they don't understand the process. Mm-hmm. That was well done. I was actually down to Ugenya later on, Ugenya in Siaya County. I went to a polling station. I went there later in the evening. I found them having team meetings to discuss. In Ralak, there are 3 polling stations. Each team was briefing each other to say, you want to work at a team to deliver credible results, credible election. That was what I had happening. In the morning when I arrived there at 5:30 in the morning. They kept time and they did not allow us to vote, though I was pushing. I want to vote now and go to Nairobi. They told me we'll follow the law because Kim's kit could only turn on at 6 a.m. and that was not acceptable. You could not do anything. So when it came to my watch, I checked my watch. It was around 6 o'clock, but I think theirs was set like 3 minutes after 6. And at that time, it turned on. Everything worked only at that time. So actually, you can give credit to IBC's Kim's kit that they worked. The process was very good. They was elaborate. It was very easy to tell the ballot papers, the color ballot papers, the color of the ballot boxes, and it was smooth. And I'm sure I saw so much crowd standing outside there waiting to vote. I think I saw a lot of people waiting. When I went to Sega polling station, which is the epicenter of Ugenya, by 3 a.m. in the morning, the whole field was full. They are waiting to vote. You know, Ugenya turnout could be higher because remember that there are 3 parties contesting. There's UDM there, there's MDG, and there's ODM fighting all under Azimio. So you could tell that every other party mobilized their members to come and vote. And maybe I was expecting areas where we have so many independent candidates, so many other parties fighting with the main party, we expect to see more a turnout with what I saw in Ugenya, if that is anything to go by.
Very well. And still on your case, I mean, when you compare the process that you went through today vis-a-vis the process that you went through in 2017, did you see any comparison?
I saw this learning. So even if we can criticize IBC, I'm sure we shall still critique them anyway. But you could see some learning took place because I saw that the presiding officer was very clear this time what he was to do. And the person handling technology was very clear what to do. And there's a time when something was not happening, they didn't panic. They made a phone call to the office and they did a setting on the back end, which means that even if in the polling station when there's a problem, there's a lot of back end assistance that they're put in place, because you could see that. And at the same time, because also Kenyans went to this process for the first time, maybe in 2013, 2017, this time people are more calm and they could expect what to see, and therefore that made it very easy for them. Yes.
And when you interacted with the people there, what was their reaction as to the process?
Well, first of all, I saw that there was a lot of cooperation. Because for this results to happen, O'Brien, every Kenyan need to really cooperate. For example, the polling official must cooperate with the voters, to cooperate with the candidates, cooperate with everybody in the ecosystem, must cooperate so that we can have a credible election. So I could see that spirit was very much there. Of course, you see that is a stronghold for Azimio, and they are very expectant, and therefore you could see them ready to do anything just to get their vote cast. They could cooperate anyway. You know, when stakes are very high for you, I'm sure on your wedding day, even if you're told to kneel down, you'll kneel down as a man. Later, it's harder to kneel down.
Well, let's now turn on to Dr. Charles Mbogwa. I know you voted at Ruai polling station. This is in
Mohori Moshiri, to be specific.
Mohori Moshiri
Secondary School.
Secondary School.
Yes.
In Ruai.
Yes.
That is Kasarani constituency.
Yes.
And bearing in mind that Kasarani constituency is actually one of the most populated constituency in this country. So you'd expect a lot of you'd have a little bit of challenges there, you know, compared to other smaller constituencies. Was this the case?
Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. And why it wasn't is because, like Dr. has said, we are proud of IEBC to the extent of having developed a learning culture. They learned that at times you'd have lengthy queues that would make most of the voters feel tired and therefore not enjoy the whole process, despite that being an important democratic process. So what happened? So the number of stations that were there within Mohori Moshiri was quite a number. They increased that from what was there before. So whereas 2017, you'd find the queue most probably nearly 1 kilometer away, the queues were now resident within the school where the voting was taking place. And maybe it's also good to state that the fact that the names had been placed on the gates, the wall that is just near the gate. So a number of Kenyans had also taken time to, number one, use that physical document to identify the particular place where their surname should appear.
Yeah.
And of course, number two, we are improving technologically as a nation. We have adopted the innovations that are there. But I think we are quick adopters, we are not laggards. So you find many people had also used what would be termed as the online method or the SMS method to identify specifically where they should be voting from. Not to mention the fact that the queuing clerks, to be very precise, tactical actors within the entire system, we are very elaborate in guiding those who are voting. And indeed, I was proud to see voters, women, saying, "Apana, this lady cannot be here. She looks expectant."
Yeah.
One lady had tried to say she's not that highly expectant, but they told her, "No, can you go up and vote?" Which to me is an indicator of our consciousness of how we should volunteer to serve. And that's a critical lesson that we need to learn for those who document the behaviors that are observed in such kind of situations. Of course, there we are the elderly. They were also well guided. But there was one bit that I observed. When you go up the stairs to the first floor of the classrooms, for those who have got disabilities,
or your polling station
mobility,
automatic story, then?
Yeah. So I noted that they had issues, difficulties. IEBC had not factored that particular component.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, whatever we were simulating under IEBC came to the fore, because a man who had really imbibed the Jeremiah waters, the waters that Wahome Mutahi once called whispers, used to joke around with, he was very drunk. But instead of being pushed aside by the security officers, our good men and women of National Police Service, they actually made sure that he voted. Of course, he was steaming, and people are saying now this is some kind of a pollutant, but that guy voted, and he left being a very, very happy man. So all those things, as far as my observations at that point are concerned, the tactical level, to me, are good ways forward, and in one way or the other enhanced the quick voting process, so that we didn't have the delays that may have been observed in 2017 for that very specific area, despite being a highly populated polling station.
Very well. I mean, I can also give a testimony of what happened, when I went to vote this morning.
Yes.
The process took less than 10 minutes. I did my voting at the KICC polling station, that is Kenyatta International Convention Center. You just went to the gate. There were, of course, printed names. Of course, they were very small, and that was a challenge to many people whose eyesight is not very good.
Yes.
And so after discovering that you are in stream 9 or stream 3 or stream 5 or with stream whatever, then you went to the gate, they confirmed that you're indeed you're registered, and then you proceeded to the voting tent, and then you produce your ID card, and then there's a KM's kit whereby you place your thumb, and then it went through, they confirmed the details on what they were saying there, and my ID number. I proceeded. I saw so many papers, 6 of them actually, very, very big. And I was wondering, must we have 6 ballot papers?
Well, of course, there was a discussion here around the issue of this number of ballot papers, but in fact today even I heard Wajakoya making a comment that if he was to become president, other seats could be done on another day, presidential could be done in a separate day. That was his suggestion. But you see now, for efficiency's sake, just logistics of bringing things to the ground, you can understand why we may have to do 6. If you talk, for example, we are talking about one vote costing you as a taxpayer $30. So every voter has paid $30
and
to
that is 3,000
vote.
shillings.
Yes, that's
actually 3,000.
Yes,
almost 3,200.
Yes. So now, if we were to do the same thing, what will be the variable cost? You may find that out of the 44.6 billion shillings we are using for this election, presidential only could cost more than half of that money. So then it does not make sense to make this look like almost 70 billion shillings to vote the two these seats, called regional seats, and the presidential seat.
You know, Dr. Charles, you know,
Yes.
as an organizational management expert, I mean, when you are holding those 6 papers, of course, the one for MCA, to me was like 4 times the size of the one for members of parliament. That must we use so many papers, 6 of them ballot papers, you know, to vote? Is there any way that that whole process, you know, can be streamlined to ensure that we don't really have to print so many papers, 6 of them, that we can do things using just one paper?
Alluding to what Dr. has talked about, the idea of staggering the elections has been floated. But remember, it would take us to an amendment of our electoral laws, because that is one of the key things. And certainly, as we are aware, there is a cost function in that, bearing in mind that then it will take us to a plausible referendum. Number 2, we know that we have had an increase in the number of independent candidates. And that has, in tandem with what you're talking about, resulted in an increase. So, number 1, tedious it is when you give that particular character whose eyesight is failing, and he or she has to go check in on which number it is, because we do not have prior knowledge of my candidate would be this, so that if it is listed number 6, I would go directly to number 6. If such a thing was there, then one would be knowing that number 6 would be my candidate for those who are numerate, again, because it's not everybody who may be in a position to count. And remember, our constitution is quite clear on inclusivity. So to a certain extent, though accepting that we can come up with innovations to certainly address that, so that most probably then it will be a booklet. Then from that booklet, you can pluck and then insert it, the relevant ballot box that you should be having. Because even holding them, and I'm talking from an inclusivity perspective, one may be having issues with their hands for that matter.
But just to capture on this,
yes.
I saw during nominations, for party nominations, remember I ran for Ugenya seat looking for ODM ticket to Ugenya.
You did?
Yes. Okay. In the Kim's kit which were used for ODM, there was no ballot papers. Once you put your finger and you are now checked to be confirmed that registered as a member of the party and you can vote in that polling station, they brought for you the name of MCA. Then you pick the one you want, that one you voted. They brought the one for MP, you voted. Women rep, and that you voted. Which means that it is possible. The only thing, as I told you before, technology has a challenge with us, that once you over-rely on technology, verifiability, the transparency of it, so the cost of trust of this election makes us actually to have those ballot boxes, because in case there is any dispute, you cannot count fingerprints, but you can count ballot boxes, and that's why we have to go to the ballot. Technology is the easiest way to solve that paperwork, but we have to do. For example, you see, for example, even as you're a lecturer, I'm a lecturer. When you go to my office, you will never find books in my office. If you tell me move from your office, I'll move with my phone, laptop, and a few things, and I'm done, because we have automated it. But this is where no one wants to check whether my books are okay. There is no one who wants to verify what I'm doing. But in an election process, which is highly contested this much, the cost of trust makes us to have this burden of having to have all these uncomfortable, if you like, materials.
And this is the cost that we have to pay, or we are paying as a country, because of what you would call our trust deficit in our institution and in us as a public. Because we have seen countries whereby, I mean, for you to vote, you don't need any document. You just need to go to the polling station, you identify your name, and then you go to an electronic machine, and then you press a button, the names of the candidates will come out, you just click, and then you exit. But they don't have to paint your, your fingers. Look at my finger here, looking blue.
Now today you are looking at you look like you did Q-text, but look at the question you ask I don't think we tackled it when you asked, why should it be 6 papers? Why don't you have 1 paper? Because 1 paper can actually have where you tick for each. Now, when it comes to counting, logistically it will be difficult. Then secondly, remember the joke we were making the other day, that according to the law, you cannot put any other paper apart from the ballot paper into the ballot box. Now, why do they do that? Exclusivity to all these things. I remember in the polling station, there's agents for the MCA, for women rep, so everybody is protecting a certain ballot box. Other ballot boxes are not important to them. So everybody has their own ballot box. So I think that system, maybe as inconvenient as it may look, it has always been able to verify, to make it look transparent, and to make it look audible and accountable.
But can it be improved?
Of course.
Actually, that is for example, I have a paper here.
Yeah.
Okay. What if you are to divide this paper into 6?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Small papers that are a paper that you can just what do we call this? That you can just tear.
Yeah.
If it is for example, yes, you put the perforations.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I was looking for.
Yep.
It's a perforated paper whereby if it is the president, the governor, or anybody else, I mean, they are all listed here. So what you just need to do is to tear the perforated lines.
Yes.
Okay. If it is for the governor, you put it in the governor's box. Why can't we do that?
What I would say is this, number one, thank you for asking that question. As Albert Einstein said, never ever lose a moment of holy curiosity.
Yeah.
So you are taking us to curiosity. Is this the way we used to vote way back in 1970s? Probably we know pretty well we didn't have the teams. And the journey of Soichiro Honda, and he must be dealing with Soichiro Honda in the business school at Strathmore, was the journey of continuous improvement, a Kaizen approach. KBC has had its fair share of continuous improvement. So we are in a position to ask these questions so that in the next 15 years then, we shall have innovated particular approaches to the same by first addressing the issue of trust. Remember, the worst moments this country has had, other than when we are agitating for change, are moments pertaining to election violence. And if then the stakes are such high, courtesy of mistrust, then we are saying, as a country, we need to start walking this journey. How does it start? So that it is a subculture, so that we can trust. This is where we ask ourselves, how then do we drive the next generation to undertake their processes, procedures of coming up with election processes at Strathmore University, at the University of Nairobi, at Muhuri Mushiri Secondary School, so that we start inculcating those values of practice that enhance authenticity. Because why do we become opaque as a country? So that you are given a key, you want to study it so that you can use it for what would be termed as electoral malpractices.
But
that is not easy.
But Dr. Charles, let me ask you.
Yes.
Those who contest the election, let me ask you honestly, I've been a politician, I've contested election.
Yes.
Do you think that politicians in Kenya really want a credible election? At the bottom of their heart?
A good question.
And do you know how much influence they have in determining the laws, the rules, the regulations that govern the election?
Now,
I would want to imagine, but I can actually respond to that question because they are Kenyans first, right?
Yes, yeah.
And they're just me and you. I mean, our politicians are not aliens. That they came from another planet.
Yeah.
They are part of us. They are part of who we are as a society. And the question is this: would you, me and you, want a free and a fair and a credible election? And the answer is yes. So the question is this: then how do we ensure that, number one, we build the level of trust in our institutions, and we build the level of trust amongst ourselves? And that is a culture that we must inculcate in us and even in the incoming generation. The question is, how do we do that?
Yes.
That's what I was bringing on board, that then we must stick our necks out to walk that tough journey of restructuring how then we are in a position to use leadership.
Oh, Brian,
so that
we
don't
allow him to execute his case.
We don't bury our heads in the sand like the proverbial ostrich. The lion will still devour us. What is the cost of men and women who cannot trust each other? What is the cost of malpractices? What is the cost of unethical subcultures, immoral subcultures, led by the leadership that should be delivering a nation? Indeed, then it means we jeopardize the very aspirations that we do have. But then how unlucky is the lot that will come after us? So there must be a deliberate effort, just like there was first liberation, second liberation, the pride to see this gentleman go all the way to vote and come back. Those young men listening,
and he's not paid to do that.
You are setting a good example. Then we must have that critical mass by bringing on board relevant processes, and we are not short of courage, bearing in mind what our founding fathers.
Yeah, but Dr. Charles,
you want to respond?
Yes, even I wanted to respond to you. Let me tell you the truth. Mostly politicians, when you are going for elections, start by saying, how can I get it even without going through it? How can I get this seat even without contesting it?
Is there any shortcut?
Yes, is there another thing I can do? You guys, there's a book I've written. Maybe if you allow it, we will bring it here, maybe this week, on dynamics of political strategies in Africa. And in the mind of a politician, the beginning was saying, can I steal this? For example, you want to go to a queue. People say,
but I don't want to believe that that is a case across the board.
No, I'm telling you that there is a mindset there, because what's happening? Do you know that when I believe that you may not want to do the right thing, will I want to do the right thing? It's called the prisoner's dilemma. Who will blink first? If you want to go through a credible election, and you know I don't want to go through a credible election, what do you think first? How can you even have a game where we should not even have a credible election, both of us? Because look at here, party nominations. Are they credible? And you know, the political parties, the political leaders who manage political parties want to govern a state effectively and efficiently, and not able to govern their own parties effectively and efficiently. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, if we know politicians, if Raila said, I want this change, you will say, why is he doing that change? Is there something suspicious? And vice versa. If Wajakoya says, I want this, Mware will say, maybe Wajakoya wants to rig election with that. So, having said that, and brings to you the point, with that question and context, do you still believe that all of them wanted to go through this election by saying all of us want a credible election? Because the thing is that you don't trust the other party will behave in a good faith.
For me, you know, if I was asked the same question, I mean, I would say this: look, trust is a culture that you develop.
Yes.
It is something that you impart to people.
Yes.
Why do we have police officers guarding our exam rooms in primary schools? Why do we have invigilators frisking us as we enter into the exam room at such a tender age? It is a sign that even ourselves at a tender age, we cannot be trusted.
Yes.
Once upon a time, I was having a chat with a man of God, okay, a pastor, and he was telling me that he had just come from an exam room. And I asked him, so what happens when pastors are having exams? Because you would expect these are men of God, men and women of God, so you would not expect any cheating. But he told me that there were security officers.
Yes.
There were invigilators.
Yes.
We were required to leave our phones outside. What does that tell you about us?
Brand, don't even go far. Have we ever gone to church and the pastors have arranged for security on how to protect Sadaka?
Well, that one you may argue that robbers can come in.
Not only, but also that even the people picking the boxes and taking them wherever they're going to be counted, they must be escorted by a third force. Now, I'll give you a very example. Maybe this is very good, not very good for me, but I'll give it. When I came to Strathmore, when we were a small community, we used to go to the restaurant. I think we eaten within Strathmore. You would serve your food, go eat, then come and pay on your way out. But as we grew in large numbers, we found out that that was not happening. So then it came to a process whereby now there are barriers where you have to pass through with your food, then pay, and then you have to give a receipt and someone will check. So Strathmore is a very repeatable university. We are a very value-driven organization. But we also found that trust has its own role. There are some areas where trust can work, but some areas now verification, justification,
it's necessary, and it's needed.
Necessary, yes.
Trust as a value is not enough in itself.
Yes.
How you make sure that it becomes a practice is how, number one, you are in a position to motivate, to drive, to reinforce. Because anything good that is not reinforced, even in a dog that is in your house, certainly, if you do not reinforce its positive behavior, then with time it dwindles. So you cannot operate on one value alone.
Yeah.
It is a matrix of values, just like we talk of the ethical, economical, efficient, and effective systems when we talk about finance management. Similarly, then, we must bring on board sets of values that can now reinforce each other. That matrix can have that push, because truly we need to have hygiene in our political perspectives, and I do agree with you. Indeed, there are many who would not have wanted to go through this process.
Yes.
And there are many who had the might to actually use money that is making our youth not even turn out to vote.
Yes.
Because they are disenfranchised. They are only interested in quick gains. And when you have a generation of that caliber, then future generations and the nation is highly vulnerable.
And now bringing in the issue of youth in this election, and I was voting along stream 9, at KICC, and we were 128 people, and out of the 128 people, I counted about 17 of them who would qualify to be under the age of 40 years. That, to me, is a very small number, bearing in mind that this country, 70% of the population is below the age of 40. Okay? I do not know what is happening elsewhere, but is this replicated elsewhere?
We looked at the age of the population, actually registered voters. Youth in the 22 million and above voter is more than 51%.
51%.
Meaning that if the youth came together and decided a candidate they wanted, that candidate will win with their vote without any other person outside that age bracket voting for that candidate. Now look here, this will surprise you. The issues in this election, the people who stand to gain are the youth. They are the ones looking for education. They are the ones looking for infrastructure to be improved, in economics to be improved, employment to increase. Me and you, we are no longer looking for employment. We are no longer looking for education as such. I'm sure maybe if you do some courses, they are just for entertainment purposes. Now, the person looking for real goodies of life is the one who cannot go vote. And you realize people say that 51%, the turnout will be lower. Remember, they are 71% of the population. Only 51%, 71% of the population. Only 51% of them registered, and they still remain over 51% of the total voters into the IBC system. Meaning, if the youth want to have a revolution, they can have. And I'm wondering why, given that they're the ones whose stakes are still very high, they want all the goods of life, economy to grow, infrastructure, develop, and all the rest, they're not taking that. I don't know, it's because of us, or they don't believe in the election, or they don't believe there's a good option to vote for.
Was the case replicated in where you voted?
I can tell you, in areas where there is a candidate who is running for president, dynamics a little change. And you could see this will also happen much in Rift Valley. I can predict to you, like now, I've had a lot of outcry that Mount Kenya has turned out very poorly in this election. Those are just some information I get, some intel I get. I cannot disclose from which.
And of course, they are not official.
They are not official. Those are just intel. Maybe you call them rumors.
Because of authenticity.
But you can find that if you go to areas where there was no presidential candidate coming from that region, the voter turnout will tend to be low, and the youth will even be less. So if you go to Ugenya, Siaya, Bondo, that area, we will look for people to vote almost to the last man. And we realize that areas, for example, Rift Valley may have over 90% turnout probably. Nyanza, Bondo, Siaya will go and hit something like 95, 96. But if you go to Central, that has always voted to the last man, you may find that the youth will have no interest to vote, and the youth turnout will be lower, and actually general turnout will be lower. Those are predictions, but we shall wait and see. We'll be with you here as Kenya decides. We'll see the numbers. They are coming very soon, in a few hours.
I mean, he's bringing in a very interesting, you know, conversation here about the voter turnout vis-a-vis the candidates that are vying.
Yes.
If there is a presidential candidate, then the voter turnout is likely to be high, you know, in the areas where the candidate comes from.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I don't know whether that is scientifically proven, but did you witness the same?
I
where
could
you
weigh
are voting?
into that from an observation perspective.
Yeah.
And as research animals, observations are very important. I observed, like you had done, that the number of youth was minimal. And I took time. I went to a few places here and there, and I actually observed that there is a very small percentage of youth. That's one. Number two, I noted through that good sampling quickly, and you are able to count in this particular queue, this one and that one, that we had a higher turnout of women than men.
Yes.
That's the other item. Because it's good to observe this.
Of women.
Yeah, later we'll capture the raw data, secondary data in a perspective from IEBC, and certainly interrogate it using the diverse models of looking at them, including thread analysis. And that was the other bit. And then it was also quite interesting that I observed a number of very elderly people, very elderly, who are being brought, and they are there using their mother tongues and some bit of Kiswahili, saying we must vote. Not like these young men who are not. I do not understand who is bringing them up, how they are behaving. And so there was a complaint within those queues that there is an issue with our youth, but also bringing on board factors that add weight to how youth would turn up. A key factor, and he has alluded to it pretty well, so that we have weighted parameters within the equation, is that looking at, do we have a candidate from that particular area?
Yes.
Not just one county, but a region. For example, the former provinces.
Yes.
So when you talk about Rift Valley, without even going to the counts, truly so.
Yes.
That is the practice.
Yeah.
If you go to Nyanza,
yes,
and you have said it 95%, quite high.
Yeah.
But if you go to Mount Kenya, and I do agree with you,
yeah,
the numbers are miserable.
And let me just tell you a spin. Now, O'Brien, let's spin these numbers, like these numbers turn out, against strategy. Now, if you look at the two candidates running for presidential seat, there was one that was banking on the young people because of the narrative. Hustlernomics, Hustlernomics, bottoms up. It was appealing more to young people. It was very entertaining to young people. But you see, Azimio appealed to people from 35 and above. They were his people. Like the elder was, we must go and vote. So if you look at what he has just said, I don't want to go there because people may say I'm on taking sides. We are here as professionals, isn't it?
Yes.
So if one candidate was banking on that youth vote, and that more percent of his supporters were on that vote, we shall see lower turnout among their supporters. Now we are not forgetting about region, about demographics. Demographically, you'll see that the youth that was forming a big chunk, because even TIFA poll showed that, who are supporters based on gender, based on age. They said that 35 and above were more skewed towards Azimio. 35 and below were more skewed towards Kenya Kwanza. And if the issue is that the ones who are skewed toward Kenya Kwanza don't turn out to vote in high numbers, you can already start looking at what are the candidates now themselves thinking against their strategy. I was betting on this, I was betting on that. And O'Brien, as a strategy, we usually classify markets into three. There's what we call a mature market. Mature market is like elderly people. A mature market refers to a product which has been there for long. Then there's what we call a virgin market. A virgin market for voters are people who have never voted. Young people, they don't know what they want. And then, of course, we have a market which by strategy we can call a promiscuous market. It's a market that is not loyal. If they're eating with you today, they just eat. And if you stop giving them food, they go where food is.
But it's
and
also...
if that is the case again here, you see now this turnout will start making us to start doing a projection against every candidate strategy and the outcome or payoff they are likely going to get in this election.
I mean, well, at this point, I mean, it's proper to say that we do not have conclusive scientific data to say that the turnout for men was this, the turnout for women was this, and the turnout for young people was this. I mean, at some point there will be data disaggregation, you know, after the voting has been closed. But I also observed what you have just said. You know, I saw more women, at KICC than men. Of course, it will be expected because we live in a country whereby, is it 54% of the population are women?
Yes.
And when you look at population growth, female population growth in this country, it has been growing consistently in the last 10 years at a rate of 2.5% on average. Would this be expected?
When it comes to gender, and we talk about the current elections that we do have, number one, we have had an increase in the number of women candidates across a variety of the various seats that we do have. And number two, we have seen, other than the affirmative action that we started leveraging on, O'Brien and my colleague here, we have seen policies that directly bring on board women to the table of political strategy. This cannot be taken for granted. And the maturation of some of the affirmative actions, plus what would be termed as the inclusivity of women within diverse spaces. Because look at it from this angle, my friends. We have had a defense cabinet secretary, a woman. Not one, but actually two. These are facts that you cannot take for granted. Because they move with their mentorship perspective. So they are drivers that we may, as analysts, have failed to take into consideration. And for political strategists, it means that some of our political parties were not privy from a scientific approach of the essence of analyzing policies that are gendered, so that they look at them as having an impact.
But just to highlight that, first of all, why do you know, I'm a statistician also, an economist, so you know that. First of all, do you know why female gender is higher in numbers, in global numbers, than male?
It's from reproduction.
No. It is just clear that, first of all, men have higher death rates than women because, like young boys, we do risky activities. Somebody's jumping from a tree down. You know, women did not grow up to take such like risky things. So
actually, from fertilization, to be clear on that.
From fertilization.
That's what I was talking of reproduction. From fertilization, the Y chromosome, to be very precise, and the X chromosome, which one is stronger, as it were? Which one has got more nucleic material? If I would go deeper to elementary medicine, the X one is stronger and therefore fights that battle of the swim. All the way up to the point of from medical perspective, but also social perspective, they tend to go higher. Then secondly, if you look at it this way, O'Brien, why I'm saying that even if we have not received data, data never lies. We have historical data that turnout among women is always higher. When I'm running for member of parliament, we spend more time with women, give them sugar, buying for them omena, because the women are the ones who can take you to parliament. And all the politicians know that. They smell it very fast.
And so it is not expected that it is going to change. We expect to see voter turnout among women being higher than
then
men.
the youth, the turnout for the youth has always been predicted. You can predict it. It's going to be lower compared to to men, elderly, the youth population turnout will be lower. Just like registration for the youth was lower, it's going to happen. So these are things we can project. So if you will have a board on what happened and what is happening and what we expect to happen, you'll see that we won't be very far from what we expect.
Very well.
And of course, like I said, the other thing which I like what you projected, and I told you about looking at the turnout,
yes,
we can start predicting using what strategy. For example, Azimio goes for a woman running mate. It's a strategy.
Yes, it is.
Kenya Kwanza goes for a male running mate.
Yes.
And you're telling me more women turn out to vote because of female being in elective positions. Are you not seeing the correlation between the strategies, between the turnout, between the gender and demographics into the payoff, which is the turnout and the tally?
For me, because we really have to wind up, at some point, because the voting exercise is coming to a close in the next 5
minutes.
How minutes? In the next 5 minutes, right?
Okay. Yes.
And we want to go back to Broadcasting House so that we can get a feel of how the situation is on the ground. But of course, the numbers that we are talking about here, we'll definitely have them before the close of this week. We'll be able to know how many women voted, how many men voted, what is their age bracket, and so much. And at some point, I hope that we'll come back here and trying to analyze those patterns. But I want to hear also from you. I mean, look, based on the information you have now in regard to the voting process so far and the knowledge that you have up to this point, in a scale of 1 to 10, what would you assign IEBC? Who wants to go first? And why?
That's an interesting one, because when you use scales then as a tool from a research perspective, there are a number of things I would want to capture right from technology to communication to logistics, among others. So for me, I would want to be very empirical in terms of bringing on board a structured approach to this. Okay. But I would use a comparative analysis perspective also as one of the parameters. And that being it, I would give IEBC as a patriot of this nation 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm sure once we are through with these, you definitely go and gather more information so that you can define your numbers. What about you quickly?
Mine will be on voting, because I segment voting and then tallying.
Yes.
Tallying will come later. But voting, it looked to me like the officers knew exactly what they're going to do. I can give them something 8-9.
8 to 9%.
Yes.
Good. Very good. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Not percent.
I mean, not
scale of 1 to 10.
Yes, just scale of 1 to 10. Yes, I get it.
So 80%, 70%.
80%, 7%.
Yes.
Very good. I mean, there's some sort of a pairing here.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Of course, for finding time to be with us here. We'll keep on doing these throughout this week.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, we are here at the National Tallying Center, Bomas of Kenya. We are keeping an eye on what is happening inside there. This is where the IEBC commissioners are camping the whole of this week to ensure that the process of tallying and of course announcing the presidential winner is done within the number of days stipulated by law, that is 7 days. Well, I want to take you back to Broadcasting House, where Kamche Menza and Harith Salim are going to interact with our reporters who are on the ground and tracking what has been happening throughout the day. They're going to give us a feel of the voting exercise, which is actually closed because it was supposed to close at 5 p.m. Let's go back to Broadcasting House. Over to you, Harith and Menza.
Na ni saa 11 juu ya alama, ishara tosha kwamba shughuli ambao umeisubiri kwa miaka 5 imekamilika. Kwa hiyo iwapo hujafanikiwa kupiga kura na kituo chako kilifunguliwa saa 12 kamili na shughuli ikaanza saa hizo, basi ndio muda wako umepita. Lakini iwapo katika kituo ulichokuwepo shughuli zilianza kuchelewa kidogo, basi bila shaka tume ya IEBC imesema itahakikisha kwamba wote wanaopaswa kupiga kura hapo watapiga kura. Shughuli imekamilika, hakuna mwingine kuingia katika kituo cha kupiga kura, lakini wale ambao bado wapo ama wamo katika vituo vya kupiga kura wataruhusiwa kumaliza shughuli ile. Lakini malango yote ya vituo vya kupigia kura sasa hivi yamefungwa, hususan vile vituo vya kupigia kura ambavyo vilianza shughuli yake kama ilivyoratibiwa na Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC. Kwa hiyo shughuli imeisha. Sasa rasmi ni kwamba tunasubiri kura zianze kuhesabiwa katika vituo vile. Hakuwa na tatizo lolote, lakini kwengineko kura zitaendelea kupigwa, hususan katika yale maeneo kama nilivyotangulia kusema hapo awali ambayo yalikuwa na hitilafu za hapa na pale. Na studio tuna mgeni ambaye tutakuwa tunachanganua naye mawili matatu kuhusiana na shughuli hii tangu ilipoanza na vile vile hadi kukamilika kwake hivi sasa, na si mwingine isipokuwa ni Davis ambaye ni mtaalamu wa masuala ya uchumi. Mbali na hayo pia ni mchanganuzi wa mambo yalivyo, hususan mambo ya uongozi na siasa kwa ujumla. Naam, Kamche, shughuli imeisha.
Shughuli imeisha. Waliosajiliwa kupiga kura ni zaidi ya milioni 22.1. Kufikia saa 6 IEBC ilikuwa imetuambia kwamba zaidi ya milioni 6.5 walikuwa wameshajitokeza. Wanafaa watupatie taarifa yao kufikia sasa kama itakuwa ni wangapi, lakini hiyo wamesema ni 30%. Sasa Tayo, sijui kama hii 30% kufika saa 6 wewe unaionaje? Unaona iko kwa chini? Manake Wakenya wengi ripoti tulizozipata ni kwamba foleni zilikuwa na watu wachache. Kufikia saa 6 tukaambiwa ni 30%. Sasa masaa yamekwisha, tumefunga. Wanaoendelea wataendelea, lakini sasa kwa wale ambao wameanza saa 12 watakuwa wamefunga. Hii 30% kimtazamo wako ni chache ama tu utaidadisi vipi?
Asante sana kwa kuwa nami hapa ama kunikaribisha huku studio. Hii 30% kufikia saa 6 ni chini. Sababu hapo bado masaa kidogo tu ifike saa 11 na sasa kumeshafungwa. Kwa hivyo ni kuomba tu iwe ni watu ambao walikuwa wamekimbia labda kazini kisha wakasema watarudi masaa ya jioni. Mimi ni mmoja wao, sababu nilikuwa na shughuli kidogo, lakini shughuli ile nilikuwa nayo ilikuwa ni ya kupeleka mwenzangu ambaye kwa sikii vizuri. Nikampeleka pale akapiga kura vizuri, akamaliza, nikarudi nyumbani, kisha mimi nikatoka nikaenda nikapiga kura. Kwa hivyo tuwe na imani. Nafikiri watu watajitokeza, na ni vizuri walitoa hiyo habari mapema. Kisha watu wakaona
kumbe watu hawajakwenda.
Na wale wakirudi, kila kukutana na mtu anakuambia mistari si mirefu, naenda tu mara moja, utapiga mara moja. Nimeona mtandaoni watu wakiweka vidole vyao alama kwamba nimepiga. Nimepitia dukani kidogo, watu wanaulizana sikuuzi kama unionyeshe kama umepiga. Kwa hivyo kuna ule msisimuko watu waende wapige. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa optimistic vile Waingereza wanasema. Wacha tusikize hizo namba vile zitakavyokuwa.
Na wewe mwenyewe nakuona umepiga, kidole chako kina alama.
Kweli.
Kumekuwa na hitilafu mbalimbali katika vituo vya kupiga kura. Sijui kama umepigia wapi, kituo chako kilikuwa sawa, wewe ulivyopiga hatua ilikuwa vipi? Pengine unaweza tu kutueleza.
Mimi nimepigia Mbagathi Primary, hiyo ni constituency ya Kibra. Mpangilio ulikuwa mzuri, tumepanga mstari pale. Jua lilikuwa limewaka kidogo, so wenye vipara kama sisi kidogo waliumia. Nilipofika pale karibu na ile Kimskit, nafikiri iliisha moto. Sasa nikawa mwangalifu sana nione sasa kutenda vipi. Nikaona wale maafisa wamesemezana pale kidogo, nikaona wameleta power bank, wakaweka katika ile kit, wakaweka password zao, ikawaka, na tukaendelea tena kupiga vizuri.
Ni zile backup kits.
Zile backup power. Ile kit ilibaki pale, lakini walileta battery nyingine, ile inaitwa power bank. Wakaja wakaiweka pale, ile kit ikawaka. wakaendelea vizuri na tukaendelea kupiga vizuri. Kwa hivyo kulikuwa na wazee pia walikuwa wanaletwa mbele pale, tunawapisha wanaweza
wenye ulemavu, wazee, wale wagonjwa, mama wajawazito walikuwa wanapewa nafasi za kwanza.
Nafasi wanapita pale.
Na sasa shughuli hii ya leo kwa mujibu wa taarifa kutoka wizara kupitia waziri mwenyewe wa usalama wa kitaifa na vile vile IBC wamesema hakuna matukio mengi ya utovu wa nidhamu na mambo kama hayo. Labda hili linaashiria nini? Linaashiria kwamba labda ni ukomavu wa kisiasa kwa Wakenya ama inakuwa vipi?
Kuna ukomavu mara 2 ama mara 3. Kwanza IBC imetumia teknolojia sana na wameweza kuongea na watu na kumekuwa na kuelewa kwa mwananchi kwamba hii shughuli yote ya kupiga kura itaendelea hivi na hivi na hivi. Kwa hivyo hapo tuwape kongole. Wao pia wametumia hiyo teknolojia kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yanaenda vizuri. Kuna uwazi fulani pale, nafikiri imeleta imani. La pili ile ningependa kusema ni kwamba idara ya usalama na polisi kwa miaka 5 iliyopita wamekuwa na maendeleo mengi katika vile vyombo vyao vya kazi. Wamekuwa na waziri mzuri, amekuwa ametajwa sana kwamba anafanya kazi vizuri. Na pia nafikiri watu wanataka kufanya kazi vile inavyotakikana. Kumekuwa na mambo mengi yametokea na tunaona wamekimbia mbio kuyatatua na kufanya uchunguzi. Kwa hivyo hilo pia limechangia kwamba hatujasikia mambo mengi. Ukiangalia mtandaoni kuna mambo fulani watu wanaona yametokea, lakini hapo pia unaona pia polisi wameingia mbio na wakaweza kusaidia. Mimi mwenyewe pale nimekuwa nikijaribu kuwaongelesha kidogo, wako na urafiki fulani. Nafikiri uzalendo umeshika kila mtu.